Chapter 1. The entire Army collaborates to establish 100 special forces. All military districts, including the Army, Air Force, and Navy, are to establish 100 special forces. What on earth is this? What exactly is a special force? Is it the Marine Corps, or something akin to the Navy SEALs? In the office of General Wang He of the 31st Group Army, the Chief of Staff frowned slightly, perplexed as he perused the order document. Wang He lit a cigarette and said solemnly, "To be precise, neither the Marine Corps nor the Navy SEALs can be considered true special forces at most. They are elite amphibious reconnaissance units." The term special forces as interpreted by headquarters is rather ambiguous, referring to elite infantry units tasked with executing high-difficulty covert operations such as reconnaissance behind enemy lines, surprise attacks, and decapitation strikes. The Chief of Staff, still confused, asked, "But can't reconnaissance units perform these tasks as well?" Wang He glanced at him and replied, "The key lies in the phrase high difficulty. It can even be construed as tasks of the caliber typically assigned to agents, commonly referred to as special operatives. Can ordinary reconnaissance soldiers undertake such missions?" The Chief of Staff paused, unable to refute. Wang He continued, "During the recent meeting at headquarters, the commanding officer particularly emphasized that our 36 group armies must establish special forces within this year. Currently, military forces across various nations are forming such units. This is the future trajectory of military development, and we too must possess a blade capable of piercing directly into the enemy's heart." The Chief of Staff sighed. "But the pressing issue is that we are not even aware of the combat standards for special forces. How can we establish them?" Wang He exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. "That's why it requires simultaneous efforts from all branches. We must learn and gain experience together as we navigate this new terrain. But without any established standards, how do we find instructors for training? Those instructors must at least possess the capabilities of special forces, right?" The Chief of Staff countered. Wang He, holding the cigarette, pointed at the Chief of Staff. "As for the Air Force and Navy, I haven't yet contemplated. However, for the Army, I do have a candidate in mind, which is why I called you here to discuss this." Just as the Chief of Staff finished speaking, there was a knock at the door, and the guard announced loudly, "Report, Commander. Comrade Lin Chuan has arrived." "Let him in." "Yes." The door creaked open, and a resolute-looking major in his 20s strode in, standing at attention and saluting. "Good day, Commander." "Lin Chuan." The Chief of Staff's eyes lit up upon seeing the newcomer. "How could I have forgotten about you?" He turned to Wang He. "Commander, are you suggesting that Lin Chuan be appointed as the chief instructor?" Wang He smiled. "What do you think? Is this lad suitable?" The Chief of Staff laughed. "He participated in the international reconnaissance training earlier this year and emerged as the top contender among elite scouts from various nations. His abilities have surpassed those of standard reconnaissance soldiers. He should meet the criteria we require. If he's not suitable, then our army has no one who is." Lin Chuan, bewildered, interjected, "What are you two discussing? What does suitable mean?" Wang He handed Lin Chuan the order document, and upon reading it, Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with joy. "Finally, it has arrived. Damn it! I've been waiting for 3 years since I crossed over. It's finally here." Indeed, Lin Chuan had traversed into this world. In his previous life, he was a versatile special operations soldier of the Huaxia military. His soul had merged with that of a captain sharing his name in this parallel universe. Upon arriving in this world, he discovered it was still the late 1980s, and the Huaxia military had yet to establish special forces. With the skills inherited from his previous life, he deeply desired to once again be part of a special forces unit, embarking on various challenging and exhilarating missions. Now, he had finally received the opportunity. Wang he inquired, seeing your expression, it's evident you are quite interested. Are you willing to undertake this task? Lin Chuan replied, report. Are you asking me to train special forces for all three branches simultaneously, sea, land, and air? Both men were taken aback, utterly unprepared for Lin Chuan's audacious suggestion. Just as the chief of staff was about to respond, Wang He interjected, Lin Chuan, are you implying that you wish to train all three branches together? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chuan articulated, Commander, allow me to share my thoughts. I believe that during the initial training phase, it is unnecessary to divide into three separate units. One unit could proficiently master the special operations skills of the Army, Navy, and Air Force simultaneously. The tri-service special operative would possess greater combat efficacy and cohesion. Thus, my recommendation is that if I am to become the chief instructor for the special forces, I would prefer to cultivate a tri-service special force. A premier unit capable of soaring like an eagle in the sky, prowling like a tiger on land, and navigating like a dragon beneath the sea, and I am confident in my ability to achieve this. Both Wang He and the chief of staff were astonished by Lin Chuan's audacious declaration. It was not that they doubted Lin Chuan, but rather that they had never witnessed a soldier embodying such a fusion of combat capabilities. Should he truly succeed, they were certain this unit would possess extraordinary combat prowess. With that thought, Wang He's expression turned serious. Lin Chuan, there are no idle boasts in the military. The order from headquarters mandates one special forces unit from each of the 34 group armies, with a comprehensive evaluation scheduled for the end of this year. While the assessment criteria have yet to be established, it is certain that all special forces will be assembled for comparison. If you train all three branches together, they will all be part of the same cohort. If any one branch fails to meet the standards, the entire unit will be deemed unqualified. Should headquarters cast blame, you too will face reproach. Lin Chuan, undeterred, declared with unwavering confidence, report. Lin Chuan is willing to take an oath. By the end of the year, if I cannot train a tri-service special force, I am prepared to accept any punishment. Observing Lin Chuan's resolute demeanor, Wang He and the chief of staff exchanged glances before decisively slamming their hands on the table. Good lad. In light of your determination and confidence, I will join you in this wager. I appoint you as the chief instructor by year's end. You are to establish a tri-service special force, codename Tianlong. Understood. Thank you for your trust, Commander. Lin Chuan stood tall and proclaimed, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Ding, detection indicates the host's willingness to undertake the task of establishing a tri-service special force. The system rewards the host with a new skill innate X revision to assist the host in forming the Tianlang tri-service special force. As Lin Chuan exited Wang He's office, voice echoed in his mind. He was already accustomed to this voice, having first encountered it the day after his arrival in this world. Over the past 3 years, with the system's assistance, he had swiftly accomplished various arduous tasks, leading to his current position. Without the system, even as a former special operations soldier, he could not have ascended so rapidly. System, elucidate this innate X revision. System, certainly. As the name implies, innate X revision allows the host to perceive the innate capabilities of any individual in various military combat skills. Moreover, it enables the host to view real-time physical data of others, such as overall physical strength, limb power and speed, endurance, willpower, and limits, among others. The host can directly analyze any data of interest using the X revision. Thus, the host can select the most suitable candidates from the hundreds of thousands of soldiers within this army. Simultaneously, during the training process, the host can conduct targeted training based on the soldier's military skill aptitude, various physical data, to achieve the remarkable effect of complementing strengths and weaknesses, thereby rapidly enhancing the soldier's capabilities. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Chuan was utterly astonished. What a divine skill this is! This ability seems tailor-made for an instructor. What is the greatest fear in military training? It lies in understanding the soldier's physical data and comprehension abilities. If these instructors could know in advance, it would save them from many detours. Not only could they conduct targeted reinforcement training efficiently, elevating those shortcomings, but they could also swiftly select the most suitable soldiers. The efficiency and effectiveness would indeed see a significant increase. System, I adore you. Lin Chuan exclaimed excitedly. The system replied, Host, please maintain decorum. The system does not engage in such activities. Lin Chuan responded with a hesitant, with a mere thought. A panel resembling an attribute sheet appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Chuan. Position, Chief Instructor of the Heavenly Wolf Tri-Service Special Forces. Physique, 350, Normal, 100. Skills, Godly comprehension skill, mastery of any skill or theoretical subject upon learning, godly shooting skill, master combat skill, godly hacking skill, godly all-driving skill, talent for X-ray vision skill and so forth. Military merit points, 13000 can be used to exchange for items or skills in the system mall, or potions, etc. Over the past 3 years, Lin Chuan had acquired nearly all the combat skills he needed. It can be said that his current combat prowess is undoubtedly the pinnacle of the entire army. Even in his previous life, he would stand out among all special forces. Chapter 2: What constitutes a true special forces unit? In the following half-month, Lin Chuan completed the selection base, establishing it on a training island. Though modest in size, the island featured high mountains, plains, and beaches, making it the most suitable choice for cultivating tri-service special forces. Half a month later, 2 new faces arrived on the island. Lin Chuan stood on the beach as a speedboat approached, gradually growing larger until it docked on the shore. Boss! Boss! A man and a woman, each carrying combat backpacks, walked toward him. Lin Chuan smiled as he approached, gazing at the two before him. Long time no see. As I mentioned over the phone, are you prepared? The two exchanged smiles. Of course. Whatever you need, just instruct us, Brother Chuan, we will absolutely comply. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. All right, I will first take you to your quarters for a brief rest. Tomorrow we set off to select soldiers. Yes. The two stood at attention. These two were, of course, Lin Chuan's chosen assistants for the selection process. They were elite soldiers who had previously participated in overseas training with him. Initially, their capabilities were only at the peak level of reconnaissance soldiers, still lacking compared to special forces. However, during the training, he had taught them numerous skills, and the intensity of the training had significantly enhanced their abilities. Now, their overall strength barely reached the standard of special forces. On the mountain vehicle, Zhou Xian and San Yin gazed at the training setup and structure on the island, unable to suppress their astonishment. Boss, your training ground is even more formidable than what we experienced during our overseas training. Do you think the candidates can withstand this intensity? Lin Chuan smiled lightly. If you both can manage, why couldn't they? Zhou Xian scoffed. Boss, are you implying that we are inferior to them? San Yin shot him a glance and said, what the boss means is that tomorrow's selection will focus on those who are on par with us. Right, Brother Chuan. Lin Chuan nodded. Indeed, San Yin is perceptive. Zhou Xian frowned slightly. Boss, this selection can only take place within our own army. Other armies will also be forming their special forces and won't provide us with quality candidates. Can we find so many outstanding talents like San Yin and me within our own army? Lin Chuan chuckled. It's not about quantity, but quality. Zhou Xian and Sun Ying were taken aback. Boss, we haven't even asked how many individuals we ultimately need. Lin Chuan held up 3 fingers. 300. That number is acceptable. Lin Chuan shook his head. 3,000. That's too many. That's nearly a brigade. How could we train that many with just the 3 of us? It's 30. Lin Chuan stated. 1 platoon is sufficient. 30. The two couldn't help but exclaim. Wait. Boss, just 1 platoon of soldiers. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. Special forces demand the elite of the elite, not a rebel. Zhou Xian questioned. But boss, during our overseas training, we learned that countries like the US, the UK, and Russia have long established special forces with a single unit, often numbering in the thousands. For instance, the well-known Delta Force and Alpha Group reportedly have thousands of personnel. Can we truly call 30 individuals a special forces unit? Lin Chuan countered. Then tell me, out of such large units, how many are actually capable of conducting special operations? The two fell silent, pondering. Lin Chuan continued. You are correct. A fully equipped special forces unit should consist of at least a regiment. But that can only be regarded as an assembly of special operations companies. To put it bluntly, the combat effectiveness of these so-called special operations companies is comparable to the elite reconnaissance battalions within our own armies. They are merely integrated into the special forces. What I desire is 30 soldiers equipped for tri-service operations, capable of engaging in combat at any time, in any environment, across various terrains, and who can exhibit combat prowess that far exceeds these so-called special operations companies. In essence, I seek 30 individuals whose combat strength rivals that of several hundred, even thousands, of special operations companies. Rather than being labeled as the Heavenly Wolf Tri-Service Special Forces, I would prefer it to be named the Heavenly Wolf Assault Team. The Delta Force and Alpha Group you mentioned also possess similar elite strike teams, often referred to as shadow units. They are not publicized, yet for high-difficulty missions involving infiltration, assassination, intelligence gathering, or small-scale counterterrorism and anti-explosive operations, these elite soldiers are the ones who execute them. What I aim to create is precisely such an assault team. Do you understand? Zhou Xian and Sun Ying exchanged bewildered glances, then shook their heads in confusion. Not at all. Lin Chuan sighed, realizing that currently there were no similar assault teams in China, and since they had never encountered such a unit, it was naturally difficult for them to comprehend. However, in his previous life, the Chinese military gradually evolved into the type of elite special forces he described, through relentless exploration and experience. Such development required time and accumulated experience. The establishment of special forces in China was only just beginning. It was normal for them to be unfamiliar with it. Lin Chuan said, once the selection training commences, you will gradually understand. Zhou Xian expressed concern, but what about the confrontation assessment at the end of the year? If other armies are forming special forces with hundreds or even thousands of personnel, can we win with just these 30? Lin Chuan smiled. That depends on the nature of the confrontation. If it is a traditional direct confrontation, we would indeed be outmatched. However, if the tasks align with the essence and requirements of special forces such as infiltration, assassination, intelligence gathering, and decapitation operations, then even if they number in the thousands, we can easily emerge victorious. Alright, I've said too much. It's hard for you to grasp the implications. Just trust me and follow my directions. Zhou Xian and Sun Ying nodded. Understood. The following day, Lin Chuan, accompanied by Zhou Xian and Sun Ying, drove directly to the first military selection, the Marine Corps. Numerous army groups situated along the coast each possess their own Marine Corps. The Marine Corps is not merely the special forces that many are familiar with. However, it does include some elite assault teams, such as the well-known Dragon Commando. At this stage, Lin Chuan was uncertain about the presence of the Dragon Commando. Based on the combat capabilities exhibited in his past life, they were already comparable to the prowess of the elite special forces in the Army. The Marine Corps is extensive, equivalent in size to a division, encompassing amphibious reconnaissance units, armored battalions, mechanized amphibious battalions, artillery battalions, and chemical defense battalions. The latter units primarily focus on technical skills, with average individual combat strength. The amphibious reconnaissance unit, however, boasts the strongest individual combat capabilities. With the orders from headquarters and the Army group in hand, all units within the group must fully cooperate. Unless a core technical soldier cannot leave their post, any unit that Lin Chuan selects must unconditionally send soldiers to participate in the training selection. Initially, the Army group commander intended for a straightforward approach, simply sending the elite soldiers directly over. However, after acquiring the innate insight skill, Lin Chuan outright declined this request, insisting on quality over quantity. 3 hours later, the trio finally arrived at the Marine Corps. "Comrade Lin Chuan, welcome." A lieutenant colonel approached. "I am Huaxia, the commander of the amphibious reconnaissance unit." Lin Chuan stood at attention and saluted. "Greetings, Commander He." Huaxia continued, "I have received the orders. The division commander instructed me to assist you in the selection process. I have prepared all the performance records of the soldiers from the past few years. Please follow me." Lin Chuan waved his hand. "I will not review the records. Take me directly to your unit for on-site selection." "On-site selection?" Huaxia was taken aback. "Do you mean to have all of them brought out for assessment?" Lin Chuan shook his head. "There is no need for such trouble. Simply take me to your training grounds and barracks. No special arrangements are necessary. Just proceed with your regular training schedule," Huaxia replied, puzzled. How could one select suitable soldiers merely by observing them without reviewing records or conducting assessments? At that moment, he even began to question the decision of the military to appoint Lin Chuan as the chief instructor. Lin Chuan appeared to be merely in his 20s, lacking the experience in training special forces, and it was uncertain if his personal strength surpassed that of the soldiers. Under him, nevertheless, as a mere commander of an amphibious reconnaissance unit, Huaxia felt he had no standing to oppose or question this directive. Nodding in agreement, Huaxia promptly led Lin Chuan and the others to the training grounds of the amphibious reconnaissance unit. The vehicle traversed the expansive Marine Corps base for nearly 10 minutes before arriving at their dedicated training area. This was a combined land and sea training facility situated by the coastline, where forest and beach seamlessly merged. The comprehensive training ground stretched endlessly, currently filled with hundreds of amphibious reconnaissance soldiers engaged in various drills, be it armed assaults, 400-meter obstacle courses, swimming, or military boxing. Huaxia explained. Our reconnaissance unit consists of 5 squads, 4 male squads and 1 female squad. Aside from the duty personnel, cooks, and those on leave, the remainder are all gathered here. How would you like to proceed with the selection? Lin Chuan replied. Commander He, please assign 1 person to accompany me for a tour, and note down anyone I find suitable. Once finished, gather them together. Huaxia was momentarily stunned. Is it truly that simple?
Chapter 3. Selecting Marines. Lin Chuan smiled, remarking, "It's as simple as that." Huaxia, however, wore a skeptical expression but refrained from further questioning. "Communications officer. Here." A private promptly approached, standing at attention. Huaxia gestured towards him, saying to Lin Chuan, "This is my communications officer, Shaoli. He will accompany you. For any personnel requirements, speak directly to him. Shaoli, follow Instructor Lin. If you encounter anyone you do not recognize, inquire with their squad leader." "Yes, thank you." After expressing his gratitude to Huaxia, Lin Chuan set off with the 3 of them, exploring the training grounds. At this point, Zhou Xian couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked, "Boss, without reviewing the data or conducting assessments, how are we to make selections?" Lin Chuan remained silent, striding directly towards one of the squads, which was currently engaged in physical training and sandbag drills. Xiaoli introduced, "Instructor Lin, this is the third squad." Lin Chuan nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards the more than 100 soldiers in this unit. Activating the talent insight skill, Lin Chuan's vision revealed extensive analytical data on the soldiers he scanned, including talent levels, physical condition, combat skills, and more. His gaze settled on one private, who was participating in the physical training. In an instant, a plethora of data appeared before him. Talent, a through extreme system refinement. It could reach S level, maximum SSS level, potential. S level, maximum SSS level, combat skills. B, maximum SSS level, physical condition, 127, average is 100, arm strength, leg strength, along with several other data points. Upon observing this information, Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. According to the system's explanation, a soldier with talent and potential at a level has a significant chance of being developed into a special forces operative. The higher the talent and potential, the greater the future upper limit. The same correlation exists for combat skills and physical condition, which can also be improved. Of course, a high opportunity does not guarantee success. Numerous internal and external factors can influence the outcome, such as courage, willpower, mental resilience, personality, and family background. Whether he can endure hardship, withstand psychological pressure, and confront fears are all hurdles that must be overcome. If these internal and external challenges are surmounted, success is virtually assured. Lin Chuan promptly pointed at the soldier, prompting Xiaoli to quickly retrieve a notebook and jot down notes. Those expression was quite peculiar. "What is the matter? Is there an issue with this soldier?" Lin Chuan inquired upon noticing Xiaoli's demeanor. Xiaoli shook his head and replied, "Report. No, it's just what?" Xiaoli hesitated before saying, "Instructor Lin, are you certain you want this soldier?" Lin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Xiaoli continued, "This soldier is from my cohort. His name is Zhao Hu. We all call him Huzi. His performance has only barely reached average levels in both the recruit company and his current squad, and there are many soldiers who outperform him. I don't quite understand why you would choose him." Zhou Xian and Sun Ying exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed by Lin Chuan's choice. Lin Chuan chuckled when selecting personnel. "I do not focus on grades. Jiu Li, Zhou Xian, and Sun Ying. If not grades, then what do you look for? Aren't we forming a special forces unit?" Xiaoli gazed at Lin Chuan with hopeful anticipation, tentatively asking, "Instructor Lin, do you think I am qualified?" Lin Chuan glanced at him and shook his head slightly. "You are not." "Why not?" Xiaoli exclaimed, feeling anxious. "Don't underestimate me just because I'm the captain's communications officer. My physical fitness surpasses Zhao Hu's." As Lin Chuan continued to observe other members, he stated, I do not assess your current physical condition." Disappointed, Xiaoli muttered, "If we don't consider physical fitness, then what do we evaluate?" Having surveyed one squad, Lin Chuan found only Zhao Hu to be adequate. The others either lacked talent or potential. Even those with strong physical attributes had reached their peak in terms of talent and potential, leaving no room for further breakthroughs. Selecting such individuals would only waste time, energy, and resources. Upon reaching the training grounds of the second squad, Lin Chuan observed a captain instructing some members in swimming training. The displayed physical data for these soldiers indicated exceptional talent and potential, both at the S level, slightly surpassing Zhou Xian and Sun Ying. However, in terms of combat skills and current physical condition, they were somewhat inferior to Zhou Xian and Sun Ying. "Who is that captain?" Lin Chuan inquired, pointing at the officer. "Ah, you mean Captain Tang Lin? Oh, the squad leader?" Lin Chuan's eyes brightened. This was intriguing. Being a squad leader indicated strong command abilities, mobilization skills, and psychological resilience. "Make a note of his name." Xiaoli reminded, "He is the squad leader." Lin Chuan glanced at him and replied coolly, "What? Am I not entitled to choose a squad leader? My orders state that as long as they are from your Marine Corps, even if they are your battalion commander, I can select them if I desire. Do you have any objections?" "No, none. Xiao Li's heart raced as he hastily shook his head, quickly noting down Tang Lin's name. After Lin Chuan completed his assessment of all 4 male squads, he found only 3 additional suitable candidates. Let us proceed to the next squad. Xiao Li hesitated. Instructor Lin. There is only the final female squad remaining. Lin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. That's fine. If the female soldiers meet the standards, they can be included. Xiao Li. Zhou Xian quietly questioned, Boss, do we really need female soldiers? Lin Chuan responded, What? Are female soldiers inadequate? Zhou Xian remarked, However, female soldiers typically possess lower physical attributes than their male counterparts, and given the intensity of the training, they might struggle to keep up. Lin Chuan pointed to Sun Ying beside him and smiled. Are you truly dismissing Xiao Ying as a woman? Zhou Xian scoffed. She is more of a tomboy. Sun Ying immediately retorted. Zhou Xian, say that again. Zhou Xian shrank back, hastily hiding behind Lin Chuan. I meant, Sun Ying, you. Enough, Lin Chuan interjected. We must maintain decorum on their territory. You are correct. Female soldiers, by nature, may not match male soldiers in physical attributes. Yet, do not forget that male soldiers also lack in many innate qualities compared to female soldiers, such as reconnaissance behind enemy lines, intelligence gathering, camouflage, and infiltration. Female soldiers can easily gain the trust of enemies, allowing them to lower their guard. This deeply ingrained belief that women are inherently weaker enables them to exploit misjudgments, significantly increasing the success rate of their missions. After Lin Chuan's explanation, Sun Ying raised her head slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Xian. Did you hear that? Our boss understands us women. Zhou Xian rolled his eyes. Not every woman is like you, tomboy. Lin Chuan chuckled. That is precisely why we need to select female soldiers who possess comparable physical attributes, intelligence, and psychological advantages to Xiao Ying. As Lin Chuan spoke, he turned to Sun Ying, revealing his plan to simultaneously establish a female special operations team, and in due time, he would require her to assume the role of team leader. What do you think? Do you have confidence? Sun Ying, filled with joy at his words, responded, Report. I promise not to disappoint your expectations, boss. Lin Chuan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The 4 of them proceeded towards the female soldiers' battalion, where the trainees were engaged in shooting practice. Xiao Li remarked, The number of personnel in the female battalion is merely half that of the male battalion, totaling 56 individuals. Excluding those on guard duty and leave, there are currently 51 in training here. Lin Chuan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the female soldiers as he activated his talent perception skill. To his delight, he discovered 4 individuals amongst the 51 who exhibited considerable talent and potential. Although their physical fitness and certain combat skills were relatively inferior to those of their male counterparts, this was inconsequential, as long as they possessed talent and potential. They could be cultivated over time. He promptly identified these 4 female soldiers, while Xiao Li swiftly noted down the names of 2. Instructor Lin. I am not well acquainted with the personnel in the female battalion, but I do know 2 of them. One is named Su Mei, a champion in Sanda at the provincial games, possessing formidable combat skills, and she was specifically recruited. The other is Chun Jiao, an exceptional swimmer in the provincial 1,500-meter freestyle, also specially recruited. Both excel in these disciplines compared to the male soldiers. Your discerning eye is remarkable. You managed to identify their strengths at a glance. However, there are still 2 more. Please hold on. I need to inquire with their squad leader about the names of the other 2 female soldiers. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. Just as Xiao Li dashed off, he approached. Instructor Lin, how is it? Have you made your selections? Lin Chuan smiled and replied, essentially, I am waiting for your communications officer to record the names of 2 female soldiers. He furrowed his brow, asking, Are you still recruiting female soldiers? Lin Chuan affirmed. Female soldiers possess significant advantages in certain specialized tasks. They are an indispensable force for us. He appeared puzzled. Can female soldiers really engage in special operations? Gulme, show me which female soldiers you have in mind. With that, he led Lin Chuan and the others towards the female training ground. Meanwhile, Xiao Li hurried over to the female captain supervising the shooting training for the soldiers. Report. Captain Han. The captain turned, recognizing Xiao Li, and smiled. Xiao Li, what brings you here? Is it something from team leader he? Xiao Li quickly replied, No, I wanted to inquire about the names of 2 female soldiers from your battalion. He gestured towards 2 of the soldiers. Captain Han paused, confused. Why do you need to know their names? Xiao Li promptly explained Lin Chuan's interest in the 2 female soldiers, mentioning it was a directive from Huan, and the entire team needed to cooperate. In addition to those 2, Chun Jiao and Su may have also been selected by Instructor Lin. What? Special Forces selection? Are our female soldiers being considered for selection? What kind of joke is this? Captain Han exclaimed, her voice rising in astonishment. The female soldiers engaged in aiming practice paused. Their curiosity piqued as they turned to look at the commotion. Chapter 4. The Hostility of the Marine Corps. What is a Special Forces soldier? What is the selection process? The group of female soldiers exchanged curious glances, their faces a canvas of intrigue. Xiao Li nodded in affirmation. Indeed. A recent order from military has mandated all units of the army to cooperate. Han, the squad leader, furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. I have not received such orders. This is because I did not notify your female soldiers unit, came the voice of Huan. Han immediately straightened his posture upon seeing Huan approach, calling out loudly, Attention, all stand. The female soldiers promptly rose to their feet, standing at attention. Han, with a solemn expression, saluted Huan. Report, Captain, the female soldiers unit is currently conducting naval shooting practice. Please provide your instructions. The leader of the female soldiers unit is Han Li. Huan casually returned the salute, explaining that he had granted Lin the authority to select personnel for their reconnaissance unit. Han, perplexed, asked, Captain, what exactly is this so-called Special Forces selection? Huan replied, It is the selection for Special Operations Forces. We're Special Operations Forces. Huan awkwardly admitted, I am not entirely sure myself. Han continued, In simple terms, Special Operations Forces are unconventional rapid response units tasked with executing specific covert missions. At that moment, Lin Chuan interjected, Hello, Han Squad Leader. I am Lin Chuan, responsible for the personnel selection for the Special Operations Forces. The 4 female soldiers that Xiao Li inquired about are those I have chosen. I would like to invite them to participate in the selection for the Special Operations Forces. Han gazed at the major, who appeared to be of similar age, still wearing a face of confusion. The female soldiers, too, were hearing the term Special Operations Forces for the first time, their expressions filled with questions. Lin Chuan sighed in resignation. Currently, there are no Special Operations Forces in Huaxia. Even the term itself feels unusually foreign. It is entirely reasonable that the soldiers and officers of these conventional units are unaware. But verbal explanations are often insufficient. After all, aside from himself, no one knows the standards for special forces. Lin Chuan could only smile wryly at Huan. Captain how about this? You gather the individuals I need, and I will provide a brief explanation. If they wish to participate, they may. If not, so be it. I will not force anyone. It is their freedom. Huan nodded. Come, hand me the list. Let me see whom you have selected. Xiao Li promptly handed over the list. Huan glanced at it, astonished. Out of nearly 600 personnel in our amphibious reconnaissance unit, only 7 can meet the standards to become special forces? Xiao Li hurriedly corrected. Not 7, but 9. There are 2 more female soldiers I have yet to note. Huan examined the list closely, taken aback, and chided Lin Chuan. You rascal, you haven't even spared my finest squad leader, Tang Lin. With him reassigned, my unit will be left leaderless. Lin Chuan replied with a smile. No matter how capable he is, he was still trained by you. You can train another just as well, can't you? Moreover, he has only met the standards for selection. Whether he can pass the assessment and become one of us remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, Han felt a surge of displeasure. May I inquire, esteemed Instructor Lin, what is your capability? What is the overall combat strength of your yet-to-be-formed Special Operations Forces? Han scoffed. If you look down upon our Marine Corps so much, why come here to poach our talent? Han, how can you speak like that? Huan admonished softly. Han lowered his head slightly but still muttered. It is true. Squad Leader Tang is so skilled, yet in his eyes, he merely barely meets the so-called selection standards. He truly thinks highly of himself. Huan, filled with ire, silenced Han with a tight-lipped expression. He went awkwardly addressed Lin Chuan. Instructor Lin, please do not take offense. Han was previously trained by Tang Lin, and he holds him in high regard. Lin Chuan nodded slightly, not taking it to heart. However, he then shifted the conversation, smiling. Yet, Han does make a valid point. You have chosen the finest squad leader for my unit. To speak frankly, it is highly likely that he will assume my position in the future. If you wish to take him now, not only Han, even I would find it difficult to part with him. Of course, if he can achieve greater development under your guidance and contribute more significantly to the nation, the military, and the people as a soldier, I certainly would not stand in your way. I possess that much awareness. Lin Chuan, upon hearing this, could not help but smile. He understood He-Wen's implication and immediately responded. Captain He, why don't you be direct? What would make you feel assured about my actions? He-Wen laughed heartily. Instructor Lin, you speak as if I have the right to demand anything from you. You are the imperial envoy of the military. After a pause, He-Wen continued. You should let us understand what a true Special Forces soldier ought to be like. At the very least, you need to clarify this for them, to avoid any resentment in their hearts, which would not be conducive to your future training and selection, would it? Understood. Lin Chuan readily nodded. This time, I have selected 9 individuals from your Marine Corps. It is neither too many nor too few. Some of them are indeed treasures of your unit. If I did not clarify, I would feel quite hesitant to take them. Therefore, Captain He, if you deem it necessary, gather them together, and we can have a friendly competition. For any subject, should I lose even one, I shall accept defeat and leave without protest. How does that sound? He-Wen was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Chuan would make such a statement. Did he truly possess that capability, or was he simply underestimating their Marine Corps? The prowess of the Marine Corps is well known. In terms of expertise, they excel in naval shooting, 400-meter sea landing obstacles, various swimming disciplines, and more, all far surpassing other units. Han and the female soldiers were visibly taken aback as well. After a moment, they felt greatly insulted. How much contempt must one have for their Marine Corps to utter such words? In truth, Lin Chuan did not need to exert so much effort. Once the list was submitted, with military orders in place, He-Wen's objections would be futile. The personnel would still have to be surrendered. Yet, this method was not suitable here, at least not at the moment. After all, Huaxia does not yet have special operations forces, and everyone lacks any concept of such units. In other words, they simply do not understand what kind of unit you are, nor why they should leave their currently excellent positions. Even if forced, what would happen if they slack off? This is not like the previous world. In the past, the term Special Forces was already ingrained in the public consciousness, a golden emblem. Anyone with a sense of honor and competitive spirit yearned to join. Thus, the best approach is to let them realize how vast the gap is between them and true Special Forces. To make them understand what Special Forces ought to embody. Once He-Wen regained his composure, he chuckled. Instructor Lin, you speak as if you need to ensure the soldiers you selected are aware of the training capabilities of their instructor. Do you not? Otherwise, even if they join, if their hearts are not content, it would be difficult for you to gain their trust, would it not? Lin Chuan nodded, indicating his understanding. Then please arrange it. Captain He, I'm ready on my end. Excellent. He-Wen observed Lin Chuan's prompt agreement and refrained from further pleasantries. He immediately turned to the nearby Xiao Li and instructed, Go, notify the entire team to assemble. Subsequently, the 9 individuals selected by Instructor Lin were directed to stand in the front row. Understood. Zhou Xian and Sun Ying exchanged a knowing glance, a subtle smile gracing their lips. Looks like our leader is being pushed to show off. Before long, all members of the unit swiftly gathered. Curiosity sparked among the crowd as they noticed 3 unfamiliar faces standing beside He-Wen. Once the assembly was complete, Xiao Li saluted He-Wen and promptly approached the front of the formation, loudly announcing the names of the 9 selected individuals from the list. Apart from the 4 female soldiers, the remaining 5 male soldiers, including Tang Lin, stepped forward with looks of bewilderment. At this moment, He-Wen stepped forward and declared, The purpose of gathering everyone is to convey an important matter. Just half a month ago, the military issued orders to establish a Special Forces unit. This directive should have reached all male battalions, except for the female unit. He gestured towards the individual beside him. The gentleman standing next to me, Major Lin Chuan, is the chief instructor for the selection of the Special Forces. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze shifted towards Lin Chuan, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. It was not merely his rank that surprised them, but his youthfulness. He appeared younger than their own battalion commander. How could someone so young be appointed as the chief instructor for such a selection? What caliber could this Special Forces unit possibly possess? The reaction of the crowd was precisely what Huan had anticipated. Although he verbally expressed his willingness to cooperate, he was not naive. If Lin Chuan were merely to take a few soldiers with him, Huan might have turned a blind eye. However, Lin Chuan intended to take his finest battalion commander, along with 2 or 3 others who excelled in specific areas, who would willingly allow their best soldiers to be recruited away. As Huan articulated, if the Special Forces truly represented a beneficial opportunity for the nation, the military, and the soldiers, he would have nothing to say against it. Yet, uncertainty clouded his mind, particularly regarding Lin Chuan's individual capabilities, prompting this entire scenario. Huan continued, as you can see, the 9 individuals standing before you have been selected by Chief Instructor Lin to participate in the selection process. The crowd's attention shifted to the 9 individuals. Yet their gazes lacked any semblance of envy. Who could fathom what awaited them? Whether the experience would be advantageous or detrimental remained an enigma. The 9 selected individuals exhibited no signs of excitement. Rather, they wore frowns, clearly unimpressed by the prospect. Furthermore, Huan's subsequent remarks only deepened their animosity towards Lin Chuan and the notion of the Special Forces. Chapter 5. You are free to challenge. If you lose even one, consider it my defeat, Huan exclaimed loudly. But do not let your pride swell too much. For Commander Lin has stated that you have merely scraped by his selection standards. You are still far from becoming true Special Forces. Therefore, all 9 of you must train diligently to meet Commander Lin's requirements as soon as possible. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Marine Corps. Do you understand? The 9 remained silent, their fists clenched, gazing at Lin Chuan with eyes filled with hostility and combat spirit. Report. At this moment, Captain Tan Lin could no longer contain himself and shouted, Commander Lin, do you know us? Do you understand our Marine Corps? On what grounds do you claim that we are unworthy of your standards? This is an insult to us. Huan feigned displeasure and said, Captain Tang, mind your words. Commander Lin is appointed by the military. His ability to set such standards and deem you inadequate proves that his prowess is far beyond yours. What is there to contest? Report. A female soldier shouted, Commander Lin believes we are incapable. We do not accept that. If you have the ability, let us compete. Merely speaking words is not a demonstration of skill. Upon hearing this, the other selected members also began to clamor in agreement. Oomph. Huan scoffed. What qualifications do you have to challenge Commander Lin? He is a commander. What is there to dispute? Pointing at Lin Chuan, he continued loudly. The commander's strength is unquestionable. He has stated that you may challenge him on any subject. If you lose even one, it counts as his victory. Would someone who dares to say such a thing possess lesser strength than you? I advise you to refrain from embarrassing yourselves. Tan Lin and the others felt their anger intensifying. Behind them, hundreds of Marine Corps members breathed rapidly, casting unfriendly glances at Lin Chuan. This was a blatant disregard for the entire battalion. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan stood calmly, while Zhou Xian and Sun Ying wore expressions of concern. Huan appeared to be defending Lin Chuan, yet in reality, he was merely stoking the flames. This old man is truly seeking chaos. At that moment, over 200 meters away from the scene, the Marine Corps battalion commander stood respectfully beside 2 generals, his expression somewhat awkward. Beside them stood a captain holding a walkie-talkie, which transmitted the earlier conversation between Huan and the Marine Corps members. Sir, Huan did not mean to say that he might just be uncomfortable seeing his hard-trained soldiers being recruited. So, the battalion commander cautiously observed the expressions of the 2 superiors, speaking nervously. General Wang He smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. It's a natural reaction. No one wishes to see their capable soldiers taken away. The Army's chief of staff chuckled as well. This is also good. It allows us to see Lin Chuan's true capabilities and assess the training results of the Marine Corps over these days. Wang He sighed slightly. The entire army was hastily forming special forces. However, the concept of special forces remained vague to the entire military. Hopefully, this young man Lin Chuan can set a good precedent. On sight, he would intended to say something further, but at that moment, Lin Chuan stepped forward. Captain He, allow me to speak. With that, Lin Chuan took a few steps forward, closing the distance to Tang Lin and the others to less than 10 meters. He could sense the animosity directed at him from Tang Lin and the entire Marine Corps. Yet, he merely smiled, unfazed, and stated, "Your captain is correct. With your current capabilities, you are still far from qualifying for the Special Forces. I understand your discontent. Now, I offer you a chance to challenge me. Of course, participation is entirely voluntary. However, if I were you, I would certainly seize the opportunity. An exceptional soldier lacking the courage to stand on the front lines, the desire to become a stronger warrior, and the determination to challenge insurmountable peaks and enemies. What purpose does one serve in the military? You might as well return home to raise pigs. The Special Forces exist precisely to cultivate such elite warriors among the elite." Upon hearing this, Tang Lin disdainfully retorted, "You need not elaborate so much. While I may not know much about the Special Forces, I can roughly envision the nature of such a unit. I simply do not believe that you possess the capability to establish such a unit. Therefore, I challenge you. If you can defeat me, I will certainly participate. Furthermore, I will do my utmost to complete the selection assessment and become a member of the Special Forces. But if you lose, you must apologize for your arrogance and contempt towards our Marine Corps." "Very well." Lin Chuan nodded indifferently. As captain, he stated, "You may challenge me in any subject." With that, Lin Chuan raised a finger. "If I lose even one, I shall consider it my defeat and apologize." Tang Lin narrowed his eyes sharply. "You truly are arrogant." Lin Chuan replied calmly, "That is because I have the foundation to be so." "Now, what do you wish to compete in?" Tang Lin declared. "I excel in various shooting disciplines and the 400-meter sea crossing. If you can best me in these two areas, I will concede to you. I wish to compete in hand-to-hand combat." At that moment, female soldier Su Mei stepped forward, coldly stating, "If you win, I will also concede to you. I am willing to participate in the selection and guarantee I will give my all." Lin Chuan did not respond, but called out loudly, "What about the rest of you? Who else wishes to challenge?" The remaining 7 selected individuals exchanged hesitant glances. Chun Jiao bit her lip and raised her hand. "I wish to compete with you in the 1,500-meter freestyle, swimming with light gear." The other 6 remained silent, which was understandable. Their individual abilities were merely average. They had been selected due to their talent and potential, lacking any particularly strong skills. Hence, they did not dare to challenge. Seeing no one else step forward, Lin Chuan turned to He-1 and said, "Captain He, if I win, I shall take them all with me. You have no objections, do you?" He-1 chuckled. "How could I dare object?" With that, his gaze shifted to Tang Lin, his smile slightly retracting, his eyes becoming somewhat piercing. The implication was clear. "Then it is settled." Lin Chuan turned to Tang Lin, inquiring, "How shall we compete in shooting?" Tang Lin turned towards the sea. From his perspective, dozens of buoys floated in the water, ranging from 50 to 800 meters. Each buoy bore a target ring that bobbed irregularly with the waves. The amplitude was slight, yet aiming accurately posed a significant challenge. Tang Lin stated, "We shall shoot at the target rings on the buoy at 200 meters. The one with the highest score wins." Lin Chuan nodded, agreed. "Let's begin." Immediately, Tang Lin prepared his weapon, taking aim. All eyes were fixated on the buoy's chest ring target, situated 200 meters away, brimming with anticipation. Tang Lin stood as the marksman of their amphibious reconnaissance squad, renowned for his exceptional skill. A shot that could pierce a fly at 100 paces. Confidence in him radiated from the crowd. Bang! After steadying his aim for a few seconds, Tang Lin finally pulled the trigger. Following the first shot, less than 2 seconds elapsed before the second round was fired. Then came the third, and the fourth. In a mere half-minute, he completed all 10 shots. Soon, a soldier sped across the water on a speedboat to retrieve the target sheet. Report: 10 bullets, all hitting the 10 ring. Total score 100. The soldier exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, as he provocatively waved the score in front of Lin Chuan. Excellent. Team leader Tang is phenomenal. The atmosphere erupted as hundreds of Marine Corps members cheered in exhilaration. He won, upon seeing the results, felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Wang He and the military chief of staff, upon hearing the score, exchanged astonished glances. Tang Lin is quite the marksman. Wang He marveled. The Marine Corps commander, rarely seen smiling, remarked, Tang Lin is the finest shooter in our entire Marine Corps. The chief of staff chuckled now. Lin Chuan's young man has some pressure to bear. Wang He laughed heartily. Let us see if we have made the right choice. Chapter 6. Absolute Domination. This is the true Special Forces. A rare smile broke across Tang Lin's face as he turned to Lin Chuan and said, It's your turn. If you can also score a perfect 100, we shall extend the distance to 250 meters and compete until a victor emerges. However, Lin Chuan merely shook his head slightly. The female squad leader, noticing his gesture, mocked him. What's this? Have you conceded defeat? I thought you were something special. Yet you've been defeated by our team, Tang. Lin Chuan replied calmly. My shaking of the head signifies that your marksmanship is rather unimpressive. Tang Lin narrowed his eyes, his tone growing colder. What do you mean by that? Lin Chuan seized the target paper, pointing to the bullet holes. Indeed, you have scored a 100, but look at the spacing of the bullet holes. Are they densely packed? Such a result is hardly worth boasting about. The female squad leader, now infuriated, retorted. If you're so capable, why don't you achieve this score yourself? Anyone can talk big. Indeed, I can shoot like that, but I find it beneath me. Lin Chuan responded nonchalantly. Such a score is a mere waste of ammunition and a squander of our nation's taxpayers' money. With that, he turned to Zhou Xian and Sunning. Do you remember how I trained you? Both stood straighter and replied in unison. Yes, sir. Then prepare yourselves, he ordered. Yes, sir, they echoed, swiftly heading toward the speedboat amid puzzled gazes from the onlookers. As Zhou Xian passed by Tang Lin and the female squad leader, he casually remarked, Now, let us show you what a real sharpshooter looks like. With your scores, our leader could hit the target with his eyes closed. With that, they picked up 2 head targets left by the beach. Sunning used a rope to secure one target to Zhou Xian's back, aligning it so that half of the target was visible above his head. What are they doing? Why are they tying the target to themselves? The members of the Marine Corps were bewildered. Tang Lin and Huan shared the same confusion. Instructor Lin, what are you doing? Huan couldn't help but ask. Lin Chuan smiled lightly. You'll find out soon enough, he teamed. Boom! At that moment, Sunning took the helm of the speedboat, nodded at Lin Chuan, and pressed the throttle, launching the boat into the sea. Zhou Xian stood upright on the boat. After traveling 200 meters, Sun Ying turned the boat, aligning it parallel to the coastline. Once the course was set, she pressed the throttle to the floor, and the boat sped across the water at 80 kilometers h. Just as the spectators remained puzzled, a distinct sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. The crowd's expressions shifted as they turned, seemingly anticipating Lin Chuan's next move, their eyes widening in disbelief. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Lin Chuan raised his firearm. The next moment, rat-a-tat-tat, at half a second per shot, bullets flew one after another, aimed directly at the head targets flanking Zhou Xian's head. What the hell? Is he insane? How can he shoot like that? Isn't he afraid of hitting Zhou Xian? Hit him? With his distance and speed, who could possibly hit anything? If he manages to do so, I'll wear a dress and stand on my head. A female soldier scoffed. On the other side, Wang He, peering through his binoculars, was horrified. He nearly dropped them. How could Lin Chuan dare to shoot like this? If an accident occurs, Zhou Xian could be turned into a sieve. The chief of staff's heart raced. This reckless kid is truly audacious. If he hit someone, it would be disastrous. On sight, Wang He quickly seized the binoculars from the communications personnel, while Tang Lin anxiously turned to find a pair for himself, snatching one from his own communicator. However, due to the boat's high speed, even with binoculars, it was difficult to see the target clearly. The only certainty was that Zhou Xian stood tall and firm. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets continued to erupt from the barrel, sending sparks flying. The acrid smell of gunpowder seemed to signal to everyone. This is no drill. After firing 20 shots, Lin Chuan finally ceased fire. By the time the crowd regained their composure, Sun Ying had already piloted the speedboat back. "Report to the chief instructor, we have returned," Sun Ying announced loudly. Lin Chuan nodded slightly, taking down the targets to show them. "Yes, sir." Immediately, Sun Ying removed the targets from Zhou Xian's back, holding one aloft as she stood straight before Tang Lin, Huan, and the Marine Corps members. The onlookers instinctively focused on the head target. Upon seeing the 10 bullet holes clustered tightly in the bullseye, their eyes nearly popped out. A dead silence fell over the crowd. They could even hear each other's rapid breathing from shock. What kind of divine marksmanship is this? At this speed, at this distance, and with the target strapped to Zhou Xian's head. Just moments ago, they could clearly see that half of the bullseye was hidden behind Zhou Xian's head. Now, all 20 bullet holes were on the opposite side of the bullseye. This meant that all 20 bullets had perfectly struck the bullseye. Shots fired almost grazing Zhou Xian's head. What immense psychological resilience, pressure tolerance, and extraordinary marksmanship are required to achieve such a feat. Commander Wang He and the Chief of Staff finally exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. "This reckless kid nearly gave me a heart attack," the Chief of Staff remarked, but Lin Chuan's marksmanship is indeed remarkable. To achieve such terrifying results under these conditions. Wang He nodded slightly. "It seems we have chosen the right person." At that moment, Lin Chuan approached Tang Lin, who looked up at him. The disdain and hostility previously present in his eyes had been replaced by profound shock and fervor. "Do you understand why I shot like that?" Lin Chuan asked calmly. Tang Lin paused, then slowly shook his stiff neck. The others looked equally perplexed. With such remarkable marksmanship, he could easily outshoot Tang Lin. Why opt for such a dangerously reckless method? Lin Chuan explained, because this is the training method of special forces. Tang Lin's expression shifted. Lin Chuan continued, "The enemies faced by special forces are not merely ruthless thugs, drug dealers, or mercenaries, but well-equipped militants. Sometimes, they are adversaries of equal skill. Enemies do not stand still like targets, waiting for you to shoot. Often, they may hold hostages. Anyone can hit a target. But what if the enemy has hostages? Do you have the composure and courage to take the shot, eliminate the threat, and save the hostage? Do not tell me that such a scenario would never arise as I demonstrated in my shooting. You are the valiant warriors of the Marine Corps, tasked with collaborating with the Navy to safeguard maritime security. Pirates and armed maritime groups abound in the world. In the event that a pirate were to seize hostages aboard a speedboat, the only way to rescue them would be to eliminate the pirates holding them at gunpoint. Would you dare to pull the trigger? Would you hit your mark?" A profound silence enveloped the crowd. They were not fools. The scenario posed by Lin Chuan was not only plausible, but in fact, far from rare. It simply meant they had yet to confront such a situation. However, if the special forces exist primarily to execute rescue operations, it is inevitable that they will frequently encounter such circumstances in the future. This further corroborates Lin Chuan's earlier assertions. They were still a considerable distance from becoming true special forces operatives. Since Lin Chuan could achieve such feats, it proved that these accomplishments were indeed attainable. "I concede." After a moment, Tang Lin finally spoke. "I may not match your marksmanship." However, with renewed fervor igniting in his gaze, he declared, "I still wish to challenge you to a 400-meter obstacle course to reach the island." Lin Chuan smiled, asking, "Light gear or armed?" Tang Lin replied, "Naturally armed. Light gear is meant for the recruits." "Very well. Let the contest commence," Lin Chuan said. Soon, the two arrived at the 400-meter obstacle course. Chapter 7. You are not worthy of my intervention. The Marine Corps 400-meter obstacle course simulates a complex and dynamic combat environment, featuring numerous formidable challenges. It begins with a 2-meter-high wall, followed by a knee-deep mud pit, and then a series of 5 uneven stepping posts. Next is a swaying floating bridge that requires swift passage, followed by a 3-meter-high ladder, and finally, an intricate array of barbed wire, beneath which sharp bamboo stakes mimic plastic thorns. The course concludes with a broad, shallow water area, replete with concealed obstacles to test the competitor's adaptability and swimming speed. Among other challenges, Two sets of obstacles are arranged in parallel, with Lin Chuan and Tang Lin positioned at their respective starting lines. Upon receiving the command from Huaxia, both swiftly donned their 15-kilogram combat packs and brandished their rifles, launching themselves forward like arrows released from a bow. As an elite member of the Marine Corps, Tang Lin's movements were agile as he sprinted, effortlessly vaulting over the low wall, then steadily traversing the mud pit, and gliding across the stepping posts with the grace of a dancer, quickly arriving at the floating bridge. Drawing upon his extensive experience, he adeptly maintained his balance while crossing the swaying bridge. However, when the onlookers turned their attention to Lin Chuan, they were left utterly astounded. Like a bolt of black lightning, Lin Chuan approached the wall, not by climbing, but by utilizing the momentum from his run to execute a flying side kick, propelling himself over with his hands supporting the top of the wall. His body traced a graceful arc through the air, effortlessly clearing the obstacle with fluidity and precision. Upon entering the mud pit, Lin Chuan displayed astonishing speed and skill. His feet moved rapidly, splashing mud as if caught in a downpour. Each step meticulously avoiding pitfalls and protrusions, his form unimpeded by the mire. His velocity surpassed even that of running on solid ground. When he reached the stepping posts, Lin Chuan showcased his agility to its fullest extent. His feet lightly touched the posts like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, his body twisting and turning mid-air, leaping sideways and rotating, barely pausing on the post before seamlessly moving on. Approaching the floating bridge, Lin Chuan resembled a nimble cheetah. His feet danced across the bridge, each landing perfectly balanced, rendering the bridges swaying inconsequential to his speed. His body moved in harmony with the bridge's undulations, maintaining a steady rhythm as if he were one with it. As he ascended the ladder, his hands alternated in a dizzying blur. His arm muscles taut. Each pull lifted his body significantly, while his feet rapidly alternated in midair, reaching the top of the ladder in the blink of an eye. When navigating the barbed wire, Lin Chuan did not crawl cautiously like the others. Instead, he adopted a jaw-dropping technique. Lowering his body, he glided beneath the wire in a near-ground flight posture. With his back barely 10 centimeters from the ground, he deftly avoided the sharp plastic stakes, his movements smooth and unhesitating. On the other hand, upon witnessing Lin Chuan's extraordinary performance, Tang Lin felt a tightening in his chest, his previously steady rhythm disrupted. He attempted to hasten his pace in pursuit, but Lin Chuan's figure receded further into the distance. No matter how hard he tried, he could not close the gap. "Is this even human?" one Marine exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "I have never seen anyone complete the 400-meter obstacle course like this. This speed, this execution, it's simply terrifying." Another soldier stammered in agreement. Huan stood nearby, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while. As the captain of the amphibious reconnaissance unit, he had witnessed countless exceptional soldiers. Yet Lin Chuan's display was unprecedented. At that moment, all doubts he had harbored about Lin Chuan dissipated, replaced by profound astonishment and admiration. If such prowess does not warrant the title of Special Forces King, then surely no one in the world would dare claim such a title. As Lin Chuan dashed across the finish line like a gust of wind, silence fell over the crowd. All were rendered speechless by his astonishing performance. 1 minute and 22 seconds. Huan could scarcely believe his eyes. This time shattered the Marine Corps record of 1 minute and 35 seconds that had stood for 3 years. Lin Chuan stood calmly at the finish line, his breath steady, as though he had merely engaged in a leisurely jog. He slung his rifle over his shoulder, gazing placidly at Tang Lin, who was still sprinting towards the finish. At that moment, although Tang Lin had yet to reach the finish line, the determination in his eyes had been replaced with profound admiration and respect, including the other Marines. Any previous doubts about Lin Chuan had vanished. It was evident to all that Lin Chuan had not pushed himself to his limits. The thought of what he could achieve if he did so was staggering. When Tang Lin finally crossed the finish line, he set down his rifle, panting heavily as he approached Lin Chuan. "I concede, I admit defeat," he said, looking up at Lin Chuan. Turning to Huan, Tang Lin declared, "Captain He, you know me. I will leave now. I will succeed. I will not bring shame to our Marine Corps." Huan, naturally, would not hinder him any longer. He smiled slightly and said, "Go. I believe in you. You will always be my best squad leader." Lin Chuan remained unfazed. He had anticipated this outcome all along. Turning his gaze towards Su Mei and Chun Jiao, he said, "Come on, who will go first?" The two exchanged a glance, nodding slightly, and then Su Mei stepped forward. "I will challenge you to a combat match." Lin Chuan, however, merely shook his head. "You are not worthy of my direct intervention." Su Mei's expression darkened instantly. Before she could respond, Lin Chuan called out, "Sun Ying, step forward." Sun Ying took a step forward, positioning herself at Lin Chuan's side. Lin Chuan addressed Su Mei. "She's also a soldier I have trained. If you pass the assessment, she will be the captain of your female assault team. Defeat her, and then you may challenge me." With that, he stepped back 3 meters. Sun Ying twisted her wrist, looking at Su Mei with a proud expression. "I heard you are the provincial champion in Sonda. Huh. If you do not fall 3 times within 30 seconds, I will concede defeat." The moment those words escaped her lips, the Marine Corps members were instantly stirred. An insult, a blatant affront, to knock down the provincial Sonda champion 3 times in 30 seconds. What audacity! Though Su Mei was a female soldier, her combat prowess was unparalleled within the Marine Corps. Even Tang Lin could not best her. Yet now, she was perceived as a novice in her opponent's eyes. Who could tolerate this? It was outrageous. Su Mei, defeat her. Show her the might of our Marine Corps female unit. Yes, this is too much. The tempers of the female soldiers flared, ignited by the provocation. Su Mei glared at Sun Ying, her eyes icy. "You will regret what you just said." Chapter 8. Absolute Domination. In the heart of the arena, Su Mei and Sun Ying faced each other, the atmosphere charged with tension. At the sound of a command, the battle erupted instantaneously. Su Mei struck first, her movements swift as lightning, executing a fierce whip kick that sliced through the air towards Sun Ying's waist. This kick was imbued with the depth of her years of Sonda training, showcasing both power and speed. If it landed, the consequences would be dire. However, Sun Ying remained unflustered in the face of this vehement assault. Her gaze was as calm as a deep abyss, and with a subtle shift of her body, she narrowly evaded Su Mei's kick. Almost simultaneously, Sun Ying unleashed her counterattack, employing a deadly technique from her special combat training. Like a leopard, she lunged forward with astonishing rapidity, her right fist carrying immense force, aimed directly at Su Mei's abdomen. The speed and angle of the punch were so sharp that Su Mei had no opportunity to mount an effective defense. With a resounding thud, Su Mei's body flew backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Pain and shock were etched across her face. She had clearly not anticipated such a ferocious counter from Sun Ying. How could this be possible? Su Mei had been felled in a single blow? A Marine gaped in disbelief, unable to suppress an exclamation of astonishment. What kind of monstrous technique was Sun Ying employing? Her teammates echoed similar sentiments, their voices thick with awe. The entire Marine Corps collectively gasped. They had expected a straightforward display of Su Mei's prowess, given her status as a Sonda champion. Yet, Sun Ying had effortlessly rendered the top combatant of the Marine Corps utterly defenseless with just one move. Before the spectators could recover from their shock, Sun Ying advanced with ghostly swiftness. Gritting her teeth against the searing pain in her abdomen, Su Mei scrambled to her feet, attempting to fend off Sun Ying's new wave of attacks. Seizing the moment as Sun Ying approached, Su Mei launched a beautifully executed left hook aimed at Sun Ying's head. But Sun Ying, as if already privy to Su Mei's intentions, did not flinch or evade. At the very instant Su Mei's fist was about to connect, Sun Ying deftly ducked and unleashed a vicious elbow strike against Su Mei's ribs. Another dull thud echoed through the arena, followed by Su Mei's anguished cry as her body curled up on the ground, hands clutching her injured side, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. My heavens, 2 strikes, and Su Mei had been knocked down twice. This Sun Ying was nothing short of extraordinary. Where had she acquired such combat skills? A teammate's voice trembled with fear. At this moment, silence enveloped the arena, everyone stunned by the spectacle before them. They gazed at the writhing Su Mei on the ground and the impassive Sun Ying, their hearts filled with astonishment. This was their pride, the female combat champion, utterly dismantled before Sun Ying. The female soldiers stood frozen, unable to process the fact that their hero had been so easily vanquished. "Su Mei, get up!" cried a female soldier, her voice laced with desperation and concern. This couldn't be true. How could Su Mei be reduced to this state? The male soldiers shared the same shock, their eyes filled with admiration and trepidation as they regarded Sun Ying. In mere seconds, Sun Ying closed in on Su Mei once more. Struggling to rise, Su Mei found her body weak and devoid of strength. She looked at Sun Ying in despair, her eyes brimming with defiance. Sun Ying loomed over her, devoid of any pity. Once again, she struck, this time employing a throat hold technique. In a rapid advance, she ensnared Su Mei's neck with her hands like a vice, then exerted force, lifting Su Mei entirely off the ground. Su Mei's face flushed crimson as she fought desperately, her hands clawing at Sun Ying's grip in a futile attempt to escape this lethal hold. Yet, Sun Ying's strength was overwhelming. Su Mei's struggle seemed utterly futile. Under the terrified gazes of onlookers, Su Mei gradually lost her vigor, her eyes glazing over. Just as she was on the brink of unconsciousness, Sun Ying hurled her away. Su Mei crashed heavily to the ground, motionless. In the brief span of less than 20 seconds, Su Mei had been knocked down 3 times. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all captivated by Sun Ying's formidable prowess. Those who had previously scoffed at Sun Ying's abilities now fell silent, their hearts filled with reverence. In disbelief, a voice in the crowd murmured, 3 knockdowns in under 20 seconds. The female soldiers remained dazed, unable to reconcile the image of their combat hero, so easily bested. Huan stood to the side, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. As the captain of the amphibious reconnaissance unit, he had encountered countless formidable fighters, yet he had never witnessed such overwhelming combat strength as Sun Ying's. Who on earth was Lin Chuan to have trained such an exceptional soldier? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Sun Ying remained unfazed, standing beside the fallen Su Mei. She looked down upon her with cold disdain. "Su Mei, your achievements in these so-called combat competitions are trivial at best. In my eyes, your flashy Sanda techniques hold no practical value. Look at your current state. You are utterly defenseless." She raised her hand, casually brushing off non-existent dust from her attire, as though the recent confrontation had been mere childish play. "You lost not due to a lack of strength. Your abilities in Sanda are unquestionable." She paused, her gaze sharp as an eagle, surveying the stunned audience before continuing. "However, the so-called Sanda fighting you practice is merely suitable for street brawls. The techniques I have mastered in special combat are designed for the battlefield, where every move is intended to kill. In the life-and-death moments of war, there is no room for extravagance. Only the most direct and lethal strikes can secure survival." At her words, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Lin Chuan, standing at a distance, maintained his calm demeanor, as if all of this had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. "I lost." Su Mei slowly rose, gritting her teeth and whispering. But moments later, her expression transformed into one of defiance and fighting spirit as she declared to Sun Ying, "But one day, I will surely defeat you." Sun Ying merely scoffed. "Let us see if you can even pass the selection test first." Chapter 9. The selection begins. Next, the swimming challenge commenced, and Lin Chuan once again chose Sun Ying to participate. As anticipated, the provincial swimming champion was thoroughly defeated by Sun Ying. Thus, the 4 rounds of competition concluded with the Marine Corps suffering a complete and utter defeat. This made everyone present truly comprehend the meaning of there are heavens beyond heavens, and there are people beyond people. They finally grasped the essence of what it means to be a Special Forces soldier, and understood the significance of Lin Chuan's earlier remark about their considerable distance from becoming true Special Forces. According to Lin Chuan, given the level demonstrated by Sun Ying, if they continued training in the Marine Corps, they might never reach such heights in their lifetime. Just as the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, an abrupt round of applause echoed from afar. The crowd turned to see a drastic change in expression. Huan was so startled he nearly lost his footing, for the visitor was none other than the commander of the group army. He quickly shouted, "Attention, everyone!" All stood at attention, gazing forward. Huan rushed over, preparing to salute and report, but at that moment, Wang He gently waved his hand, signaling him to refrain. He then walked directly to Lin Chuan, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "You rascal, it seems that sending the three of you to participate in the international training competition was indeed the right decision. Your displayed strength has astonished me. Tell me, will the team you are forming, the Tianlong, also be capable of reaching the level you just exhibited?" Lin Chuan replied with a grin. "Sir, that depends on whether you're asking if they can reach my level or Sun Ying's. If it's mine, then I dare say no one in the army could match it. As for Sun Ying's level, perhaps they could just barely manage." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, both Wang He and the chief of staff couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You little rascal, truly lacking in humility," Wang He remarked, before turning to Tang Lin and the other 9, asking, "You all witnessed the prowess of Instructor Lin and Instructor Sunday. What are your thoughts?" "Report." Tang Lin was the first to shout, "Sir, I will undoubtedly become stronger than them one day." "Me too." Su Mei and Chun Jiao echoed in unison. "Excellent. Such ambition." Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction and declared loudly, "The formation of the special forces is the most crucial task for our military this year. It is also the most significant training mission for the entire army. Your ability to grow stronger and become qualified Special Forces soldiers is directly tied to the reputation of the entire 31st Group Army. At the end of the year, all 100 Special Forces units will compete on the same stage. This is about the honor and face of our entire Group Army. If you lose, I shall strip your skins. I do not care what you are thinking right now. Since Instructor Lin has selected you, you must train with all your might. Throughout the selection process, should I discover anyone slacking off or deliberately underperforming, I will not be lenient. Is that clear?" The 9 were visibly shaken, responding in unison with a resounding, "Yes. We will ensure the completion of the task." Wang He nodded in approval, then turned to the captain of the Marine Corps, and he won, his tone growing more serious. "You too as well. Do not think I am unaware of your little schemes. Orders are orders. Should anyone dare to trip up Instructor Lin again, I shall strip you of your ranks and send you to the logistics department to raise pigs." Both men shuddered, cold sweat pouring down, and quickly stood at attention, exclaiming, "Yes." 10 minutes later, outside the Marine Corps gates, Wang He addressed Lin Chuan, "Today, all of your performances, along with my earlier speech, have been recorded and sent to all my units. From now on, when you go to select soldiers, there should be no further obstacles or provocations." Lin Chuan was taken aback. "Sir, you even secretly filmed a video?" The chief of staff chuckled. "If we didn't record it, do you expect us to follow you around to each unit to rally support? You may have the energy for that, but we old bones cannot endure such exertion. There are countless military matters to attend to." Lin Chuan forced a smile. "The thoughtfulness of the sir is indeed commendable. This will spare me considerable trouble." The chief of staff continued, "Moreover, I discussed with the commander that this selection requires some incentives. Otherwise, if they face a bit of hardship and drop out, not only will it waste resources, but we will also struggle to recruit truly exceptional candidates." Lin Chuan pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. "That seems reasonable. After all, they are not well acquainted with the Special Forces, so the allure of becoming Special Forces soldiers may not be strong. Once they pass the assessment, we can gradually instill the concept of Special Forces in them. However, sir, what kind of incentives do you propose?" The chief of staff replied, "How about this? For soldiers or non-commissioned officers, promotion upon passing all assessments. For officers, a third-class merit." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan contemplated and nodded. "I agree with this reward system. Special forces should indeed be professionalized. There's a saying, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier." Wang He and the chief of staff chuckled at his words. "You certainly know how to articulate. All right, since you also believe this plan is feasible, let us finalize it. Continue your work, and ensure you cultivate an elite Special Forces unit." Lin Chuan's expression grew serious as he replied loudly, "Yes. I will ensure the completion of the task." In the following week, Lin Chuan traversed various units of the Group Army, including the Air Force, Navy, and Armed Police, selecting suitable soldiers. With the video recorded by Wang He and the subsequent orders emphasizing unconditional cooperation, the leaders of each unit dared not exhibit any negligence or petty schemes. Even the soldiers. After watching the video, expressed immense admiration and aspiration for the Special Forces. Naturally, the incentive system was also highly attractive, especially to the soldiers and non-commissioned officers, who would want to be promoted. Thus, the selection process progressed smoothly. In addition to personnel within the military, Lin Chuan also visited sports schools, shooting ranges, and provincial sports departments in various capitals, screening candidates. Suitable individuals were directly recruited. He indeed found several promising candidates. A week later, the participants for the selection were finally confirmed. In addition to the three of them, a group of assisting instructors was also dispatched to the selection base. At last, another week passed, and it was time for the assembled soldiers to participate in the selection. On a sunny afternoon, on the island, the blazing sun shone brightly. Although it was May, the southern region had already entered the sweltering season. Particularly on the coastal island, daytime temperatures soared above 30 degrees, while at night, they plummeted to around 10 degrees, creating a significant temperature difference. At this moment, Lin Chuan, Zhou Xian, and Sun Ying stood on the coastline outside the island, accompanied by several assistant instructors, waiting for the participating soldiers to arrive. Soon, several green trucks approached from a distance, halting 30 meters away from Lin Chuan and the others. The participating soldiers disembarked, their faces filled with curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. Upon spotting Lin Chuan and the others, they began pointing and discussing, their gazes imbued with a mix of reverence and admiration. Aside from the 9 from the Marine Corps, the remaining individuals had not witnessed Lin Chuan's strength firsthand, but had seen it in the video. He was naturally not unfamiliar with it. "Oh, why are there female soldiers?" Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned to look and indeed found that there were a dozen female soldiers among the ranks. They wore various uniforms from the Navy, Air Force, Army, and Armed Police. Could it be? Can female soldiers also become special forces? What do you mean? Are you implying that female soldiers cannot serve in special forces? Su Mei, known for her fiery temperament, stepped forward and coldly questioned. The soldier who spoke earlier scoffed dismissively. "Nonsense. The battlefield has always been a man's domain. What are you female soldiers doing here? You probably won't last a day before heading home." At these words, Su Mei's anger flared instantly. "How dare you say that again? Although I am a female soldier, my strength is by no means inferior to yours. If you dare to look down on us female soldiers, do you believe I want to tear your mouth apart?" As it seemed the two were about to clash, Lin Chuan glanced at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian immediately understood Lin Chuan's intent, swiftly removing the rifle from his hands, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger toward the feet of the assembled soldiers. The rapid gunfire echoed, sending bullets flying toward them, raising clouds of dust and sand. The soldiers, terrified, screamed and retreated in panic. As the gunfire ceased, Zhou Xian bellowed, "Assemble! What chaos is this? Do you think this is a vacation? Get in line and stand properly." Chapter 10. Writing Farewells. Practical Selection. Upon hearing the announcement, the candidates swiftly lined up, their expressions a mixture of tension and anxiety. The first row began to count. 1, 2, 3. 129, 130. Reporting completed. Zhou Xian turned and jogged to Lin Chuan, standing at attention and saluting, reporting to the chief instructor. For the inaugural selection of the Tianlang Tri-Service Special Forces, the expected number of participants is 130, and all 130 are present. Please give your instructions, Instructor, Black Wolf. At ease. Yes. Zhou Xian spun around and sternly commanded the 130 candidates. At ease. Lin Chuan slowly approached the assembled group, although he would ultimately select only 30 to 50 individuals. His initial assessment was based solely on their talents, potential, and some physical data. He remained uncertain about their willpower, character, and psychological resilience. Thus, a rigorous filtering process was essential. Only those who excelled in all dimensions would truly have the privilege of entering the elite special forces. For many of the 130 candidates, this was their first encounter with Lin Chuan. Yet, the admiration and reverence they held for him, having witnessed his extraordinary prowess through videos, was palpable. As they stood before Lin Chuan, both male and female soldiers were filled with anticipation. However, Lin Chuan's demeanor was chillingly indifferent as he remarked, "Your expression suggests you believe you have already taken a step into the realm of special forces. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, the candidates exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. Lin Chuan revealed a derisive smile. "Look at your current state. Standing here so brazenly. Do you genuinely think you can shine in this election? How naive. Even now, I have yet to see a single quality that warrants my attention. You may consider yourselves elites, but in my eyes, you are merely a group of oblivious novices, utterly unaware of your own limitations. You have no inkling of what the term special forces truly signifies. Unquestionable obedience, immense endurance, exceptional combat skills, and a fearless spirit in the face of death. None of you have demonstrated any of these traits, yet you dare to dream of joining the special forces?" The candidates' faces hardened at his words, defiance evident as they clenched their fists. There were exceptions, of course, such as the Marines Tang Lin, Su Mei, and Chen Jiao, who had first-hand experience of Lin Chuan's terrifying strength. If that was the standard for the special forces, then, as Lin Chuan aptly stated, they were indeed just a bunch of naive rookies. Lin Chuan continued to bellow, "In the upcoming selection, you will come to understand the true meaning of hellish trials. Do not expect me to show mercy simply because you cry out in exhaustion or pain. Weakness holds no value in my eyes. The vast majority of you will inevitably be ruthlessly eliminated in this selection, and only a select few who endure until the end may possess even the slightest qualification to don the glorious garb of the special forces." After casting a cold glance over all present, he barked at Zhou Xian, "Black Wolf, provide them with the tools." "Yes," Zhou Xian responded promptly, gathering a team of instructors to bring forth a box of items. The candidates looked on with curiosity. "Tools? What sort of tools?" Zhou Xian opened the box, retrieving a stack of paper, with one instructor distributing sheets while another handed out pens. The candidates held the pen and paper, bewildered. "What was this for? An exam?" Zhou Xian's voice rang out. "Now, you have 10 minutes to write farewell letters to your family and friends." Farewell letters. The candidates' expressions shifted dramatically. A rookie raised a hand and asked loudly, "Black Wolf instructor, I don't understand what you mean by farewell letters. We are only here for selection, not going into battle. Why must we write farewells?" Others echoed his confusion. Zhou Xian's expression remained impassive. "Selection is war. Let me clarify. Our selection is a practical trial. Live ammunition, explosives, all real. It is not like in your units where you merely carry empty magazines and fake weapons, engaging in mock drills. Every single training exercise will expose you to the brutal realities of the battlefield." The candidates' faces paled slightly, tension mounting, especially among the female soldiers, whose bright eyes now shimmered with fear. Zhou Xian surveyed the crowd and continued, "Given that this is a practical selection training, casualties are an unavoidable reality. Writing your farewell letters in advance is intended to prevent regrets, yours and your families. If anyone is afraid, you may withdraw now. Is there anyone who wishes to step back?" Not a single one of the 130 rookies responded. Although fear and anxiety lurked within, none were willing to back down. Observing the silence, Zhou Xian smirked. "No one is withdrawing? Excellent. You will surely regret this decision. Now, remove your backpacks and begin writing your farewell letters. Do not think I am jesting. Throughout the selection process, you will only have this one opportunity to write. Afterward, once you truly experience the brutality and danger of the selection, you'll have no chance to express your thoughts." At his command, the candidates began to unload their backpacks, crouching down to rest the paper on them. Yet, none put pen to paper. Writing such letters was unfamiliar territory. After all, in this relatively peaceful era, they had never been to war. How could they know how to write a farewell? "Hey, squad leader, how do you write a farewell letter? Can you teach me?" A private whispered to a sergeant. The sergeant shot him a glance. "You don't know? How would I?" At that moment, another rookie chimed in. "Just write something down. Do you really believe the instructors? The military has its protocols. If someone dies in training, the person in charge, as well as the higher-ups, will be held accountable. I don't believe they would dare let anything happen to us." Upon hearing this, the others found it reasonable, their internal pressure easing somewhat. They began to scribble casually on the paper, dismissing the task. However, Tang Lin was writing with utmost seriousness. Chun Jiao, noticing Tang Lin's focus, curiously asked, "Team Leader Tang, do you really believe what they said?" Su Mei and several other Marines turned their gazes toward him. Tang Lin, sensing their scrutiny, slowly set down his pen and replied earnestly, "Regardless of the truth behind their words, it is better to write. You have seen their strength. To reach their level, rigorous training, pushing ourselves to the limits, is indispensable. Even if they do not engage us in practical combat training, the intensity of this training could lead to unforeseen consequences. You've all heard stories of people collapsing during high-intensity training." His words resonated with the others, prompting them to set aside their doubts about the instructor's claims and begin writing earnestly. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan observed their state, noting with approval, "Tang Lin is indeed impressive." Soon, 10 minutes passed, and with a commanding voice, Zhou Xian ordered 2 instructors to collect their letters and pens. "Assemble," Zhou Xian bellowed. The crowd promptly rose and quickly formed an orderly line. At this moment, Lin Chuan approached, his expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed the group. He pointed towards the sea and declared, "From here to our training base on the island, it is a distance of 10 kilometers. Your task is to don your 30-kilogram gear and swim across. Only those who reach the island training base will qualify for selection. My training facility can accommodate only 100 individuals. This means that I will only require the top 100 among you. The last 30 will be eliminated on the spot. Is that clear? 10 kilometers? Swim with such a heavy load? What nonsense is this?" The faces of the inexperienced recruits instantly paled. They had not anticipated that this first challenge would be so daunting. Their usual sea training rarely exceeded 5 kilometers, and the weight of their equipment was only around 20 to 30 pounds. Now, not only had the distance doubled, but the weight had also more than doubled. How on earth were they supposed to swim across? "Report." At that moment, a rookie clad in army training attire shouted, "Report, Chief Instructor, I cannot swim." "Report, neither can I. I cannot swim either." In an instant, a dozen recruits began to shout anxiously. Lin Chuan interrupted them with a roar. "If this were war and the enemy was invading our country, would you refuse to fight simply because you cannot swim?" Upon hearing this, the recruits fell silent. Lin Chuan continued sternly, "I do not care about your reasons, whether you can swim or not. A task is a task. You can either withdraw or, if it comes to it, die on the battlefield. Black Wolf, here." Zhou Xian responded loudly. "Check their equipment. Anyone whose load does not meet the standard weight will have bricks added to it to compensate. For those who cannot swim, each will be given a life buoy." "Yes." As he spoke, Lin Chuan glanced at the non-swimming recruits. "Use this time to consider carefully. Will you withdraw, or will you charge in a battle with the life buoy as your only aid?" Chapter 11. This is utterly insane. What should I do? Should I persist? A novice, unable to swim, anxiously inquired of the sergeant major beside him, who had come from the same unit. "I nearly drowned once in my childhood, and I've never been able to overcome that fear. If I had known last year's sea training would be like this, I wouldn't have applied to stay behind and would have trained with you all." The sergeant major sighed slightly and asked, "Let me ask you, do you aspire to become a special forces soldier?" The novice hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Yes. Otherwise, why would I be here? But as you heard, the last 30 will be eliminated. Even if I go in with a flotation device, I can only manage to stay afloat. I won't be able to swim forward. In the end, I'll still be eliminated, right?" The sergeant major spoke earnestly. "To be frank, given your military aptitude, I find it puzzling why the chief instructor would choose you over many more qualified candidates. However, as the chief instructor, the formation of this special forces unit is a directive from headquarters. All the army groups are actively engaged in this. There is no reason to randomly select someone just to fill a quota. Thus, you must possess a talent that is invisible to us but recognized by the chief instructor. If you don't enter the water, you'll have no chance at all. If you do—" He paused, then smiled slightly, "although you are not my soldier. We belong to the same unit. If you call me Sergeant Major, I have the responsibility to look after you. As long as you are not afraid of death, I can swim alongside you. If you don't give up on yourself, I want to give up on you." Upon hearing this, the novice felt a surge of emotion. his eyes reddening as he resolutely shook his head. "Sergeant Major, I cannot be a burden to you." The sergeant major chuckled. "I am renowned as the dragon of the sea throughout the entire division. Don't worry about just one novice. I could manage two without issue. Besides, this is the ocean where buoyancy is greater, and with your flotation device, as long as you cooperate a little, I won't exert much effort." The novice fell silent at this. Meanwhile, similar conversations unfolded among other novices who couldn't swim. "Report. I'm out." A novice, after wrestling with his hesitation, ultimately chose to withdraw. "I'm out too." The second novice raised his hand, expressing his helplessness. "Even if I enter the water, the final result will surely place me among the last 30. In that case, it's better to give up." This sentiment echoed the thoughts of several other novices unable to swim. Upon hearing about the withdrawals, Zhou Xian wasted no time and instructed the instructors to escort them away. 10 minutes quickly passed. During this process, 6 novices who couldn't swim decided to withdraw. The remaining participants, aided by comrades from the same unit, chose to give it a try. Lin Chuan observed this outcome, aware that it fell within his expectations. The decision to set this challenge, knowing that some could not swim, was intentional. As for the reason, he would explain it to the novices once they arrived at the training base on the island. Once prepared, Zhou Xian surveyed the scene, picked up a megaphone, and shouted, "Begin." The sound of gunfire erupted as Zhou Xian and Sun Ying took aim and fired at the novices' heels. Just half a meter away. "What the hell? Not again." The novices, startled, rushed towards the sea. Those who could swim understood that the buoyancy of seawater made swimming significantly easier than in freshwater. However, there were considerable drawbacks, particularly the waves. Initially, plunging into the ocean required bracing against the waves. Once submerged, while the waves might lessen, one could not be assured against sudden gusts or rising swells. A distance of 10 kilometers might not seem far on land, but swimming it, particularly with a 30-kilogram load, would be an arduous task for anyone lacking formidable willpower. As they crossed through the tumultuous waves into deeper waters, the novices began to swim slowly. Ahead of them, 2 speedboats guided the way. Predictably, everyone adopted the frog stroke, the most energy-efficient swimming style in the ocean. Zhou Xian, with the megaphone in hand, bellowed over the waves, "You bunch of cowards, is this all you've got? You swim slower than a turtle. I see you're just here to waste time." He then jumped onto a speedboat, revved the engine, and sped toward the novices' location. The boat sliced through the water, creating towering waves that crashed mercilessly upon novices. Many were taken by surprise, quickly engulfed by the water, gulping down seawater. "Cough, cough. That damn instructor is doing this on purpose." One novice, having finally surfaced, coughed up seawater while cursing. "This is so unfair." Others echoed his sentiments, tears streaming down their faces from the salt water, angrily shouting that this was no selection process but outright torment. Amidst the cacophony of complaints, Zhou Xian showed no sign of relenting, continuing to maneuver the speedboat, generating wave after wave. "Swim faster, you slackers. Do you want to be hit by bullets?" Meanwhile, Sun Ying, armed, relentlessly fired around the novices, bullets whizzing past the surface, sending splashes of water into the air. Occasionally, she tossed grenades into the sea, the explosive blasts sending waves crashing and resonating ominously across the water, heightening the novices' nerves. "This is utterly insane." One novice, startled by the gunfire, trembled and exclaimed, "This is no selection. It's a life-threatening ordeal. I'm genuinely afraid these lunatics might shoot us." Others chimed in, yet their movements did not falter as they frantically paddled through the water. In the midst of the group, several novices, unable to swim, clung tightly to their flotation devices, struggling forward under the guidance of seasoned soldiers. Zhao Gang, gripping the flotation device of novice Li Hua, strained against the water while shouting, "Li Hua, don't panic. Follow my rhythm. Move your legs a little to help share the load." Li Hua, pale and with slightly bluish lips, was consumed by fear and anxiety, nervously replying, "Zhao Sergeant Major, I'm really scared. The sounds of gunfire and explosions are terrifying. And the waves. I feel like I'll be swept away at any moment. I'm afraid I'll hold you back. Just go on without me." Zhao Gang's expression hardened as he shouted, Don't talk nonsense. We are a team. No one is allowed to give up on anyone else. As long as I draw breath, I won't abandon you. Despite Zhao Gang's resolute demeanor, Li Hua's unease only intensified. Another wave crashed down, and to steady Li Hua, Zhao Gang gripped the flotation device tightly, his arm muscles straining as if they might tear. Seeing Zhao Gang's struggle, Li Hua felt tears welling in his eyes and cried out again, "Zhao, Sergeant Major, just go. I don't want you to fail the selection because of me." "Shut up. Stop saying such demoralizing things." Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and responded firmly, "If you still recognize me as your Sergeant Major, stay put and let us push through together." Li Hua choked back tears, nodding vigorously. Just as they had swum nearly 5 kilometers with great difficulty, an unexpected event occurred. A novice, struggling in the water, suddenly experienced a cramp in his leg, causing his body to lose balance and begin to flounder. "Help! My leg is cramping," he cried out, his arms thrashing wildly in the water. A few fellow novices swimming nearby glanced over hastily, a flicker of hesitation in their eyes, yet ultimately chose to continue on their path. "I can't even take care of myself. How can I help others?" one murmured as he quickened his pace. However, at that moment, 2 novices from behind did not turn a blind eye. "Hold on, we are coming to save you," they shouted, swiftly swimming to the cramping novice's side and grasping his arm. Another novice arrived as well, offering support to help him stay afloat temporarily. After a brief respite, the throbbing pain from the cramp began to subside. "Thank you so much," the novice said weakly, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "No time for gratitude. We will swim a distance with you, and you must regain your composure quickly. Otherwise, we will all be eliminated." "All right." With that, the 3 began to swim forward with great effort. This scene was fully observed by Lin Chuan, who was seated on a nearby speedboat. He nodded slightly, a barely perceptible approval flashing in his eyes. In this brutal selection process, he aimed not only to test the novices' physical endurance, but also their humanity, courage, and team spirit. The actions of the 2 rescuing novices exemplified the qualities he sought in a true soldier. Chapter 12. Chief Instructor, are you insulting us? 3 hours later, the last recruit finally arrived at the island's beach. At this moment, over 100 recruits felt as if their feet were weightless, their bodies languid and depleted of all strength. It was a manifestation of profound weakness. In the water, buoyancy combined with the burden of their heavy equipment placed their bodies in a state of tumult. Those who have run underweight understand the sensation. Upon reaching the finish line and shedding the load, one feels as if floating. Swimming such a long distance amplifies this feeling immensely. The final 24 who reached the shore were held aside, as Lin Chuan had stated that he only needed 100 recruits on the island. Initially, 6 had chosen to withdraw, thus shifting the quota forward. "Squad leader, I apologize to you." Among these 24, several could not swim and were dragged to the finish line by seasoned soldiers from their unit. At this moment, the non-swimming recruits gazed at the veterans with remorse, their eyes reddening. "It's because of me. Otherwise, you would not be among the last 24. I have caused your failure." Unsurprisingly, the veterans shook their heads, expressing that it was their choice. They were veterans, they were squad leaders. It was only natural for a squad leader to care for their recruits. However, despite their words, the disappointment in their eyes was unmistakable. At that moment, Lin Chuan slowly approached them. The 24 stood, their expressions complex. Lin Chuan looked at the sergeant who had slowed down to assist the non-swimmer and asked calmly, "Is it worth it? Being eliminated for the sake of a recruit who cannot swim and is destined to be disqualified?" The sergeant exchanged glances with his comrades, and smiles crept onto their faces. "Chief Instructor, I do not comprehend the significance of your question." A second-phase sergeant replied with a composed smile, "I am the squad leader. He is my soldier. As you mentioned, if this were a battlefield with enemies behind us, would I abandon them to save myself, leaving them to fend for themselves on the shore?" Lin Chuan smiled faintly, "But do you not regret being eliminated for this?" The second-phase sergeant replied, "For me, there is no room for regret, only the question of worth. It is my responsibility and duty as his leader to care for and protect him." Lin Chuan nodded slightly and turned to the others, asking, "And you? Is it the same for you?" The others exchanged glances and nodded. "Chief Instructor, It is your prerogative to select and set the rules. But we have our own principles and boundaries. We will never abandon our soldiers. If we are eliminated, we can always return next year. But to forsake our soldiers for a slot would leave us burdened with guilt for a lifetime. They call us squad leader, and we are obliged to protect them. Lin Chuan regarded them deeply and chose not to speak further, moving on to the next group. 3 of these individuals had encountered mishaps in the sea, such as cramps or swallowing seawater, while the remaining 4 had helped them, thereby falling behind. And you 4? Is it worth it to be eliminated for the sake of saving a stranger who is not even from your unit? Upon hearing this, the 4's expressions darkened. One coldly retorted, "Chief Instructor, I do not understand what you mean by stranger. We are soldiers, and they're soldiers too. Even if we are not from the same unit and do not know each other, does that not make us comrades? Even if they were mere civilians in danger, should we not assist them? Is it not our duty as soldiers?" Another added, "Chief Instructor, we will not disregard a life in front of us just to join the special forces. Your question is a profound insult to us." A third echoed, "Indeed, Chief Instructor, not only are you insulting us, but you're also insulting yourself and the uniform you wear." Lin Chuan met their eyes and, confirming their sincerity, snapped his fingers. Zhou Xin quickly grabbed a small notebook and called out names. Wang Xiaolong, Lin Qiming. After announcing 5 names, the recruits called upon stood up in confusion. Lin Chuan approached them, his expression unyielding as he asked, "Do you know why you've been called out?" The 5 exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, yet they dared not confess their thoughts and shook their heads. Lin Chuan declared, "Regrettably, you 5 have been eliminated. Someone will escort you to the shore shortly." The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd of recruits. What was happening? Hadn't those 5 finished within the top 100? Why were they being eliminated? The 5, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure. One called out, "Why? You must provide us with a reasonable explanation." Others echoed, "That's right. According to the rules, we made it into the top 100 and completed the assessment. On what grounds do you eliminate us? We refuse to accept this." Lin Chuan scoffed, pointing to the 3 recruits in the disqualified group who had suffered accidents and did not make it into the top 100. "Do you remember them?" Upon hearing this, the 5 looked over, their expressions becoming complex. They lowered their heads, unable to meet the eyes of those 3. The others were puzzled. What did this have to do with the disqualified recruits? Chapter 13. The Special Forces. Warriors from Hell. Lin Chuan gazed at the 5 individuals before him, a hint of scorn glimmering in his eyes. You 5 are the closest to those 3. You witnessed their misfortune and heard their desperate cries for help, yet remained unmoved. In your minds, they were merely competitors. You failed to realize that what you stood to lose was a comrade. We cannot ally ourselves with individuals like you. Upon hearing his words, the faces of the 5 flushed with shame. They had not anticipated that the instructor had observed everything. The other recruits, upon hearing Lin Chuan's remarks, began to understand the gravity of the situation. Their gazes toward the 5 were now tinged with disdain and mockery. It would have been understandable if they had chosen not to assist due to their slow swimming, as those were not their own troops. Such behavior was expected in a competitive selection process. However, to forsake a comrade's life simply out of fear of being burdened and losing a chance at advancement was utterly unforgivable. As Lin Chuan put it, once on the battlefield, no one would dare to partner with them. The 5 could sense the contempt directed at them from their peers and dared not express any further dissent against Lin Chuan's decision. Immediately, Zhou Xian instructed 2 instructors to take them to the speedboat. Lin Chuan then returned to the group of eliminated recruits, surveying the 24 remaining individuals. He pointed out 6 of them. You 6 are eliminated. The rest advance. Instantly, the 6 protested. "Chief Instructor, why can they advance while we cannot?" They were baffled. Why are we the only ones eliminated from the same group of 24? Their confusion was shared by others, including those who had believed they would be eliminated but were allowed to advance. Lin Chuan looked at the 6 with a hint of disappointment. "Do you truly think this stage was merely a test of your swimming abilities and physical endurance? What else could it be?" The 6 furrowed their brows. Lin Chuan shook his head slightly. "Do you understand what it means to be a Special Forces soldier?" Suddenly, his expression hardened, and he nearly shouted, "Special Forces. Warriors from Hell. They must be forged through relentless trials, enduring the limits of the body, mind, and spirit. They must withstand despair and fight for survival in the direst of circumstances. You 6, when faced with dwindling hope in the latter part of the challenge, abandoned yourselves and chose to give in. You couldn't even muster the effort to strive for the slightest chance of hope in something as simple as swimming. Can I expect you to perform in the more grueling, harsh, and perilous assessments to come? Do you dare to dream of launching a final charge against the enemy in desperate times? How dare you question me? Get out of my sight. You 6 weaklings. The 6 were taken aback, realizing Lin Chuan's keen perception had seen through their facade of relaxation. After sending the eliminated individuals away, Lin Chuan then turned to the remaining 115 recruits. The selection process had begun to clarify the fact that this chief instructor was far more formidable than they had initially perceived. His penetrating gaze sent shivers down their spines. Lin Chuan scrutinized them in silence, his formidable presence rendering the recruits breathless. After a moment, he spoke loudly. You all witnessed the results just now? Here, there will be no room for complacency. Every action, thought, and emotion of yours is under my scrutiny. I do not care what your perceptions of special forces are or what mindset you brought with you. Whether you aspire to be special forces or are merely testing the waters, it is of no consequence to me, for I shall train you with the most brutal and stringent methods imaginable. If you fail to meet my standards, I would rather see this special unit disband than witness your corpses on the battlefield. For the special forces face the most vicious and terrifying foes in existence. Now tell me, if that is the case, do you still wish to continue with the selection? Yes, yes, yes. The recruits chorused. Yes. Lin Chuan scoffed, then thundered. Do you think you are worthy? Look at your current state. You are but a breath away from retreating into your mother's arms. At his words, the recruits felt a jolt of urgency and quickly straightened their posture. Lin Chuan scanned the group, his expression unyielding as he shouted, Now all of you, get into the sea and commence extreme push-up training. You are not to rise without my permission. Otherwise, it will be regarded as abandonment, resulting in immediate elimination. Get moving. As soon as Lin Chuan's command echoed, Zhou Xian and the other instructors raised their weapons and opened fire behind them. Zhou Xian bellowed, What are you waiting for? Get in. Do you want to be fed bullets? Hurry up, you softies. The recruits, taken aback by the abrupt onset of training, rushed toward the water, their hearts heavy with despair. On the sea, there's a red line. I want your heels pressed against that line, Zhou Xian shouted as they entered the water. Upon reaching the designated height, they realized the red line was nearly half a meter high. Even if they managed to prop themselves up, only their heads would barely remain above the surface. If they attempted push-ups, their entire bodies would be submerged. What are you waiting for? Get down, Zhou Xian commanded, firing his weapon beside them to spur them into action, kicking them down as needed. Once all the recruits lay flat, struggling to keep their heads above the water, Zhou Xian shouted into the megaphone, When I fire a shot, you will push your bodies down. Only after I fire twice can you raise yourselves to breathe. Do you understand? Yes. The recruits shouted in unison. The frigid wind howled like a maddened beast, wreaking havoc upon the surface of the sea. Towering waves surged, frothy and biting, as the water's icy grip felt like daggers against the recruits' exposed skin. At that moment, Zhou Xian fired the first shot. The dull crack of the gun echoed above the tumultuous waves, and the recruits were yanked down into the frigid depths, the salty water invading their nostrils and mouths. Their bodies became ensconced in the relentless tide. Initially, they managed to endure, but fatigue began to surface after 20 repetitions. The relentless waves battered them, and Zhou Xian extended the intervals between shots. As they submerged, it often took over 10 seconds before they were allowed to rise and gasp for air. This exercise tested not only their physical endurance and mental fortitude, but also their lung capacity. This is too extreme. I feel like I can barely hold on. A novice gasped for breath, while another grit their teeth and responded, Hang in there. We cannot simply give up. Think of our purpose for being here. Before he could finish, Zhou Xian's gunfire rang out. The two were compelled to plunge their bodies back beneath the water surface. Their trembling arms propelled them slowly downward, the splashing droplets appearing particularly feeble against the somber sky. On the shore, Lin Chuan scrutinized the struggling novices in the sea. Every subtle change in their expressions, whether contorted with pain or dazed from exhaustion, was captured in his keen gaze. Each sluggish movement, even the slightest pause of an arm, was meticulously noted by him. The talent, insight, skill relentlessly scanned the physical states of each novice. Minutes ticked by, and this grueling training had persisted for a full 3 hours. The daylight waned further. Thick clouds gathering as if drawn by an invisible hand, swallowing the last remnants of light. The horizon where the sea met the sky blurred into a chaotic amalgam, indistinguishable as to which was ocean and which was firmament. Concurrently, the tide began to rise, the water surging like an enraged beast, relentlessly increasing in height, rendering the already daunting red-line position even more elusive. The buoyancy and tumultuous forces of the sea relentlessly battered them, making it increasingly arduous to keep their bodies afloat. "Instructor, the tide is rising. We truly cannot hold on any longer," one novice cried out, unable to contain himself. His voice, feeble and helpless against the roaring wind, was tossed about as his body bobbed with the waves, desperately flailing his arms in search of support. Zhou Xian's eyes widened in anger as he bellowed, "Stop whining. Can't take it anymore. On the battlefield, the enemy won't spare you merely because the tide is high. Keep going. Anyone who dares to stop, get out." Another novice, overwhelmed by fatigue and pain, began to sink uncontrollably. His hands flailed in a panic, and his legs kicked desperately in an attempt to halt his descent. A nearby novice reached out to assist, but, exhausted himself, found his arms weighed down like lead, helplessly watching his companion gradually disappear into the depths. At that moment, Lin Chuan suddenly shouted, "Zhou Xian, pull that one who can't hold on back up. The rest of you continue training," gasping. The novice who was rescued immediately began to retch seawater upon reaching the shore, his face ashen. Meanwhile, the novices still in the water, urged on by Lin Chuan's icy words and Zhou Xian's relentless gunfire, continue to struggle through push-ups amidst the rising tide. Their arms ached unbearably, as if they had lost all sensation. Each time they pushed themselves up felt akin to lifting a colossal weight. Their bodies rose and fell with the rhythm of the waves, sometimes lifted high, only to be slammed down with force. "This is your battlefield. No one will rescue you. You must rely on yourselves. Endure," Lin Chuan shouted. "Anyone who dares to slack off, leave immediately. Do not doubt my judgment." The novices, hearing this, felt a surge of determination. They dared not question Lin Chuan's words, for there were those before them who had been eliminated under his discerning gaze. Even the ability to swim in the ocean could reveal whether one was slacking off, especially at such close quarters. "Team Tang, I can barely hold on." A few female soldiers from the Marine Corps trembled, their faces pale. Despite being female soldiers, their physical capabilities still fell short compared to their male counterparts. Enduring for 3 hours was already commendable, yet it still fell short of Lin Chuan's expectations. Of the more than 100 novices, only a third possessed relatively good physical conditions. The rest were those with high potential and talent, which Lin Chuan intended to draw out through rigorous means. Tang Lin was arguably the strongest among the novices. Though he too felt extreme fatigue, it remained within his limits. After catching his breath, he addressed his team. "Do not forget, you represent the Marine Corps. As long as you live, push yourselves to the limit. If you must die, let be on the training ground. We can never give up." The others nodded solemnly, their expressions resolute as they echoed, "Team Tang is right. Do not give up. Hold on. Hold on." Chapter 14. I am determined to prove to him that I can do it. As the tide rose, performing push-ups became impractical. Consequently, Lin Chuan promptly instructed Zhou Xian to bring 12 solid logs, each measuring 8 meters in length and 40 centimeters in diameter. He then divided them into groups of 8, directing them to carry the logs while standing in 1 meter of seawater for squatting exercises. All the novices stared at the submerged logs, shivering in trepidation. Given their dimensions, even when dry, each log weighed no less than 300 pounds. Soaked, their weight doubled. Even with teamwork, each individual would have to bear at least 70 pounds. Normally, this weight would not be daunting. They had previously trained under similar conditions, squatting with a person on their shoulders to enhance their leg strength. However, the challenge lay in the fact that they had already swum 10 kilometers and endured over 3 hours of push-ups. Their stamina was nearly depleted, and they had not consumed a morsel of food or a drop of water throughout the day. Moreover, squatting in the turbulent sea at night, merely maintaining their balance was a remarkable feat, let alone carrying the logs while doing so. This was a grueling regimen designed to push them to their limits. Report. At that moment, a novice could no longer contain himself and boldly exclaimed, "Chief Instructor, we have been training all day, and our bodies and spirits are utterly fatigued. I believe you should allow us a respite to eat and regain our strength. Every individual has their limits. If we continue this excessive training, it may inflict irreversible harm on our bodies. As the chief instructor, you ought to understand this principle." As his words echoed, the other novices nodded in agreement, gazing at Lin Chuan with pleading eyes. Lin Chuan, however, merely clasped his hands behind his back and approached the novice. This rookie bore the rank of major, the same as Lin Chuan's, but he hailed from the Chemical Defense Corps. An alumnus of the National University of Science and Technology with dual master's degrees in chemistry and computer science, showcasing impressive intelligence and potential, a promising candidate for a soldier. As Lin Chuan stood before him, Zhu Hanlin lifted his chin slightly, unafraid, his eyes betraying an unmistakable pride. Lin Chuan smiled faintly and remarked, "Zhu Hanlin, National University of Science and Technology, dual masters in chemistry and computer science. I believe you would fare better studying physiology instead." Zhu Hanlin narrowed his eyes, questioning whether Lin Chuan was mistaken. Lin Chuan's cold smile revealed his skepticism. "I genuinely wonder if your major is merely a purchase." "True, every individual has limits. But are you unaware that surpassing those limits can significantly enhance one's capabilities?" As he scanned the novices, he challenged, "Do not tell me you are all oblivious to this." The novices exchanged glances, silence enveloping them. Clearly, they understood, especially those seasoned soldiers and officers who had undergone rigorous training. Who among them could claim never to have faced extreme training during their transformation from recruits to possessing the physique of a qualified soldier? The simplest example was long-distance running. Unless one was an athlete or regularly ran, who could endure more than a few hundred meters without exhaustion? Those who ultimately became physical elites did so by repeatedly pushing their physical boundaries. Zhu Hanlin retorted, "Chief Instructor, please do not conflate concepts. I speak of sustained extreme training. We have endured this intense regimen for so long, surpassing our limits more than thrice. If this continues, even the fittest soldier will be rendered incapable." Lin Chuan stepped closer, fixing his gaze on Zhu Hanlin with palpable disdain. "If you fear being broken by training, why not withdraw, Major? With your current rank, why subject yourself to such hardship here? Would it not be more pleasant to return to your office, type away at a keyboard, sip tea, and enjoy the air conditioning? Here, I have no patience for those who cannot endure hardship." Upon hearing the word soft, Zhu Hanlin's face flushed crimson, his eyes blazing with fury as he clenched his fists. Just as he was on the verge of retaliating, a teammate pulled him back from the brink of impulsive action. Lin Chuan, however, let out a cold laugh and turned to face the group, his gaze sweeping across them with an icy demeanor. "I will tell you this. Upon entering this arena, you must abide by its rules. Whether you agree or oppose, you have two choices: either withdraw voluntarily, and I shall not retain you against your will, or you will humble yourselves, suppress your arrogance, and submit to rigorous training. Now, those wishing to withdraw, step forward. Those choosing to remain, proceed to lift the logs and commence training." With that, Lin Chuan turned on his heel and departed. The sound of Zhou Xian's gunfire resonated once more. Those wishing to withdraw, do so swiftly. If not, plunge into the sea and lift the logs. Move, move, move. As Zhou Xian's orders rang out, the majority of novices opted to stay. However, a dozen remained hesitant, including Zhu Hanlin. His gaze was coldly fixed on Lin Chuan. "Lin, are you considering withdrawal?" At that moment, a teammate urged him softly, "If you return now, you will be ridiculed by your peers." Zhu Hanlin resolutely shook his head. "No way. I will not withdraw. I am determined to prove to him that I can succeed." Even if I must withdraw, it will be after completing all assessments. I will show him that I can achieve this, but I will not yield. With that, he turned and sprinted toward the sea. His teammate could only smile wryly. This guy is as stubborn as ever. Chapter 15. The limit of hellish training. The novices are crumbling. Listen up, everyone. With a single gunshot, squat down. 2 shots. Stand up. If any group drops their log, you'll endure an extra hour of training and be denied dinner. Is that understood? Zhou Xian bellowed. The novices, faces blank and dazed, remained silent. Observing their reaction, Zhou Xian's voice rose sharply, roaring, "When I speak, you must respond. Otherwise, no one will have dinner tonight. Let me ask again, do you understand?" This time, the novices finally responded loudly, "Understood." As soon as their voices faded, Zhou Xian pulled the trigger. "Begin. Everyone squat down." Bang! In an instant, the novices' legs felt as though they were infused with the weight of countless leaden weights, forcing them to struggle painfully downwards. Once they squatted, they were submerged by the sea. Fortunately, the weight of the logs, combined with their own body weight, prevented them from being swept away by the waves. However, it was not yet the peak of the storm. As time progressed, the waves would grow more ferocious. That would be their true test. The temperature on the island dropped sharply at night, and the sea grew increasingly frigid. After hours of immersion, the novices were left both starving and chilled. "I can't take it anymore. This is simply unbearable." Chun Jiao gasped for air as she finally surfaced, her voice trembling with tears. "Team Leader Tang, I really can't hold on much longer." Despite his own exhaustion, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him, Tang Lin gritted his teeth and squeezed out words of encouragement. "Hold on. When have we, the Marine Corps, ever feared anything? As long as there is breath in our bodies, we shall not fall." Meanwhile, Zhu Hanlin's group faced similar adversity. His arms bulged with veins, seemingly on the brink of bursting from strain. His teammate gasped desperately, filled with despair. "Old Zhu, this intensity is inhumane. It feels like my body isn't even mine anymore." Zhu Hanlin's eyes sparkled with madness as he shouted back, "Stop complaining. I will never show weakness in front of that bastard." The memory of Lin Chuan's disdainful gaze surged strength within him. That look he would never forget. It was one of utter contempt and mockery. Throughout his life, he had been the center of attention, a prodigious talent revered by many. Even after joining the military, his high education and capabilities earned him the admiration of numerous superiors. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? As time relentlessly slipped away, the novice's endurance waned like sand in an hourglass, rapidly and irretrievably consumed. Amidst the fury of wind, rain, and waves, some began to succumb to fatigue. Darkness enveloped them as they collapsed, only to be swept away by the sea. Fortunately, safety personnel were always watching from behind. Upon seeing a novice fall and get swept away, they swiftly maneuvered a boat to rescue them. Yet even with one less person, the training must continue. Zhou Xian unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Bullets whizzed past the novices, splashing water around them. "You useless lot. You can't withstand this little torment. With such meager capability, do you still aspire to be special forces? Do you even deserve it?" He then pulled the pin on a grenade, which detonated near the novices. The flames soaring high and the explosions ringing painfully in their ears. The force of the blast slammed against their bodies, jarring their already fraying nerves. "Listen closely. Hold on for another half hour. Anyone who dares to give up will never become a special forces soldier." Zhou Xian's voice struggled to resonate amidst the raging storm, gunfire, and thunder. A male soldier from the Marine Corps, his lips already turning purple from the cold, trembled like a leaf in the wind. Using all his strength to stutter, "Team Leader Tang, I'm really reaching my limit." Tang Lin roared, "Limit? We have no limits. Keep going. If we must die, let it be on this training ground." On the other side, Zhu Hanlin felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing into the icy waters once more. Yet, driven by an iron will, he stood tall again. Beside him, his teammates were in tears, their sobs mingling with rain and seawater. They cried, "Old Zhu, I truly can't go on." Zhu Hanlin summoned the last of his strength, shouting hoarsely, "You must go on." Meanwhile, on shore, Sun Ying hastily approached Lin Chuan, her brow furrowed in concern. "Captain, is it time? If this continues, the novices genuinely won't endure." Lin Chuan, his expression impassive, kept his gaze fixed on the struggling novices in the water. "Just a little longer. We're just one step away." Indeed, they were on the brink. The novices, both physically and mentally, had reached their limits. Just one final push, and they would break through. Sun Ying wished to persuade him further, but seeing the determination in Lin Chuan's eyes, she swallowed her words and sighed helplessly, silently praying for the novices. In those last 30 minutes, the howling wind, torrential rain, crashing waves, and gunfire intertwined to create a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. With each gunshot, the novices were mercilessly submerged by the sea once more. The despairing sensation of suffocation and bone-chilling cold clung to them, enveloping them tightly. Their bodies grew heavier in the extreme lack of oxygen, yet they persevered through sheer willpower, mechanically repeating the motions of squatting and standing. Finally, after half an hour, with Lin Chuan's nod, Zhou Xian lowered the fearsome gun. "Stop! Everyone, get to the shore." The novices, as if granted a reprieve, cast aside their logs and dragged their utterly exhausted bodies, resembling lifeless fish, slowly crawling towards the shore. Behind them lay the tumultuous, muddied waters, a chaotic scene. Like parched fish, the novices struggled painfully on the muddy beach, having soaked for so long in the frigid sea and endured intense training. Their bodies had become unresponsive. Some lay limp, gasping for air, while others stared vacantly at the sky, their consciousness fading. Zhou Xian strode back and forth before the group of novices, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. "Look at your pitiful state. This is just the beginning? You all look as if your spines have been pulled out. Do you still aspire to be special forces? What a disgrace, you so-called elite soldiers." Each of Zhou Xian's words pierced the novices' hearts like sharp daggers. Hearing this, although Tang Lin also felt incredibly weak, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up. The female soldiers beside him looked utterly worn out, one of them softly asking, "Team Leader Tang, can we truly endure this grueling training?" Tang Lin's gaze remained resolute as he whispered back, "We must. We, the Marine Corps, shall never show weakness here." "Hold on." Zhu Hanlin lay on the beach, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. His teammate beside him weakly remarked, "Old Zhu, this training is simply beyond human endurance. What'll we do moving forward?" Zhu Hanlin remained silent, his gaze frequently drifting toward Lin Chuan. It seems that the more one gazes, the more strength one can acquire. After lying on the ground for a full 10 minutes, the rookies gradually regained some of their stamina, barely able to sit up. At that moment, Zhou Xian signaled the instructor to bring over a basket. The basket was steaming, filled with freshly steamed buns. The moment the rookies laid eyes on the buns, their eyes sparkled with delight, and a wave of hunger surged within them. Many unconsciously licked their cracked lips, their bodies leaning slightly forward, as if they were eager to rush forward and seize the buns. Observing their reactions, Zhou Xian let out a cold laugh and declared, "Listen up. From today onwards, you will have only one bun for breakfast, lunch, and dinner." The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. "What? Just one bun? That is hardly enough," one rookie shouted, unable to contain himself. "Indeed, with our intense training every day, a single bun cannot replenish our energy." Others chimed in. Zhu Hanlin furrowed his brow and stood up, voicing, "Instructor, this is unreasonable. We need sufficient nutrition to sustain our training." Zhou Xian's eyes bulged with rage as he bellowed, "Unreasonable? This is practical training. On the battlefield, do you expect a lavish feast waiting for you? Just having a bun to eat is already a stroke of luck. If you can't handle it, you can leave right now and stop wasting my time." A brief silence enveloped the scene. Although the rookies were filled with dissatisfaction and helplessness, none dared to speak up against Zhou Xian's severity. Zhou Xian scanned the room, coldly stating, "Now, take your buns and find a place to squat and eat. Once you finish, even more daunting tasks await you." The rookies could only reluctantly pick up their solitary bun and begin to nibble at it slowly. Just then, from the corner of their eyes, they caught sight of instructors Lin Chuan and Sun Ying, along with others, gathered around a table beneath a nearby tent. The table was laden with a steaming hot pot, the aroma wafting towards them. The instructors leisurely enjoyed their hot pot while sipping on drinks, igniting a surge of anger within the rookies. These bastards are taking advantage of us. One female Marine exclaimed, her eyes reddening with indignation. Yet she dared not voice her frustrations loudly, muttering under her breath, "This is so unfair." Tang Lin, with a furrowed brow, whispered, "Everyone, stay silent. Complaining won't change anything. We must focus on training." Zhu Hanlin bit into his bun fiercely, muttering curses, "Just wait and see, you bunch of beasts." A teammate gently tugged at him, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Despite their hearts brimming with anger and resentment, the rookies understood that resisting at this moment was futile. They could only suppress their fury and continue to swallow the meager bun, occasionally casting glances toward the instructors. Their eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. At that moment, Lin Chuan strolled leisurely among the rookies, holding a glossy, fragrant chicken leg, a smirk playing on his lips. He deliberately brought the roasted chicken leg close to each rookie, the rich aroma tantalizing their hunger. The rookies clenched their teeth, fighting against their inner rage and hunger, their eyes full of resentment. "Want to eat?" Lin Chuan asked with a broad smile. "Anyone who quits can join us for hot pot and chicken legs. I assure you'll be well fed before you leave. In this regard, our instructors truly care for you, haha." The rookies scoffed. "If I quit and go back to the unit, I won't be starved. Who needs your meal?" Seeing no one respond, Lin Chuan approached Zhu Hanlin directly. He scrutinized Zhu Hanlin, his eyes filled with disdain. Then, shaking the chicken leg in his hand, he chuckled softly, "Zhu the great scholar, aren't you quite capable? Didn't you think you could handle this? Why is it that even a bun is such a struggle for you now? Look at your pitiful state. I truly don't understand why you insist on participating in the selection. You don't seem to have the desire to become a special forces soldier, do you? Is it for that third-class merit? I see you're overestimating yourself. Don't embarrass yourself here. You might just quit one day. And as for that third-class merit, not only will you likely fail to earn it, but you'll also end up with injuries. Why bother? If I were you, I'd withdraw as soon as possible, return to the old unit, and serve as a staff officer. Enjoy the air conditioning in summer and the heating in winter, with someone helping you with meals and making your bed. Isn't that wonderful? With your abilities, within 3 years, you could easily secure a second-class merit, let alone a third-class one. Why put yourself through this ordeal?" Zhu Hanlin's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles turning white from the pressure. He suppressed the surging anger within him, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Chuan. Yet, he knew that acting impulsively would only lead him into a more disadvantageous position. So he could only grit his teeth and utter 3 words. "Just wait and see." "Ah. I'll be waiting." Lin Chuan laughed heartily. "I'll be watching you suffer at my hands." With that, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes as he locked gazes with Zhu Hanlin, declaring, "To be honest, I really don't like you. I can't stand people like you who think too highly of yourselves after a few years of schooling. Therefore, no matter how hard you try, you will never pass my assessment. I will do everything in my power to torment you. If you're smart, you will skedaddle. Otherwise, I'll ensure that every day feels like a living hell for you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Hanlin felt neither fear nor retreat. Instead, he provocatively challenged Lin Chuan. "I'm waiting. If I so much as utter a sound, I'll be your grandson. Have the guts." Lin Chuan smirked slightly, revealing a sinister smile. "If you have the guts, then maintain that bravado." Chapter 16. Rookie challenges the chief instructor? A reckless move. The rookies, having endured grueling training, were drenched in sweat, their clothes disheveled, emanating a pungent mix of seawater and perspiration. At Zhou Xian's command, they dragged their weary bodies and changed into clean attire. Although fatigue lingered in their eyes, a glimmer of curiosity about the unknown training content began to emerge. Half an hour later, under the guidance of the instructor, the group slowly entered a warehouse. Upon pushing open the grand doors, they were met with a row of military computers gleaming with a metallic sheen. The rookies exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. What were they expected to practice? Were they to become typists? Could it be some high-tech combat simulation? Standing before the computers, Lin Chuan surveyed each rookie before declaring, "In future warfare, information warfare will play a pivotal role, and even special forces are not exempt. Tasks such as reconnaissance behind enemy lines, intelligence gathering, and information consolidation are all reliant on these devices. Therefore, a qualified special soldier must master various military electronic equipment." Upon hearing this, the rookies suddenly understood, and interest in the subject sparked among them. In this era, not many had even seen a computer, let alone operated one. Now, with the chance to engage and learn, they were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Accessing such advanced equipment was indeed a rare privilege. In their hometowns, only affluent families could afford such luxuries, and they had never even had the chance to glimpse one. At that moment, a rookie with prior exposure to computers and electronics spoke up. "I advise you not to get too excited. Learning this stuff is not as simple as it seems. You might find yourselves in tears later. Is it really that difficult? Just remove the mock character." Lin Chuan observed the rookie's expressions, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He continued, "From this day forward, you will dedicate at least 2 hours each day to this training. This will serve as a precious opportunity for you to recuperate, so cherish it. However, if I catch anyone slacking off, they will immediately return to extreme physical training." The rationale for introducing them to this subject at this stage was that the rookies had little to no knowledge of these devices and had never encountered them before. Mastering this skill would demand considerable time and energy. Thus, early training was preferable to later attempts. As the rookies recalled the day's relentless training, a chill ran down their spines, and they turned serious. At that moment, Sun Ying stepped forward, clad in a crisp military uniform, her gaze radiating professionalism and authority. "From today, I will be your instructor for this subject. Please take your seats. I will now explain the relevant knowledge. Due to limited resources, 2 of you will share one computer." However, as Sun Ying began explaining codes, numbers, and symbols, the rookie's expressions morphed into one of anguish. Most had never interacted with a computer, and the information felt as inscrutable as a foreign language. One female Marine stared at the dense code on the screen, feeling dizzy, and turned to her companion for help. "What is all this? I can't understand it at all." Her comrade, equally perplexed, could only shake her head in dismay. A member next to Zhu Hanlin, in a state of panic, muttered, "Major, can you make sense of this? I feel like I'm listening to an alien language." Zhu Hanlin merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. He understood it all and was, in fact, quite proficient. He held a master's degree in computer science from the National University of Defense Technology. Had he not insisted on joining the ranks for practical experience, he could very well have been lecturing from a podium by now. Sun Ying, observing the rookie's bewildered expressions, sighed in resignation. "It seems your foundations are lacking, so we shall start from the very basics. First, memorize these foundational codes while becoming familiar with basic computer operations." Though the rookies appeared daunted under Sun Ying's stern gaze, they had no choice but to begin their arduous learning journey. Amidst the flurry of activity and noise, Zhu Hanlin stood apart, neither perusing the study materials nor engaging with the computer, instead quietly observing his surroundings with an air of calm. Sun Ying noticed his unusual demeanor and approached, frowning. "Everyone else is studying. Why aren't you participating?" Zhu Hanlin's lips curved into a slight, disdainful smile as he replied, "I am already well versed in this. I do not need to study." His words elicited astonished looks from the surrounding rookies, with whispers of disbelief circulating. Is he just bragging? But he is a major, and he graduated from a military academy. I remember the instructor mentioning his master's degree. If only I had worked harder back in school, I wouldn't be struggling now. You think you're so impressive that you don't need to study? A cool voice interjected, as a figure positioned herself before Zhu Hanlin. Rising confidently, Zhu Hanlin replied, "Indeed." He then flashed a challenging smile. "If you disagree, we can have contest. Compete with me?" Lin Chuan scoffed. "Can you handle the consequences of losing to the chief instructor?" Zhu Hanlin retorted, "If I lose, I will accept any training regimen you impose. But if you lose..." He gestured towards the warehouse's exit, his voice rising. "You, as the chief instructor, must endure the same experience we all face today, in front of all the candidates. So what do you say? Are you willing to wager?" The rookies held their breath, eyes fixed on the two, astonished by Zhu Hanlin's audacity to challenge the chief instructor. After a day of training, they had all felt the intensity of the chief instructor's methods. The thought of Zhu Hanlin defying his authority was daunting. If he lost, the consequences would be severe. Yet if the chief instructor lost, experiencing what they had gone through today, the mere thought sent their hearts racing with anticipation. In the face of Zhu Hanlin's provocation, Lin Chuan remained unfazed. I hope you do not regret this decision. As for the rules, feel free to set them. I shall comply. Zhu Hanlin narrowed his eyes, surprised at Lin Chuan's prompt acceptance. He was well aware of Lin Chuan's capabilities in the realm of computers and electronics. Could it be that he was equally adept in this domain? After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Hanlin stated, "You mentioned that electronic intelligence gathering is an essential skill for special forces. Let's compete in that." Lin Chuan nodded, agreed. "Who will attack and who will defend?" Zhu Hanlin replied, "You claimed you possess this capability. Thus, let us see if you can breach my system defenses and extract my intelligence. Therefore, you will be the attacker, and I shall defend." Lin Chuan said, "No problem. Additionally, considering your status as a rookie, I shall grant you an advantage. Your profile indicates your involvement in the research of our military's Tianqiong system during your time at the National University of Defense Technology. You are quite familiar with it, so you may use the Tianqiong system for this challenge. I will switch to an external network for the attack." Zhu Hanlin's pupils dilated in shock. "Are you certain?" The Tianqiong system is a cutting-edge military network developed in collaboration with the National University of Defense Technology, equipped with a highly sensitive identification alarm system capable of automatic defense and self-repair. The defensive capabilities rank among the top 5 within the entire military. Particularly in regard to foreign cyber intrusions, their defenses against external networks are meticulously fortified. They conducted an extensive 6-month test on foreign network intrusions, and, without exception, all attempts were successfully thwarted. This system, which I had a hand in researching and developing during my time at the University of Science and Technology, is something I know intimately. Even now, I hold the position of one of the system's security administrators." Lin Chuan smiled and said, "I will give you 10 minutes. The network and systems here are connected to the military. You possess management privileges for the Tianqiong system, and switching over should pose no challenge. 10 minutes will suffice." Zhou Xian and Sunning exchanged knowing smiles. These novices were blissfully unaware of their own limitations. They assumed their expertise placed them at the pinnacle, not realizing that what they perceived as the summit was merely Lin Chuan's starting point. Zhu Hanlin, seeing that Lin Chuan was not jesting, wasted no time in preparing swiftly. "Old Zhu, do you have confidence?" A teammate inched closer, asking with anticipation. Zhu Hanlin replied confidently, "Absolutely. Have you forgotten what I do?" The team members, brimming with excitement, cheered, "Let us go. Make him pay for how he has been treating us today." "Exactly." Other novices chimed in, whispering, "Commander, you must help us take revenge. I can't wait to see that freak doing push-ups in the sea if he loses. Just the thought is exhilarating." "Sure, keep it down. If he hears us, we might find ourselves facing consequences later." 10 minutes later, Lin Chuan casually seated himself before a computer, while Zhu Hanlin had already set up his device. In the center of the room, a sizable projector split the screen, displaying both of their computers. Zhu Hanlin turned to Lin Chuan and said, "Chief Instructor, the file you wish to access is named Red 01. Lin Chuan nodded. "Shall we begin?" Zhu Hanlin replied, "We may proceed." With that, Lin Chuan commenced his task. Chapter 17. The commander's exceptional prowess. Lin Chuan's fingers danced across the keyboard with the grace of an agile performer, unleashing a torrent of code that flickered across the screen like shooting stars. His assault commands rained down upon Zhu Hanlin's ether system like a relentless barrage of artillery. Initially, Zhu Hanlin maintained a composed demeanor, his fingers deftly tapping away at the keyboard as he meticulously countered Lin Chuan's onslaught. The ether system he commanded stood as an impregnable fortress, effortlessly absorbing wave after wave of Lin Chuan's attacks. Observing this, a smirk of mild derision crept onto Zhu Hanlin's lips. Is this the level of the commander? However, Lin Chuan paid no heed to his mockery. In an instant, his offensive doubled in intensity, surging forth like a tidal wave, crashing down upon Zhu Hanlin. The once self-assured Zhu Hanlin's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, and a flicker of anxiety finally appeared in his eyes. His fingers flew over the keyboard in a desperate attempt to fortify his defenses, yet the ferocity of Lin Chuan's assault began to create subtle fissures in his protective barriers. Around them, the novices stared in astonishment, their eyes wide as if witnessing a breathtaking science fiction spectacle. "Wow, this is incredible. It feels like watching a hacker duel," one exclaimed. "Come on, old Zhu, you can do it. Hold the line." The novices looked at Zhu Hanlin's expression, their faces falling in dismay. It's over. Old Zhu seems to be struggling. Don't jinx it. The commander will surely prevail." Yet reality cruelly shattered their illusions. In less than a minute, Lin Chuan's series of exquisite maneuvers pierced through the ether system's defenses like a deadly blade. With a sharp chime, he successfully seized the confidential red file 01. As Zhu Hanlin attempted to reclaim the document, a blue box with red text appeared on his screen. "Access denied." Zhu Hanlin's eyes widened in disbelief. Shock and incredulity etched across his face. "My security management privileges have been taken? How is this possible?" he murmured, his voice laden with despair. He had never imagined that the ether system he so well understood and considered unassailable would crumble so easily before Lin Chuan. Silence enveloped the warehouse as the novices were left speechless by the unexpected outcome. They had anticipated Zhu Hanlin delivering a resounding lesson to Lin Chuan, a cathartic release for their frustrations. Instead, reality dealt them a heavy blow. Zhu Hanlin slumped helplessly in his chair, his gaze vacant. He understood he had lost, utterly. He could scarcely believe Lin Chuan's prowess in the realm of computer technology was so formidable. In less than a minute, he had dismantled the ether system, a product of their elite team's efforts. This was a core military security system. How could it be so easily breached? Was it possible he had obtained permissions from the highest echelons of military management to cheat? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhu Hanlin felt it was the only plausible explanation. Just as he was about to voice his suspicion, Lin Chuan's voice interjected. "I presume you're considering that I colluded with the Military Security Network Department to cheat you out of this victory?" Zhu Hanlin fell silent. Lin Chuan stood up, gesturing towards his position. "All my operations were recorded. Come view them yourself, so you cannot claim I won dishonorably." Zhu Hanlin cast a profound glance at Lin Chuan, but approached without hesitation, quickly examining the evidence. Being an elite in this field, it took only a brief glance for him to recognize that Lin Chuan had indeed triumphed through his exceptional hacking skills. With such expertise, not only he, but even the military security department would likely find no match for him. In that instant, Zhu Hanlin's arms drooped in defeat, a bitter smile gracing his face. "I concede. My skills are inferior. I'm entirely convinced. Speak your punishment. I shall accept it without protest." The other novices sighed at this sight. They had not expected Zhu Hanlin to be so thoroughly vanquished. Given the commander's temperament, one could only imagine the extent of his forthcoming humiliation. Yet, Lin Chuan's subsequent words surprised everyone. "I offer you two choices. First, depart and take your leave. Second, assist the commander and within 3 months, teach the other novices this skill. Of course, if you are not eliminated during these 3 months of selection, I will not concern myself with your methods. Whether in training or during breaks, it matters not. If, within 3 months, any of the remaining novices fail to grasp the skill, you will still be dismissed." Zhu Hanlin wore an astonished expression. He had not anticipated Lin Chuan's punishment to be so lenient, merely assisting with teaching. It quickly dawned on him that this was perhaps not an opportunity extended by the commander, but rather a means for him to serve as free labor for the selection process. With Lin Chuan's abilities, he could undoubtedly teach the other novices himself. Yet, having Zhu Hanlin do so would save him considerable time and effort. This rascal, what a clever punishment. Nonetheless, Zhu Hanlin found himself with no choice, for he was unwilling to leave. At least until he had passed all assessments and proven his worth, he could not walk away. "I choose the second option." A smirk played on Lin Chuan's lips, clearly anticipating Zhu Hanlin's decision. Having Zhu Hanlin assist in teaching was not as straightforward as it appeared. He He could easily summon a plethora of professional talents with a simple phone call if he needed instructors. Moreover, there were deeper reasons behind this choice. Turning to the other novices, Lin Chuan declared, "You too, if you fail to meet the assessment standards in this subject within 3 months, you will be directly eliminated." With that, he exited the scene, leaving Sun Ying to continue the training of the novices. Zhu Hanlin, now an external hire, began moving among the novices, providing explanations and sharing insights. The novices recognized the difficulty of this subject and dared not slack off. They studied diligently until late into the night, their spirits nearly exhausted, before Lin Chuan finally allowed them to return for some much-needed rest. After an entire day of intensive training and mental strain, coupled with their meager sustenance of a single bread roll, they had all reached their limits. Once they laid down in their humble quarters, they fell into a deep slumber, too fatigued even to exchange words. Exhausted. In the command room, as Zhou Xian and Sun Ying entered, they groaned in unison. Lin Chuan tossed them each a bottle of water, chuckling, "Is this only the first day, and you are already worn out? There remains a training period of over 6 months ahead." Zhou Xian plopped down into a chair, reclining in utter exhaustion, lamenting, "Heavens, another 6 months, just in my misery." Bang! No sooner had Zhou Xian made his lament than a water bottle came hurtling toward him. If the commander finds this tiresome, why not return to the basics? Zhou Xian scrambled to sit upright, smiling sheepishly. "Boss, I was merely jesting." Having followed Lin Chuan for so long, they were acutely aware of his relentless nature. He was not only harsh with others, but even harsher with himself. Sun Ying approached Lin Chuan, her brow furrowed with concern. "Boss, with this kind of training method, it would be remarkable if we could retain even 20 out of 50. Should we consider easing the intensity a bit?" Lin Chuan slightly shook his head, asserting that it was unnecessary and that they should proceed according to the original plan. "Their potential far exceeds your expectations. If we do not seize this opportunity to unearth their capabilities and talents, it will be increasingly difficult to achieve breakthroughs once they have fully formed. If anyone truly cannot endure and wishes to leave, then that merely indicates they are not suited to be special forces. Let them go. I seek elites, not a rabble." Sun Ying wished to offer further counsel, but Zhou Xian interjected, "Xiao Ying, the boss is correct. Reflect on our beginnings. The intensity we faced was not vastly different from theirs. Yet we continued to surpass our limits, our strength ascending rapidly. Without enduring hellish trials, they cannot grow swiftly. Moreover, the boss possesses far more experience than we do with a discerning eye. Those he selected are individuals he holds in high regard. So I believe there should be no issues." Upon hearing this, Sun Ying refrained from further protest. Lin Chuan glanced at the time, remarking, "There's little time left. You two should rest quickly. In 3 hours, we commence again." The two checked the clock, realizing it was already past midnight, and they could not help but chuckle bitterly, mourning silently for the novices. Before long, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Just as the novices were engulfed in slumber, several tear gas grenades were tossed through the window. Almost immediately, an emergency assembly alarm blared, and Zhou Xian bellowed through a loudspeaker, "All personnel, assemble immediately. You will learn the consequences of exceeding 3 minutes." As the acrid odor swiftly permeated the room, the novices jolted awake, coughing. "What on earth is happening? Why can't we sleep at this hour? What madness is this?" Some fumbled in the darkness for their clothes, cursing under their breath. "Damn it, are we not allowed to live?" Angry shouts echoed as the novices, amidst the tear gas haze, coughed and struggled to dress, frantically preparing themselves. After what felt like an eternity, they finally managed to assemble outside, looking disheveled, hair in disarray, buttons mismatched, and shoes worn incorrectly. Zhou Xian's eyes widened as he roared, "Look at your disgraceful appearance. Your speed resembles that of a snail, and your attire is a complete mess. Do you think you can become special forces like this? It's utterly laughable. It took you 5 minutes to assemble. In a real battle, you would have already been obliterated by the enemy. Back to your rooms for punishment." With that, Zhou Xian raised his weapon and fired a shot in front of them, causing the novices to recoil in fear. A group of instructors rushed out, forcefully shoving them back into their rooms. Once all the novices were confined again, Zhou Xian tossed a few more tear gas grenades into the room, swiftly closing and locking the door. Within the thickening smoke, the novices initially attempted to endure the discomfort, but the pungent scent pierced their nostrils like countless tiny needles. Their eyes reddened instantly, tears streaming uncontrollably, their vision blurring as they could only discern vague figures moving in a frenzy. Each breath felt like fire searing their throats, prompting waves of harsh coughing. Some tried to cover their mouths and noses, but the overwhelming odor seeped through, nearly suffocating them. "This is going to kill us," one novice groaned, bending over and clutching his throat in a desperate attempt to alleviate the agony. "I can't take it anymore," another cried out, frantically pounding on the door, their voice filled with despair and helplessness. Yet, the only response was Zhou Xian's cold indifference from outside. In that cramped room, the tear gas smoke grew denser, and the novices' bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Their legs buckled, and some collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain as they sought a breath of fresh air. "I can't hold on any longer. I need to get out," one weakly responded. "Don't waste your efforts. They want to care about us." Every second felt like an eternity as the novices neared the brink of psychological collapse in their relentless torment. After what seemed like an age, Zhou Xian finally opened the door, coldly instructing, "Step outside." The novices emerged like defeated soldiers, devoid of energy. At that moment, a female soldier could no longer contain her emotions and cried out, "I want to quit. I can't endure this torment any longer." Soon after, two more female soldiers joined in, exclaiming, "We also want to quit." Encouraged by their resolve, a dozen novices hesitated before ultimately gritting their teeth and choosing to withdraw. They simply could not withstand such unyielding, limitless training. Their mental and physical states had reached their limits. Yet, even amidst this, Lin Chuan exhibited no trace of compassion. "Very well. You all have the right to withdraw. Black Wolf, here," Zhou Xian responded loudly. "Escort them off the island." "Yes." Zhou Xian turned to the novices, expressionless, and asked, "Anyone else wishing to withdraw? Step to the front row." Instantly, 3 female soldiers and 9 male soldiers stepped forward without hesitation. Then, 3 more male soldiers hesitated before joining them. Among the Marine Corps, a female soldier, her eyes reddened and sniffling, attempted to step forward but was pulled back by Chun Jiao. "What are you doing? Do you also wish to quit?" The female soldier sobbed. "I truly can't hold on any longer. I don't want to be a special forces soldier. I don't want to be promoted. I fear I might truly die here." The other female soldiers were deeply moved. They had no right to look down on her, for they too did not know how long they could endure. Tang Lin sighed softly. "If you wish to leave, then go. The path is yours to choose. Just do not regret it." The female soldier hesitated, but ultimately decided to withdraw. She saluted the Marine Corps members, saying, "I'm sorry for bringing shame to our unit." With that, she turned and walked toward the front row, which had now swelled to over 10 individuals. "Is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw?" After a brief pause, and confirming no one else was leaving, Zhou Xian waved his hand, instructing the instructors to escort them away. Chapter 18. Extreme Endurance. The novices' feet covered in blisters, completely crushed. Lin Chuan leaned back, observing the group of novices, whose numbers had dwindled to below 100. After merely 3 hours of sleep, they had been forcibly awakened for assembly, subsequently subjected to the torment of tear gas. At this moment, the novices' condition could only be described in 2 words: numbness, a profound exhaustion that rendered them insensate. As they watched Lin Chuan pace before them, the novices harbored an overwhelming urge to rush forward and deliver a sound thrashing. "I know what you are thinking." Lin Chuan suddenly halted, revealing an unsettling smile. "You must be wishing that if you could just beat me up a bit, it would relieve your frustrations, wouldn't it?" The novices were taken aback, surprised that their thoughts were so easily discerned. "The reason I summoned you at this hour is not without purpose. Otherwise, I would not wish to disturb your slumber. Now, take a look at that hill behind you." The novices turned to gaze at the hill, which was neither far nor particularly high, standing at over 300 meters above sea level. Lin Chuan continued, "Last night, I checked the weather forecast, which promised splendid weather today. And we all know that a sunrise over the sea is breathtakingly beautiful. Given how exhausted you all were yesterday, I thought it would be nice to take you up there to witness the magnificent sunrise and unwind a bit. Upon hearing this, the novices were on the verge of an outburst. Unwind? After exhausting ourselves to the bone, you drag us out of bed at this ungodly hour to watch the sunrise? This is hardly the time for sun gazing. It feels more like moon watching. Lin Chuan wore an infuriatingly smug grin. You all seem quite eager. Eager? We can hardly wait to come at you. Then let us not waste any more time. We shall ascend the mountain to greet the sunrise. Unfortunately, my island base does not have enough vehicles, so you'll have to climb up on foot. It's not far. The straight line distance is just over 1,000 meters. I believe you can all make it before the sunrise. Of course, those who are utterly exhausted may take my vehicle. But once you reach the top and witness the sunrise, you must leave. Does anyone wish to ride with me? The novices rolled their eyes in exasperation. Black Wolf. Yes. Zhou Xian responded loudly. Check their gear. Each person is to carry a load of 40 kilograms. Yes, 40 kilograms. The novices' eyes widened in disbelief. This weight exceeded their training standards by over 20 kilograms. How could they possibly scale such heights with such a burden? Wouldn't it crush their spines? Report. This is too heavy. How are we supposed to climb the mountain? One novice shouted in frustration. Zhou Xian responded coldly. The standard weight for special forces equipment is precisely this. Those who cannot endure may withdraw. There was again. The novices gritted their teeth in anger. But they had to admit that those words were enough to quell their protests. As the heavy 40-kilogram packs bore down on their backs, the novices felt as if they had been struck by a mountain of boulders, their bodies sinking under the weight. What the hell is this weight? It's unbearable. One novice cursed, only to be met with Zhou Xian's icy gaze. Some novices' legs trembled uncontrollably, their knees buckling like cotton, nearly collapsing onto the rocky ground. Despite Zhu Hanlin's superior physical ability, he too felt the strain of such a heavy load, wincing as the straps dug painfully into his shoulders. As the novices began to stumble forward, they soon realized that the path up the mountain was far more treacherous than anticipated. The trail, shrouded in darkness, twisted and turned like a coiled serpent. Despite the straight-line distance of merely over 1,000 meters, the actual journey wound on for at least 5 kilometers. Not long into their ascent, one novice felt a sharp pain in his foot, halting to remove his shoe, only to find his sock shredded, blisters forming one after another. On my foot, someone cried out in agony, their steps faltering. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the thick clouds, casting faint rays that illuminated the rocky path. With each step the novices took, the stones cruelly rolled and scraped beneath their feet, akin to countless tiny steel needles mercilessly pricking their soles. Zhou Xian stood at the back of the line, loudly urging, "Hurry up. Why the delay? Can't you manage this little stretch? Do you still wish to become special forces?" Meanwhile, Lin Chuan leisurely sat in the vehicle, trailing behind without a care. Occasionally, he raised his weapon and fired into the sky, the gunfire shattering the pre-dawn silence, echoing through the valley and sending shivers down the novices' spines. Get your act together. Move faster. We have barely begun, and you're already falling behind? As time cruelly slipped away, the novices' strength dwindled like sand through an hourglass, the group gradually fragmenting. Some gasped for breath, their chests heaving as their pace slowed. Others clutched their blistered feet, limping onward, each step accompanied by excruciating pain. Finally, one novice could endure no longer, halting to catch his breath. "I can't take it anymore. I want to quit." Zhou Xian glanced at him but said nothing, merely gesturing for him to wait by the side. Then, he strode into the midst of the group, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized each individual, loudly asking, "Is there anyone who wishes to take the vehicle? You won't have to suffer any longer." Despite their exhaustion, sweat pouring down their faces and their eyes filled with fatigue and resentment, the novices gritted their teeth and shouted in unison, "We refuse to take the vehicle. If I must die, let be here. I won't give in. If you have the capability, run me into the ground." At that moment, Lin Chuan's attention fell upon Zhu Hanlin, who was doubled over, expelling the remnants of his strength. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he drove closer to Zhu Hanlin, deliberately speaking loudly to Sun Ying beside him. "Oh dear, some people, despite their limitations, insist on putting on a show. running slower than the female soldiers, yet constantly boasting about their prowess. If I were him, I'd head to the Banana Republic and change my identity, sparing myself the embarrassment of being a man. Zhu Hanlin, hearing Lin Chuan's words, felt a surge of anger ignite within him. He lifted his head, fire burning in his eyes, on the verge of charging at Lin Chuan, only to be yanked back by a teammate. Don't be foolish. We are no match for him. Zhu Hanlin shot Lin Chuan a fierce glare before pivoting and continuing to run, determined not to be looked down upon. Under Zhou Xian's relentless goading and Lin Chuan's provocations, the novices endured the pain in their feet and the fatigue in their bodies as they trudged along the rugged mountain path, each step fraught with hardship and struggle. Yet, within them, a spirit of defiance flared ever brighter amidst the extreme trials. As the novices' labored breaths echoed in the dawn, the horizon over the sea began to blush with the first light of day. The sky gradually brightened, and the novices' gaze extended further. "The top of the mountain," Tang Lin exclaimed, spotting the plateau just a few dozen meters ahead, a flicker of hope igniting amidst their extreme fatigue. "Prepare. We are almost at the summit." Tang Lin shouted loudly at the novices below. Upon hearing his words, the novices were instantly filled with hope, an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through their bodies. "Hold on. We must persevere." The novices encouraged and supported each other as they continued their arduous ascent toward the peak. At last, just as the sun began to rise above the horizon, each novice reached the summit one after another, collapsing onto the rocky platform, panting. The sound of their breaths was faint, for they had little strength left even to breathe. Their bodies were utterly exhausted, as if every ounce of energy had been drained away. Fatigue had reached its zenith, leaving only numbness. With a resounding thud, as the last novice arrived at the platform, Lin Chuan also drove up. Upon observing the novice's condition, he couldn't help but smile broadly and exclaimed, "Why is everyone lying down? Come on, get up and watch the sunrise." Witnessing the sunrise over the sea from the mountaintop is a dream cherished by many. "Come, behold its beauty. Beauty, my foot." The novices inwardly groaned, utterly worn out. Who has the energy or the mood to admire the sunrise? Yet, despite their complaints, they couldn't resist the urge to slightly turn their heads toward the horizon. After such a strenuous climb, it felt somewhat remiss not to glance at the view. Upon seeing the blood-red sun rising over the sea, with crimson-tinted clouds reflected in the boundless waves, the sight was undeniably breathtaking. It was indeed beautiful, worth the toil of the ascent. Lin Chuan, in a rare moment of kindness, refrained from issuing further commands, allowing them to rest quietly while enjoying the splendor of nature. After letting them recuperate for over half an hour, Lin Chuan finally drove down to escort the novices back. Upon seeing the vehicles arrive, the novices erupted in exclamations of disbelief. "What the hell? Didn't you say there weren't enough cars? What are these? Toy cars?" 10 minutes later, on the beach, Zhou Xian waved his hand, and the instructors below brought over boxes of silver needles and small scissors. "Everyone, take off your combat boots. Burst all the blisters on your feet and cut away the dead skin." Hearing Zhou Xian's commands, the novices finally became aware of the pain in their feet. They hastily sat down to remove their boots. Once the boots were off, a cacophony of agony erupted. "Damn, my feet are covered in blisters. Woe is me. Yours are fine. Mine are all burst, flesh and socks stuck together." Enduring the excruciating pain, the novices gasped and trembled as they slowly removed their socks. Once the socks were off, it became clear that nearly every foot bore several blisters. Many blisters had already burst, with blood visible inside. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and get to it. Do you want us instructors to help you burst them?" Zhou Xian urged, his voice booming. The novices could only grit their teeth and begin the painful task. Yet, many were too fearful to act. "Let me help you, and afterward, you can help me. I can't bring myself to do it." "That sounds good. Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Chuan's voice rang out. "Can't you all handle it yourselves? No mutual assistance allowed. Otherwise, back to the mountaintop you go." Upon hearing this, the novices inwardly cursed and lamented their fate. With no other choice, they had to tackle the task themselves. The air was filled with gasps and the sound of teeth grinding. 10 minutes later, Zhou Xian called for a halt. Lin Chuan then slowly approached them. As he drew near, he covered his nose, overwhelmed by the strong smell of sweat. Oh, I forgot. Lin Chuan realized. You've been here since yesterday, first soaking in seawater, then being gassed by smoke bombs, and now covered in sweat. A bit of odor is to be expected. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession and am somewhat averse to unpleasant smells. Therefore, you all should hurry and take a hot shower, wash off the scent, and change into fresh clothes before coming out for breakfast. Go on. The novices were left dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had just heard. Why has the chief instructor suddenly shown such kindness? Did the sun rise in the west? But just moments ago, they clearly saw the sun rising in the east. What are you still waiting for? Didn't you hear the chief instructor? Zhou Xian shouted loudly. Grab your gear and assemble at the bathhouse. Quickly, quickly. With that, Zhou Xian picked up a gun and began to fire wildly at their feet. The novices recoiled in fright, their foot pain causing them to cry out. The group stumbled into each other. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Chuan suddenly snapped at Zhou Xian. Don't you see they're all injured? Why are you scaring them with gunfire? Do bullets grow on trees? Military funds are wasted on people like you. Keep firing like that, and I'll dock your pay. Zhou Xian. Lin Chuan huffed. Treat them properly. Be civilized. Zhou Xian. Yes. The instructors exchanged bewildered glances, and the novices were equally perplexed. Male soldiers followed Zhou Xian, while female soldiers followed Sun Ying toward their respective bathhouses. With each step, the novices trembled, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. However, upon entering the bathhouse, they were struck by a pungent smell of alcohol. What is this? Why is there such a strong scent of alcohol in the bathhouse? The novices looked on in surprise and confusion, an ominous premonition rising within them. Almost simultaneously, Sun Ying and Zhou Xian pointed to the pool ahead. Everyone, get into the alcohol pool for 5 minutes to disinfect your feet. What? Disinfecting directly in the alcohol pool? Instantly, both bathhouses erupted with terrified screams from the novices. Chapter 19. Breakfast, Consuming Mice and Snakes. The horrified female soldiers. Disinfect in the alcohol pool directly? This is going to be unbearable. A rookie screamed in terror, her voice echoing throughout the bathhouse, laden with fear and resistance. Indeed, this is too harsh. Our soles are already blistered. Immersing them could cost us our lives. Another rookie protested loudly. This is sheer torture. We won't soak. The rookies exchanged words, collectively voicing their discontent and dissent. Who on earth would dare to go in there? We've just broken the skin and haven't even recovered from a pain. Just a slight touch sends us trembling. Even applying a bit of disinfectant makes our muscles tense and tears well up. Now, they were being asked to immerse themselves in the alcohol pool, where the blood blisters on their soles would be perpetually irritated by the alcohol. It was excruciating. Even a cow would perish from such agony. However, their complaints and fears elicited no sympathy from Zhou Xian. With a stern expression and icy gaze, he surveyed the crowd, barking, Enough chatter. If you refuse to go in, you're out. Don't think this is up for discussion. If you can't endure this minor pain, how can the nation and its people expect you to fight on the battlefield? Upon hearing this, the rookies' faces displayed a mixture of helplessness and struggle. They glanced at Zhou Xian's unyielding demeanor and then at the pungent alcohol pool before them, their hearts brimming with dread. Yet, recalling their earlier resolve and the notion that leaving equated to surrender, they gritted their teeth and, ultimately, under duress, began to approach the alcohol pool. A male rookie was the first to step into the pool. The moment his body made contact with the alcohol, he tensed up and let out a horrendous scream. It's unbearably painful. His face contorted, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The other rookies, witnessing this, felt an even deeper fear, but could only steel themselves and follow suit. As they touched the alcohol, they grimaced in agony, the bathhouse resonating with their tortured howls. Enough with the noise. At that moment, Lin Chuan entered, his face stern as he declared, "Injuries are inevitable on the battlefield. The tasks assigned to special forces are covert and fraught with peril. We don't know how many enemies may be lurking. Not only is noise unacceptable, but even the slightest movement could draw a bullet." He continued, "Silence. You must endure the pain. If anyone dares to scream again, you'll stay in there for an hour. Upon hearing this, the rookies clenched their jaws, enduring the pain in silence. They writhed as if thrown into a boiling pot of oil, the pain overwhelming them. A brawny male soldier clung tightly to the edge of the pool, his knuckles turning white from the strain, while veins bulged like worms on the back of his hands. His chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by a painful grunt. His feet thrashing against the pool's bottom, splashing alcohol onto his body and triggering even more intense pain. Another agile male soldier, however, resembled a wounded beast, curled up in a corner, hands clutching his head, shaking incessantly, producing indistinct sounds of anguish. Sweat beaded on his forehead and streamed down his cheeks into the alcohol pool, making it indistinguishable whether it was sweat or tears. Other male soldiers collapsed at the pool's edge, their bodies limp, hands hanging weakly outside. Their lips trembled, attempting to speak, but only faint, intermittent sounds emerged. Their eyes were filled with suffering and despair. Zhu Hanlin stood in the alcohol pool, his legs trembling slightly, the searing pain in his soles piercing him like daggers. Yet, upon meeting Lin Chuan's gaze, his expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. He gritted his teeth, his jaw muscles bulging, veins throbbing on his forehead, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Yet he remained utterly silent, his eyes fixed steadfastly on Lin Chuan as if challenging him. Tang Lin, too, was engulfed in agony, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, leaving trails of blood. His body leaned forward slightly, searching for a foothold at the pool's bottom, every muscle taut from the pain. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the female soldiers' bathhouse was suffocatingly oppressive. The anguished cries from the male soldiers heightened their fears. A short-haired female soldier's eyes reddened, her voice quivering. "I'm so scared. If I go in, I feel like I'll faint from the pain." Beside her, Chun Jiao, though equally fearful, comforted her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we're in this together. Just endure a little longer, and it'll be over." However, when faced with the alcohol pool, such comfort felt utterly inadequate. The first to brave the pool was Su Mei. As her foot grazed the alcohol, her body instinctively recoiled, hands covering her mouth to stifle a scream. Yet a muffled groan escaped through her fingers. At that moment, a petite female soldier slowly crouched down, taking a deep breath as if summoning all her courage, before gradually placing her foot into the alcohol pool. In an instant, her eyes widened in shock, color draining from her face, and she emitted a piercing scream. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, hands clawing frantically at the pool's edge, her nails scraping against the wall, producing a grating sound. She could barely endure for 2 minutes before her gaze dulled, her body collapsing, her eyes rolling back as she fainted from the pain. "Oh no! Someone has fainted!" A nearby female soldier exclaimed in alarm. Sun Ying rushed over to check, furrowing her brow as she shouted, "Get her out! The rest of you continue soaking." When the rookies emerged from the alcohol pool, they stumbled as if a gust of wind could knock them over. Their faces were pale as parchment, foreheads beaded with fine sweat, every step accompanied by slight tremors, an instinctive response to the alcohol's stimulus. The pain in their soles rendered movement laborious, each step akin to treading on shards of glass, involuntarily gasping for breath. The male soldiers bore their suffering, supporting one another, striving to maintain composure. Yet, their tightly furrowed brows and slightly trembling bodies betrayed their struggle. Zhu Hanlin's face was ashen, veins throbbing on his forehead as he fought to contain his discomfort, biting his lip until it bled lightly. Tang Lin gasped heavily, his legs weakening, and had it not been for his comrade's support, he might have collapsed. The female soldiers fared even worse, tears brimming in many eyes, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. They fought back the urge to cry out, their shoulders trembling slightly. Their gazes were filled with pain and helplessness, scarcely possessing the strength to wipe away their sweat. After a grueling half-hour, they finally mustered enough spirit to drag their exhausted bodies to the showers. The warm water cascaded over them, but could not dispel the fatigue and terror within. As they changed clothes, their movements were slow and stiff, as if every action drained them of their remaining energy. Just as the rookies managed to don clean clothes, Zhou Xian's sharp whistle pierced the air, Gather. Come out for breakfast. Upon hearing the promise of breakfast, a glimmer of hope flickered in the rookies' previously dim eyes, their stomachs rumbling in response. They clung to this lifeline, dragging their weary bodies toward the assembly point with renewed determination. However, upon their exit, the novices were met not with the bread they had savored the previous night, but with two large iron cages draped in cloth, from which faint hissing sounds emanated. The newcomers exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding washing over them. At that moment, Lin Chuan emerged, his face alight with a smile. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "In light of your commendable performances yesterday and this morning, I am pleased to offer you a supplementary meal to replenish your strength." With that, he gestured for Zhou Xian to unveil the covered cages. Zhou Xian stepped forward and pulled aside the cloth, revealing a cage filled with snakes of varying sizes. Some coiled, while others twisted and glided slowly, their triangular heads held high, cold eyes glimmering ominously. Their elongated tongues flicked in and out, producing a chilling hissing sound, as if to assert their dominance. Some snakes bore vibrant patterns, their vivid colors a stark warning of their peril. Others were entirely black, evoking a sense of dread. In the adjacent cage, a multitude of mice scurried about, their high-pitched squeaks piercing the air. With beady eyes darting restlessly, their long tails flicked behind them, while their sparse fur, some matted with dirt, emanated an unpleasant odor. In their cramped confines, they dashed about frantically, occasionally scratching at the bars, creating a cacophony of squeaks. Upon witnessing the mice and snakes, the novices erupted in chaos. The female soldiers were particularly taken aback, their faces draining of color. Some shrieked, instinctively retreating. One trembling female soldier stammered this. "This can't possibly be breakfast, can it?" Lin Chuan flashed a broad grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, and replied, "Very astute." He then issued his command. "Each person must consume either a mouse or a snake, and you are to kill it yourselves." Upon hearing his words, the novices were momentarily speechless, their faces betraying shock and resistance. "How can we eat this? I would rather starve." Protests erupted in a chorus. The male soldiers, though not as terror-stricken as their female counterparts, displayed evident reluctance, their brows furrowed tightly, eyes filled with defiance. Chapter 20. The novices consume raw mice and snake flesh, resulting in widespread vomiting. As Lin Chuan observed the expressions of the crowd, he proclaimed, "Of course, if you are unwilling to partake, I shall not force you. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. For the next 3 days, your meals will consist solely of these foods. If you choose to abstain, you shall surely find yourselves among those who are eliminated." Upon hearing this, the novices were engulfed by a wave of revulsion. 3 days of such sustenance. It would surely be unbearable. Yet, after enduring over a day's worth of training, they had come to glean a fundamental understanding of Lin Chuan. Setting aside other considerations, his ability to uphold his promises was not something they dared to challenge. As he stated, those who refused to eat would be unable to endure the rigors of such intense training. Even missing a single meal would likely render them incapable of continuing with the next exercise. The body requires energy for sustenance. It is undeniable that both mice and snakes are rich in protein. If they could muster the resolve to consume them, it would undoubtedly provide greater satiety and energy than mere bread. Yet, gazing at the writhing serpents and the squeaking rodents before them, who could possibly stomach such a meal? "Report," a male soldier called out. "Is this actually raw? Or can we?" "Absolutely not," Lin Chuan interrupted coldly. "Starting a fire on the battlefield is a grave error. Special forces operatives, in most instances, conduct covert operations behind enemy lines. Camouflage and concealment are essential skills. Any sound could attract the enemy, leading to unimaginable consequences for oneself and comrades alike. Even when eating, one must exercise extreme caution. Do you think this is a backyard barbecue?" The novices, upon hearing this, wore expressions filled with bitterness. "Report," Zhu Hanlin called out next. "These snakes and mice are undoubtedly teeming with bacteria. Who knows how many viruses they harbor? Consuming them raw would expose the body to a high risk of infection. Lin Chuan maintained an impassive demeanor as he retorted, "Bacteria? Viruses? In special operations, there's no front line or rear. This is adversity within adversity. A single location, a singular mission, could require several days or even longer. In the absence of any supplies, if you manage to catch an ant on the battlefield, you should be grateful. Yet you still concern yourselves with bacteria and viruses? Let me tell you, as long as you can preserve your life and complete the mission, whether it be bacteria or poison, you must consume it without hesitation. Death must come only after the mission is accomplished." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Hanlin and the other novices fell silent. They were not ignorant of history, nor were they unaware of the dire circumstances faced by revolutionary martyrs during the war. Yet, knowing such things is one matter. Experiencing them is entirely another. Lin Chuan observed the novices' faces, twisted in resistance and fear, and a sly smile crept upon his lips. Noting their lack of experience, he decided to make an exception. "Very well, Instructor Black Wolf will demonstrate for you all. Do not let yourselves choke on fur when you attempt to kill later." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Xianxian. Understanding the cue, Zhou Xianxian strode purposefully toward the cage containing the snakes. As he approached, a chill emanated from within, prompting the novices to instinctively shrink back. Without hesitation, Zhou Xianxian reached into the cage, and at the moment his hand made contact with a snake, gasps erupted from the crowd. The female soldiers reacted most vehemently, covering their mouths tightly with their hands, their nails digging into their palms as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Did he not fear being bitten? Were these snakes venomous? How could he be so audacious? While the male soldiers maintained a semblance of composure, their faces betrayed their tension and unease. Zhou Xianxian sees a robust viper, which writhed desperately in his grasp, its triangular head struggling to strike. Yet he remained unfazed, lifting the snake high before forcefully slamming it to the ground with a dull thud. The snake, momentarily dazed, found itself pinned beneath Zhou Xuanxuan's knee, rendered immobile. He swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, the blade gleaming as he commenced skinning the snake with practiced precision. His movements were fluid and rapid. The skin gradually peeled away to reveal the blood-streaked flesh beneath, droplets of blood cascading onto the ground. Once he had completed the skinning, his gaze shifted to the snake's abdomen. Carefully, he made an incision, extracting the vibrant green gallbladder. Holding it aloft in his palm, he addressed the novices with a grin. "This gallbladder is quite the treasure. In the wild, it serves as an exceptional means to replenish one's vitality." With that, he tossed the gallbladder into his mouth, tilting his head back to swallow it whole. The novices, in unison, grimaced and swallowed hard. Next, Zhou Xianxian brought the skinned snake meat to his lips, taking a hearty bite and chewing with an expression of enjoyment. The novices raised their eyebrows, mumbling indistinctly, "Not bad at all. High in protein, very nourishing." This scene ignited an uproar among the novices. Some male soldiers could not suppress their gag reflex, their throats emitting distressing sounds as their bodies trembled. Zhu Hanlin's face turned ashen, filled with revulsion as he fought against his own nausea. Tang Lin averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the pressure, muttering curses under his breath. The female soldiers were even more vocal in their dismay. Chun Jiao's complexion turned pale, her body shaking violently as she clamped her hands over her mouth, as if on the verge of retching. Su Mei screamed again, her voice laced with terror and despair, retreating hastily, nearly collapsing to the ground. If even these two fearless female soldiers reacted thusly, one could only imagine the state of the others. It was utterly terrifying. They simply could not fathom consuming such fare, let alone eating it. The mere sight of it was enough to instill dread. After sampling a few bites of snake meat, Zhou Xianxian approached the cage containing the mice. As he reached out to grab one, the novices tensed once more. The female soldiers' eyes widened in horror, fear radiating from their expressions. Chun Jiao shut her eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight, her body trembling uncontrollably. Su Mei turned her back, clutching her head as if to shield herself from the dreadful scene. The short-haired female soldier screamed even louder, her cries echoing, filled with helplessness. Zhou Xianxian seized a mouse, which squirmed desperately in his grip, emitting sharp, frantic squeaks. He grasped its tail, lifting it upside down before violently flinging it against the side of the cage, silencing it instantly. Once again, he retrieved his dagger, commencing the process of skinning the mouse. With swift precision, he made an incision along its abdomen, quickly peeling away the skin to reveal the pink flesh beneath. Holding the skinned mouse meat aloft, he took a bite, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face as he sauntered about, deliberately making exaggerated sounds of appreciation. This mouse meat is quite fragrant. It would be a pity for you not to sample it. Witnessing Zhou Xianxian consume mouse meat utterly shattered the novices. Some female soldiers crouched on the ground, incessantly retching as if they were trying to expel their very bile. The male soldiers fared little better, although they harbored no fear of mice. They could not suppress their visceral aversion to such filthy and grotesque creatures. Lin Chuan observed the trainees' reactions with a cold demeanor and remarked, "This is the reality that special forces may encounter on the battlefield. If you cannot overcome this minor hurdle, I suggest you leave at once. You now have the option to eat or abstain. If you choose to eat, you must do so with your own hands. Should you opt not to eat, I advise you to depart immediately. These provisions will accompany you throughout the selection process. Even upon becoming special forces, the sustenance that may enter your mouth could be even more repugnant than these snakes and mice. You have 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the training will commence. If you believe you can endure hunger, then do not eat." The timer begins now. The air around them seemed to freeze under the weight of the oppressive atmosphere. The faces of the trainees were etched with struggle, particularly among the female soldiers. Their eyes reflected a primal fear of the food before them, mingled with a deep yearning for the dream of becoming special forces, creating an internal conflict that made their bodies tremble slightly. Chun Jiao's lips had turned pale from biting them, and her hands clutched her clothing tightly as if seeking courage from it. Su Mei's eyes brimmed with tears, her breath coming in deep gasps as she attempted to calm herself. Yet, the slight quiver of her shoulders betrayed her profound fear. Other female soldiers huddled together, softly weeping, their voices barely audible in the stifling environment. "I truly cannot do this. It is too terrifying," one soldier lamented, her voice laced with despair. "Indeed, how can one possibly eat this? I would rather withdraw," another echoed, her body shaking uncontrollably. At that moment, Zhou Xian stepped forward. "Those who go first can eat the mice, if you go tonight." He paused, a playful smile creeping across his face. "Then it will only be snakes." His words detonated like a bomb in the already tense atmosphere, further unsettling the trainees, especially the female soldiers. They would rather consume mice than face snakes. Not only the female soldiers, but even most of the male soldiers harbored an innate fear of snakes. Just a glance at them could induce terror, let alone the thought of grasping one. While the others wrestled with their inner turmoil, Zhu Hanlin inhaled deeply and was the first to step forward. His footsteps were heavy, each step a battle with his own conscience. As he approached the mouse cage, hesitating at the sight of the frantically jumping mice, he caught a glimpse of Lin Chuan's disdainful gaze, igniting a flame of defiance within him. Gritting his teeth, he turned and strode purposefully to the snake cage. When Zhu Hanlin reached for a snake, his hand trembled noticeably. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he seized the snake with determination. It writhed desperately in his grasp, and his face turned pale, yet his gaze remained resolute. Mimicking Zhou Xian, he forcefully threw the snake to the ground, pinning it down with his knee, and drew a dagger to begin skinning it. His movements were somewhat clumsy, blood splattered onto his hands, but he remained oblivious. As he brought the skinned snake meat to his lips, the surrounding trainees held their breath in anticipation. He bit down, and before he could swallow, an expression of extreme agony twisted his features, and he gagged violently. His body shook uncontrollably, almost expelling the contents of his stomach. However, a fierce determination gleamed in his eyes as he fought against his nausea and forcibly swallowed the piece of snake meat, then took another bite. The other trainees were astounded by Zhu Hanlin's audacity. He actually consumed it. How impressive. If only I had his courage, some male soldiers thought. their fists clenched in silent admiration, seemingly inspired by his bravery. With the first act of courage, a second followed. Tang Lin inhaled deeply and stepped forward. His eyes radiated intensity as he approached the snake cage. Grasping a snake, he proceeded to kill and skin it. Although his technique was not as refined as Zhou Xian's, he completed the task in one continuous motion. He bit into the snake meat, grimacing in pain but resolutely swallowing it. Encouraged by his actions, most of the male soldiers opted for the mice, though they approached the cages with reluctance. On the female side, Chun Jiao and Su Mei exchanged glances, each recognizing fear and determination mirrored in the other's eyes. They took tentative steps toward the mouse cage, each movement akin to crossing a vast chasm. As Chun Jiao reached for a mouse, her hand trembled uncontrollably. Gritting her teeth, she finally caught one. The mouse struggled fiercely in her grip, and she nearly released it. Su Mei also caught one, her eyes tightly shut, her face contorted in agony. Mimicking Zhou Xian, they dispatched the mice and began to skin them. Blood dripped to the ground, their hands quaking with fear. As they brought the skinned mouse meat to their lips, the other female soldiers watched anxiously. Chun Jiao bit down, her face a mask of pain as she fought against her nausea, chewing determinedly until she finally swallowed. Su Mei followed suit, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet she persevered. Witnessing this act of bravery, some female soldiers gasped and cried, while others expressed awe. "They are so courageous. I want to try too," one soldier whispered. However, amidst this arduous moment, a few female soldiers succumbed to their fear and chose to withdraw, tears in their eyes, their expressions filled with disappointment and resignation. On the male side, 3 soldiers, unable to conquer their fears, bowed their heads and slowly exited the ranks. Lin Chuan observed the scene with an impassive expression. Although the selection had only just begun, he understood that overcoming fear was not an instantaneous feat. The trainees required time to process this experience. Consuming raw snakes and mice was merely the first step in confronting their psychological barriers. If they could not manage this, how could they ever face the grim realities of battle? Zhou Xian shouted from the sidelines, "This is your choice. The weak may leave, while the brave stay to face the challenge." Tang Lin, suppressing his disgust, addressed the remaining trainees, "Do not swallow hastily. Chew vigorously. You must familiarize your mouth with these flavors. Only then can you truly overcome the revulsion and fear that accompany the next meal." The trainees, steeling themselves, began to chew the raw meat, one bite at a time. Chapter 21. This instructor is a devil. A devil. Some novices could hardly swallow after just a few bites, while others consumed an entire snake or mouse without hesitation. These are the individuals determined to join the special forces, striving to replenish their energy adequately. Those who refrained from eating eventually chose to withdraw. Merely 10 minutes had passed, and the number of novices on site dwindled to just over 70. Compared to the beginning, nearly half had been eliminated within a day, making the elimination rate quite alarming. This report reached the military, and both Wang He and the chief of staff frowned upon reviewing the data. What is that rascal Lin Chuan up to? The chief of staff pondered. At this rate of elimination, there will hardly be anyone left in a few days. Wang He inquired, "Do we have any updates on the special forces formations from other armies?" The chief of staff sighed. The selections are conducted secretly by each military branch, each possessing their competitive edge. If they had experienced personnel, they might report to headquarters for guidance and support. However, since everyone is navigating uncharted waters, they are unlikely to heed our requests. So far, I've only gathered information on 3 armies. Please share, Wang He urged. The chief of staff continued. The 8th Army has convened the elite soldiers from each regiment for intensive training, but I am unclear about the specifics. I only know that the training intensity is significantly higher than usual. The 17th Army has a colleague from my military academy who has shared some insights. In summary, they focus on reconnaissance skills, with all reconnaissance experts undergoing systematic assessments. Those who meet the standards are retained for a series of high-intensity training, likely similar to the 8th Army's approach. However, the 28th Army's training model bears some resemblance to Lin Chuan's. Oh, Wang Yi's interest was piqued. In what way? The chief of staff explained, their chief instructor, Li Hao, has participated in international elite training, just like Lin Chuan, Zhou Xian, and Sunning. Currently, they are employing a selection method centered around the limits of physical, mental, and willpower endurance. It's strikingly similar to Lin Chuan's approach, likely learned from foreign training methods. The difference lies in the sheer number of participants, which exceeds ours by more than 10 times, and all are top-tier soldiers. Our numbers are limited, and many of those Lin Chuan selected are quite ordinary, with only a few being exceptional. This aspect perplexes me. If they have plenty of elite soldiers, why does he not utilize them? Of course, they're organized separately by military branches, while we are a combined force, Wang He replied, falling into contemplation. After a moment, he remarked, the definition of special forces is based on foreign standards. I believe Lin Chuan and Li Hao's methods of organization and selection are viable. One of our objectives in forming special forces is not only to maintain border stability and combat armed groups, but also to counter foreign special forces. Using their methods against them is not unexpected. However, regarding the elite soldiers, honestly, I struggle to comprehend. Cultivating even one elite soldier is no easy feat, let alone a group. Could it be that this fellow possesses some extraordinary ability that allows him to discern the true potential of his subordinates? The chief of staff chuckled softly. It's hard to say. After all, while special forces are elite soldiers are not necessarily special forces. Lin Chuan gives me an impression of being enigmatic. Whether in the past or present, all I see in him is confidence, pure, unyielding confidence. It seems the concept of failure is foreign to him. Wang He nodded slightly. Let us observe further. In military strategy, doubt leads to defeat. We cannot turn back once the arrow is loosed. In due time, we shall conduct an assessment. Lin Chuan surveyed the pale faces of the novices, who were desperately suppressing their nausea, and finally allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. Very well done. Your performance today has greatly pleased me. As a reward, we shall forego the high-intensity physical and mental training today. Instead, we will engage in lighter and more enjoyable activities. You have 10 minutes to digest. The novices collectively exhaled in relief at his words. However, Zhu Hanlin regarded Lin Chuan with a cold gaze, skeptical of his intentions. This individual was a quintessential wolf in sheep's clothing. The one capable of devising such twisted methods to torment them could not possibly have a sudden change of heart, could he? Old Zhu, finally a day to rest, remarked a nearby teammate. Zhu Hanlin scoffed. You dare to trust him? The teammate was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you suggesting he is deceiving us? Zhu Hanlin replied, don't be foolish. Do you think this is a benevolent environment? Do you really believe this scoundrel is genuinely kind-hearted? With narrowed eyes, he continued to scrutinize Lin Chuan. I suspect he is scheming something against us. Curiosity sparked among the other novices as they turned to Zhu Hanlin. His earlier display of computer prowess and patient instruction had garnered their trust and admiration. Is that really possible? One teammate asked anxiously. In our current state, we can barely stand, let alone train any further. Surely, we could just engage in some electronic device training, which I could handle. Zhu Hanlin rolled his eyes. You think our training subjects are limited to just this? Remember the designation of our special forces? What does Tianlong imply? Do not forget the two words that follow, tri-service. Zhu Hanlin's voice grew serious. What does tri-service mean? From what I know, this time, the entire army is forming 100 different units, encompassing the Navy, Army, and Air Force. Since yesterday, we have only engaged in Army training and common naval subjects. What about the other subjects? There are no fewer than 100 types of training across the three branches. Do you think the only methods of torment available to them are these few? The teammates and other novices exchanged bewildered glances, realization dawning upon them. One teammate hesitantly asked, Old Zhu, what do you think he will do to us? Zhu Hanlin shook his head slightly. I do not know. This fellow's thoughts are inscrutable. All I can say is we should brace ourselves psychologically. In any case, it will not be any easier than before. Upon hearing this, the group tensed again. Meanwhile, the naval infantry members were also anxiously eyeing Tang Lin. Their contingent consisted of over a dozen individuals participating in the selection, but now only 5 remained, 3 men and 2 women, Chun Jiao and Su Mei. Tank squad leader, what do you think? Xun Jiao asked with some trepidation. Tang Lin glanced at her and replied, what else is there to consider? Let's take each step as it comes. Regardless of what lies ahead, we shall face it together. As soldiers, we must grit our teeth. What is there that we cannot endure? Upon hearing these words, the others nodded vigorously in agreement. The 10-minute break passed in the blink of an eye, and the newcomers had regained their composure. Just then, the whistle blew. All personnel, assemble. Zhou Xian's voice echoed like an incantation once again. After the assembly, Zhou Xian led them to the comprehensive mechanical training ground several hundred meters away. I knew it. That scoundrel. Zhu Hanlin's face turned crimson with anger as he beheld the equipment. The nearby teammates and other novices could also sense what training lay ahead, their expressions paling once more. Their anger surged. Ha ha ha. Lin Chuan approached with a smile, saying, today, we will practice these simple tasks. Earlier, I overheard someone explaining the nature of our Tianling amphibious special forces. I trust you all have gained some understanding. Upon hearing the term someone, Zhu Hanlin nearly burst with indignation, only to be swiftly restrained by his teammates. Lin Chuan continued, the soldiers of the amphibious special forces must possess the skills to soar like eagles, capture tigers on land, and catch turtles in the sea. Soaring refers to the ability to parachute from high altitudes, execute low-altitude jumps, perform rope descents, glide with delta wings, and even pilot armed helicopters. The novices were taken aback. Parachuting, delta wing flying, piloting armed helicopters? They were being trained as airborne troops and pilots. Among them, only a small fraction had come from the Air Force. Some possessed certain skills, but none had them all. It was impossible to find anyone in the Air Force with such a comprehensive skill set. Each branch, whether airborne or aviation, operated as independent units with specialized training. It was inconceivable for them to undergo integrated training. Have you ever seen an airborne soldier who could fly an armed helicopter? As for delta wing flying, they had only seen it in foreign films or books. Which unit in the Huaxia military trains for such things? Moreover, many among them were from the army or navy, completely unacquainted with such skills. In fact, several were acrophobic and terrified of heights. Lin Chuan paid no heed to their astonishment and anxiety. Continuing, to attain such abilities, one must first conquer the sensation of dizziness. The experience of high-altitude falls or flying, along with the effects of weightlessness and atmosphere pressure, can induce profound dizziness. If one cannot overcome this, it could lead to fainting during descent, resulting in only one outcome: crashing to the ground and becoming a mere puddle of flesh. Thus, today's task is to undergo anti-dizziness training. The training is not difficult. You won't need your hands or feet, so rest assured. With that, Lin Chuan pointed to the fixed rotating wheel. We shall start with the basics. Your hands and feet will be secured to the fixed rotating wheel, which will spin the apparatus. Not too much. Lin Chuan extended his palm, displaying 5 fingers, and cheerfully declared, each of you will complete 500 rotations. 500 rotations? Not too much. The novices erupted in disbelief. Brother, do you even hear what you're saying? 500 rotations. Normally, when we stand and spin around a few times, we're already dizzy. You expect us to be strapped to a rotating wheel and spin 500 times? And you dare call this easy? Please, take your so-called ease and go perish. We are human, not machines. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was, we just consumed snake and rat meat. The fact that we could hold back our nausea was already a monumental feat. And now you want us to spin in circles? Isn't this a blatant torment of our stomachs, ensuring we regurgitate everything we just ingested? Is this something a human can endure? Chapter 22, Eat Cockroaches? Instructor, you are a devil. Lin Chuan pointed to an oil barrel 20 meters away and continued. After coming down from the rotating wheel, if you can walk over and touch the barrel within 10 seconds, you will be deemed qualified. The rookies felt a surge of panic. Walking over, standing upright would be a feat. Rest assured, I won't make you complete 500 laps in one go. Today, we will practice in 5 groups, with each group doing 100 laps, Lin Chuan declared. After he spoke, Zhou Xian stepped forward, his expression stern as he surveyed the group of rookies. Listen carefully. On the fixed wheel, you must learn to adjust your center of gravity. Lean slightly forward. Relax your shoulders, and do not resist the force of the rotation. Move with its rhythm to alleviate the dizziness to some extent. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xian commanded, "All Air Force personnel, step forward." The Air Force rookies, though reluctant, quickly complied. Zhou Xian regarded them with a blank expression and said, "You will go first to demonstrate for the Army and Navy rookies." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Air Force rookies turned ashen. Under normal circumstances, they could endure 100 laps of fixed-wheel training, but after having endured the torment of raw snake and rat meat, their stomachs were still in turmoil, making this a cruel addition to their suffering. There were 5 fixed wheels on site. With Zhou Xian's order, 5 Air Force rookies were the first to step forward, their hands and feet securely bound to the wheel. The wheel slowly started to turn, at a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow, creaking ominously. Initially, the Air Force rookies feigned calmness, but soon their faces began to pale. One rookie closed his eyes tightly, his eyeballs darting uncontrollably beneath his eyelids, brows furrowed, teeth clenched, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His body swayed uncontrollably with the turn of the wheel, each movement akin to a battle with his stomach. The Army and Navy rookies stood nearby, anxiously watching, some unable to suppress their swallowing, their faces etched with worry and fear. Finally, after 100 laps, the wheel came to a gradual stop. The 5 Air Force rookies were untied, their faces white as sheets, their bodies swaying as if they might collapse at any moment. They gritted their teeth against their stomach discomfort and began to walk toward the oil barrel 20 meters away. However, before they had taken more than a few steps, one rookie suddenly doubled over and violently vomited. Soon after, the others followed suit, spewing their contents onto the ground, the air heavy with a nauseating stench. Seeing the sorry state of the 5 Air Force rookies, the other rookies erupted in a chorus of panic. "This is terrifying. If this is what happens after 100 laps, what would 500 do to us?" As the crowd murmured, Zhou Xian observed with a smirk, his lips curling in derision. "Is this all? You call yourselves the Air Force? You've undergone systematic training, and yet you can't even withstand this minor test. Perhaps you should just head home." At his words, the 5 rookies felt a wave of shame wash over them. The second group of Air Force rookies reluctantly stepped forward, once again bound to the fixed wheel. As the wheel turned, their reactions mirrored the first group. Initially determined, they eventually succumbed to agony. When their 100 laps concluded, they too emerged pale and weak, unable to reach the oil barrel before they began to vomit, their bodies trembling feebly. Next, it was the turn of the other rookies, who approached the wheel with trepidation, one by one being strapped in. Some rookies barely made it a few revolutions before feeling as though the world was spinning. Their heads heavy, eyes rolling back, and they fainted on the wheel. Others, upon dismounting, found their legs weak and collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably, creating chaos around them. Zhu Hanlin was also bound to the wheel, gritting his teeth. As he spun, his complexion shifted from red to white, his shirt drenched with sweat. He focused intently on a fixed point ahead, trying to stabilize his mind, but the rapidly spinning surroundings blurred his vision. His body swayed back and forth with the wheel, every muscle tensed, resisting the encroaching dizziness. Though he managed to remain upright after finishing, his steps were unsteady, and his face was a mask of distress. The female soldiers fared even worse. Their fear of such intense training was palpable, and they were left trembling in terror. Once bound to the wheel, they emitted cries of panic, desperately struggling against their restraints. One female soldier squeezed her eyes shut, tears streaming down her cheeks as she curled up, attempting to escape the terrifying rotation. Her hands gripped the straps tightly, her knuckles white from the strain. Another female soldier stared wide-eyed, filled with despair, her body shaking violently with the motion of the wheel, akin to a leaf tossed about in a storm. After dismounting, they nearly collapsed, some crying, others vomiting. The scene heart-wrenching. "Is this fun?" Lin Chuan approached after all the rookies had endured the ordeal, still fighting off dizziness and nausea. "Look how much I care for you. You said you disliked snake and rat meat, so I did everything I could to help you expel it, sparing you the suffering. Isn't that wonderful?" The rookies could only roll their eyes internally, devoid of the energy or spirit to express their disdain openly. "All right, Now that you've all expelled your meals, I feel relieved. This afternoon, I will prepare something delicious for you to replenish your strength. I wouldn't want you to harbor any ill thoughts about me, would I? Eat again. The rookies erupted at this, their minds flashing back to the images of snake and rat meat, combined with the overwhelming dizziness and stomach discomfort, prompting another wave of retching. Time for a break, Zhou Xian announced once the vomiting subsided. Now, we will proceed to the next training session. At this, the crowd groaned in despair. It felt as though they were being forced to expel everything they had consumed over the past 3 days. Yet, despite their reluctance, they were compelled onto the wheel once more. After a grueling morning of 3 groups and 150 laps, Lin Chuan finally declared the morning's training concluded. By this time, the rookies had vomited everything they could, their stomachs entirely empty. Some had even suffered dehydration and were sent to the infirmary for treatment. They felt utterly drained, their bodies limp, unable to walk, and even lying down made them feel unmoored, as if floating in midair. Fortunately, at lunchtime, they were finally presented with something more than a steamed bun or raw snake and rat meat. Instead, they were served pieces of dark gray pastries, wafting a faint aroma. Upon seeing the pastries, the rookies, who had been devoid of spirit, suddenly displayed a glimmer of longing in their eyes. Once they regained a bit of strength, they felt an intense hunger take hold. Logically, with such overwhelming dizziness, they shouldn't have felt hunger, but after more than a day of minimal sustenance, having expelled everything, their stomachs were completely empty, devoid of any remnants. It is truly astonishing not to feel hunger. However, despite their hunger, the crowd gazed hesitantly at the few pieces of cake in their hands, daring not to indulge. Who knows what mischief this devilish instructor might be up to? Lin Chuan wore a beaming smile, waving his hands in the air, warmly beckoning, come on, don't just stand there, eat up. The newcomers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Finally, one bolder novice tentatively inquired, Instructor, there's nothing like a laxative or poison in this, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's face instantly contorted into an expression of extreme grievance, resembling a child wronged by his parents. With a slightly stern demeanor and furrowed brows, he innocently replied, How could you think such a thing? Would I harm you? Though I am instructor, we are ultimately comrades. Chinese soldiers do not deceive one another. As he spoke, he seized a piece of cake and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing heartily. He even exaggeratedly made smacking sounds, mumbling through his bites, It's delicious. You should try it. It truly tastes wonderful. Tang Lin observed this scene, took a deep breath, and remarked, having eaten snake and rat meat, why fear this? Nearby, Zhu Hanlin frowned and murmured, That may be so, but this rascal never plays by the rules. Who knows what tricks this cake might conceal? Tang Lin patted Zhu Hanlin on the shoulder, reassured him, What's there to fear? If it's bad, we can always vomit again. We certainly won't starve. With that, he boldly grabbed a piece of cake and took a hearty bite. Seeing this, the other novices' doubts lessened somewhat, and they cautiously picked up the cake, taking tentative bites. To their surprise, the cake tasted quite pleasant, sweet, soft, and with a unique flavor. Chun Jiao nudged her companion, Su Mei, and whispered, It seems there's really nothing wrong. It tastes quite good. Su Mei nodded hesitantly and began to eat as well. As Lin Chuan noticed everyone starting to eat, his smile grew even brighter, and he eagerly encouraged, No rush, take your time. There's plenty more. This meal will fill you up. Eat to your heart's content. If it's not enough, just let me know. I guarantee you'll eat comfortably today. Under Lin Chuan's enthusiastic urging, the novices no longer hesitated and began to eat heartily. Before long, their stomachs were filled to capacity. After satisfying their hunger, the novices gradually regained some strength. Although their heads still felt a bit foggy, they could at least sit up steadily. They leaned against the wall or sat on the ground, wearing expressions of rare contentment. At this moment, while leisurely enjoying his cake, Lin Chuan inquired with a smile, So, how is it? I told you these cakes made from cockroaches are delicious. Didn't I? If you find them tasty, will you stop eating snake and rat meat, and just eat this instead? Sure. The novices, still basking in the joy of a full stomach, excitedly responded without a second thought. Suddenly, a quick-witted novice, as if jolted by an electric shock, widened his eyes and cautiously asked, "Instructor, did you just say these cakes are made from cockroaches?" Only then did the other novices snap out of their reverie, as if a switch had been flipped, and images of disgusting cockroaches flooded their minds. Their stomachs involuntarily churned, a wave of intense nausea washing over them. Lin Chuan remained unfazed, chuckling, "Yes, indeed. I assure you, these cockroaches are completely natural and harmless. We have plenty of them in the warehouses, rooms. Oh yes, and even in the toilets. Absolutely pesticide-free. You must trust me. I would never harm you." After saying this, Lin Chuan took another bite of the cake, his face radiating enjoyment as he solemnly stated, "Cockroaches are widely recognized as a high-protein food. They're very nourishing. Didn't you know?" This statement detonated like a bomb among the novices. Instantly, a cacophony of retching erupted. Some novices barely stood up before vomiting the cake they had just consumed. Others clasped their mouths with their hands, swaying desperately as they ran away. Yet still couldn't hold it in, leaving a mess behind. The expressions that once bore hints of satisfaction were now replaced with fear and disgust. They could never have imagined that the delectable cake they had just relished was made from cockroaches. Chun Jiao and Su Mei clung to each other, dry heaving while cursing. "Damn it, these bastards are truly trying to kill us." After several minutes of vomiting, the novices finally began to recover somewhat, yet their bodies felt even weaker. At that moment, Lin Chuan snapped his fingers. Zhou Xian immediately picked up the intercom and instructed them to come over. The novices' hearts sank once more. What else was going to happen? Were they going to continue tormenting them in their current state? Then they saw several military medical vehicles approaching, from which 7 or 8 nurses and doctors emerged. Zhou Xian announced loudly, "Now, everyone cooperate with the nurses and doctors to replenish your nutritional balance. Do not think this is out of concern for you. This is to help you recover swiftly, so you can continue training." Upon hearing this, the novices felt an urge to curse. Was this akin to breaking their legs only to fix them, only to break them again? Could they not be any more extreme? However, rather than endure further discomfort, they decided it was better to receive the 4 and feel a bit better. The nurses and doctors quickly set to work, administering IVs to the novices. But once everything was settled and the novices began their nutritional replenishment, Lin Chuan's cold, unyielding voice rang out at the opportune moment. "Now, everyone listen. Remove the needles. According to the angles and methods the nurses and doctors used, administer the IVs to yourselves. In battle, there are no nurses, no doctors. Sometimes, you may even need to give your comrades, or even your enemies, an injection. You can only rely on yourselves." The crowd of novices? The doctors and nurses? Is there no end to this madness? The novices, you could have simply shot us in the head. Why must you torment us with such drawn-out cruelty? Chapter 23. Female Soldiers. "Instructor, you are so mean." The military doctor stepped forward, his forehead furrowed into a deep frown, his face etched with dissatisfaction and concern. He glared directly at Lin Chuan, exclaiming, "Instructor, your demands are utterly absurd. They are in such a frail condition after just receiving N4. How can you force them to remove the needles and reinsert them themselves? If a medical accident occurs, who will bear the responsibility? As a doctor, I cannot stand by and watch you torment them like this." Lin Chuan shot him a cold glance and retorted, "Medical accidents? On the battlefield, accidents are everywhere. The enemy will not show mercy just because you are weak. If they cannot overcome this minor hurdle, how can they speak of defending their homeland? I want them to understand that, as special forces, the only thing they can rely on in battle is themselves." The doctor was left speechless. The novices, filled with helplessness, began to remove their needles. Zhu Hanlin gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands trembling slightly as he grasped the 4-tube. With a sudden yank, the moment the needle pulled away from his skin, a sharp pain surged through him, and blood trickled slowly down his arm. The reactions of the other novices were similar. They were all adults and not afraid of needles per se, but having a doctor or nurse assist was entirely different from doing it themselves. Fear and anxiety surged within them. Zhu Hanlin took a deep breath, picked up a new needle, and focused intently on his vein. However, His body was so weak that the needle trembled uncontrollably in his hand, refusing to cooperate. A teammate beside him couldn't help but comment, "Old Zhu, are you okay? I'm getting nervous just watching you." Zhu Hanlin shot back irritably. "If you think you can do better, why don't you give it a try?" His forehead was slick with sweat, and his arms shook incessantly from tension and exertion. After several failed attempts, he remained unsuccessful. The teammate stammered, "I just lack experience and wanted to see how you do it, so I can learn from your mistakes." Zhu Hanlin, get lost. On the other side, Tang Lin was much more decisive. He yanked out the needle swiftly, his movements clean and efficient, then quickly picked up a new needle and, gritting his teeth, plunged it in. Although he missed slightly and felt a sharp pain that made him gasp, he bore the discomfort, adjusted his angle, and finally succeeded in hitting the vein. A novice watching nearby exclaimed with envy, "Tang, you're amazing. I haven't even dared to start yet." Tang Lin, panting, replied, "What is there to be afraid of? Just grit your teeth and get it over with. Hurry up. If you take too long, who knows what punishment awaits us?" The other novices nodded in agreement. Compared to other punishments, giving themselves a few injections didn't seem so daunting after all. Lin Chuan leisurely sauntered over to the female soldiers, a faint smirk of mockery playing on his lips. "You might as well give up. Don't force yourselves. With your frail physiques, the battlefield is no place for you. You should head back to a safe haven. To be frank, I have no hopes for you female soldiers. After all, women are inherently weaker. No matter how hard you try, you will never measure up to your male counterparts. Allowing you to participate in this election is merely a formality, and besides, it serves to motivate the male soldiers. Your role ends here. Staying any longer is futile for both you and me." Upon hearing this, Chun Jiao and Su Mei were instantly infuriated. Chun Jiao's eyes widened in fury as she glared and shouted, "You pervert! Don't think we can be bullied just because we are female soldiers. Since we are here, we have no intention of being cowards. Su Mei, equally defiant, shouted, exactly. Stop looking down on us. We can endure hardships just as much as the male soldiers." At that moment, a timid female soldier gently tugged at Su Mei's sleeve, her voice trembling as she timidly advised, "Let it go. Just let it go. Don't curse." Su Mei, upon hearing this, flared up in anger, responding sharply, "Let it go? What is wrong with cursing them? Don't you feel even a bit of resentment? If you have grievances, voice them boldly instead of cowering like a coward." The timid soldier shrank back, feeling aggrieved as she murmured, "But I'm a coward." Everyone was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, caught in a brief moment of speechlessness. Su Mei, with a stern look, declared, "I don't care. You must curse him, and you too." She pointed at the other female soldiers. "Didn't you all hear what he just said? That was not merely an insult. It was a violation of our dignity as women. Curse that pervert." The other female soldiers exchanged glances, suddenly uncertain. Lin Chuan was also taken aback. He hadn't expected these two to be so fierce. Even male soldiers wouldn't dare confront him so boldly. Su Mei urged the timid soldier, "Curse. Are you mute?" The timid soldier hesitated, glancing nervously at Lin Chuan, then muttered softly, "Instructor, you are mean, Lin Chuan." Su Mei and Chun Jiao. The other female soldiers. "You are mean." Moments later, everyone erupted in laughter. Su Mei and Chun Jiao exchanged glances, both face-palming in exasperation. Lin Chuan was equally bewildered, caught off guard by this unexpected remark, unsure of how to respond. How could this girl be so adorable? She couldn't even curse properly. What should he say to her? The girl was indeed one of his selections, but he was unaware of her personality. He had noticed her potential and talent, which prompted him to give her this opportunity. He never anticipated that such a timid girl would endure to this point. Seeing the reaction from the crowd, the girl appeared somewhat lost, thinking her curse was too mild. Gritting her teeth, she mustered her courage, pouted, and adopted a firmer tone, repeating, "Instructor, you are so mean." Ha ha ha, this is too funny. The male soldiers nearby could no longer contain themselves, bursting into uproarious laughter, completely forgetting their physical discomfort and the pain of the injections. Su Mei also couldn't hold back, exclaiming, "What the heck? Do you think you're going to die if you don't curse? Is that how you insult someone? You sound more like you're whining." The girl, feeling wronged, murmured, "But I don't know how to curse." Sume rolled her eyes and mimicked her, saying, "But I don't know how to curse." Then, unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, "Damn it. Even I feel like I'm going to burst." At this moment, Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. All right. Given how charmingly you speak, I want to punish you for your earlier defiance. Now, hurry and get your injections." With that, he quickly made his escape, fearing he would burst into laughter at any moment. The other novices continued to struggle with their injections. Some trembled with a needle in hand, unable to muster the courage to proceed. After finally gathering their nerve, they still managed to miss the vein. One novice, with a forlorn expression, lamented, "This needle seems to have a mind of its own. It just won't go into the vein." Another novice offered consolation, "Don't rush. Take your time to find the feeling. We're all in the same boat." Some novices, gripped by anxiety, recoiled at the slightest touch of a needle against their skin. A male soldier, after several unsuccessful attempts, finally exerted too much force and broke the needle, forcing him to retrieve a new one. After another arduous effort, he managed to pierce the vein, grimacing in pain. He could not help but complain, "What a ridiculous training. Damn it. If you want to kill us, just say so." A teammate quickly reminded him, "Stop whining and get it done. Otherwise, the instructor will blow up again." The nurses, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to offer guidance. "Don't be nervous. Look, gently press here with your finger. You can feel the pulse of the vein. Following this position, insert the needle at a 15 to 30 degree angle. Steady your hand, and avoid being too fast or too slow." As she spoke, she personally demonstrated the pressing motion. The novice, following the nurse's instructions, cautiously attempted to proceed. But just as he was about to insert the needle, he hesitated nervously. "Let me do it," said the nurse, just as she was about to step in. At that moment, Zhou Xian shouted sternly, "Everyone stop. Whoever dares to let the nurse help with the injection will be eliminated." Hearing this, the novices could only grit their teeth and press on. The military doctor, witnessing this brutal scene, could no longer remain silent and protested loudly. "Lin Chuan, this is too much. I will report you to the military." Lin Chuan, with an indifferent expression, simply pointed to the vehicle and replied coolly, "Do as you wish." Time passed without them realizing how long it had been or how many injections the novices had endured. The scene was chaotic, filled with pained groans and tense breaths. Yet, despite it all, none chose to truly give up. After receiving their balance of nutrients, the novices regained some strength. As expected, the assembly whistle sounded once more. Zhou Xian led them to the low-crawl training ground. Low crawling is a fundamental military skill that must be trained, whether in special forces or regular troops. On the battlefield, in the face of enemy fire, one must keep their body as low as possible. If one's body exceeds a certain height, the likelihood of being shot in the head is significantly increased. The training area featured 3 sand pits, each extending 200 meters and 3 meters wide. The pits contained seawater, yet there was no traditional barbed wire covering them. Lin Chuan loudly declared, "Considering your foot injuries, today I will not train your foot soles. We will focus on low crawling." Upon hearing this, the novices let out a slight sigh of relief. Low crawling was part of their routine training. Using their toes, waist, and elbows for propulsion, they could also rely on their knees when their strength waned. Compared to carrying logs up hills, they preferred to practice such fundamental skills. However, Lin Chuan's next words caused their expressions to change drastically, exclaiming in disbelief at the extremity of the challenge. Lin Chuan pointed to the starting point of the sandpit and asked, "Do you see what this is?" The novices looked over to find a menacing black machine gun positioned there, an ominous sense of foreboding washing over them. Lin Chuan wore a knowing smile. It seemed to have guessed the purpose of this machine gun. "Indeed, during the upcoming training, I will be firing at a height of 40 centimeters. Your task is to crawl back and forth 10 times within 2 hours, a total of 2 kilometers. During this time, the bullets will not cease. You may doubt that I am using blank rounds, but if you have the courage, raise your head 40 centimeters and see for yourselves. Of course, I cannot guarantee whether the bullets will veer or drop. Let me clarify, there is no barbed wire, no reference points. To avoid being hit, keep your body as low as possible, keep your head down, and crawl with all your might. Crawl quickly. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, the novices were momentarily frozen, their expressions shifting from shock to palpable fear. The air felt thick and heavy, and the training ground fell silent. Save for the sound of waves lapping at the shore and the increasingly rapid breaths of the novices. This, is it not a death sentence? Crawling 2 kilometers amidst a hail of bullets, with the slightest mistake potentially leading to injury. How was this any different from charging in a battle, and without any protection? Tang Lin furrowed his brow, his lips trembling slightly. He fixed his gaze on the glossy black machine gun, a wave of intense anxiety surging within him. He fully understood the dangers of this training exercise. Even a slight elevation of the body could turn one into a live target. The female soldiers were particularly pale with fright. This was utterly insane. Was he truly going to shoot at us? This instructor was nothing short of a madman. This was not training, but a push toward a deadly fate. One timid female soldier was now trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in her eyes. I don't want to die. This is too terrifying. Lin Chuan observed the fear etched on the novices' faces, showing no sign of sympathy. He coldly stated, "You have 3 minutes to decide. Those who wish to withdraw should do so now. Otherwise, once we begin, the bullets will not stop, and there will be no opportunity to back out." His voice echoed across the barren training ground, amplifying the novices' anxiety. For them, those 3 minutes felt like 3 centuries. Each individual wrestled internally with the choice to persist and face the life-threatening challenge, or to abandon this place that could claim their lives at any moment. Amidst the tense atmosphere, 4 novices finally stepped slowly out of the line. Their footsteps were heavy and slow, each step laden with profound disappointment and resignation. One of them, head bowed, spoke with a quivering voice, "I'm sorry. I really can't do this. I don't want to die here." The others nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a mix of frustration and regret, but above all, a deep appreciation for life. Lin Chuan looked at the 4 novices who chose to leave, his expression unchanged. He coldly said, "Go on. This place is not suitable for you." The remaining novices, watching their departing comrades, felt a tumult of emotions. They understood that, from this moment onward, their fates would be irrevocably intertwined with this brutal training ground. Some clenched their fists, their eyes revealing a resolute determination. Others took deep breaths, attempting to quell their fear. Regardless, they were prepared to face the impending life and death challenge. "Time's up. Everyone, head to the sand pit." Lin Chuan's voice broke the brief silence. "If you don't want to die, then crawl forward with all your might." The novices inhaled deeply, slowly making their way to the starting point of the sand pit. Their hearts raced, for they knew that life and death hung in the balance. Chapter 24. The Training That Could Kill. The novices are completely crushed. At Lin Chuan's command, the novices, filled with trepidation, slowly entered the sand pit. "This is utterly insane. Are they really trying to kill us?" A male novice muttered under his breath, his voice quaking with fear. Beside him, another novice gulped nervously, his voice trembling. "Should we just back out? This is no joke. Back out? How will we survive in the army afterward? Begin." Lin Chuan suddenly stepped forward and seized the grip of the machine gun. The sound of gunfire erupted like thunder, deafening and fierce. The gun's muzzle spat forth dazzling flames, bullets soaring like deadly meteors, whistling sharply as they rained down upon the sandy ground in front of the novices. Startled by the sudden gunfire, the novices shuddered, instinctively wanting to retreat. However, watching the dense barrage of bullets, they understood that retreat was no longer an option. They could only grit their teeth and crawl forward. As they dropped to the ground, icy water swiftly soaked through their clothing, the extreme tension causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Zhu Hamlin clenched his teeth, pushing against the ground with all his might, propelling himself forward as swiftly as possible. His eyes were fixated ahead, sweat cascading down his forehead and dripping onto the sand. With every bullet that whizzed by, it felt like thunderclaps exploding in his ears, causing his heart to race. The accumulated water turned the sand into a treacherous mire. Each time he exerted his hands, they sank deeply into the mud, and pulling them out required immense effort, his arm muscles aching from strain. "Old Zhu, I can't hold on much longer. Damn it. The bullets are nearly grazing my hair. A teammate cried out, his voice tinged with desperation. Quit whining and keep crawling. Stopping means certain death. Zhu Hanlin shouted back, not bothering to look. He too was suffering. Water continuously seeped into his sleeves and collar, the freezing sensation raising goosebumps on his skin. The situation for the female soldiers was even more dire. A few of them, upon starting to crawl, were so terrified they burst into tears, their cries drowned out by the gunfire. One particularly timid female soldier, having crawled only a short distance, was paralyzed by fear, trembling uncontrollably. I can't do this. I really can't. She whimpered. Don't be afraid. We'll go together. Just move slowly forward. Just hang in there. Chun Jiao encouraged, straining to crawl ahead while turning back. Zhou Xian stood nearby, holding a loudspeaker, his voice booming with fury. Crawl faster. If you don't want to die, speed it up. Don't dawdle. Lin Chuan observed the motionless female soldier, his brow furrowing slightly before he swung the machine gun around, firing towards her rear and surrounding area. The bullets splattered sand and seawater onto her, sending her into a panic-stricken scream. In a moment of sheer terror, she finally mustered the courage to crawl forward once more. Bullets continued to whiz overhead, accompanied by sharp whistles. Several novices felt the searing sting of bullets grazing their arms or shoulders, scorching their skin and releasing wisps of smoke. Zhu Hanlin felt a sharp pain in his arm. Glancing down, he saw a bloody mark where flesh had been singed, emitting a charred odor. Damn it! If you have the guts, just kill me. Zhu Hanlin bellowed in a fit of rage. Yet he did not stop, gritting his teeth and continuing to crawl, the muddy water seeping into his wound, inducing excruciating pain. That bullet nearly scraped my flesh. It was too close. This water keeps flooding my wound. It's killing me. Another male novice shouted, shaken. Endure it. Do not stop. Stopping is even more dangerous. Hurry, crawl. It will all be over. Another novice replied. Midway through their crawl, an unexpected incident occurred. One novice, overwhelmed by exhaustion, suddenly lifted his body. With a resounding bang, a bullet struck him squarely, and he collapsed backward into a pool of blood. Cease fire! Cease fire! Zhou Xian shouted urgently. His heart raced as he dashed toward the injured novice, calling out, Quick! Check on him! The other novices stood frozen, stunned by the sudden turn of events, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. They had never imagined that someone could pay the ultimate price. Previously, even with live ammunition, the bullets had merely been a means of intimidation, whizzing by them. Even just moments ago, as countless bullets flew overhead, they had held on to the hope that they were merely blank rounds. But now, before their eyes, a teammate had been shot. How could this happen? He can't just be gone like that. A novice stammered, his voice quaking with fear. This damn training is a nightmare. We have to dodge bullets and endure this icy water. Another novice angrily pounded the sandy ground, splattering mud everywhere. Several instructors rushed over. After assessing the novice's injuries, they anxiously shouted, He's not breathing. Quick, get him to the hospital. Zhou Xian barked orders. Hurry, lift him onto a stretcher and head to the medical vehicle. The remaining novices watched in horror and anger as the body of their fallen teammate was carried away. Zhu Hanlin suddenly stood up, shouting at Lin Chuan, Have you lost your mind? This is training, not murder. How can you do this? Lin Chuan regarded Zhu Hanlin, his expression impassive as he replied sternly, I warned you long ago. Training is real combat. From that position, I am your enemy. The enemy will show no mercy. If you wish to survive, follow the rules and get it your all. Did you think making you write your wills was just to scare you? The novices clenched their fists, glaring at Lin Chuan with fury. Yet, Lin Chuan remained unfazed, taking a deep breath before continuing. I will give you another chance. Choose to continue or withdraw. You have 1 minute to decide. A minute later, the training resumed. I'm out. I don't want to stay in this hellhole. Don't preach to me about real combat. You're not the only one who knows that death can happen. A novice shouted, his face filled with anger and fear. Yes, I'm out too. I don't want to lose my life here. I'll report you to the military. Another novice chimed in. A few novices, unable to bear their inner fear and rage, angrily chose to withdraw. As they walked away, they shouted, I'm reporting you to the military. This is barbarism. Lin Chuan ignored them, only eyeing the remaining novices coldly, saying, "Is there anyone else? If you don't withdraw now, you won't get another chance. Yes, you. Live ammunition training will not stop because of a death. It will only lead me to train you more rigorously. I would rather see you bleed on the training ground than have you die on the battlefield." 10 seconds left. Those who wish to continue, return to the sandpit. Training resumes. Those who wish to withdraw, pick up your gear and get the hell out. Damn it, I'm all in. We've come this far. We can't just give up. If I'm going to die, I'll die on this path, a male novice declared, gritting his teeth as he returned to the starting point of the sandpit, mud and water dripping from him. Exactly. We cannot be cowards. Having endured so much suffering, one cannot abandon the journey midway. The other novices followed suit. Gazing at the still, gleaming machine gun, the novices were filled with hesitation and inner turmoil. Yet, in the end, many gritted their teeth and returned to the starting point of the sandpit. 10 seconds later, all the novices once again lay in the sandpit. They understood that once this path was chosen, there would be no turning back. What awaited them would be even grimmer challenges. Lin Chuan once again raised the machine gun and pulled the trigger. At that moment, in the military headquarters, Wang He's expression changed upon hearing the communicator report an incident during the Tianlang selection training. After clarifying the details, he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "How could Lin Chuan train so ruthlessly? This has resulted in a fatality." After a moment's thought, he immediately instructed the communicator, "Notify the chief of staff at once. He must accompany me to the scene." Yes. 2 hours later, a military helicopter appeared above the island base. The low-crawl training had concluded, and the novices were resting. "Boss, the superior has arrived," Sun Ying whispered to Lin Chuan. "They must think a death really occurred and have come to hold us accountable." "Oh, so soon?" Lin Chuan's lips curled into a smile of cunning success. "Let us go greet our divine helpers." With that, he and Sun Ying quickly boarded a vehicle heading towards a small helicopter landing pad at the base. "Greetings, sirs." Lin Chuan smiled and saluted. "You little rascal. What on earth happened? How could there be a death?" Upon seeing Lin Chuan, the chief of staff immediately scolded him. Lin Chuan replied, "Sirs, did you come specifically for this? What else could it be?" Wang He retorted, "There's been a death. How can we remain indifferent? Just before we set out, we received a formal complaint stating that your selection training is not training, but rather a disregard for human life." "Explain yourself." Lin Chuan sighed, "Sir, special training is inherently fraught with danger. Training accidents are unavoidable. To forge an unconventional unit, one must employ unconventional training methods, which means breaking free from traditional training models and introducing combat-oriented practices. In real combat, how could there be no casualties? When I was training abroad, I spoke with their instructors. Do you know what their daily training death rate is for special forces?" Wang He and the chief of staff frowned slightly and shook their heads. Lin Chuan extended 5 fingers. A 1,000-strong special forces unit has a death rate of 5. As for injuries, that goes without saying. Both men gasped in shock. 5. That is utterly extreme. Lin Chuan continued, and that is just the daily training death rate. When including combat missions, it exceeds 50. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Chuan persisted, "So, sirs, you must not question the tasks and adversaries that special forces will face. They will be brutally formidable. If we do not acclimate them to the dangers of real combat during routine training, then when they finally reach the battlefield, the casualties will be beyond your imagination and acceptance. Everything I'm doing now is to prepare them for this reality so that when they truly engage in battle, they can face it with a calm mind. Of course, you as leaders must adapt too." Upon hearing this, Wang He and the chief of staff fell silent. "Bring him out," Lin Chuan instructed Sun Ying, who quickly opened the car door. Then, a bloodied soldier stepped out of the vehicle and saluted Wang He and the chief of staff. "Greetings, sirs. I am a novice who was supposedly killed by Instructor Lin." Wang He and the chief of staff exchanged bewildered glances. "Lin Chuan, what is going on?" Lin Chuan smiled as Sun Ying explained, "Sirs, this was merely a scene we orchestrated." "A staged scene?" They paused, then quickly understood. "You intended to convey the brutality of the battlefield in this manner?" Lin Chuan nodded, a wry smile on his face. "My heart is not made of iron. They are all human, my comrades. Who would wish to see their fellow soldiers fall? Before this training segment commenced, I had an instructor mingle in, equipped with explosive blood packets to create a realistic effect. This is a training technique, yet it also reflects what may genuinely transpire in the future. If you too cannot accept even a single casualty without questioning me, the chief instructor, then I believe it is best not to form this special forces unit. Because in the future, once the special forces are deployed, casualties will be inevitable, whether during routine training or mission execution. Upon hearing this, Wang He and the chief of staff exchanged glances, both displaying a hint of shame. We have been narrow-minded. Our forces have experienced prolonged peace and have subconsciously forgotten that the military exists for the sake of war. Wang He sighed slightly and patted Lin Chuan's shoulder. Child, you have done nothing wrong. Rest assured, such matters will not occur again. Lin Chuan nodded slightly, smiling as he said, however, it is fortuitous that you two have come. I could use your assistance. A few minutes later, under Lin Chuan's guidance, Wang He and the chief of staff arrived at the training ground. The novices, upon seeing the military leaders, felt as if a glimmer of hope had appeared. Surely, those who withdrew must have successfully lodged complaints. The leaders are here to rescue us. They whispered excitedly. Yes, yes, these fiends must face punishment. However, Zhu Hanlin and Tang Lin exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, as they felt an ominous premonition. Are the leaders truly here to advocate for them? Chapter 25. Lin Chuan was not penalized, but instead awarded third-class merit. Comrades, as Wang He's voice resonated throughout the room, despite the fatigue and exhaustion that weighed heavily upon the rookies, they instinctively straightened their postures and held their heads high. Wang He nodded in satisfaction and continued in a booming voice. Regarding your training conditions, everything you have experienced and the training incident that occurred 2 hours ago, which resulted in the sacrifice of a team member, I am already aware. The military has also received complaints from members who withdrew from the selection process about Instructor Lin. I am here today to address these matters. Upon hearing this, the rookies were even more convinced that the commander had come to advocate for them and seek justice. With this thought, they cast glances at Lin Chuan, their eyes filled with a mixture of pride and excitement. However, the next word from Wang He left them utterly astonished. Lin Chuan, step forward. Lin Chuan took a step forward, standing tall before Wang He. Wang He then declared loudly to the rookies, in light of Instructor Lin's outstanding training results and methods, the military command has decided to award him a third-class merit. What? A third-class merit? Has the commander made a mistake? Shouldn't there be accountability and punishment instead? This training nearly caused fatalities, and yet he is being commended? What on earth? The rookies were left dumbfounded by Wang He's announcement. Observing their expressions, Wang He barked, Do you all think I would penalize Instructor Lin? Let me make it clear to you. The essence of special operations training is encapsulated in 3 words. Combat-oriented. If soldiers fear real combat and the battlefield, what use are they as soldiers? They might as well return home to tend to pigs. If you're so terrified of live ammunition that you wet yourselves, should you blame the instructor for being too strict? If an accident occurs, do you consider it a disregard for human life? Then what is the point of training? Should I bring in some nannies to take care of you? How dare you lodge complaints with the military? You have brought shame upon our 31st Group Army. The rookies, chastened by Wang He's reprimand, lowered their eyes in shame, unable to meet his gaze. Wang He continued to thunder, Let me tell you, this level of training is authorized by the military for Instructor Lin. He has the right to conduct various combat-oriented training sessions with you, even if it results in injuries or fatalities. A unit that fears death cannot achieve invincibility in battle. If you cannot endure, I do not blame you. Whether you become special forces is your choice. However, to blame the instructor for your own shortcomings is the most spineless behavior I have ever encountered in a soldier. Those who complain to the military will be dealt with individually. So remember this well, my unit does not require cowards. What we need are warriors with grit, a strong backbone, who are unafraid of death, willing to sacrifice, and always prepared for battle. Do you understand? Understood. The rookies, invigorated by Wang He's words, raised their heads high and responded in unison. Very well. Wang He nodded in approval, eagerly anticipating the day you become special forces. When that day comes, I will personally come to award you your ranks and medals. The establishment of special forces is currently the paramount task for a strong and capable nation. The time has come for our country and people to test us. Tell me, can we accomplish this mission? Yes, yes, yes. The rookies roared in unison with all their might. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Despite all he had said previously, it paled in comparison to the impact of General Wang He's words. This is the formidable nature of the Chinese military. No soldier can withstand the compelling declaration from the highest commander. The time has come for our country and people to test us. In the days that followed, training and life revolved around the concept of endurance. Essentially, aside from a few hours of sleep, the rest of the time was devoted solely to training. Each day, the rookies pushed their limits, gradually achieving significant breakthroughs in physical fitness, willpower, psychological resilience, and mental fortitude. Of course, each day also saw some rookies choosing to withdraw due to the overwhelming pressure, despite Wang He's earlier rallying cry. However, motivation alone could not prepare everyone for such extreme training. If it were that simple, Wang He could simply motivate every unit, and everyone would become special forces. In just half a month, the number of participants had dwindled from over 70 to less than 50. Among the remaining 40 or so, while their physical fitness still required improvement, their psychological resilience, mental endurance, and willpower had all reached the standards of a special forces soldier. The enhancement of physical fitness could not occur that rapidly in just half a month, but with potential and talent, they could certainly meet the criteria within 3 months. Lin Chuan was not concerned about this at all. With a solid foundation laid, the next step was to construct towering edifices. Now entering the specialized training for special operations skills across the Army, Navy, and Air Force, Lin Chuan addressed the remaining 40 rookies. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the first phase of selection. Hearing this, the rookies could not help but display expressions of joy. However, Lin Chuan quickly cautioned, do not rejoice too soon. The selection process is far from over. The upcoming training will focus primarily on tri-service special operations skills, supplemented by physical training. I hereby announce a rule. From now until the end of the selection, we will implement a strict points-based elimination system. Each participant will start with 100 points. Training performance that does not meet standards, insubordination towards instructors, delayed or non-compliance with orders will result in point deductions. Good behavior will not earn points, but mistakes will cost you. Once you lose all 100 points, you will be eliminated. Do you understand? Understood. The rookies responded in unison. Report. At this moment, a rookie shouted, Instructor, what about our daily living arrangements? Lin Chuan replied casually, aside from sleep, which remains uncertain, eating, drinking, and other needs will return to normal. The rookies sighed in relief at this announcement. After half a month of subsisting on various raw game meats, their mouths were nearly ruined. They had nearly forgotten what cooked food tasted like. However, this experience was not without merit. At the very least, they could now eat so-called rat meat and snake meat without batting an eyelash. Disgust and aversion had long ceased to exist. Otherwise, their bodies would not have endured until now. Next, each of you will be assigned a numerical code, ranging from 1 to 47. With that, Lin Chuan's words were followed by Zhou Xian and several instructors handing out shoulder insignias bearing the assigned numbers. Once completed, Lin Chuan continued, All right, you have 3 days to rest. Make sure to adjust your physical condition. After 3 days, the second phase of selection training will officially commence. Dismissed. Upon hearing they could rest for 3 days, the rookies erupted in cheers. Lin Chuan, Sun Ying, and Zhou Xian exchanged smiles before turning to leave, granting these rookies this rare respite. Meanwhile, Zhu Hanlin observed the departing figures of Lin Chuan and the others, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Han Lin, what is the matter? Tang Lin approached with a smile, inquiring. After half a month, these rookies had become quite familiar with one another. Tang Lin and Zhu Hanlin, both of military background and holding significant ranks, shared considerable resonance in their perspectives and thoughts. Naturally, they became quite good friends. Zhu Hanlin murmured, To be honest, I initially thought that once I passed the selection, I would leave. The only reason I persisted was due to my pride. I wanted to prove to them that I am capable. Now that I have endured the most challenging phase, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the subsequent training assessments should pose little issue for me. Yet I do not understand why, knowing that success is likely. I feel. Tang Lin chuckled. You mean you're not as elated as you anticipated and you find yourself reluctant to leave, correct? Zhu Hanlin glanced at him, a bitter smile crossing his face as he nodded. Although life has been arduous and challenging, it has also been profoundly fulfilling. My personal abilities have evidently improved significantly, a realization that was unattainable in the military bureaucracy. In contrast, I now feel as if the years prior were spent in vain. Tang Lin patted his shoulder, encouraging him to sit. They sat side by side, gazing at the sunset over the sea. Tang Lin remarked, deep down, you know that the chief instructor's previous harshness towards you stemmed from his high expectations. This is a common tactic among commanders. You may not have led troops before, so you might not fully grasp this, but I have. As combatants, we believe that the more we rely on someone, the more stringent we are with them. Your proud temperament prompted him to seek to temper your disposition, pushing you to excel. Only then can you progress further and better. Otherwise, had you followed the conventional path, even with potential, your pride and biases might have led you to abandon perseverance and choose to leave. Judging by the results thus far, the chief instructor's methods have proven effective. At least I have witnessed your transformation over the past week. Zhu Hanlin sighed deeply. Initially, I truly did not anticipate this. It may relate to my nature. However, over the past week, I suddenly understood. My perception of the chief instructor has changed considerably. To hold such a position and possess that level of capability, he surely has endured what we are currently experiencing. He perceives many things that remain hidden from us. Gradually, I have developed an unexpected and almost perverse desire to become a person like him. Do you think I've lost my mind? Tang Lin laughed. If having such aspirations signifies madness, then I must have been mad long before you. I have competed against him, and from the moment I was defeated, I resolved to become like him. A powerful figure standing atop the mountains. A person who faces any danger in the world with unwavering confidence and composure. Ha ha ha! Zhu Hanlin extended his hand towards Tang Lin. Then let us, two fools with water in our heads, strive together. Tang Lin reciprocated, their hands clasping firmly. Let us endeavor together. The 3 days of rest swiftly passed. Prepare yourselves. Today, we shall commence shooting training and assessments. The results will be included in the overall evaluation. In the morning, Zhou Xian's voice resonated outside the dormitory. The rookies, upon hearing this, became increasingly excited. They were confident in their shooting skills and eager to demonstrate their abilities before the instructors. After gathering, Zhou Xian instructed them to don heavy gear and heat-trapping green camouflage uniforms. The island's daytime weather was oppressively hot, especially as summer approached. Clad in thick camouflage, traversing the forest felt like enduring a scorching blaze, intensifying the discomfort. To their surprise, the shooting range was situated in a marshy plain. Listen closely. Lin Chuan stood at the edge of the marsh, his gaze stern as he surveyed the rookies, his voice booming. Today's shooting training will take place right here in this marsh. The rookies stared at the murky, foul-smelling marshland, their brows furrowing in distaste. The air was suffused with a pungent odor, a blend of rotting mud, aquatic vegetation, and the decay of unknown creatures, prompting a wave of nausea. Mosquitoes buzzed incessantly around them, swarming in droves. The humid atmosphere felt as if it could be wrung out for water. Each breath filled their lungs with the oppressive, sticky air. The rules are simple, Lin Chuan continued. You will lie in this marsh and shoot at head targets 200 meters away. The targets will rise sporadically and sway from side to side. Each of you has 30 rounds. You must hit the target at least 25 times today to pass. Though the rookies sensed the challenge, they reassured themselves of their shooting foundations. Taking a deep breath, they braced against the harsh environment, gradually lying down, adjusting their positions, aiming, and patiently awaiting the targets to rise. Just then, several instructors arrived with large iron cages, bulging leather bags, and several large jars of honey. Confused looks spread among the rookies as the instructors opened the jars and began applying honey onto the rookies' bodies. What were they doing? Applying honey in this marsh? Is that not courting death? One rookie whispered, unease creeping into his heart. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Zhou Xian strode towards the cages, flinging one open. In an instant, a chilling chorus of hisses erupted as hundreds of snakes slithered out, writhing across the marsh. The instructors, undeterred by the rookies' horrified cries, seized the snakes and tossed them onto each rookie's body. No way, the rookies exclaimed, skin prickling. However, having previously hunted and consumed snakes, their fear was somewhat diminished. Even with the snakes nearby, they felt they could manage. Yet, the situation escalated as the instructors opened the leather bags, releasing a swarm of ants that rapidly spread across the marsh towards the rookies. The ants, enticed by the sweetness of the honey, surged towards them as if they had discovered a treasure. Chapter 26. Is this not a cruel test of endurance? The stifling swamp resembled an enormous steamer, with murky vapors continuously ascending and the stench of decay pervading the air. In this infernal marshland, the novices endured an unprecedented trial. Snakes slithered across their bodies, the cold scales brushing against their skin, eliciting waves of shudders. Meanwhile, swarms of ants surged like a black tide, fervently biting at their flesh. The ants invaded their clothing through pant legs, cuffs, and even collars. Each bite felt akin to a sharp needle piercing the skin, followed by an agonizing burn. This was swiftly succeeded by an itch, compelling them to swat at the wretched little pests. Some ants even crawled up their spines, delivering a fierce bite at the nape of their necks. The searing pain caused the novices' bodies to twitch, causing their weapons to shake unsteadily. One novice, lowering his voice and choked with emotion, lamented, "These ant bites make my bones ache. How can I aim?" His companion, gritting his teeth, replied, "Endure it. Complaining now is futile. Only by persevering can we hope to complete this assessment." At that moment, one novice could no longer bear it and reached out to swat at the ants. Lin Chuan's thunderous roar echoed through the air. "Put your hands down. Who told you to move? Listen carefully. If this were a battlefield, you would always be at risk of such circumstances. The enemy may be lurking nearby. A single twitch could lead to a bullet, jeopardizing your comrade's safety. You must maintain absolute focus, whether faced with snakes or ants, even if engulfed in flames. You must not move." The novices, upon hearing this, could only grit their teeth and endure the excruciating pain and itchiness. Sweat mingled with the muddy water of the swamp trickled down their faces. Their eyes were fixed on the distant target, their already blurred vision becoming even more obscured by the mingling of sweat and tears. "Old Zhu, are you holding up?" Tang Lin quietly inquired of Zhu Hanlin beside him. Zhu Hanlin grunted softly, "Just holding on. I hope this torment ends swiftly." At that moment, the female soldier, Chun Jiao, was striving to regulate her breathing, attempting to ignore her discomfort and pain as she focused on aiming at the distant target. However, a snake was slowly crawling up her arm, the icy touch causing goosebumps to rise across her skin. In her mind, she repeatedly urged herself, "Do not move, absolutely do not move. This is a battlefield. A single movement could spell doom for everyone." Yet, the snake continued its ascent up her neck, its flicking tongue brushing against her cheek. Chun Jiao felt her heart racing, her scalp tingling, instinctively wanting to scream and swat the snake away. But recalling Lin Chuan's words, she could only squeeze her eyes shut and force herself to remain calm. The swamp was eerily silent, occasionally interrupted by the croaking of frogs and the buzzing of mosquitoes. Each second felt like an eternity of torment for the novices, silently wishing for the target to rise quickly so they could complete their shooting and end this nightmarish ordeal. However, time dragged on, and the target remained stubbornly down. "Boss, how long do you think they could hold on?" Zhou Xian asked Lin Chuan with a grin. Lin Chuan crossed his arms and glanced at him. "I do not wish to speculate. My demand is that no matter how long it takes, they must persist until the task is completed." Zhou Xian clicked his tongue. "Your standards are much higher than that of the deranged chief instructor we train with abroad." Lin Chuan remained silent, his gaze solemnly fixed on the novices. No one understood the implications of being a special forces soldier on the battlefield better than he did. Once they entered enemy territory, the necessity for stealth became unavoidable. What kind of environment they would face was unknown to anyone. Absolute endurance, focus, and composure were indispensable. In his past life, how many comrades perished, and how many enemies fell at his hands due to the extreme conditions that compromised their concealment. You never knew how many enemies were out there or where the snipers might be. A slight movement, and bullets would inevitably follow. This was not mere alarmism. His experiences had imparted the significance of this training subject. Thus, the first hurdle in training special operations skills was to cultivate their endurance, composure, and focus. This was a standard that Lin Chuan deemed non-negotiable. After what felt like an eternity, the long-awaited target finally rose after an hour. However, by this time, the novices were on the brink of collapse, tormented by the ants and snakes. Their bodies, stiffened from prolonged tension and pain, made it impossible to aim. They felt so miserable that they could barely keep their eyes open. Fire! Everyone fire! Zhou Xian shouted angrily from the sidelines. What are you all dazed for? Have the ants eaten your eyes? The novices jolted back to reality, clumsily pulling the triggers. Yet, the difficulty of shooting surpassed all expectations. The pain rendered them incapable of stabilizing their weapons. Their arms trembled uncontrollably, and their vision failed to focus. Each shot felt like a gamble. "Oh no, I can't control my shaking," one novice exclaimed anxiously. "I can barely see the target. What is the point of firing?" Another despaired in response. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed through the swamp, but the accuracy was abysmally poor. Bullets either veered off target or struck the swamp, splattering mud everywhere. After the shooting concluded, the target reporting officer's voice rang out. Target 1, 2 hits. Target 2, 1 hit. Target 47, 5 hits. Once the results were announced, the best performance yielded only 5 hits. Most scored merely 1 or 2. "Is this your score?" Lin Chuan's face darkened instantly. 47 individuals, over 1,000 rounds fired, and barely 100 hits. In the entire history of the Huaxia military's shooting range, such dismal results were unprecedented. "You are wasting ammunition. On the battlefield, you have perished 100 times over. Everyone loses 2 points. Instructor, it's impossible to shoot with these snakes and ants." A novice couldn't help but argue. Silence. Lin Chuan interrupted sharply. "I will say it again. This is real combat. On the battlefield, will you have time to complain about the environment? The enemy will not wait for you to regain your composure." Lin Chuan's cold gaze bore into them as he continued. "You will not rest until you achieve a passing score today. Now, continue training." Upon hearing this, the novices let out a collective wail. "We have to keep going? I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Is this not pushing us to our limits?" Yet they knew, under Lin Chuan's orders, no one could escape. They could only grit their teeth, lie back in the swamp, and endure the torment of snakes and insects as they resumed the seemingly unattainable shooting training. Chapter 27. 6 months later, novices transform. Practical missions commence. Chapter 26. 6 months later, novices transform. Practical missions commence. The sun blazed overhead, scorching the island's forests as if they were on the verge of combustion. In the afternoon, Lin Chuan, Zhou Xian, and Sunning stood before an expanse of open woodland, surrounded by a throng of novices. Having endured the trials of the marshlands that morning, they were already fatigued, now filled with confusion and curiosity as they gazed at the 3 instructors. Lin Chuan's expression was stern as he surveyed the novices, proclaiming loudly, "The shooting results from this morning were utterly abysmal. Now, let me show you what special operations assault shooting truly entails. Keep your eyes wide open and learn diligently. On the battlefield, this is your life-saving skill and the key to vanquishing your foes." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xian and Sun Ying swiftly prepared, the trio forming a perfect triangular formation, maintaining an impeccable distance from one another, their synergy palpable. At the command, they sprang into action like leopards, dashing into the depths of the forest. The dense woods loomed overhead, the ground littered with thick layers of fallen leaves and scattered twigs. Yet, this did not hinder their speed. The 3 darted through the trees with remarkable agility, their movements as fluid and elusive as phantoms. They leapt high, utilizing the branches to execute spins in midair and roll to evade obstacles beneath them, each motion seamless and instinctive. While in motion, their firearms discharged continuously. The flames erupting from the muzzles stood out vividly against the dim woodland. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed throughout the forest. With each shot, distant targets fell, each bullet finding its mark with impeccable precision. They coordinated effortlessly, with Zhou Xian drawing the enemy's attention, Sun Ying flanking from the side, and Lin Chuan delivering lethal strikes at critical moments. Their movements flowed like water, devoid of any hesitation. The novices watched in awe, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They had never witnessed such a breathtaking display of marksmanship. To maintain such speed and accuracy in a complex environment exceeded their understanding. "This is simply astounding," one novice exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. "Indeed, I can hardly keep up with their movements. Who could possibly rival them on the battlefield?" Another novice echoed, admiration evident in his tone. Zhu Hanlin and Tang Lin exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with both shock and longing. This was the elite prowess of special forces they had always dreamed of, their ultimate goal. After the demonstration, Lin Chuan and his companions landed gracefully, their breaths steady as if the intense display of athleticism had been mere child's play. "Did you all see clearly? This is the standard you must achieve," Lin Chuan bellowed. "Listen closely. In enemy territory, you will often face sudden attacks, leaving no time to find a secure spot and leisurely aim. Only by mastering special assault shooting can you react swiftly in unpredictable environments and eliminate threats before they can fire upon you. This not only pertains to your own survival, but also to the success of the entire mission. Now it's your turn. One by one, step up and show me what you can do." The novices took deep breaths, steeling themselves as they entered the woodland in succession. However, compared to their instructor's astonishing display, their performance was dismally lacking. The first novice stumbled as soon as he entered the forest, tripping over a twig and landing ungracefully. He scrambled to his feet, fumbling with his weapon, but before he could aim, the target had vanished from sight. In a panic, he fired a few shots, all of which struck the nearby tree trunk. "What are you doing? You can't even hit a target. Are you here to fight or to amuse?" Lin Chuan roared in frustration. The second novice, having learned from the first mistake, advanced cautiously. Yet his balance was utterly lacking. He nearly toppled over with every few steps. When he attempted to shoot, his trembling arms rendered the weapon unsteady, sending bullets far off course. Your movements resemble those of a toddler just learning to walk, wobbling all over. If you can't even master basic balance, how can you expect to shoot? Lin Chuan's face darkened as he continued to berate them. Stop and reflect on where you're going wrong. Thus, one novice after another took their turn, each meeting failure. They either stumbled over their surroundings or struggled to maintain balance, with their shooting accuracy utterly dismal. Lin Chuan's shouts echoed throughout the forest, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. After all had been tested, Lin Chuan stepped forward once more, quickly and succinctly explaining the essentials of special assault shooting. In the woods, your steps must be light, knees slightly bent, always prepared for unexpected situations. Your eyes should constantly survey the environment, anticipating potential obstacles. When shooting, do not focus solely on the sights. Learn to utilize your body's inertia and muscle memory. Adjust your breathing while in motion to maintain a steady heartbeat. When pulling the trigger, be decisive. Do not hesitate. Do not fear. Trust in your abilities. On the battlefield, fear will only cloud your judgment. Only calmness allows for sound decision-making. Once the explanation concluded, Lin Chuan divided them into 3 groups. Himself, Zhou Xian with the male soldiers, and Sun Ying with the female soldiers, isolating them for more systematic training. That evening, after a day of grueling training, the novices were utterly exhausted. However, Lin Chuan afforded them no respite. "Tonight, we will engage in special combat training." Upon hearing this, the novices were taken aback. Having already pushed their bodies to the limit during the day's training, the prospect of combat training felt like adding insult to injury. Yet, they understood that with Lin Chuan, there was no room for negotiation. Lin Chuan randomly divided them into 3 groups. In a moment, everyone in each group will attack me together, using every technique at your disposal. Upon hearing this, The novices erupted in disbelief. What? Are we really going to swarm him? This is unfair. Does he not respect us? Each group has over 10 members, and he is but one. No matter how skilled he is, he cannot possibly withstand our collective assault. Exactly. Is he training us or inviting a beating? Enough chatter. Lin Chuan commanded. First group, step forward. The first group of novices, steeling themselves, slowly advanced toward Lin Chuan. Their eyes reflected both tension and a flicker of excitement. After enduring Lin Chuan's relentless training, the opportunity to retaliate, even with a single punch, would be enough to relieve their pent-up frustration. Begin. At Lin Chuan's command, the first group launched their attack. Some swung their fists, while others raised their legs to kick. Their techniques appeared chaotic, yet were fueled by a desperate determination. However, Lin Chuan moved like a wraith, effortlessly weaving through their assaults. His body seemed weightless, each dodge executed with perfect timing, the ferocious attacks barely grazing his attire. As an assailant attempted a sneak attack from behind, Lin Chuan deftly sidestepped and, while effortlessly evading the strike, seized the adversary's arm and twisted it gently, causing the individual to cry out in pain and collapse to the ground. In the face of a frontal assault, he tilted his body slightly, skillfully deflecting the attack with his arm, dissipating the force in an instant, which caused the attacker to stagger forward due to overexertion. Within just a minute, the dozen or so novices from the first group found themselves all incapacitated on the ground. They lay there, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How? How astonishing! One novice, sprawled on the ground, gazed at the night sky and murmured, his speed and reflexes are simply beyond human capability. With so many of us, we couldn't even touch him. Another novice struggled to rise, his face etched with awe. The second and third groups of novices, too, were left in a state of astonishment. From their vantage point outside the ring, they could clearly witness Lin Chuan's terrifying speed, agility, and strength. No wonder he dared to challenge them all single-handedly. With such prowess, even if they banded together, they might not stand a chance. Second group, step up. Lin Chuan commanded coldly, fixing his gaze on the second group. Before the first group could fully recover, the second group exchanged glances, suppressing their shock, and charged forward. Learning from the first group's experience, they attempted to employ more agile tactics, launching simultaneous attacks from different angles to overwhelm Lin Chuan. Yet, his strength far exceeded their expectations. He maneuvered through the throng as if it were an unoccupied realm, each strike landing precisely on the novice's vulnerable spots. His counterattacks were executed with such rapidity that the novices barely initiated their moves before being subdued. Thud! The sounds of muted impacts and anguished cries echoed continuously as the second group was swiftly brought down. Lying on the ground, they looked up at Lin Chuan, their expressions laden with fear and despair. In that moment, they truly grasped the vast chasm separating them from a special forces soldier. The third group watched the fallen members of the first two groups, their hearts gripped by terror. However, spurred on by Lin Chuan's urging, they mustered their courage and launched their assault. Yet, the outcome mirrored that of the previous groups. Lin Chuan effortlessly defeated them one by one. Get up! Lin Chuan bellowed at the novices sprawled on the ground. With such meager skills, do you aspire to become special forces? In a real battlefield, you wouldn't withstand even a single move from the enemy. The novices struggled to their feet, heads bowed, unable to meet Lin Chuan's gaze. They understood the truth in his words. They were still far from the caliber of true special forces. I have clearly noted your techniques, speed, and strength from moments ago, Lin Chuan stated, his piercing gaze sweeping over each face. Now, I will provide one-on-one instruction tailored to each of your weaknesses. Pay close attention and remember everything. Do not make me repeat myself. Otherwise, I assure you, you will spend the night in agony. The novices were once more stunned. They could scarcely fathom that amidst such intense combat, Lin Chuan had retained every detail of their movements. How is this possible? With so many attacking at once, he was able to observe everything so clearly? I certainly don't believe it. One murmured, who would believe such nonsense? Yet, Lin Chuan remained unfazed by their skepticism. Stepping before the first novice and pointing out his earlier punching technique, Your arm was too rigid, and your speed too slow. This not only makes it easy for your opponent to evade, but it also reveals your intentions. Watch how it's done. With that, Lin Chuan swiftly demonstrated the correct punching motion, his speed akin to lightning, imbued with power. The novice stood momentarily stunned, while the others exchanged glances. Could he really have remembered everything? Next, he approached another novice to correct his kicking stance. Your kick lacks explosiveness, and your balance is unstable. In real combat, this could easily lead to counterattacks. As he spoke, Lin Chuan personally demonstrated, allowing the novices to clearly see their shortcomings. He moved on to the third, fourth, and continued until he had addressed each one. Every novice was left in profound astonishment, unable to fathom that one person's observational and memory skills could reach such extraordinary heights. Under Lin Chuan's guidance, they began to practice one by one. On a misty morning on the island, the sea breeze carried a hint of chill. However, the novices were too preoccupied to savor this comfort. Lin Chuan stood tall and unwavering, akin to an immovable mountain, coldly surveying the group from the front. His gaze was sharp and unyielding, devoid of any emotion, scrutinizing each novice as if peering into their very souls, sending an unshakable chill coursing through them. From this day forth, you will undergo counter-capture training. This is an essential lesson in becoming special forces and the ultimate test of your physical and mental limits. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition surged within the novices, akin to a tidal wave. Having spent considerable time with Lin Chuan, they understood that any training he described would undoubtedly be brutally beyond imagination. Counter-capture training? What sort of devilish ordeal could that entail? One novice whispered, fear evident in his voice. Just the thought was terrifying. The previous training had nearly broken them, and now. Another novice chimed in, worry etched across his features. First row, step forward. Lin Chuan's commanding voice, like thunder, abruptly interrupted their murmurs. The novices in the first row, including Zhu Hanlin, trembled slightly, hesitant and anxious as they stepped forward. They looked up at Lin Chuan, their eyes reflecting a mix of tension and defiance. Listen carefully. Lin Chuan spun around, pointing with a hand as straight and unwavering as steel toward the training apparatus that awaited them. Next, you will be bound and suspended upside down, with a water bucket placed below. As you are slowly lowered into the water, you must do everything in your power to survive, pushing the limits of your breath-holding capacity. This is not merely to hone your physical abilities. It is also to deeply excavate and awaken the survival instinct buried within you. This instinct may very well be your only lifeline on the battlefield. The novices' faces turned ashen, as if all color had drained from them. The mere thought of being suspended upside down and submerged in water was enough to instill sheer terror. This was undoubtedly an experience fraught with extreme danger and horror. Yet, they understood clearly that under Lin Chuan's unequivocal command, retreat was not an option. Is it really that dangerous? Surely he wouldn't make us do that? One novice trembled as he turned to a teammate. When has this madman ever misled us? The teammate replied, resignation etched on his face. Zhu Hanlin took a deep breath, his chest swelling slightly, and boldly stepped forward to the apparatus. Seeing this, several instructors swiftly encircled him, their ropes akin to agile yet lethal serpents, skillfully and firmly binding his limbs. With a mechanical creak, Zhu Hanlin's body was gradually lifted, being lowered toward the icy water below. As Zhu Hanlin's body first made contact with the icy, bone-chilling water, he trembled violently, unable to suppress a shiver, as if countless icy needles had pierced his very marrow. In the next moment, he was swiftly submerged without any resistance, enveloped entirely by darkness, as thick as viscous ink. Instinctively, he struggled desperately to free himself from the bindings, yearning to rise to the surface, but his hands and feet were bound tightly, akin to a zongzi, rendering each struggle futile and immovable. The frigid water surged into his nostrils and mouth, bringing waves of suffocating despair. Zhu Hanlin felt as though his lungs were being crushed by an invisible giant's hand, threatening to burst at any moment. The scene before him gradually blurred under the extreme lack of oxygen, shrouded in a heavy mist. Yet, deep within his heart, a resolute and powerful voice incessantly roared, "Do not give up. Absolutely do not give up. You must survive." In that dark and oppressive underwater realm, time seemed to lose its meaning, stretching into an eternity. Zhu Hanlin was oblivious to how long he had persisted. Each second felt like an agonizing eternity in the fires of hell. Finally, just as he sensed the impending loss of consciousness, on the brink of his soul departing from his body, a sudden lightness enveloped him, and he was yanked swiftly from the depths. Coughing violently, Zhu Hanlin gasped for air, his throat burning as if scraped by sandpaper, desperately expelling the water that had invaded his lungs. His complexion was ghostly pale, devoid of any color, and his body trembled uncontrollably from fatigue and oxygen deprivation. Indeed, he had endured for 3 minutes. Lin Chuan observed Zhu Hanlin quietly, a flicker of barely noticeable approval gleaming in his eyes. But this was far from sufficient. "Continue." No sooner had Lin Chuan's voice faded than Zhu Hanlin was thrust back into the water. The other novices were similarly bound, commencing their training akin to Zhu Hanlin's ordeal. "Instructor, I feel I can't hold on much longer," one novice gasped weakly after being pulled from the water. "You must hold on, even if it seems impossible. On the battlefield, the enemy won't spare you merely because you cannot endure," Lin Chuan responded mercilessly. Thus, one novice after another was submerged, subjected to the same brutally dehumanizing trial. Some managed to endure slightly longer due to their tenacious will, while others faltered sooner due to variances in physical fitness or mental resilience. Yet, without exception, every novice emerged from the water in a state of utter disarray, as if they had just clawed their way back from the depths of hell. Their drenched clothing clung tightly to their forms, hair matted across their faces, and their eyes reflected the terror and exhaustion of having survived a harrowing ordeal. The first batch of novices' underwater training finally concluded, but they scarcely had a moment to catch their breath before Lin Chuan's cold, unyielding voice thundered again. "Next, you shall be tossed into a cesspool, where you will remain for a day and a night. This is a dual test of your physical and mental fortitude. Remember, this is the kind of dire predicament you may face on the battlefield. You must learn to adapt. You must maintain your unwavering will and survival instinct, even in such extreme conditions." Upon hearing this command, the novices erupted in disbelief and resistance, their already fatigued faces reflecting shock. "What? A day and a night in a cesspool? How is that possible? This is madness," one female soldier exclaimed, her voice laden with emotion. "This is utterly disgusting. Is this something a human can endure? It's inhumane. Enough of this nonsense." Lin Chuan barked, his eyes blazing with fury. "Get in there. Instructor, can we?" a novice attempted to plead. "There are no exceptions. Execute the order immediately." Lin Chuan interrupted decisively. Reluctantly, the novices gritted their teeth, filled with resentment and indignation, dragging their leaden limbs toward the repugnant cesspool that exuded a nauseating stench. The acrid odor assaulted them like a tangible poison, nearly suffocating them, their stomachs churning as if to expel the remnants of their last meal. Yet under Lin Chuan's hawk-like, unyielding gaze, they could only endure the dual discomforts of their bodies and minds, one by one biting the bullet and leaping into the filth. The conditions in the cesspool were abominable, with filthy liquid rising to their knees, releasing a noxious aroma that seemed to embody all the foulness of the world. Swarms of mosquitoes buzzed around, akin to sharks sensing blood, mercilessly biting their exposed skin, each sting akin to a sharp, venomous needle piercing their flesh, inflicting waves of fiery pain. The novices clamped their hands over their mouths and noses in a futile attempt to mitigate the overwhelming stench. But the foul odor seeped into every crevice, invading their nostrils, mouths, and even the depths of their souls. "I can't take this anymore. I feel like I'm suffocating," one novice whimpered amidst the cesspool. "Hang in there. We have to push through this training," a teammate encouraged. Time dragged on, each passing second feeling like a century, testing the limits of their bodies and the boundaries of their minds. Their skin, soaked in the filth, began to swell and turn pale, while sensations of itching and stinging emerged as if thousands of ants were crawling and gnawing at their skin. Yet they could only endure, clinging to the hope of persevering through this extreme environment, constantly reminding themselves that they must endure, they must become qualified special forces. Meanwhile, the second batch of novices commenced their underwater training with tension and order. They faced immense challenges, struggling fiercely in the water, expending every ounce of strength in their efforts to transcend their limits. The scene reminiscent of warriors battling sharks in the deep sea, fighting desperately for survival. Everyone, stay strong. We must hold on. A novice from the second group shouted before entering the water. Yes, we cannot lose to the first group. We must endure. The others echoed. 2 days later, the novices were led by stern-faced instructors to a pitch-black room that felt as confining as a prison cell. You will remain in this dark room for 3 days and 3 nights, without food, without water, in utter silence. This is the ultimate test of your mental and psychological limits. On the battlefield, loneliness and despair can be more terrifying than enemy gunfire. You must learn to maintain unwavering faith and tenacious will in such extreme conditions. Lin Chuan stated coldly, 3 days and 3 nights, without food or drink, and no sound. How can we endure this? One novice questioned. However, it seemed preferable to being submerged or confined in a cesspool. At least it was merely a matter of enduring hunger for 3 days. Indeed, think of it as a good rest inside. The novices murmured among themselves. Yet, as they gazed into the abyss-like darkness of the room, a profound fear enveloped them, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Inside the dark room, silence reigned, as if time and space had frozen. There was no glimmer of light. Not even the faintest ray could penetrate the enveloping darkness. The absence of sound was unnerving, as if the entire world had vanished, leaving only their solitary souls adrift in the void. The novices could only rely on vague feelings, cautiously feeling their way along the walls to sit down slowly, quietly awaiting the unknown trials in the enveloping darkness. Every passing moment felt like an excruciating torment to their nerves. Initially, they managed to maintain a semblance of calm, constantly encouraging themselves inwardly, assuring themselves that they could endure. However, as time relentlessly marched on, hunger and thirst began to assault them like fierce predators, mercilessly tormenting their bodies. Their stomachs spasmed in protest, as if rebelling against their master's neglect. Their throats parched, feeling as though they might ignite. Each swallow felt akin to swallowing a mouthful of sand. The interminable darkness and suffocating silence gnawed at their mental fortitude like the claws of a demon, gradually pushing them toward the brink of despair. Is anyone there? I can't take it anymore, a novice whispered into the void, his voice laden with profound hopelessness. Yet, only an oppressive silence responded, as if the darkness had swallowed his words whole. They began to spiral into irrational thoughts, their minds conjuring horrifying and terrifying images, as if countless specters were clawing at them from the shadows. Loneliness and despair surged like relentless tides, overwhelming them and rendering them utterly helpless and insignificant. Some could no longer contain their sorrow, their muted cries echoing desolately in the stillness of the dark room. Others succumbed to madness, frantically pounding the walls in a desperate attempt to shatter the dreadful silence, only to be met with the mocking echoes of their own voices, reminiscent of laughter from the abyss. The subsequent 6 months saw Lin Chuan systematically instructing the novices in various specialized combat skills, encompassing a wide array of shooting techniques, including dynamic assault shooting, urban solo and team shooting, in diverse environments such as wilderness, deserts, and naval operations. Naturally, those exhibiting exceptional shooting talent were singled out for specialized training as strategic snipers. Physical conditioning was paramount, with a minimum of a 10-kilometer armed run required daily. Beyond that, training encompassed electronic computing, communications, specialized vehicle operation including tanks, armored vehicles, motorcycles, and speedboats. Aerial training involved armed helicopter maneuvers, trike flying, and parachuting from various altitudes, while naval training included armed swimming, underwater navigation, and amphibious landings. Comprehensive subjects such as special operations theory, extreme survival, specialized combat, camouflage, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance were also part of their curriculum. It can be said that, aside from sleep, every moment of these 6 months was devoted to rigorous training, with Lin Chuan extracting their potential and talent to the utmost limit. Of course, some novices, unable to meet Lin Chuan's stringent standards, were eliminated after exhausting their 100-point quota. Currently, only 38 remained. These individuals, in terms of capability, had undergone a remarkable transformation, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. In Lin Chuan's eyes, their current prowess undoubtedly aligned with the standards of elite special forces. In the dead of night, 6 months later, while all the novices were still lost in slumber, an urgent assembly call pierced the silence. Emergency mission. All personnel, fully armed and equipped with live ammunition, assemble within 3 minutes. Hurry, hurry! Lin Chuan's urgent voice resonated outside the dormitory. After months of training, the novices had developed an instinctive muscle memory for emergency assemblies. In under 3 minutes, everyone had gathered. Unlike before, their faces bore no signs of complaints or discontent. Instead, they exhibited an attitude of resoluteness, ready to face death if necessary. Once everyone had assembled, Lin Chuan swiftly checked the time and declared loudly, "Time is of the essence. Everyone board the aircraft. I will provide detailed explanations of the operational mission once aboard." An operational mission? The novices felt a tightening in their chests upon hearing this. Although Lin Chuan had consistently emphasized the significance of training through battlefield scenarios, he had never taken them into actual combat before. Now he was suddenly speaking of executing a real mission. Hadn't they yet to become special forces? Surely, this wasn't merely an exercise, was it? Chapter 28. Chief Instructor Lin Chuan has sacrificed himself. On the aircraft, Lin Chuan surveyed the group and, through his headset, spoke in a deep voice. Moments ago, we received notification from higher authorities that a band of mercenaries is attempting to infiltrate our borders, carrying a shipment of narcotics. The military district has ordered us to take swift action to intercept these criminals and prevent the drugs from entering our nation. Upon hearing this, the recruits were momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched on their faces as anxiety crept into their hearts. To be precise, they were not yet true Special Forces soldiers. It was rather unexpected for such a mission to fall upon them so soon. "Report," Chun Jiao shouted. "Speak." Standing tall, she declared, "Strictly speaking, we have not yet become bona fide special forces. Why are we being assigned this task?" The others fixed their gaze on Lin Chuan with the same intensity. "What? Are you afraid?" Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, sneering coldly. "Report no," Chun Jiao quickly retorted. "We simply wish to understand the rationale." Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, his demeanor serious as he explained, "This is an urgent task assigned to us at the last minute. It serves as an important assessment by the military district. If you complete this mission successfully, it will be tantamount to passing the final evaluation, thus earning you the title of True Special Forces of Dragon Country." At this revelation, their eyes sparkled with determination, fists clenched instinctively, yet a sense of unease lingered in their subconscious. At that moment, Sun Ying interjected. "The commanding officer is on an urgent call." Lin Chuan nodded, activating all channels. "Understood." Sun Ying immediately switched the communication to all channels. "Comrades." The powerful voice of Wang He resonated through their headsets. The recruits were taken aback, instinctively exchanging glances, immediately sitting up straight, ears perked to listen intently. "I understand that many of you may be bewildered by your involvement in this perilous mission, and some may even be nervous to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. However," Wang He's voice suddenly intensified, "you are soldiers. Soldiers are born for war. From the moment you donned this uniform, you inherited the mission of defending our homeland. Regardless of whether you are special forces or not, when a nation is in peril, as soldiers, you must step forward. This mission is exceedingly daunting, impacting the safety of our country and people. Although you may not yet be considered true special forces, your military capabilities have already demonstrated that you possess the requisite skills. With your abilities, I believe you can successfully intercept these mercenaries. Can you accomplish this?" "Yes," they roared fiercely in unison. "Excellent," Wang He replied. "I look forward to your good news. I await your triumphant return." After hanging up, Lin Chuan turned to the group. Remember, this is real combat. The artillery and bullets are genuine. Do not harbor any illusions. You must give your all in this battle. Yes. At this moment, no one perceived this as a mere drill, but fully acknowledged it as a genuine battle. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Each person's heart raced, hands tightly clasped, and foreheads glistened with cold sweat. Some even experienced dry heaving as a psychological response to their overwhelming anxiety. The instinct for survival is innate. To claim one is not nervous would be disingenuous. A soldier who has never faced the battlefield, suddenly confronted with such a significant and dangerous task, cannot help but feel varying degrees of apprehension. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow and continued, "Since this is real combat, casualties are inevitable. No one can guarantee their survival on the battlefield, not even myself. Should you fall in battle, we will ensure that the letters you wrote to your parents will be delivered." At these words, the recruits were struck as if by a heavy blow, their minds buzzing, unable to fathom that their previously penned farewells might soon be needed. Memories of family, friends, and cherished moments flooded their minds, each beautiful recollection intensifying their unease. Some female soldiers clutched their hands together, trembling with anxiety. Sume sought to reassure them. "Everyone, try not to be so tense. We have trained for so long, and our military skills have significantly improved. We are more than capable of handling these mercenaries. Even if we were to sacrifice ourselves, what of it? When we wear this uniform, our lives belong to the nation. Sacrificing ourselves would bring honor to our families and place us at the forefront of the family tree." Chen Jiao clasped her hands, inhaling deeply, and resolutely stated, "Su Mei is right. As soldiers, we are meant to face the battlefield. If we falter at the sight of the enemy, do we still deserve to wear this uniform? We have inherited the banner of our predecessors, and we must uphold it with pride. We cannot tarnish their legacy." Her words struck a chord, resonating deeply and quelling the anxiety that had gripped the group. Though fears still lingered in their hearts, their gazes gradually ignited with an unprecedented fervor, determination gleaming in their eyes. Seeing this, Lin Chuan fell silent, returning to his seat, unable to suppress a smile. His admiration for these female soldiers growing. As time passed, the aircraft descended in a desolate area. With a thud, the cabin door swung open. Lin Chuan was the first to hoist his pack, waving his hand emphatically. "Quickly, secure your weapons and gear, disembark. Time is of the essence. We must arrive first." Whoosh! The recruits swiftly donned their packs, following Zhou Xian as they hurried down the aircraft. Despite their lingering fear, obedience to orders had become ingrained in their minds. Within 2 minutes, everyone had assembled. Lin Chuan regarded them seriously, stating, "Everyone, follow me closely. Do not fall behind. Remember, this is real combat, not a drill. For those who wish to survive, be vigilant. Move." Instinctively, they swallowed hard, scanning their surroundings with heightened awareness, and quickly followed, leaving behind a series of varied footprints on ground. They were unaware of what would unfold next. They only knew that this night would not be peaceful. As the night deepened, a chilling silence enveloped the surroundings, with the forest echoing with the sporadic calls of crickets and crows. Each footfall stirred the leaves beneath them. Moonlight filtered through the branches, casting a mosaic of shadows on the ground, swaying gently in the breeze. "Hurry, stay close. Be cautious," Zhou Xian urged, glancing left and right with utmost care. The recruits behind him held their breath, their nerves heightened in the pitch-black night. Su Mei and Chen Jiao, embodying the role of big sisters among the female soldiers, led the way, occasionally glancing back to offer reassurances. Sun Ying quietly cautioned, "Everyone, be mindful, don't." Suddenly, her words were cut short as she stumbled and fell. "It's a grenade wire. Scatter," Lin Chuan bellowed, leaping forward to push Sun Ying away forcefully, while the others swiftly dispersed. With a deafening bang, Lin Chuan was thrown to the ground by the explosion, blood gushing from his mouth, the air thick with the scent of iron. "Instructor Lin." Sun Ying's pupils widened in alarm as she rushed forward, bending down to help Lin Chuan up, repeatedly patting his face. Instructor, are you okay? Wake up." Please don't scare me. The other recruits gathered around, their anxious expressions revealing their worry, tears welling in their eyes as they cried out. Instructor, instructor, wake up. Help, help. Zhou Xian swiftly pushed through the crowd, placing his hand at Lin Chuan's nose. His expression darkening. Instructor Lin has fallen. What? What did you say? The crowd froze, disbelief etched on their faces. Fallen? Sume shook her head vigorously. Impossible. A person as formidable as him couldn't possibly fall. She rushed to check Lin Chuan's pulse, recoiling in fear as her face turned pale, collapsing onto the ground, murmuring, Instructor Lin. He really has fallen. How could this happen? How could it? Panic swept through the recruits. Cold sweat trickled down their backs, morale plummeting. Although Lin Chuan had always been strict with them, deep down they respected him, viewing him as an idol, someone they could trust their backs to. Now, witnessing their comrade's demise before their eyes left them feeling utterly powerless. A profound ache settling heavily in their hearts. Get a grip, Zhou Xian bellowed, his voice cutting through the despair. Though Instructor Lin has fallen, our mission remains unfinished. We must fight on and take down these scoundrels. We will avenge Instructor Lin. At his words, everyone snapped back to reality, lifting their heads, wiping away tears. A fierce determination igniting in their eyes. Everyone, stand by my orders. Follow me, Zhou Xian commanded. Chun Jiao stepped forward, worry etched on her face. Instructor Zhou, what about Instructor Lin? Are we just leaving his body here? Zhou Xian cast a somber glance at Lin Chuan, his voice low. First, we find a place to lay him to rest. Once our mission is complete, we will return for him. Understood. The recruits steeled themselves, placing Lin Chuan in a hidden corner before hastily following Zhou Xian. After walking approximately 3 kilometers, a thick smoke suddenly enveloped them. Everyone frowned slightly, their legs giving way as they sank to their knees, feeling faint. Do you smell something? My head is pounding. With that, one by one, they succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground. Outside, in the golden triangle, Lin Chuan awoke in a bed, clutching his aching chest as he sat up, shaking his head to clear his mind. You're awake? Wang Yi strode over, still shaken. You really scared me. I thought you were truly dead. Your heart wasn't beating, and I nearly held a memorial for you. Commander. Lin Chuan stood, hurriedly saluting him, forcing a smile. I merely aimed for a more convincing act. There are clever minds among those recruits. Without such theatrics, they wouldn't believe it. It turned out Lin Chuan had switched a vial of medication in the system that could temporarily halt his heart and pulse. The grenade had indeed been real. However, he had evaded it swiftly, sustaining only minor injuries. Lin Chuan inquired, Commander, have they all been captured? Wang Yi nodded. They're all locked in a secure room, awaiting your orders. Lin Chuan smiled. Good. Commander, allow me a moment to adjust my disguise, then I shall meet with these recruits. After all this training, it is time for a conclusion. Very well. Wang Yi clapped him on the shoulder. You take your time. I'll be waiting in the control room. Just be cautious and don't overdo it. Lin Chuan assured him. Rest easy. Commander, I know what I'm doing. Once Wang Yi departed, Lin Chuan transformed himself into the guise of a mercenary leader, adjusting his features and skin tone, donning local attire and sunglasses before striding out. His disguise was impeccable, completely concealing his true identity. The male and female soldiers were held separately, with 6 female soldiers, including Sun Ying, confined together, while the male soldiers were in another location. In the secure room, the female soldiers slowly opened their weary eyes, frowning as they shook their heads, gradually regaining their senses, gazing bewilderedly at their dark surroundings. Each of them appeared disheveled, drenched in sweat. As they attempted to move, they discovered their hands and feet bound to a cross, rendering them entirely immobile. Chun Jiao glanced around, panic rising within her. Where are we? Isn't it obvious? We've been captured. What? Captured? Chun Jiao's eyes widened in shock as she struggled against her restraints. We were drugged. Those mercenaries brought us here. Those scoundrels using such despicable tactics. Once we escape, I will have their skins. A female soldier exclaimed in fear. Why are there only a few of us? Where are the others? What about Instructor Zhou? Sun Ying stated plainly, they are likely being held in another location, separate from us. As her words fell, The door creaked open. The female soldiers squinted against the light, spotting a tall, formidable figure striding toward them. A once gentle gaze now sharpened with fury, his face flushed with anger. Lin Chuan surveyed them with a mischievous grin. Well, it seems the captured female soldiers are quite the catch. Looks like tonight will be a feast for my brothers. Chapter 29. The Humiliation of Instructor Sun Ying. Su Mei's eyes widened in fury as she hysterically shouted, "You scoundrel! If you have the guts, let us go and face you in a fair fight." What kind of hero resorts to such petty drug tricks? Slap! A man in black struck her hard, exclaiming, "You filthy wench! How dare you disrespect our leader?" Blood immediately appeared at the corner of Su Mei's mouth, and her left cheek swelled up instantly. "Stop! You brutes! What kind of men are you to hit a woman?" Shun Jiao shouted desperately, "If you have the guts, release us, and we will take you on one-on-one." The other female soldiers struggled against their bindings, but found themselves utterly powerless. Su Mei sneered, spitting out, "Bah! Shameless bastards! You're all a pack of bastards!" Slap! Another blow landed. Lin Chuan approached, surveying the group with a cold snort. "Tell me your unit, department, and your highest commander, and we may spare your lives. I assure you, we will not harm you." "Bah!" Su Mei spat defiantly at him, her face fierce with determination. "You will get nothing from me. Even if you kill me, I will never betray my unit. It seems you have some spirit." Lin Chuan scoffed, lifting her chin with a slight smile. "You are quite attractive. Tell me, if I were to give you to my men for a couple of days of enjoyment, would you still be so defiant? You bastard! Let go of me. If you have the guts, kill me." Su Mei shook her head violently, trying to escape his grip in disgust. "Don't touch her. If you have the guts, come for me." Sun Ying suddenly roared, her eyes sharp as a blade. "Come here, and I will tell you." Lin Chuan turned abruptly, his gaze landing on Sun Ying, stepping closer and raising his chin towards her. "Smart girl, speak." Sun Ying proudly lifted her chin, her face cold as she declared, "Our unit. Your grandfather, department. Your grandmother. Highest commander, Buddha." Slap! The words were barely out of her mouth before a powerful slap reddened her face. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. "How dare you toy with me? You refuse my hospitality. Take them away and punish them." "Yes. Don't touch me." Sun Ying's face paled as she shook her head frantically. "What do you want? Let go of me, you bastards. Let me go." The other female soldiers screamed in fury, struggling desperately, their eyes filled with tears of rage. "Let her go. Don't touch her. You beasts, you are not human." A man immediately released Sun Ying from her bindings, dragging her to a corner behind a curtain. The room was divided by a curtain, resembling a piece of fabric, obscuring the view, but still allowing silhouettes to be seen. Sun Ying was thrown to the ground, continuously scooting backward, crying out in agony, "Don't touch me. Go away. Go away." A soldier disguised as a mercenary approached quickly, tugging at his tie, lunging at her like a ravenous wolf, forcefully tearing her clothes apart. "No, let go of me." Sun Ying struggled desperately, crying for help. Witnessing this scene, the female soldiers opposite were frantic, tears streaming down their faces like a broken puppet, yet helpless to intervene, merely shouting curses at Lin Chuan. "Scoundrel! You filthy scum! You are all bastards! Let me go, come for me instead." Hearing Sun Ying's continuous cries for help, everyone behind the curtain felt their hearts bleeding, their spirits weighed down with despair. Regret, guilt, heartache, every uneasy emotion intertwined, utterly shattering their resolve. Lin Chuan smirked, stepping before them, provocatively stating, "As soon as you spill the truth, we will let her go. Just say it, it's that simple." "Bah!" Su Mei spat at him, her tear-streaked face etched with determination. "Even if I die, you will never pry a word from my lips." Lin Chuan pulled out a tissue, wiping his hands dismissively, sneering, "It seems you are all a stubborn lot. I will see how long you can hold out." Minutes later, Sun Ying appeared disheveled, her clothing tattered, thrown before the group like refuse. She seemed delirious, murmuring to herself, devoid of energy, her eyes reflecting a profound despair. The female soldiers looked at her with reddened eyes, filled with heartache, but found themselves unable to speak. They understood that at this moment, any words of comfort would feel utterly hollow. The soldier masquerading as a male mercenary wiped his mouth with his thumb, savoring the moment. This sight ignited the fury of the female soldiers. You beasts, one day, I will make sure to eliminate you all. You will not have peace. It seems we need a different approach. Lin Chuan, irritated, scratched his ear and waved his hand. Take them away. Hang them all. Do not give them anything to eat. I want to see how long their resolve lasts. Yes, several men chuckled, rushing forward to drag them away without an ounce of compassion. Meanwhile, in the male soldiers' secret chamber, they had realized their captivity, each one observing their surroundings closely, seeking an escape route. Tang Lin, anxious, said, "What do we do now? Even if we find a way out, our hands and feet are all bound. We can't move." "I don't know." Zhu Hamlin shook his head. "I'm more worried about those female soldiers. I wonder how they are faring." The moment those words left his lips, silence fell over the group. They all understood the grim reality of what awaited the captured female soldiers. It would be a horrific ordeal. At that moment, the door swung open, a beam of moonlight flooding in, instinctively drawing everyone's attention to Lin Chuan striding in, flanked by several male bodyguards. Upon seeing them, Tang Lin's face turned green with rage, coldly scolding, "You bastards! Who are you? Why have you captured us?" Lin Chuan smirked. "We are precisely the ones you sought to capture. Unfortunately, your combat skills were lacking, and you were apprehended right from the start. TSK, with such weak abilities. How dare you stand against us?" Zhu Hanlin shouted angrily, "Bastard! If not for your underhanded drug tactics, you would never have captured us. What have you done to those female soldiers? They were stubborn, so I let my men have their way with them. Now they are basking under the sun." Lin Chuan replied nonchalantly, fully embodying the role of a villain. As his words hung in the air, the faces of the onlookers turned crimson, like wild beasts unleashed. Tang Lin's features contorted with rage, nostrils flaring. "You beasts! You will go to hell for this. Once I get out, I will make sure to dismember you and throw your remains into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Right now, you should be more concerned about yourselves." Lin Chuan said coolly, "Want to escape? I'll give you a chance. Just tell us your unit, department, and highest commander, and I'll spare your lives. Of course, you could also choose to join us. I guarantee a life of luxury, filled with women and wealth. I shall refrain from providing explanations or answers, and instead present a refined translation of your text." "Bah!" Zhu Hamlin ground his teeth in anger, his face dark with fury. "To think that you would have me betray my own country and indulge in your fanciful dreams. If you possess the courage, then kill me. You shall not extract anything of worth from my lips." Tang Lin erupted with curses. "You bastard, if you dare, unbind me. I shall take you on one-on-one. If I cannot defeat you, I shall bear your surname." Lin Chuan exhaled deeply, scoffing coldly. "It seems that you soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed tough nuts to crack. Without a taste of sweetness, you won't budge." His gaze swept across the room, landing momentarily on Zhou Xian, and he raised his broad palm, smiling as he patted his face. "I noticed you staring at me just now. Were you attempting to kill me with your gaze?" Zhou Xian let out a cold laugh, lifting his chin defiantly, yet remained silent, his eyes sharp as knives. Such a tough tongue. Lin Chuan's expression hardened, and he patted Zhou Xian's face again. "I rather enjoy conquering the obstinate. Bring forth the injection. I wish to see just how long you can maintain that bravado." At once, a soldier produced a syringe, injecting the substance into Zhou Xian's vein. The other soldiers' pupils dilated in horror as they struggled, shouting desperately, "What are you doing? What drug is that? You bastards! Let him go. Come at me instead." On the next moment, a heart-wrenching wail escaped Zhou Xian's lips. Veins bulged on his forehead, his features contorted in agony. His muscles tensed as if pulled from water, sweat cascading down as he appeared to suffer immensely. "Stop, cease this." Tang Lin shook his head violently, his voice hoarse from shouting. "Let him go, you bastards. May you meet a wretched fate." Another scream erupted as Zhou Xian bellowed, collapsing into unconsciousness. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, nodding at his subordinates. "Revive him, continue." In them, he turned to Tang Lin and the others, snorting coldly. "Bring them all together." "Yes. Release me, you bastards. Let's go." They struggled fiercely, yet their hands were shackled, rendering them immobile. In the next instant, accompanied by the drug's entry, agonized cries filled the air. "Ah, damn it, bastard, if you have the guts, you." Lin Chuan observed them impassively, his eyes devoid of any emotion, fixed upon them as he clenched his fists tightly. The torment persisted for several minutes before the drug's effects gradually waned. Lin Chuan approached, lifting Tang Lin's head and fixating his gaze. "Will you speak or not?" Tang Lin slightly opened his eyes, regarding him with a piercing glare, gasping, "Speak." "Your grandmother." Lin Chuan forcefully shoved him aside, snorting, "Continue." "Boss." One subordinate hesitated, his brow furrowed as he stepped forward. Lin Chuan shot him a cold glance. "Commanding, continue." "Yes." The subordinate, terrified, immediately fell silent, resuming the injection of the drug into their bodies, and again, cries of despair echoed, each throat growing hoarse. In that moment, these soldiers endured inhumane suffering, yet not a single word of surrender escaped their lips. Witnessing this, Lin Chuan's expression flickered with momentary emotion, though it vanished swiftly as he scoffed. "Enough. Let's try a different approach." He pointed at Zhou Xian. "Drag him out." "Yes." Zhou Xian, now utterly weakened by pain, slumped to the ground as the shackles were released, yet his eyes remained resolute. Lin Chuan approached, towering over him, coldly laughing. "You, above all, have the toughest tongue. I detest obstinacy. Cut his throat." "Yes." Several subordinates immediately seized Zhou Xian, and in the next moment, a blade was drawn against his neck. The glint of the knife appeared ominous and menacing. The soldier's eyes widened in alarm, roaring at him furiously. "Bastard, if you wish to kill or maim, come at me instead. Do not touch him. If you have the guts, come and kill me." Lin Chuan regarded them with a slight smile, intensifying the pressure. "They are your brothers. With one stroke, he shall perish. Do you wish to save him? Speak, and I will release him. I offer you one final chance. I will count to 3. At that moment, Lin Chuan resembled a devil wielding the fate of all, exploiting their vulnerabilities, relentlessly hammering their last straw of hope. The soldiers' faces contorted in agony, their eyes twitching uncontrollably, their throats constricted as if a heavy stone lodged within, rendering them speechless, their gazes locked onto Zhou Xian. In that instant, they were embroiled in a fierce internal battle, gasping as if starved of oxygen, their lungs aflame with pain. On one side stood their comrades in arms, on the other, the homeland they vowed to protect. Neither could they forsake. Finally, with a sharp crack, Zhou Xian's throat was slit, a muffled groan escaping him as he collapsed to the ground. "Are you beasts?" At that moment, the soldiers' defenses shattered completely, their eyes bloodshot and filled with rage, unable to contain themselves any longer. Like madmen, they fought against their restraints, their gazes brimming with fury as if they desired to tear their captors to shreds. Lin Chuan, expressionless, waved his hand. "Take them all away, hang them up, and beat them fiercely." Yes, in an instant, all soldiers were dragged away, suspended like the female soldiers, whipped mercilessly. For the ensuing half-month, they either endured the scorching sun or were hung and beaten. By night, they were cast into a dim, mosquito-ridden cell, subjected repeatedly to psychological and physical torment. Yet, even under such inhumane treatment, not a single soul yielded. In the surveillance room, while he observed the soldiers on the screen, his brow creased with worry. "Lin Chuan, will this not lead to fatalities?" Lin Chuan reassured him. "Chief, rest assured. I have checked their physical conditions. There are no issues." The chief of staff sighed. These children possess remarkable willpower. Even in such distress, they refuse to utter a word. "Our soldiers of Huaxia are indeed tough. There are no cowards among them." Lin Chuan, Wang Yi looked at him. "I believe this has gone on long enough. In a couple of days, let this process conclude. We have witnessed their resolve." Lin Chuan saluted, "Yes." Chief, Chapter 30. The formation of the Serious Special Forces. Hundreds of elite units participate in the assessment. When the recruits awoke once more, they found themselves confined to hospital beds, each isolated in individual rooms. "Who are you? Where is this?" At that moment, a male doctor clad in a white coat, accompanied by a nurse carrying a vial of medicine, entered the room. Instinctively, Zhu Hamlin sprang up, adopting a defensive posture, His eyes narrowed in suspicion. However, as he sat up, a sharp pain coursed through his muscles and head, forcing him to collapse back onto the bed. The nurse rushed over to support him. "Do not move," the doctor urged. "This is the provincial military hospital. Rest assured, you have been safely rescued. Everything will be fine." The nurse added, "Your bodies are extremely weak. You must rest and refrain from moving around." The mention of the provincial military hospital sparked a flicker of excitement in Zhu Hanlin's weary eyes, yet caution lingered. "Don't waste your breath. Do you think I would believe you just like that? Whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, bring them on. If I so much as grunt, I am no soldier of Huaxia." The doctor and nurse exchanged wry smiles. "Comrade, we truly are military doctors from the provincial military district. If you do not believe us, just look outside the window. This is the homeland. You have indeed been safely rescued." With that, the doctor gestured for the nurse to draw back the curtains. Warm sunlight flooded in, and instinctively, Zhu Hanlin raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Gradually, he lowered his hand. The bed was positioned near the window, allowing him a clear view of the surroundings. He saw the hospital buildings, the names of nearby shops, pedestrians on the streets, taxis, and buses, all marked in Chinese characters. From initial skepticism, Zhu Hanlin's demeanor shifted to one of exhilaration. We really been rescued?" As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. He buried his face in his hands, trembling in quiet sobs. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he shot up, anxiously inquiring of the doctor, "What about my comrades? How are they? Have they all returned?" The doctor sighed softly. "They have all come back. Those who survived are here in the hospital. The remains of those who fell have also been brought back." Upon hearing the word remains, Zhu Hanlin's expression darkened with sorrow. The fallen, was it our instructor? "I cannot say for certain, as you belong to a classified unit. However, I can tell you that 3 individuals have perished. One was killed by the force of a bomb blast, another by a slit throat, and the last endured prolonged torture. The others, though injured to varying extents, have all escaped life-threatening danger. After treatment and recuperation, they will likely return to normal." 3. Zhu Hanlin's face crumpled as he broke down in tears, repeatedly striking his head in despair. He understood that the fallen were the very instructors who had trained them. How could this happen? How could this happen? Seeing his distress, the nurse quickly grasped his hand to prevent him from causing harm to himself. After some time, Zhu Hanlin finally calmed down, and the doctor spoke. "I am the hospital psychologist, here to provide post-war psychological intervention. You are all elite soldiers. Yet this is your first encounter with such trauma. You urgently need psychological support. Comrade Zhu Hanlin, I hope you will cooperate with our treatment. It is essential for you to continue fighting for your country and its people, so that the sacrifices of our heroes will not be in vain. For their sake, you must find the strength to persevere." After a prolonged silence, Zhu Hanlin nodded slightly. "Rest assured, I will not be easily defeated. For our chief instructor, for the Black Wolf instructor, for our fallen comrades, I will be strong. I will cooperate with you." Meanwhile, in other hospital rooms, the recruits underwent similar psychological interventions, responding in much the same manner as Zhu Hanlin. Fortunately, no severe post-war psychological issues have been detected thus far. At that moment, in a nearby office within the hospital, Zhou Xian, observing the recruit's condition through surveillance, voiced his concerns. "Will there be any issues with this approach? Should we directly inform them that this was merely a test?" Lin Chuan shook his head slightly. "It is not yet the right time. They must overcome this hurdle on their own to achieve true transformation. They will only have this opportunity once. There will be no second chance." Sun Ing concurred, saying, "I agree with the leader's decision. Fortunately, over the past 6 months, we have conducted extensive practical training, significantly enhancing their resilience to pressure. Otherwise, facing this ordeal, few would have been able to withstand it." At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted them. Lin Chuan, Wang He, and the chief of staff entered the room. The 3 immediately stood at attention and saluted. Wang He waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the monitor. "How is the progress? Are there any issues?" Lin Chuan replied, "So far, there appear to be no major problems. Their psychological fortitude has been honed quite well over the past 6 months. However, we will need to observe them a bit longer. If they all qualify and overcome the psychological challenges posed by this incident, we can officially announce the establishment of the Serious Special Forces. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi revealed a satisfied smile. Good. Well done. He then turned his attention to Lin Chuan, concern etched on his face. How is your health? I heard that grenade was real. The doctors removed 3 shrapnel pieces from you. Lin Chuan patted his body and grinned. I'm perfectly fine. No worries. The chief of staff chided him playfully. You rascal, you must take care of yourself. The serious unit will need your leadership in the future. Don't let things slip away. Wang Yi continued, in a month, we will gather 100 special forces from the entire military for the assessment. Will we be ready in time? Lin Chuan nodded. While they may not yet be fully matured and still have shortcomings in various skills and tactical theories, they will undoubtedly suffice for the military's assessment and competitions. Wang He and the chief of staff exchanged satisfied nods. In the ensuing days, Lin Chuan, Zhou Xian, and Sun Ying remained absent as the recruits continued their psychological interventions in the hospital. It was not until half a month later that the treatment was largely completed. Physically and mentally, they had nearly recovered, yet their spirits remained somewhat subdued. Finally, after half a month, the recruits returned to their training island base. As they gazed upon the place where they had poured so much sweat and blood, nostalgia and sorrow enveloped them. They lamented their earlier lack of fervor, questioning why they hadn't pushed themselves harder, why they hadn't grown stronger. Perhaps, had they done so, their 3 instructors would not have fallen. Now, they understood the harsh realities of war and the reasons behind their instructor sternness. The strength of the 3 chief instructors had far surpassed their own, yet even they could not survive against formidable external foes. Despite this, none among them chose to withdraw. They were determined to carry forth the spirit and valor of their instructors. Even knowing the high probability of sacrifice in the future, they were all prepared. As the urgent assembly call echoed, the recruits lined up neatly, and Wang He, accompanied by the chief of staff, approached slowly. Wang He cast a cold, piercing gaze over the assembly. Comrades, he proclaimed loudly, congratulations on passing all your training and assessments. Over the past 6 months, you have undergone transformation after transformation. Your training results speak for themselves. Although, as he continued, his voice grew choked with emotion. Your instructors sacrificed their lives during this real combat mission. However, their spirit will endure. The motherland and the people shall not forget them. Hearing this, the recruits' eyes turned red once more, each struggling to suppress their sorrow. Wang He continued, the comrades who sacrificed will not have done so in vain. But those who remain must gather their strength to once again take up arms to defend our motherland and its people. Now tell me, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? No. The recruits shouted with a somber intensity. Wang He pressed on, you have all witnessed the brutality of the battlefield. In the future, such missions will come in abundance. Perhaps, one day you may train and live alongside a comrade, only for them to become a hero's gravestone by dawn. Tell me, are you afraid of sacrifice? Not afraid. They replied, excellent. I hereby announce the official establishment of the Sky Wolf Amphibious Special Forces. With his declaration, several soldiers approached, holding a crimson battle flag, marching in unison. The flag bore the vivid image of a wolf's head bearing its fangs. Wang Yi seized the flag and called, Zhu Hanlin, step forward. Yes. Zhu Hanlin strode forward decisively. Wang He, holding the flag, approached him and proclaimed, by the decision of the 31st Group Army Headquarters, your unit is bestowed with the title of Sky Wolf Amphibious Special Forces. From now on, the 37 of you will officially join the ranks of the Sky Wolf Special Forces. Remember your mission. Inherit the spirit of our revolutionary martyrs. Do not fear hardship. Do not fear sacrifice. For the motherland and the people, shed your last drop of blood. Now tell me, are you ready? Always ready. Always ready. Always ready. The recruits roared in unison. Receive the flag. Yes. Zhu Hanlin solemnly accepted the flag. All the recruits gazed at the fluttering wolf head banner with reverence. After the flag ceremony, Wang He and the chief of staff began presenting medals and second lieutenant ranks to the recruits. As they looked upon the flag and the heavy medals and ranks, the images of their instructors Lin Chuan, Zhou Xian, and Sun Ying surfaced in their minds. They knew that without these 3 instructors, they would not be where they were today. All right, Wang He smiled. In a moment, your new squad leader will arrive. They will lead you in the Special Forces assessment and competition taking place in 2 weeks. With that, Wang He and the Chief of Staff departed, leaving the recruits with puzzled expressions. New squad leader? Who could it be? Who in our military is qualified to lead us? As they speculated, a military jeep slowly approached and stopped before them. When the doors opened, the recruits were astounded to see 3 figures emerge, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Chief Instructor, Black Wolf Instructor, Nightingale Instructor. You're alive? You're still here? This can't be real. Lin Chuan exchanged smiles with his comrades. With his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile graced his lips. What? Are you disappointed to see we are not dead? Upon hearing Lin Chuan's familiar voice, the recruits realized it was indeed real and not a dream. Soon, they reacted, and a surge of anger welled up within them. So, this was all just a test? Zhu Hamlin questioned through gritted teeth, his face darkened. They should have felt joy at the sight of their instructors alive. Yet the realization that it was all an elaborate setup stirred more anger than excitement. Who could fathom the torment they had endured during these days? How many tears had they shed for these 3? Now that the torment had ended and tears had dried, to suddenly reveal it was all a ruse? Who could possibly tolerate that? Facing their fury, Lin Chuan awkwardly cleared his throat and said, I merely wanted you to experience the harsh realities of war and the consequences of being captured by the enemy. He then turned to the remaining 6 female soldiers. Especially you. You should understand the dire consequences of being captured on the battlefield. This is merely the most basic understanding. The more brutal outcomes, I dare not let you experience. I fear your spirits would shatter completely. The female soldiers, recalling Sun Ying's ordeal and their own suffering, felt cold sweat trickle down their backs. Lin Chuan continued, having gone through this, I hope you now appreciate the distinction between training grounds and battlefields. Every drop of sweat and bloodshed in training is meant to enhance your chances of survival in combat. He paused. I want to say more. You have all had ample time for reflection during the past half-month. If you still need me to enlighten you, then you are unworthy of being part of the Sky Wolf. Now, I have an announcement. In half a month, I will lead you to the Central 1st Group Army for assessment by headquarters. At that time, all 36 group armies will participate, totaling at least 100 Special Forces teams. We are uncertain whether the assessment will involve individual tests or collective confrontations. Additionally, let me inform you that besides our Sky Wolf team, the other Special Forces teams will each have several hundred members, more than 10 times our number. However, my expectation is that in all individual and team assessments, if you do not secure first place, I assure you upon your return, you will endure tenfold, 100-fold of the torment you experienced during selection training. Do not doubt my words, you know my methods. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. Over the next half-month, I will continue to reinforce your training across various subjects. He smiled slightly. However, considering your current mood, I will allow you a day of rest. Tomorrow, training officially begins. With that, Lin Chuan turned to leave. Wait, Zhu Hamlin suddenly called out, after deceiving us so cruelly. You think you can just walk away? Brothers, let us get them. For all the suffering and tears we've endured, let us seek our revenge. Upon Zhu Hamlin's words, all the recruits surged forward, fists clenched, encircling the 3 instructors. Lin Chuan slightly turned, his icy gaze scanning the recruits. They froze in place, too intimidated to advance. With a snort, Lin Chuan turned and entered the vehicle. As the car window was lowered, Lin Chuan poked his head out and nonchalantly remarked, I'm feeling a bit drowsy now, so I'll head back to catch up on some sleep. If you wish to vent your frustrations, go after those too. They've been beaten before, and I dread the pain. With a hearty laugh, Lin Chuan pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle roared to life, speeding away, leaving the still unboarded Zhou Xian and Sun Ying in disbelief. What the hell? You're tired? Aren't we tired too? What do you mean you're afraid of pain? Don't we fear it as well? Come on, you can't just throw your own people under the bus like that. You committed the wrongdoings, and yet we bear the consequences. However, before they could fully process their frustration, they turned to find themselves surrounded by 37 rookies. Wait, Zhou Xian forced a conciliatory smile. This isn't our fault. We're not the chief instructor. Yet the rookies paid no heed, raising their fists instead. The female soldiers encircled Sun Ying, exclaiming, "The chief instructor ordered us to deceive you. We are victims too." The ensuing days were filled with a relentless barrage of punches. Please, not the face. For the next fortnight, Lin Chuan continued to lead them in systematic, intensive training. After enduring the anti-captive assessments, the rookies displayed a markedly different mindset. Without needing Lin Chuan's prompting, they exerted every ounce of energy before opting to rest. As the fortnight swiftly passed, the entire Army's 100 Special Forces units convened for an unprecedented evaluation, amassing tens of thousands of participants, unprecedented in the annals of the Huaxia military. These individuals represented the elite among the elite, and every military branch placed immense importance on the ranking of this assessment, as it pertained to the reputation of the Army Corps. Consequently, even the esteemed Commander Wang, he resolved to lead the team himself. Other branches were similarly represented by their commanders or chief staff officers. As Lin Chuan articulated, each military branch, land, sea, and air, contributed a special forces unit, collectively exceeding 1,500 personnel. In stark contrast, Lin Chuan's contingent, even with the addition of his 3 comrades, totaled merely 40 individuals. The disparity in numbers was nothing short of staggering. On the helipad of the island base, the sea breeze howled, and the snapping military flags seemed to herald the impending journey. The 37 members of the Tianlang Special Forces stood in pristine combat attire, aligned in formation, their postures erect, resembling resilient pines firmly rooted in the earth. Commander Wang He's gaze swept over each soldier's face, filled with both pride and heavy expectation. "Comrades," Wang He's voice resonated with fervor, echoing across the expansive helipad. "Today, you are about to embark on an unprecedented journey. With all the special forces gathered, this is a conflict devoid of gunpowder. It will test your resolve, skills, and teamwork beyond any battlefield. You represent not only yourselves, but the honor of our 31st Group Army. Throughout your training, you have faced countless challenges, evolving from inexperienced rookies into formidable warriors. This assessment is not only a test of your capabilities, but also an exceptional opportunity to showcase the strength of Tianlang to the entire Army." Wang He's words struck with palpable weight, each syllable resonating deeply within the hearts of the soldiers. "I understand the numerical disadvantage we face. However, victory in war is not determined by numbers alone. You possess ironclad will, exquisite skills, and a spirit of camaraderie forged in the fires of adversity. Remember, regardless of the obstacles you encounter, maintain your composure and perform to the best of your abilities. For the honor of our Army, for the hopes of our nation and its people, fight valiantly. Tell me, do you have confidence?" "Yes, yes, yes," the Tianlang warriors chorused, their voices ringing out with fervor. Once aboard the transport aircraft, Commander Wang he sought out Lin Chuan, and they settled into a corner of the cabin. A hint of concern flickered across Wang He's face as he regarded Lin Chuan, slowly voicing his apprehension. "Shaolin, this assessment holds significant implications, and our adversaries are numerous. Are you truly confident?" Lin Chuan offered a slight smile. "Commander, have no worries. Over the past 6 months, we have engaged in rigorous, comprehensive training, and their growth is evident to all. While our numbers may be few, we excel in agility and synergy. Each member is a versatile asset. Furthermore, after undergoing the previous anti-captive assessment, their psychological resilience and combat spirit have markedly improved. I know our team well. They possess an unyielding determination to prove themselves in this assessment. We have prepared extensively for various potential evaluation subjects, whether in individual combat or team confrontations, and I am confident they will navigate each challenge with finesse." Lin Chuan's reassurances eased some of Wang He's concerns. He continued, "Regardless of the outcome of this assessment, it will be a valuable experience for us in Tianlang. However, I assure you, we will exert ourselves fully to achieve the best possible results." Wang He patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder, nodding in affirmation. "Very well. I trust you and each warrior of Tianlang. Go forth with confidence. The 31st Group Army is your unwavering support. As the transport aircraft descended, the legend of the Tianlang Tri-Service Special Forces was poised to commence. Chapter 31. Sisters, let's defeat these male soldiers. The transport aircraft navigated through the clouds, emitting a low, rumbling sound. Inside, the members of the Tianlang Special Forces were all intensely focused, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Occasionally, their gazes drifted towards the wolf-headed battle flag displayed on the cabin wall, their expressions gradually becoming more fervent. This marked their inaugural representation of Tianlang in battle, their first appearance before the entire army, and their first opportunity to undergo scrutiny and evaluation from their superiors. Their hearts were a tumultuous blend of anxiety and exhilaration. "Old Zhu, what do you think?" Lin Chuan inquired with a smile, turning to Zhu Hanlin beside him. "Are you nervous?" Zhu Hanlin unwrapped a piece of candy, popped it into his mouth, and then offered one to Lin, shaking it slightly. "If you're feeling tense, you can have one. It might help alleviate your nerves." Lin glanced at the candy. "So, you're eating candy because you're nervous?" Zhu Hanlin rolled his eyes. "After all this training and experience, what is there to fear? This is merely an assessment, a competition, not a life-and-death battle. Besides, do you think our chief instructor would send us out if we weren't ready?" Lin grinned, accepting the candy and chewing it with a chuckle. "I find you increasingly resembling the chief instructor." Zhu Hanlin glanced towards the front of the cabin, offering a faint smile. "Isn't it said that the more you dislike someone, the more you start to resemble them?" Lin turned his head, gazing through the window at the swiftly passing aerial scenery. "To be honest, I am a bit nervous. After all, we are representing Tianlang, undergoing evaluation from the headquarters. If I were to embarrass myself, I wouldn't mind. But we cannot bring shame to our chief instructor or the military. Our Tianlang unit is small. There are so many other special forces. It would be impossible to claim we aren't nervous." Zhu Hanlin patted his shoulder. "The assessment isn't about numbers. If it were about individual skills or team collaboration, what would their numbers matter? Once we reach the evaluation site, we'll see what the headquarters standards are like. We can always feel nervous then." "Ajiao, are you worried?" On the other side, Sumei looked at Chunjiao. "I suspect we might be the only female special forces in the entire army." Chunjiao smiled. "Isn't that wonderful? It's time for us to prove that female soldiers are just as capable as male soldiers. Throughout history, it has been believed that female soldiers are far inferior on the battlefield. This time, we will demonstrate to the entire army that we female soldiers can indeed outperform the male soldiers." Sumei and the other 4 female soldiers' eyes lit up in agreement. "Yes, this is our chance to prove ourselves. If we can defeat the other special forces in front of the headquarters leaders on this grand stage, how exhilarating would that be? Sisters, we must give it our all, not just for our military, but for the dignity of female soldiers." "Absolutely. Let us defeat those male soldiers." The 6 women shouted in unison. The surrounding male soldiers instinctively turned to look at them. Sumei raised her brow and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I swear I'll take you down with us." The male soldiers couldn't help but burst into laughter. One soldier teased, "And how do you plan to take us down?" Sumei beckoned him closer with an alluring smile. "Come here, and I'll tell you." The soldier froze, his face turning crimson as he lowered his head, prompting another round of laughter. Hours later, as the aircraft experienced a slight jolt, it gradually descended onto the military airport of the 1st Army Group. The cabin door opened slowly, and a sharp, cold wind rushed in, causing everyone to shiver. Major General Wang, he was the first to disembark, followed closely by Lin Chuan and the members of the Tianlang Special Forces. Outside the airport, dozens of military trucks stood in neat rows, their imposing frames exuding a sense of authority. The captain of the transport unit had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Major General Wang, he promptly approached and saluted crisply, reporting, "Sir, the 1st Army Group's XX Transport Unit is here to welcome you." Wang returned the salute and replied, "Thank you for your hard work. Please assist us in reaching the designated evaluation site." The captain nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze inadvertently scanning the Tianlang Special Forces team. "Sir, are the other members of your unit not yet arrived?" Wang chuckled, "But we are all here, including myself and my communications officer. We total 42 individuals. The captain's expression shifted to one of bewilderment and shock upon learning that there were only 40 members. His mouth slightly agape. He stood in stunned silence for several seconds before regaining his composure. A special forces unit of 40? Are you joking? Throughout the day, his transport unit had already welcomed several other groups, each comprising hundreds of personnel. You say you have only 40? Just then, a batch of transport aircraft from the 7th Army Group began to descend. The doors opened, and a large contingent of Special Forces soldiers streamed out, numbering over 1,000. Their strides synchronized and their demeanor intimidating. The two units stood side by side, presenting a stark contrast. Upon seeing the meager numbers of the Tianlang Special Forces, the soldiers from the 7th Army Group erupted in disbelief. A tall Special Forces soldier widened his eyes in incredulity, exclaiming, "Are you kidding? They dare to participate in the evaluation with so few people? Our squad alone has more members than their entire unit." A dark-skinned soldier beside him chimed in. "This assessment isn't child's play. Are they here for vacation? With such numbers, what combat effectiveness can they possibly possess?" He sneered disdainfully. Perhaps their group is short on personnel and just threw a few together to avoid looking bad during the evaluation, a sharp-faced soldier remarked sarcastically, eliciting laughter from those around him. They probably won't even survive the first round of assessments. Let's not make a laughingstock of the entire army, another jeered, their faces plastered with contempt. In the face of these skeptical gazes and murmurs, the members of the Tianlang Special Forces stood tall and unyielding, unaffected by the disparaging remarks. They held their heads high, eyes resolute, as if the questioning voices did not exist at all. Major General Li Chuan of the 7th Army Group strode over, his expression a mix of confusion and astonishment at the sparse numbers of the Tianlang Special Forces. He turned to Wang He and asked old Wang, "What's going on here? Why did you bring so few people? The disparity is too great compared to the other army groups' special forces." Wang He smiled enigmatically, unhurriedly replying, "Old Li, you wouldn't understand. Numbers do not equate to everything. These 40 are all elite selections, each a versatile asset." Li Changhai raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical. That may be true, but assessments typically test comprehensive capabilities. The numerical disadvantage is evident. Aren't you worried? Wang Yi laughed heartily, patting Li Changhai on the shoulder. "Worry? I have faith in them. But you, bringing so many, are you planning to showcase your skills during the evaluation?" Li Shangshai sigal blesly. "I'm just as puzzled. This time, the assessment is said to thoroughly examine the capabilities of special forces. Yet they haven't disclosed any specifics on what will be tested. I feel uncertain, so I brought more personnel to cover all bases." Wang Yi nodded slightly, deep in thought, and remarked, "I suspect this assessment will be quite formidable. It may even simulate real combat scenarios to test our adaptability and teamwork. Our personnel have always trained according to the standards of actual warfare." Li Changhai gazed at the members of the Tianlang Special Forces, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. "I hope so. But old Wang, though your team is small in number, their spirit is certainly not diminished. I find myself rather eager to witness their performance in the assessment." Wang He replied confidently, "Old Li, just wait and see. My 40 soldiers will undoubtedly impress you." After exchanging pleasantries, the members of the Tianlang Special Forces boarded the military vehicle. As the roar of the engine filled the air, the convoy slowly departed the airport, heading towards the assessment base. The military vehicle sped along the winding road, with the scenery racing past on either side. Inside the vehicle, the soldiers remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Some reminisced about the details of their training. Others silently motivated themselves, while a few closed their eyes to conserve their strength. 3 hours later, the convoy finally arrived at the assessment base. It was situated on a larger island in the north, connected to the mainland, with a biting cold wind whipped against their faces like a blade. Stepping out of the vehicle, everyone immediately felt the bone-chilling cold. The environment of the assessment base was intricate and diverse. The azure sea crashed against the rocky shore, sending up layers of frothy white waves. At the heart of the island lay an expansive plain, its surface covered with a thin layer of frost that shimmered under the sunlight. Fringing the plain were dense forests, with towering trees whose leaves rustled in the frigid wind. Within the woods, faintly visible winding paths led into the unknown depths. This was the battleground where they would soon engage in combat. Lin Chuan surveyed the scene and addressed his comrades. Though the conditions are harsh, this is also a test for us. Let us all prepare ourselves for the challenges ahead. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices echoing in the cold air. General Wang he approached Lin Chuan and whispered, "Shaolin, the environment here is even more severe than we anticipated. You must ensure the safety of your team." Lin Chuan nodded, assuring him, "General, rest assured, we will exercise caution. Our team possesses strong adaptability." At that moment, other units began to arrive in succession. The island buzzed with activity, a cacophony of various sounds intermingling. Although this was a military base, it typically housed just a few station units, numbering over 100 personnel. Consequently, there were few buildings available. Even with 3 months of preparatory work for the assessment venue, the structures were minimal. Thus, the matter of accommodations was resolved by each unit setting up tents in designated areas for field camping and rest, with battle flags raised outside. The leaders of each group army naturally resided in the few available buildings. Once all units had arrived, the island was alive with unprecedented commotion. Yet, even with thousands present, they occupied only a small fraction of the island's space. As night fell, the headquarters did not issue a gathering order. Instead, they allowed the members of each unit to rest in their camps while awaiting further instructions. The leaders of each unit had been summoned for a meeting to announce the forthcoming assessment rules and formats. 2 hours later, Wang He returned, joined by the leaders of the other units. The once bustling island fell silent. Each unit commenced their own meetings to declare the rules. Chapter 32, Assessment Rules and Patterns, announced, inside the tent of the 31st Army Group. "Come, everyone, take a seat." Wang Yi gestured to the crowd and said, "The information is somewhat extensive, so listen attentively while you rest, and keep in mind." "Yes," Lin Chuan replied, turning to the crowd, Tianling, "Everyone sit." Once everyone was seated, Wang He began, "I just attended a meeting convened by the headquarters, and the assessment method has been confirmed. The assessment rules are not overly complicated, yet they are not easy either. Now, listen carefully." The crowd straightened up, ears perked for attention. After scanning the room, Wang He spoke solemnly. The assessment is divided into 3 phases. The first phase involves individual skill competitions. For the Navy, this includes armed swimming, underwater navigation, maritime shooting, amphibious landings, rowing, high-speed boat operation, and naval individual tactical theory. For the Army, it encompasses a 20-kilometer armed cross-country run, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, climbing, and shooting, all combined into a single assessment. To put it simply, it involves completing a 50-kilometer armed march within a stipulated time. During this journey, candidates must perform reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance techniques, and there will be climbing sections that must be navigated as part of the evaluation. After a 20-kilometer weighted run, participants will use designated firearms to shoot targets at varying distances and positions, with scores calculated based on hit rate and completion time, testing the candidate's physical limits and shooting accuracy under fatigue. In addition to this comprehensive subject, there is also a triad shooting assessment: rifle, pistol, and submachine gun. Contestants are required to proficiently utilize all 3 firearms, rapidly and accurately switching between them in designated scenarios. For instance, when targets are set at different distances and angles, competitors must first engage distant targets with a rifle, swiftly switch to a pistol for close-quarters targets, and then use a submachine gun for sweeping moving targets. Finally, there will be combat, demolition, Army individual tactical theory, and battlefield vehicle operation. For the Air Force, assessments will include daytime and nighttime parachuting over sea, plains, and mountainous terrain, high and low altitude jumps, resistance to dizziness, infiltration through enemy territory, reconnaissance, and intelligence gathering. Beyond these individual subjects from the 3 military branches, there is one final requirement: strategic sniping. This entails conducting strategic sniping in various complex and dynamic environments, targeting not only fixed targets at different distances, but also moving targets, hostages, high-speed vehicles, boats, and helicopters. The first phase of the assessment consists of these components, spanning 3 days. The novices felt a ripple of apprehension, not due to the difficulty or complexity of the subjects, but because Lin Chuan had trained them primarily in these very areas. Naturally, there were many other subjects that Wang He had not mentioned. At this moment, their reverence for Lin Chuan, their instructor, reached its zenith. The special forces of Huaxia had never experienced such a rigorous training regimen. Yet Lin Chuan had anticipated all of this and had trained them to high standards. The mindset of these elite troops was indeed cutting-edge and formidable. Report. Lin Chuan inquired, "Sir, is there a numerical standard requirement for these assessment subjects?" Wang Yi chuckled. "Of course. The assessment venue is limited in size. If everyone participates, just imagine how much space and how many judges we would need." After a pause, Wang He continued, "The rules stipulate that for the dozens of individual subjects to be assessed, each unit can have no more than 4 participants and no fewer than 1. Furthermore, one person from each unit will be randomly selected to serve as a judge, which also serves as a measure of your unit's overall average capability. Should you wish to send more than 2 participants, each unit may arrange their own. However, the scores of those randomly selected, regardless of their performance, will be counted. All subjects will be scored based on points. First place earns 3 points, second place 2 points, and third place 1 point. Beyond third place, no points are awarded. If a randomly selected member does not place in the top 10, that subject will incur a penalty of -1 point, which will be included in the overall score for comparison. Of course, this top 10 refers not to the overall participants, but to the top 10 among those who were randomly selected. Their scores will be tallied separately. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. "I understand. Given our Tianlang unit, even including myself, we only have 40 personnel. Even if we send just 1 person to compete, nearly a third of our unit must participate in 2 subjects." Wang Yi nodded. "Exactly." With a wry smile, he added, "After the meeting, I specifically consulted with the judging panel for a solution. The outcome is that our Tianlang unit will have all members randomly selected. If there are scheduling conflicts, they will adjust the selected personnel accordingly to stagger the assessment times." Lin Chuan nodded. "In that case, there are no issues. Competing in 1 subject or 2 makes no difference for us." Wang Yi looked at Lin Chuan and asked, "So, you mean we will only participate with the randomly selected members for each subject and not send additional personnel?" Lin Chuan shook his head. "Of course not. The top 3 earn points. If time allows, we must ensure we have 3 participants. Once the selection list and assessment schedule are finalized, I will arrange everything systematically." Wang Yi's mouth fell open slightly in shock. "Wait, you plan to secure the top 3 positions in each subject, effectively leaving the other units in the dust?" Lin Chuan smiled and turned to the novices. "Do you have confidence?" "Yes." The novices shouted in unison. Lin Chuan spread his hands toward Wang Yi. "See? They said it. Not me." Wang Yi conceded. "All right, as long as you all have confidence." He continued, "Regarding strategic sniping, they'll be arranged by each unit. There is no random selection here, as sniping requires inherent talent, with a maximum of 3 participants per unit." "Understood," Lin Chuan replied. "Sir, please continue with the second phase." Wang Yi nodded. "The second phase involves team cooperative operations. The personnel requirement is between 5 to 7 individuals. Assessment subjects include urban counterterrorism operations, mountain and jungle infiltration and assault, water operations and beach landings, airborne and helicopter drop operations, intelligence gathering and communication, logistical support and equipment maintenance, hostage rescue, driving and shooting, among others. I haven't delved deeply into these specifics, but as the team leader, you should be quite familiar with them. Similar to the first phase, the judging panel will randomly select 1 unit, while each unit may add 1 or 2 more, totaling no more than 3 units. Points will be calculated in the same manner. Given our limited numbers, I do not recommend sending 3 teams for the second phase." Lin Chuan nodded. "I understand, and I will make appropriate arrangements." "Now, on to the third phase," Wang Yi said, taking a sip of water to clear his throat before continuing. "This phase consists of team competitions." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's eyes brightened. Indeed, there was such an element. He had thought it was merely a straightforward assessment based on scores. The team competition can also be understood as a simulated confrontation. It will not involve a combined effort from all 3 military branches, but rather they will be separated. The Navy will compete against the Navy, the Army against the Army, and the Air Force against the Air Force. The judging panel will randomly select 10 individuals from various military units. These participants will be dispersed and required to enter the designated combat zones. Each branch of the military has its own unique environment for confrontation. The Navy primarily operates on warships, beaches, and docks, while the Air Force and Army are engaged in mountainous terrains, plains, lakes, and ranges. The rules of the competition are straightforward. It is a matter of survival until only one remains. Lin Chuan expressed his confusion, inquiring, "Sir, what do you mean by random dispersion? Is it every man for himself rather than coordinated team efforts?" When he clarified, it is not that teamwork is entirely absent. Upon entering the area, the participants will be initially scattered. However, should fortune favor an individual and they encounter fellow comrades, they may choose to unite. Conversely, if luck is not on their side, they must face the situation alone. The battlefield is unpredictable, and it is conceivable for a single soldier to confront a squad. The judging panel is not omniscient. They cannot orchestrate every detail. This arrangement aims to comprehensively evaluate each member's capabilities as a special operations soldier. Previous assessments relied solely on performance metrics, lacking direct confrontation, and thus failing to reveal true adaptability and skill levels in a combat scenario. This setup allows for the simultaneous assessment of both individual and team combat efficacy. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rationale. When he concluded, "Well, these are the rules. Tomorrow, the judging panel will provide the randomly selected list and the schedule for the various assessments. At that time, you shall make the necessary arrangements." Understood. Chapter 33. Those who offend our China shall be punished, no matter how distant. Oh, by the way, just as Wang He was about to leave, he turned back and said, "Tomorrow morning, all special forces of the Army will gather for a review by the headquarters leaders. It's quite simple. From the 1st Army Group to the 36th Army Group, each branch's special forces will march past the reviewing stand in formation, shout their slogans, and salute the headquarters leaders." Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. This examination included such a display? Wang He chuckled and scolded, "Isn't this quite normal? The headquarters leaders must have a general understanding of the so-called spirit of the special forces, right? All right, you still have time to discuss how to shout this slogan. I have to attend a meeting, so I must leave now." After Wang He departed, Lin Chuan turned to the group of rookies. "You have trained for over half a year. Now, it is time to evaluate your abilities. Let us see what you are made of." Lin Chuan spoke solemnly. "Listen carefully. Regardless of the subject, whether it is individual skills or team cooperation, I have only one requirement. You must be first. Otherwise, the consequences, let us not speak of them. For you all know in your hearts. I wish to demonstrate to the entire Army through this assessment what a true special soldier is. What constitutes a special forces unit? I want the entire Army to take us, the Tianlong, as their benchmark. The establishment of special forces in Huaxia was initially without standards. Units were essentially navigating uncharted waters. However, this time, we aim to let the entire Army know that we are the standard. If we succeed, you shall be the heroes of the Huaxia forces. The Tianlang Tri-Service Special Forces will become an entity that the entire Army looks up to. Tell me, do you have confidence?" "Yes, yes, yes." Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, the members' eyes radiated unprecedented fervor. Who does not desire to become a legend? Who does not wish to be a pioneer, an idol admired and emulated by the entire Army? Seeing the members' spirited state, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Now, let us discuss the slogan of Tianlang. Even without the headquarters review, we must have our own slogan, our spiritual sustenance." In the early morning, the assessment base's island was shrouded in a light mist. The biting cold wind swept across the land. The sound of the assembly horn suddenly rang out, like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the sky. All special forces swiftly gathered at the review site. The special forces of other Army groups arrived one after another. They were numerous, their ranks orderly, exuding an extraordinary aura. When their eyes fell upon the Tianlang Tri-Service Special Forces, composed of merely 40 personnel, expressions of surprise, disdain, and mockery were evident on their faces. With so few people, they dared to participate in the review? Aren't they just setting themselves up for embarrassment? A soldier from the 5th Army Group scoffed, a contemptuous smile on his lips. His comrade immediately concurred, wearing a similar expression of derision. Indeed, even our smallest team has more members than they do. I really don't know where they find their courage. Look, are those female soldiers? No way. They even brought women along. Can they even fight? Indeed, they are female soldiers. Good heavens. Am I mistaken? Has the 31st Army run out of personnel to the point of deploying females? It seems they are indeed a subpar unit, with just these few individuals. How can they participate in the assessment? A soldier from the 18th Army Group asked, perplexed. Yes, this assessment has dozens of individual subjects. They simply do not have enough personnel to cover them all. Another soldier nodded in agreement, confusion etched on his face. They might just be here to go through the motions, not intending to compete seriously, someone speculated. That could be the case, but with so few people, even if they wanted to compete earnestly, it would be difficult. They can hardly muster half the required personnel for each subject. On the reviewing stand, 3 leaders of the headquarters sat in the front row, their expressions stern, their gazes piercing as if they could see through everything. Behind them, the commanders or chiefs of staff from 36 army groups were seated in an orderly fashion. Each face bore a mixture of anticipation for the review and concern for their respective units. As the Tianlang Tri-Service Special Forces made their entrance, yet to begin the review, the leader's attention was instantly drawn to the small contingent, and they could not help but frown slightly. Wang He, seated beside them, was queried with a hint of confusion and inquiry. Old Wang, what is going on? Why does your 31st Army Group have only 1 unit and just a few individuals? And female soldiers? Have you actually trained female special forces? Wang He promptly stood, saluted with perfect posture, and calmly replied, Leaders, although our numbers are few. Each member has been meticulously selected as an elite. Every individual is a versatile operator with formidable comprehensive combat capabilities. We firmly believe that combat effectiveness does not depend on numbers, but rather on the quality of the individuals and the cohesion of the team. Furthermore, our female comrades possess combat capabilities that are on par with their male counterparts. When it comes to the battlefield, our female soldiers can stand their ground. The leaders appeared somewhat skeptical upon hearing this. Such a small scale would undoubtedly face significant challenges in the assessment. Do you have confidence? Wang He confidently responded, Rest assured. Leaders, during this time, we have undergone intense and comprehensive training, and the members have shown remarkable growth. They possess not only strong military skills, but also a tenacious fighting spirit and high levels of teamwork. I am full of confidence in them. The leaders nodded slightly, their doubts dissipating, replaced by a glimmer of anticipation. Their gazes fell once more on the Tianlang Special Forces, as if searching for further possibilities within them. At that moment, the commander of the 7th Army Group, Li Chuan, could not help but chuckle teasingly. Old Wang, you truly have an ace up your sleeve. While others are focused on numbers, you've assembled such a small elite force, aiming to achieve victory against the odds and create a miracle. The chief of staff from the 15th Army Group joined in the jest. Old Wang, are you overly confident or do you have other intentions? With just a few dozen people, a single charge from us might just overwhelm you. Wang He laughed heartily, responding with poise, Old Li, and everyone else. Our special forces emphasize quality, not quantity. These 40 individuals are worth more than your hundreds. When the assessment results are announced, you might just find your jaws dropping. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted once more, filled with both jests at Wang He and curiosity about the forthcoming performance of the Tianlang unit. As the review commenced, a powerful voice resonated from the loudspeakers. Now approaching us is the Cheetah Special Forces of the 1st Army Group. The Cheetah Special Forces marched with orderly and vigorous steps, chanting their slogan, Cheetah strikes, unstoppable, defending our homeland, striking terror across the land. Their rallying cry echoed with deafening intensity, showcasing their formidable spirit. Following them, the Naval Sea Shark Special Forces and the Air Force Eagle Special Forces from the 1st Army Group passed by the reviewing stand in succession, their slogans equally resounding, reflecting the unique characteristics and strengths of their respective branches. As time passed, the special forces of each Army Group marched past the reviewing stand in succession, showcasing their prowess. Half an hour later, It was finally the turn of the 31st Army Group's Sky Wolf Amphibious Special Forces. Lin Chuan stood at the forefront of the formation, his posture as upright as a pine, his voice piercing through the heavens. "Tell the commander, who are we?" The soldiers roared in unison. "Amphibious Special Forces of the Dragon Nation, the most elite warriors of the Republic." Lin Chuan continued, "What defines the Special Forces of the Dragon Nation?" The soldiers responded, "The Special Forces of the Dragon Nation are warriors from hell. We are tasked with the most arduous, perilous, and challenging missions in the entire military." Lin Chuan then asked, "What is our duty?" The soldiers declared, "To guard the Republic's foremost line of defense, to staunchly defend the last bastion." Lin Chuan pressed on, "What is our principle?" The soldiers affirmed, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Lin Chuan concluded, "What is our resolve?" The soldiers proclaimed, "We would rather advance a step and perish than retreat a half step and live. Those who offend our China shall be punished, no matter how distant they are. Those who offend our China shall be punished, no matter how distant they are. Those who offend our China shall be punished, no matter how distant they are." Chapter 34. The assessment begins. The rallying cry reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the entire review ground. In comparison to the mottos of other units, the slogan established by Lin Chuan for the Tianlang Tri-Service Special Forces was fundamentally distinct. Most military slogans tend to emphasize the display of formidable strength and an unwavering resolve to triumph, often exuding a sense of power that, while grandiose, lacks substance and sounds somewhat akin to those of conventional forces. Conversely, the slogan of Tianlang emanates from a profound sense of mission, responsibility, and conviction. It is devoid of excessive embellishments, yet each word resonates deeply, serving as a perpetual reminder of the team's purpose and duties, thereby becoming their spiritual pillar on the battlefield. In an instant, the entire review ground seemed to be paused, with everyone captivated by the resounding rallying cry. Even the Special Forces personnel, who had previously scoffed at the numbers of the Tianlang unit, found themselves momentarily silenced, their expressions of derision replaced by astonishment. They stared wide-eyed at the regimented formation of the Tianlang troops, absorbing the powerful chant that stirred something within them. Even the leaders of other army groups, who had been confident about the assessment results, could not help but exhibit solemn expressions, re-evaluating this seemingly diminutive yet undeniably formidable Tianlang Tri-Service Special Forces. On the reviewing platform, the headquarters chief slightly turned to Wang He, a smile of admiration gracing his face as he softly remarked, "General Wang, your unit is remarkable, although few in number. Their spirit is truly commendable." The final line, "Those who offend our China shall be punished, no matter how distant," is splendid. It has been a long time since I have heard such a stirring slogan that ignites my passion. Hearing it brings back memories of the days we charged in a battle during the War of Resistance. Wang Yi was genuinely taken aback that Lin Chuan could conjure such an impressive slogan. He humbly responded, "I appreciate the recognition and encouragement from the leadership. I will lead the Tianlang Special Forces with unwavering dedication, striving not to disappoint your expectations." However, there remain some obstinate voices from the audience. It sounds impressive, but what use is a slogan? When it comes to the assessment, their true selves be revealed? One Special Forces soldier from the 12th Group Army scoffed. His comrade nudged him, whispering, "All right, stop being stubborn. We have to admit, this momentum is indeed impressive." Yet, the soldiers of the Tianlang Tri-Service Special Forces remained unfazed, holding their heads high, eyes resolute, and marching in unison past the reviewing platform, accepting the scrutiny of their superiors as if the doubts cast upon them bore no weight. They were determined to demonstrate their true strength through their actions in the forthcoming assessment. Once the review concluded, the various units were brought back to their respective camps. Soon, the list randomly selected by the judging panel arrived. "I am participating in armed swimming. What about you?" "I am in hand-to-hand combat. I am doing a 20-kilometer cross-country. I am in demolition instantly." The newcomers began to discuss amongst themselves, even though many were not in their strongest subjects. However, after more than half a year of training, they felt confident in the subjects they had drawn. "Xiaorou, you are in hand-to-hand combat." Chen Jiao and Su Mei paused upon seeing Lu Xiaorou's subject. This was the same Lu Xiaoro who had referred to Lin Chuan as a bad guy. Indeed, she had made it to the end, yet even now, she could not shake her introverted and delicate nature. Lu Xiaoro expressed her concerns. What should I do? I haven't fought against the male soldiers yet. Can I switch to another subject? I'd be fine with armed 20-kilometer cross-country instead. Chen Jiao, bemused, replied, You're not afraid of charging with dozens of kilos of gear, but you're scared of a simple hand-to-hand combat? Sume chimed in with a laugh. Exactly. After all this training, haven't you become quite strong in combat? What is there to fear? Lu Xiaoro lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness. I'm afraid of interacting with the male soldiers. The others looked on in silence. Boss, what is your subject? Zhou Xian and Sun Ying leaned in to ask with amused curiosity. Lin Chuan handed Zhou Xian the subject paper. Upon reading it, Zhou Xian exclaimed, 3-gun comprehensive? This is practically a gift for you. Who in the army can match your extraordinary marksmanship? Lin Chuan shot him a glance. For me, any subject is essentially a gift. Zhou Xian chuckled awkwardly, agreeing. At that moment, Wang He entered the room. Everyone quickly stood at attention. Wang He smiled. All right, I have another announcement to make. I believe this will further motivate you. Instantly, the group perked up, eager to listen. Wang He continued, regarding the assessment rewards mechanism, it has been confirmed. For every individual subject, the first place will receive a second-class merit, while the second and third places will be awarded third-class merits. Those placing 4th to 10th will receive commendations. Upon hearing this, the novices' eyes brightened with excitement. One member couldn't contain himself, asking, Chief, what if someone wins 2 or more awards in the top 3? Wang Yi chuckled, Do you think military merits are awarded casually, as if we can just hand out as many as we like? The Navi recruit sheepishly scratched his head. However, Wang He continued, If your first subject is second place and your second is first, you will receive the higher merit. He added, furthermore, while there are no additional merits for placing in the top 3 multiple times, adjustments can be made to your military rank. For instance, if you are second lieutenant, you could be promoted to lieutenant or captain upon your return, depending on how many top 3 placements you achieve. The novices erupted with excitement at the prospect. At that moment, aside from a few who were originally officers, the rest were all freshly promoted second lieutenants. Naturally, they were more eager for advancement in rank rather than mere military merits. Who would want an extra star on their insignia? Chief, what about the second stage S-Team collaboration assessment? One inquired. Wang He replied, It's the same. The top 3 teams will receive the same rewards. However, the third stage will differ. In the third stage S competition, the special forces will be evaluated, with the first place earning a collective second-class merit, while the second and third places earn collective third-class merits. Of course, if individuals perform exceptionally in the competition, their respective unit leaders will also grant additional rewards. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Wang He concluded, I came here to convey this information to you. He turned to Lin Chuan. By 3 p.m. this afternoon, please submit the confirmed list of additional subjects you wish to participate in. The judging panel needs to finalize the slots and numbers for tomorrow's assessment. Lin Chuan nodded. Understood. After Wang He departed, Lin Chuan clapped his hands to signal for silence. The assessment subjects and locations were all clear. As long as the conditions permitted, everyone should strive to participate in as many subjects as possible, not only for points, but also to accumulate experience and test their capabilities. The novices nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Chuan arranged schedules for each individual based on their selected subjects and the availability of other subjects, ensuring that all feasible configurations were accommodated. Naturally, along with Zhou Xian and Sun Ying, would refrain from participation unless absolutely necessary. However, upon finalizing the arrangements, it became apparent that a few subjects remained unattainable for other members. Thus, the 3 of them would have to step in, as points earned should not be forsaken. During the ensuing hours, Lin Chuan did not impose any tasks on the members. Instead, he permitted them to rest and gather their thoughts regarding the subjects they intended to partake in. Old Lin. Just after Lin Chuan stepped out of the tent to take a breath of fresh air, 3 figures approached. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Lin Chuan's lips curved into a smile. Old Li, Old Yuan, Old Zeng. Among them, 2 were majors, while 1 held the rank of captain. Earlier in the year, they had participated in the international warrior training, where China had secured 6 spots. Apart from himself, Zhou Xian and Sun Ying, the other 3 were Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajia. Their prowess was lesser than Lin Chuan's, yet it surpassed that of Zhou Xian and Sun Ying. Li Hao hailed from the 28th Army, while Yuan Shan and Zhang Jiajia were from the 1st and 15th Armies, respectively. I saw you during the morning inspection. All of you are chief instructors, right? Lin Chuan remarked with a chuckle. The 3 exchanged wry smiles. Our title as chief instructors pales in comparison to yours. Among our cohort, who is unaware of your extraordinary abilities? Lin Chuan. When we saw that your 31st Army had only 40 personnel during the inspection, we realized this battle would be challenging. Lin Chuan laughed. Your numbers exceed ours by more than tenfold. What is difficult about it? You 3 must be intentionally trying to undermine me. Liu Skufa. Having a larger number doesn't guarantee victory. We've been through training together. Don't try to fool us. Yuan Shan added. Do you think we haven't suggested the number issue to the military? But they didn't heed our advice. What can we do? Not everyone possesses your exceptional capabilities. Zhang Jiajia inquired with curiosity. Old Lin, with only 40 personnel in your 31st Army. How have you managed to train them in all 3 Army subjects in just over half a year? Lin Chuan replied, of course we've trained, but in such a short span. Mastery is unattainable. Unfortunately, the headquarters require an assessment, so we had to present them prematurely. As for the results, we shall ascertain them during this opportunity. Suddenly, Li Hao leaned in, grinning, and asked, Old Lin, which subjects have you personally decided to participate in for the first phase? Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan became immediately wary. Playfully rebuking, I knew you 3 would come looking for me with ulterior motives. Are you trying to extract information to sabotage my 31st Army? Li Hao rolled his eyes. Even if you gave us 10 more guts, we wouldn't dare challenge you, the anomaly. Yuan Shan sighed. We merely wish to know which subjects you are participating in so we can avoid you. We need to achieve some results to account for ourselves in the military, don't we? If we encounter you, how will we ever stand a chance at first place? Exactly. Zhang Jiajia chimed in, Old Lin. Considering we once shared life and death together abroad, you wouldn't deny us even a taste of the broth, would you? Lin Chuan observed their expressions, bemused. You 3 truly are a sight to behold. If your commanding officer were to witness this, he would surely be infuriated. Nonetheless, he divulged the 3 subjects he would be participating in, which elicited satisfied smiles from the trio. The following day, a sudden call for assembly echoed throughout the island. The booming announcement resonated across the landscape. Attention, all special forces. The first phase of individual subject assessments is now commencing. All personnel participating in the assessment are to gather at the designated locations according to the schedule. Upon hearing the announcement, the members swiftly prepared themselves. Once they assembled outside, they beheld rows of staff members standing in the Grand Plaza, each holding placards bearing the names of the individual subjects. All participants in the assessment were required to gather behind the corresponding staff members. Chapter 35. No, boss, you wouldn't truly punish me alongside the others, would you? All right, go ahead. Lin Chuan glanced at the members, raising his hand and declaring loudly, Give it your all. Yes. The members roared in response, a mix of tension and excitement surging through them as they dispersed quickly towards their respective subjects. Lin Chuan also made his way directly to the comprehensive shooting range. This particular event was not for the faint-hearted. Only those with considerable shooting prowess dared to participate. However, aside from their unit, the Heavenly Wolf, the other teams had numerous members. Apart from 1 individual chosen by the judges, each unit had sent an additional 3 participants, making a total of 4 per team. As for the Heavenly Wolf, aside from Lin Chuan, they could only squeeze in 1 more, Zhu Hanlin. Zhu Hanlin was assigned the night parachuting event, which would take place in the evening. In addition to night parachuting and the comprehensive shooting, Lin Chuan had arranged for him to undergo armed swimming, totaling 3 subjects. Once they arrived at the designated area, Zhu Hanlin smiled at Lin Chuan and said, Boss, don't hold back during the competition, all right? Although Zhu Hanlin had initially been quite displeased with Lin Chuan during the preliminary selections, Their interactions in the latter stages had given him a more profound and comprehensive understanding of Lin Chuan as an individual. Indeed, he was a man of considerable charm. After several exchanges, Zhu Hanlin unconsciously changed his attitude towards Lin Chuan, viewing him as both a superior and a comrade, filled with admiration and respect. Lin Chuan glanced at him and replied coolly, "Rest assured I won tea." Zhu Hanlin: "No, boss, I was just being polite." "You wouldn't genuinely punish me, would you?" Lin Chuan replied. "In the arena, giving it your all is the greatest respect for your opponent. What is the matter? Throughout the selection phase, you were eager to challenge me. Now that the opportunity has come, you're hesitant?" Zhu Hanlin pouted. "Back then, I didn't know your true capabilities. Now, only a fool would wish to compete with you." Lin Chuan regarded him with a slight smile and said, "As I previously mentioned, our participation in this assessment is not solely to bring honor to our military. The underlying reason is to set a benchmark. The concept of special forces remains vaguely defined across the military even now. We must provide them with a complete and standardized understanding. They need to be clear on what capabilities special forces should possess and what the standards should entail. Only by doing so will future military training for special forces be guided by this standard, enhancing their chances of success in future special combat scenarios. Therefore, broaden your perspective and do not confine it solely to our military. We have the capability to set an example for the entire army. We are not just soldiers of the 31st Army. We are warriors of Huaxia. This is the true reason why I insist that everyone I select for the assessment must attain a ranking." Upon hearing this, Zhu Hanlin felt a jolt of realization, and his expression grew serious. "Yes, I understand." 10 minutes later, the judges for each subject began to call out names according to the list. Once they confirmed that everyone was present, they waved their hands, instructing everyone to board the large truck at the back. They were transported directly to the assessment location. At this moment, within a colossal building on the island, the walls were adorned with numerous projection screens displaying the monitoring of various competition venues. In the center, high-ranking officials from headquarters and various army groups were seated, intently observing the impending assessment. The head of headquarters addressed the 30-odd army leaders below. "All right, the assessment is about to commence. The nation has invested substantial funds for you to establish special forces within your units. Now, it is time to evaluate the results. As the saying goes, let us take them out for a walk to see if they're a mule or a horse. Those who perform well will undoubtedly receive commendations from headquarters. However, those who do poorly," the head of headquarters snorted, making it clear that accountability would not be absent. "I hope you do not disappoint headquarters." The expressions of the 30-odd army leaders grew serious upon hearing this, a mix of anticipation and anxiety welling up within them. Establishing special forces was a key project assigned by headquarters. Success would add a significant highlight to their political achievements, furthering their aspirations for a coveted position within headquarters, which seemed tantalizingly close yet so distant. Conversely, failure would pose considerable obstacles to their future promotion. At the comprehensive shooting assessment venue, over 400 members gathered. Fortunately, there were 4 shooting ranges, so it did not feel overcrowded. The chief judge scanned the area and announced, "I will now clarify the rules. Although you have all reviewed them, I still want to emphasize them on sight. The comprehensive shooting involves exchanging fire with a rifle, pistol, and submachine gun. You must switch firearms while advancing. The distance is 100 meters, which will feature dozens of obstacles, with targets concealed behind them. It is uncertain from which obstacle the targets will appear. The first 50 meters will involve rifle shooting. The middle 30 meters will require pistol shooting, and the final 20 meters will be for submachine gun shooting. Both the rifle and pistol have 10 targets each. The targets are all red ping-pong balls, secured by springs, which will sway when hit. However, it is required that you complete your shot within 2 seconds after the target rises, with only 1 shot allowed. If you exceed the time limit or miss, it will be considered a failure for that target. Remember, in addition to the red ping-pong balls, there are also green ping-pong balls, representing hostage targets, which may be attached to the same spring as the red ones or separated. It is all random. Your task is to quickly discern between the red and green balls within 2 seconds and eliminate the red ones. If you accidentally hit the green ping-pong ball, representing a hostage, it will be deemed a failure, and you will be disqualified from the assessment. Each person only has one opportunity to compete. The subsequent submachine gun shooting will feature all red ping-pong balls, which will emerge from 2 of the 10 obstacles. You are required to perform a rapid-fire sweep of these 10 targets within 2 seconds. The entire shooting must be completed within 1 minute. If the number of targets hit is the same, the time taken will be the determining factor. Is that clear? The chief judge asked loudly. Understood. Over 400 voices echoed in unison. Very well, the chief judge stated. We will begin with the contestants from the First Army, proceeding in order. Now, you have 3 minutes to familiarize yourselves with and inspect your firearms. The assessment will commence after 3 minutes. The special competition firearms have been prepared, with 20 provided by the officials. The first 5 groups will adapt and inspect their weapons. After the first group finishes, the firearms will be passed to the next group, and so on. The members, after hearing the chief judge's instructions, gazed at the obstacle shooting range before them, their faces etched with seriousness. Lin Chuan stood alongside Zhu Hanlin in the ranks, and Zhu Hanlin swallowed hard, whispering, "Boss, this difficulty is no small feat. Not only must we swiftly switch firearms at different stages, but we also need to accurately identify and hit targets within 2 seconds. A slight error could nullify all prior efforts." Lin Chuan cast him a casual glance and replied, "When I trained you, the targets were far more challenging than this. How is it that once on the competition field, one falters?" Zhu Hanlin smiled wryly, acknowledging the stark difference between the training ground and the arena. Here, surrounded by a multitude of spectators, including high-ranking officials and commanding officers, the pressure is palpable. Do you presume everyone possesses the same fortitude as you? Lin Chuan turned his head, contemplatively stating, regardless of their scrutiny, they are merely comrades in arms. If this were a battlefield, our adversaries would lie before us. If you cannot overcome this, you shall face dire consequences when the time comes. At these words, Zhu Hanlin felt a shiver run down his spine. Gazing at the shooting obstacle course ahead, he took a deep breath and hastily adjusted his mindset. With the chief referee's command, the shooting assessment commenced. The candidate from the First Group Army was the first to take the stage, brandishing his rifle as he charged forward. However, when the first red ping-pong target emerged, his finger quivered slightly, causing a momentary delay in his shot. Although he ultimately struck the target, he had clearly exceeded the allotted time, indicating his struggle to adapt to the pace. Meanwhile, referees stood by, meticulously recording the times with pen and paper. During subsequent pistol and submachine gun segments, his anxiety led to several missteps, resulting in a less than satisfactory performance. In contrast, the other 3 members from the shooting range executed their movements with fluidity, showcasing exceptional proficiency in the rifle shooting phase. Yet, one individual misfired during the pistol stage, mistakenly targeting a green ping-pong ball that appeared alongside a hostage target amidst the chaos. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed through the arena as he dejectedly exited. Others faced a series of errors, failing to hit their marks. The pace of the assessment was brisk, with each set completed in under a minute, followed by immediate score announcements from the chief referee. Out of over 200 participants, fewer than 1 in 10 managed to hit all targets. Presently, the best score stood at 38 seconds. There is still another chapter awaiting approval. Please hold on a moment. Chapter 36. Lin Chuan takes the stage, shocking the audience. At this moment, in the monitoring room on the island, dozens of projection screens on the walls displayed the real-time status of various competitions. The gaze of the commanding officers and the high-ranking official from various army groups randomly flitted between 1 or 2 arenas. However, the shooting event had attracted considerable attention from several military dignitaries. General Li Changhai of the 7th Army Group furrowed his brow and shook his head, stating, "The complexity of this 3-gun comprehensive shooting is indeed beyond imagination. It appears that the psychological resilience and shooting skills required from the participants are exceedingly high." The Chief of Staff of the 15th Army Group chimed in. "Indeed, it seems that only a handful can execute it flawlessly." The commanding officer's expression turned grave as he nodded slightly. This is precisely the assessment that special forces should face. Only through such rigorous testing can we identify the true elite. As the discussion unfolded, it was time for Zhu Hamlin of the Wolf Pack to take the stage, while Lin Chuan, due to the preceding numbers, was scheduled for the next round. The appearance of the two drew the attention of many high-ranking officials. The commanding officer's gaze fell upon Lin Chuan, who was about to step up, and he turned to General Wang He with curiosity, asking, "General Wang, is this young man the chief instructor of your wolf pack, Lin Chuan?" General Wang He, filled with pride, straightened his posture and responded, "Yes, sir. The wolf pack consists of only 40 members," which was Lin Chuan's suggestion. He believes that the essence of a special forces unit lies in its quality rather than quantity. After rigorous selection and intense training, each of these 40 individuals is an elite among elites. Upon hearing this, the other military dignitaries cast astonished and curious glances, beginning to speculate on the capabilities of Chief Instructor Lin Chuan. General of the 12th Army Group questioned, "This young man appears quite youthful. Is he truly that formidable? Can he really form a special forces unit in such a short time?" Meanwhile, the general of the 28th Army Group expressed anticipation. "We shall soon find out. Given his demeanor, he may indeed possess remarkable skills." The commanding officer, perplexed, asked, "General Wang, do you have such faith in this major?" General Wang replied, "Sir, I believe witnessing is far more convincing than mere words. Everyone in the wolf pack has been trained under his direct guidance. So, I ask for your patience. This morning, our wolf pack participated in a total of 17 events, with Chief Instructor Lin Chuan also taking part. I am confident that within half an hour, we will have the results of several assessments. You will see." However, despite his words, General Wang felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, among the 100 Special Forces units, the Wolf Pack had the smallest number, and they operated in a tri-service capacity. If they failed to deliver satisfactory results, they would surely face the wrath of the commanding officer. "Lin Chuan, you must uphold our honor. Do not let me down." The commanding officer nodded slightly. "Very well. I shall await the outcome to see if your wolf pack is indeed as capable as you assert." At last, it was time for Zhu Hamlin's group to take the stage. As Zhu Hamlin confidently advanced toward the shooting range, the other contestants from different army groups began to murmur amongst themselves. Is this the wolf pack? With just a handful of members, they dare to compete? Truly overestimating themselves. One contestant from the 12th Army Group scoffed, turning to his companion with a derisive expression. "I heard they even have female soldiers in their unit." What could their commanding officer possibly be thinking? With so few personnel, what combat effectiveness could they possess? His companion echoed the sentiment, equally filled with scorn. "This Zhu Hamlin fellow is probably just here to make up the numbers. I doubt he'll achieve anything noteworthy." Unperturbed by their taunts, Zhu Hamlin inhaled deeply and stepped into the shooting arena. As he firmly planted his feet and focused his gaze, he locked onto the obstacles ahead, which concealed unknown challenges. At that moment, his world comprised solely of a rifle in his hands and the targets that would soon emerge. "Begin." With a crisp command, Zhu Hamlin launched forward like a cheetah. His movements were agile, propelling him swiftly, creating a light breeze in his wake. When the first red ping-pong target unexpectedly popped up, his reaction was lightning fast. Almost simultaneously with the target's emergence, his rifle was already raised to his shoulder. Aiming, he squeezed the trigger in one fluid motion. With a resounding thud, a bullet surged forth, imbued with tremendous force, striking the target with unerring accuracy. The red ping-pong ball exploded upon impact. Within the first 50 meters of rifle shooting, Zhu Hamlin demonstrated astonishing speed. His steps were light and swift, each leap over the obstacles smooth and natural, devoid of any hesitation. His accuracy was equally remarkable. Whenever a red ping-pong target appeared, his rifle would instinctively align with it, bullets striking true as if guided by an unseen hand. 10 red ping-pong balls fell victim to his marksmanship, none escaping unscathed. Incredible. This speed, this accuracy. Amazing. The spectators outside were left astounded. Compared to the previous contestants, Zhu Hamlin's prowess in speed, agility, and precision was strikingly superior. As he transitioned to the handgun shooting phase, Zhu Hamlin executed a seamless turn, swiftly replacing his rifle with a pistol. His movements were so rapid that they were nearly imperceptible. In the complex scenario where green ping-pong balls and hostage targets appeared simultaneously, he consistently discerned the red targets within a mere 2 seconds, firing with decisive accuracy. Each shot echoed with the corresponding fall of the red targets. His shooting rhythm was tight and steady, devoid of any panic or error. In the final 20 meters of submachine gun shooting, Zhu Hanlin's capabilities were fully revealed. When 10 red ping-pong balls erupted from behind the obstacles like fireworks, his submachine gun roared to life. Flames erupted from the muzzle as his arms remained steadfast, gripping the weapon firmly. His fingers swiftly and powerfully pulled the trigger. Bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour, completing a rapid-fire sweep of 10 targets in just 2 seconds. The 10 red ping-pong balls shattered under the relentless barrage, scattering into red fragments that fell to the ground. 31 seconds and 14, all targets hit. The chief judge's voice resonated throughout the arena, tinged with unmistakable astonishment. The contestants who had previously mocked Zhu Hanlin now stood frozen in place, their derision replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Stammered the previously scornful contestant from the 12th Army Group, his eyes wide like saucers. This performance far surpassed all others. Having laughed at them before, they now found themselves thoroughly embarrassed. Is he perhaps cheating? This score is already the best, one of his companions remarked, sheepish and regretful. He must have been specially arranged to compete. The wolf pack surely has individuals with such skills. If he was randomly selected by the judges, I am certain he would perform poorly. Let us wait and see. Our wolf pack members will compete next. However, I can't shake the feeling that this individual looks familiar. Isn't he the chief instructor of the wolf pack? The crowd. Are all the members down there this formidable? Then the chief instructor must be even more exceptional. Meanwhile, in the island's monitoring room, upon witnessing Zhu Hanlin's performance, General Wang, he leapt from his seat in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Well done. This is the true strength of our wolf pack." The commander of the 7th Army Group, Lin Chuan, wore a look of astonishment and could not help but exclaim, "This performance is truly incredible. It appears I have underestimated this unit." The chief of staff of the 15th Army Group also remarked, "Indeed, this is the true prowess of a special forces unit. The Tianlang has set an excellent precedent." A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the headquarters leader, who nodded slightly and said, "General Wang, your troops indeed harbor hidden talents. Zhu Hanlin's performance is genuinely remarkable. No wonder you exude such composure and confidence." Wang He, no longer modest this time, chuckled and replied, "Sir, the best is yet to come. Our chief instructor will soon take the stage." Upon hearing this, the anticipation in the headquarters leader's eyes intensified. "Very well. I shall wait and see. Can the chief instructor, who cultivates such formidable soldiers, truly possess the prowess you claim?" Zhu Hanlin, upon receiving the results, wore a beaming smile as he hurried over to Lin Chuan's side. With a grin, he inquired, "Boss, how do you find my performance?" He was certain that praise would follow, given that his results were sufficient to distinguish him among the many competitors. However, Lin Chuan merely replied with indifference, "Mediocre. Your shooting speed and adjustments were still lacking. Otherwise, you could have performed even better." His tone was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. The surrounding individuals were left stunned by Lin Chuan's words, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Such an impressive score, and he dares to call it mediocre? "This chief instructor is exceedingly strict," one competitor murmured. "Indeed, if I had achieved such results, I would be over the moon. Yet he finds fault," another competitor echoed. Zhu Hanlin felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet Lin Chuan said, "Pay close attention. I shall show you what true speed and accuracy entail." With that, it was Lin Chuan's turn to take the stage. All eyes turned towards him, filled with skepticism and anticipation. After all, Zhu Hanlin's performance was already astonishing. As the chief instructor of the Tianlang unit, the pressure on Lin Chuan was palpable. Standing at the starting point of the shooting range, Lin Chuan appeared tall and composed. He slightly flexed his wrist, focusing intently on the obstacle-laden course ahead and the targets concealed therein. "Begin." As the chief judge's voice echoed, Lin Chuan surged forward like a bolt of lightning, akin to a sprint in a 100-meter dash. The sheer velocity left the surrounding competitors gasping in astonishment. Is he mad? At this speed? Will he have time to steady himself and aim when the target appears? One questioned. Perhaps he intends to shoot while in motion. That's insane. Shooting while sprinting? Do you truly believe that is feasible? But before the words could settle, the first target emerged. To the amazement of all, Lin Chuan indeed did not slow his pace. Almost in synchrony with the red ping-pong ball's ascent, he raised his firearm. Bang! Without taking the time to aim, he pulled the trigger. The target shattered into fragments. The entire audience and the dignitaries in the monitoring room were left utterly astounded by this spectacle. Chapter 37. A staggering score of 14. 32 seconds left the audience in utter disbelief. Accusations of foul play echoed throughout the venue. How on earth did he achieve this? Such speed, coupled with remarkable precision. It is truly astonishing. No wonder he is the chief instructor. Not only does he possess formidable skills himself, but the soldiers he trains are equally impressive. The entire arena was left in shock by Lin Chuan's display of prowess, including the commanding officers in the monitoring room. Even Wang He, witnessing Lin Chuan's extraordinary marksmanship for the first time, was taken aback. Meanwhile, Zhu Hanlin at the scene could not help but exclaim in disbelief, "What a freak!" Now, he finally understood why Lin Chuan regarded his abilities with such disdain. His own skills barely reached half of Lin Chuan's level. As the crowd marveled, Lin Chuan continued unabated. Each red ping-pong target that sprang forth was met with the thunderous roar of his rifle. The bullets flew like precise meteors, each one striking its mark. His movements were fluid and effortless, devoid of any hesitation, as if he were one with his weapon. When the handgun shooting phase commenced, Lin Chuan sprinted forward, his left hand darting towards his hip holster with lightning speed. The moment he grasped the pistol, his wrist flicked sharply, sending the gun arcing through the air. Simultaneously, his thumb deftly engaged the slide, forcefully pulling it back. With a crisp metallic click, the bullet was chambered with perfect assurance. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, as natural as a gentle stream, not once slowing his pace for the intricate task of loading. The competitors could only perceive Lin Chuan's hand reaching for the firearm, and in the blink of an eye, he was already firing, leaving them bewildered as to how he had managed to chamber the gun. Whispers rippled through the crowd. His loading technique was astonishingly swift. I barely caught a glimpse. Could it be cheating? Furrowed a brow of a contestant from the 12th Army, his face etched with skepticism. Indeed, according to the rules, the handgun cannot be preloaded. His actions are too suspicious. There must be something amiss, another competitor echoed, doubt clouding his eyes. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room on the island, the scene left the commanding officers and military leaders wide-eyed in disbelief. What sort of maneuver is this? To load a weapon with one hand while in rapid motion? Exclaimed the commander of the 7th Army, Li Chuan, in astonishment. I have never witnessed such mastery. Lin Chuan's prowess is utterly terrifying. The chief of staff of the 15th Army shared his awe. The commanding officer's expression turned grave. Yet excitement flickered in his eyes as he turned to the technical staff, instructing, "Quickly, replay that moment in slow motion." The technicians swiftly complied, and the footage revealed Lin Chuan's single-handed bullet chambering in painstaking detail. Every action was precise and powerful, the contraction and expansion of his muscles radiating strength, with each nuance magnified, leaving the onlookers in a state of rapture. Immediately after, Lin Chuan raised his hand to fire, the pistol in his grasp behaving like a living entity, swift and accurate in dispatching targets. The rhythm and velocity of his shooting left the audience in a state of awe. As the submachine gun shooting phase commenced, Lin Chuan gripped the firearm with both hands, embodying a warrior on the battlefield. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage toward the target area. The gun spewed forth flames, bullets raining down like a tempest, striking every target with unerring precision. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any delays. The competitors were left in stunned silence, initially brimming with confidence in their abilities, only to realize the chasm between themselves and Lin Chuan was insurmountable. Is this human speed? How is he accomplishing this? stammered a contestant from the 5th Army, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Indeed, it feels as though he is not competing, but rather performing an unfathomable skill. Compared to him, we are mere amateurs. Another competitor lamented, shaking his head in resignation. The commanding officers and military leaders were profoundly impacted by Lin Chuan's display. Their eyes remained riveted to the monitoring screen, expressions evolving from astonishment to sheer admiration. The Chief of Staff's gaze sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "This Lin Chuan truly lives up to his reputation. His speed and shooting finesse are beyond imagination." Wang He stood tall, pride radiating from him as he declared, "Chief, I assured you, Lin Chuan and his team, the wolf pack would not disappoint." Li Changhai, the commander of the 7th Army, gazed in disbelief. Can a human even achieve this? Such a score is bound to shatter all records. The Chief of Staff of the 15th Army added, "Indeed, we once harbored doubts about the wolf pack. Now it is clear we were too narrow-minded. Their exhibited prowess is the true standard of a special forces unit." As Lin Chuan completed his shooting, a brief silence enveloped the venue. Everyone was still enveloped in the awe of his breathtaking performance, unable to collect themselves until the chief judge announced, "Score, 14. 32 seconds. All targets hit." This announcement detonated like a bombshell, causing ripples of shock throughout the arena. The competitors from the other 3 shooting ranges had barely completed half their rounds, starkly contrasting Lin Chuan's score. The audience, initially stunned, erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. 14. 32 seconds? How is that even possible? This score is simply otherworldly. He is nothing short of a deity. Such a record may never be surpassed. The competitors gasped in unison, their eyes filled with awe and reverence for Lin Chuan. Yet, Lin Chuan merely cast a calm glance at the reactions around him before steadily descending from the shooting range. As he left, Lin Chuan anticipated the conclusion of the assessment. However, the voices questioning the legitimacy of his quick chambering began to swell, growing increasingly fervent. This cannot be normal operation. There must be something fishy here. The chief judge surely did not see clearly, shouted a burly contestant from the 18th Army, his face flushed with indignation. His voice cut through the clamor, prompting several nearby to nod in agreement. "Yes, we demand a re-examination. This competition cannot afford any unfairness." Another contestant with a sharp face chimed in, his eyes brimming with doubt and resentment. The chief judge's expression turned serious. He was not a tracking judge, but had been overseeing from a distance without closely observing Lin Chuan's actions. However, with so many voices of dissent present, he could not turn a blind eye. He turned to the judge who had been closely monitoring Lin Chuan and asked sternly, "You were right beside him. Was there any issue with his handgun loading?" The judge hesitated, his face betraying uncertainty. I couldn't see clearly. His movements were just too swift." The chief judge frowned, inhaling deeply before approaching Lin Chuan with measured steps. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon the two. The shooting range enveloped in a silence, so profound one could hear a pin drop. "Comrade Lin Chuan, there are doubts regarding your handgun loading technique, as your speed was too rapid for everyone to discern. We hope you can clarify." The chief judge maintained a calm demeanor. "We are not accusing you of cheating, but you understand the situation. It is impossible for everyone to ascertain. Therefore, we hope for your cooperation." Lin Chuan's expression remained tranquil as he calmly stated, "I can chamber a bullet with one hand. This is the result of my daily training." However, his response did little to quell the crowd's skepticism, instead inciting a wave of uproar. Chamber a bullet with one hand? Such a trivial claim. Who would believe that? Others exclaimed, "Unless you demonstrate it again, we shall remain unconvinced." Amidst the commotion, Zhu Hanlin, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward and shouted, "What nonsense! Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean others cannot. Even if our instructor had the bullets pre-chambered, what difference would it make? With his speed, the bullet chambering would only add a mere third of a second. Even if I grant a full second, his time would still be 15 seconds. That time would leave you utterly unrecognizable. Do you dare to continue your petty squabbles here? With our instructor's prowess, does he even need to resort to cheating? Have you lost your minds?" Upon hearing this, the crowd began to realize the validity of his argument. Yet, some novices insisted, "I admit he is formidable." But that does not justify the possibility of cheating. Indeed, proof is necessary. Otherwise, we remain unconvinced. The top-ranked competitors vociferously echoed this sentiment, particularly those in second and third place, who were the most vocal. If Lin Chuan were to be disqualified, they could secure their current standings. However, should he prove effective, the current third-place contestant would inevitably be eliminated, receiving at most a mere commendation, far from the honor of third-class merit. As the competitors exchanged heated words, the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control. The head judge, exasperated, turned to Lin Chuan and said, "Comrade Lin Chuan, to alleviate the doubts of the crowd, could you please demonstrate the one-handed bullet chambering once more?" Meanwhile, the dignitaries in the monitoring room could only offer wry smiles. They understood the competitors' sentiments. Had they not observed the footage closely, they too would find it hard to believe. Chapter 38, Lu Xiaoro versus Combat. Now, we have quite the spectacle to behold. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze, yet he nodded in agreement. His left hand swiftly darted to his waist, grasping the gun holster with precision. In an instant, he flicked his wrist, the firearm appearing in mid-air, once more demonstrating the art of single-handedly chambering a bullet, just as he had done earlier while running. This time, every spectator's eyes widened, fixated on Lin Chuan's every movement. A profound silence enveloped the scene, all present rendered speechless by the breathtaking display. Even the most vocal skeptics among the competitors stood agape, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. How is this even possible? His speed and skill are nothing short of superhuman. The previously boisterous contestant from the 18th Group Army stammered, his voice laced with reverence. "Indeed, we were short-sighted. This is true prowess." The contestant with the sharp features hung his head in shame. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the chief judge's eyes as he approached Lin Chuan, stating, "Comrade Lin Chuan, thank you for your cooperation. It has been demonstrated that your actions are entirely compliant, and your capabilities are commendable." Lin Chuan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. His figure stood tall under the sun, having substantiated his strength and amplified the renown of the Sky Wolf Brigade in the minds of all present. Meanwhile, other assessments were fervently underway, yet Lin Chuan's remarkable episode undeniably became the focal point of the entire examination. Following Lin Chuan's astonishing performance, the atmosphere at the shooting range remained fervent, akin to a blazing inferno. Everyone remained engrossed in the stunning spectacle they had just witnessed. However, the evaluations persisted, with the remaining competitors stepping onto the shooting range, their hearts heavy with apprehension and tension. Each contestant summoned their utmost effort, striving to showcase their finest abilities amidst the looming shadow of Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin's astonishing achievements. Their gazes reflected a duality of desire for victory and trepidation towards the seemingly insurmountable records set by Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin. As the competition progressed, one after another, contestants completed their shots, yet their results paled in comparison to those of Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin. Not to mention surpassing Lin Chuan's almost mythical time of 14 seconds and 32 milliseconds. Even Zhu Hanlin's time of 31 seconds appeared to be an insurmountable chasm, unreachable by anyone. Upon completion of the assessments, the chief judge ascended to the podium, clutching the final score sheet. The entire venue fell silent, all aware of who would claim the first and second positions. In this tri-gun comprehensive shooting assessment, the first place was secured by Lin Chuan of the Sky Wolf Brigade, with a time of 14 seconds and 32 milliseconds, hitting all targets. The second place went to Zhu Hanlin, also of the Sky Wolf Brigade, with a time of 31 seconds, also hitting all targets. And third place was claimed by Zhao Chong of the 13th Army Black Hawk Brigade, with a time of 38 seconds, hitting all targets. The chief judge's voice resonated clearly and powerfully throughout the shooting range. The competitors had long anticipated this outcome. Gazing at Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin, whom they had previously scrutinized, the contestants wore expressions of dismay, their confidence utterly shattered. Some appeared envious, fully acknowledging the might of the Sky Wolf Brigade. It seems we have a long way to go to reach true elite levels. A contestant from the 5th Group Army remarked with a rueful smile, his tone steeped in resignation. Is this the strength of the Sky Wolf Brigade? It is utterly astonishing. We must exert ourselves diligently, lest we find ourselves unable to even catch a glimpse of their rear lights, a comrade nearby lamented. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room on the island, the headquarters leaders and various army dignitaries were equally taken aback by the results. The headquarters leader nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This Sky Wolf Brigade has indeed lived up to expectations. Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin's performances are nothing short of exemplary. Wang He stood proudly, his posture erect. The commander of the 7th Group Army, Li Chuan, could not help but exclaim, "This performance is truly impressive. The Sky Wolf Brigade has set a remarkably high benchmark for us." The chief of staff from the 15th Group Army chimed in. "Indeed, it appears we must draw more from the Sky Wolf's training and development experiences in our special forces." At that moment, the headquarters leader turned to the judging panel and inquired, "Apart from this event, how did the other Sky Wolf Brigade contestants fare?" The head of the judging panel promptly stepped forward, respectfully replying, "Sir, 6 events have been completed thus far, and the Sky Wolf Brigade has performed exceptionally well. 5 events saw our contestants claim first place, while in 4 events, the top 3 spots were all secured by the Sky Wolf Brigade." Upon hearing this news, the monitoring room erupted in excitement. These results are nothing short of extraordinary. The commander of the 3rd Group Army slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, his face alight with astonishment. In such a short time, the Sky Wolf Brigade has achieved remarkable success. This strength is truly fearsome. Previously aware of their potential, no one anticipated they had matured to this level, which is utterly unexpected, remarked the chief of staff from the 11th Group Army, adjusting his glasses. His eyes were filled with admiration and inquiry. It appears that the Sky Wolf Brigade is poised to shine brightly before the entire military. Their abilities have far surpassed our expectations. Another chief of staff sighed in agreement. "Old Wang, just how are you training your Sky Wolf soldiers?" A cadre of dignitaries eagerly turned their attention to Wang He, resembling monks seeking wisdom. Wang He, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I have completely entrusted General Lin Chuan with the training. The specific methods are determined by him." The assembly fell silent, exchanging glances. However, they did not question Wang He's words. After all, special forces training in China is still in its infancy, with each army merely beginning to explore. Ultimately, it is the chief instructor who holds the key. His mindset shapes that of the soldiers beneath him, and his standards dictate those of the troops. Given Lin Chuan's extraordinary prowess, it is only natural that the benchmarks he sets for training special forces are astoundingly high. It appears that once the assessment concludes, we all must head to the 31st Army to learn from their experiences. The dignitaries unanimously agreed. Though defeated, there is no shame in losing to those significantly stronger. What remains is the willingness to humbly accept and learn. After all, a military unit does not emerge overnight. The road ahead is still long. What they seek is to absorb knowledge and elevate their capabilities swiftly. This is precisely why the headquarters mandated that all special forces from various armies participate in the evaluations to identify differences and measure disparities. The headquarters leader's eyes sparkled with delight. "General Wang, you have nurtured an extraordinary brigade. Keep up the good work, and I look forward to witnessing them create even more miracles in the upcoming assessments." Wang He stood at attention, saluting firmly. "Rest assured, sir, the Sky Wolf Brigade will not disappoint you." The headquarters leader nodded in satisfaction, addressing the technical staff. "Bring up the footage of the remaining Sky Wolf Brigade contestants. I wish to observe closely." "Yes." Soon, the technical team retrieved the footage. To their surprise, 3 of the remaining events featured female soldiers from the Sky Wolf Brigade. "Old Wang, I assume your female soldiers are not as formidable as the males, right?" One of the army dignitaries could not help but ask Wang He. The other dignitaries turned to him, intrigued. After witnessing the impressive results achieved by the Sky Wolf Brigade in the preceding events, they no longer dared to underestimate them, even the female soldiers. Currently, no one can accurately gauge the extent of the overall combat prowess of the Tianling unit. Wang He chuckled, "Of course not." Upon hearing this, The crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief. If the female soldiers were as formidable as their male counterparts, it would indeed signify that Tianlang stands as a paragon amidst the entire army. The thought that the special forces, painstakingly trained across various divisions, could be outmatched by the female soldiers would be an utter disgrace. However, observing the expressions of those around him, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. His assertion of not the same certainly did not imply that the female soldiers were on par with the male soldiers. Rather, it indicated that many of the female soldiers surpassed the prowess of the male members of Tianlang. This was information imparted to him by Lin Chuan, as he himself had yet to witness it firsthand. According to Lin Chuan, considering the perilous circumstances female soldiers might face on the battlefield, the standards for their selection and training were notably more rigorous and elevated. If the current female soldiers have indeed reached the standards set by Lin Chuan, their capabilities might indeed exceed those of their male counterparts. Initially, he harbored some skepticism regarding Lin Chuan's claims, but now, after witnessing the achievements of Tianlang, he found himself thoroughly convinced. The commanding officer instructed the technical staff, "Focus the footage on the female soldiers of Tianlang. I'm eager to see what kind of female soldiers are capable of joining the male soldiers for assessments and standing on the military evaluation stage." As he spoke, the commanding officer glanced at and remarked with a smile, "General Wang, I trust that your Tianlang will continue to astonish us old-timers." "One TU?" He chuckled in response, "Sir, as I've said before, no amount of word from me can compare to your own observation. You'll see shortly." Ha ha! After Lin Chuan completed the assessment, he immediately departed with Zhu Hanlin. "Where to next?" Zhu Hanlin inquired. Lin Chuan replied, "It's not far from the combat assessment area. Let us take a look over there." Zhu Hanlin smiled. "It seems that Lu Xiaoro is participating in the combat assessment as well." "Lu Xiaoro?" Lin Chuan paused, involuntarily recalling the young woman's previous remarks during the selection process. "Instructor, you're so mean," the image of her timidly standing on the battlefield, facing burly men while the audience looked on in bewilderment, brought an enigmatic smile to Lin Chuan's lips. Now, it appeared that a spectacle was in store. Updates will continue tonight. I kindly request your generous support. Chapter 39, A Kick That Sends Them Flying. Upon arriving at the scene, Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin were utterly astonished. The combat assessment arena was teeming with spectators, far beyond ordinary numbers. Numerous special forces soldiers from various units, who had not been selected by the judges or assigned to participate, had come to watch as mere onlookers. Combat, compared to other disciplines, held a unique allure for spectators, especially if female soldiers were involved. At this moment, one of the combat arenas was completely packed. There were a total of 20 fighting venues, each separated by a distance of 20 meters, with boundaries marked by circles of 15 meters in diameter. The rules were relatively straightforward. Each contestant would have a circular white cloth, 15 centimeters in diameter, affixed to their chest, while their back would be slightly stained with black ink. During the contest, if the ink on a contestant's hand struck the opponent's white cloth and left a mark the size of a fist, the opponent would be deemed eliminated, as it represented a fatal hit. Additionally, if a contestant fell to the ground, whether landing on their back or buttocks, they would also be declared the loser. Due to the elimination format and the large number of participants, each match would be followed by another, which could be physically exhausting. Normal matches require a contestant to be completely incapacitated to determine a winner, which could lead to severe fatigue or injuries, preventing competitors from continuing in subsequent rounds. Thus, the authorities opted for this method of determining victory, which, while simpler, efficiently assessed the fighter's abilities and significantly reduced the risk of exhaustion and injury, ensuring that subsequent rounds were not affected. After a considerable effort, Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin managed to squeeze into the front row of the combat assessment arena. Both wore expressions of eager anticipation as they gazed at Lu Xiaoro, who stood at the edge of the fighting area. At that moment, Lu Xiaoro's petite figure starkly contrasted with the tall, robust male competitors surrounding her. The nearly 100 spectators present were primarily there to see her, engaged in hushed discussions that grew louder with each passing moment. "Look at this. The 31st Army has no one else to send? They actually put a female soldier in a fighting match. This is just ridiculous." Exactly. With her small stature, a gust of wind could knock her over. I bet she'll be taken down in 3 seconds flat. They're just here to entertain us. If she wins, I'll eat my hat. The spectators erupted in laughter, their faces reflecting disdain for Lu Xiaoro and the Tianling unit. Zhu Hanlin, overhearing their sharp comments, found his smile broadening. He understood well that although Lu Xiaoro appeared out of place, her combat prowess surpassed that of many male soldiers in Tianling. This girl, seemingly fragile, possessed a resilience that eclipsed that of numerous male competitors. In training, her determination, talent, and potential ranked her among the best in the entire unit, and her relentless dedication to practice placed her within the top 10 in terms of combat strength. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan felt no concern whatsoever. No one understood Lu Xiaoro's combat capabilities better than he did. Perhaps she could be summed up in a single phrase: as still as a virgin, as swift as a hare. Lu Xiaoro's opponent was a tall, burly man from the northeast, towering over her by more than a head, broad-shouldered, exuding an air of bravado. The referee stood between the two, shaking his head with a hint of disbelief at the stark contrast, and mumbled quietly, "This match isn't even in the same weight class. Isn't this girl just setting herself up for failure?" The northeast man wore a relaxed expression, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he crossed his arms. Lu Xiaoro stood nervously, her hands involuntarily tugging at the hem of her clothing, her heart racing wildly in her chest. Why are there so many people watching? This is so embarrassing. It wasn't that she feared losing. Rather, the thought of competing against a stranger in front of such a crowd sent her nerves into a frenzy. Upon catching sight of Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin among the audience, her heart raced even faster, her face flushing crimson, nearly suffocating from anxiety. What were the instructors and Zhu Hanlin doing here? Simultaneously, in the monitoring room on the island, Lu Xiaoro's image appeared on the big screen. The high-ranking officers exchanged glances. The commander raised an eyebrow and turned to Wang He, teasingly remarking, "General Wang, is your female soldier here to perform a dance? The disparity is too great. If she loses badly, it won't look good." Lieutenant General Li Changhai of the 7th Group Army chimed in with a chuckle. "Old Wang, I fail to understand your strategy here, allowing such a small girl to face male soldiers in combat. It seems you've miscalculated." Wang He merely smiled enigmatically, calmly responding, "Leaders, let us not rush to conclusions. Let us observe a bit longer. I have faith in our soldier. This little girl is not as simple as she appears." At that moment, the referee stepped forward, announcing loudly, "In this match, the red corner competitor is Lu Xiaoro from the 31st Army Tianlang Special Forces. The blue corner competitor is Zhao Handong from the 20th Army Tiger Special Forces. Prepare to begin." As the match commenced, Zhao Handong, wearing a look of derision, took a step back, arms outstretched in mock courtesy. "Little girl, you can go first. Ladies first, after all. I would want anyone to say I'm bullying you. With your build, I could take you down with just one finger." Lu Xiaoro's face reddened further. Her head bowed nearly to her chest as her feet shuffled anxiously on the ground. She timidly raised her gaze towards the referee and stammered nervously, Sir. Sir?" The referee paused, taken aback by her choice of address. He glanced down at his rank insignia and then at Lu Xiaoro's lieutenant insignia, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Young lady, are you sure you're not just showing off? What is it?" The referee pressed, suppressing his inner frustration. "Could we not fight?" Lu Xiaoro whispered. The referee was momentarily stunned. "Are you saying you wish to surrender, to concede?" Surrounding spectators were equally astonished. Had she truly given up before the fight even began? So, she really is just here for numbers. Laughter erupted among the crowd, though it was devoid of malice. It simply felt natural. After all, given their respective genders and physiques, the outcome seemed predetermined. It would be better to concede than endure an unnecessary beating. Outside the arena, Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin furrowed their brows in concern. No way. Is she really so afraid that she wants to withdraw? Zhu Hanlin felt a surge of panic and was about to shout a warning when Lin Chuan grasped his arm, urging him to calm down. What's the rush? She would be so reckless. At that moment, Lu Xiaoro, hearing the referee's words, realized her gaffe and quickly lifted her head, fervently shaking her hands as she exclaimed, No, no. I'm not surrendering. What I meant was, could you? She pointed at Zhao Handong. Could he be the one to concede? The referee? The opponent? Lin Chuan? Zhu Hanlin? The entire audience? The high-ranking officials in the monitoring room? With her words, the entire arena fell into a stunned silence. What a bold proclamation. Reluctant to concede, yet unwilling to surrender, she instead sought to compel her opponent to yield. Could it be that this young lady is not in her right mind? The referee, taken aback, slowly turned his gaze towards Zhao Handong. Noticing the referee's attention, Zhao Handong could not help but exclaim, "What are you looking at me for? What do you think, referee?" The referee, contemplating, thought to himself, "How adorable she is. What harm is there in conceding?" Yet he suppressed his urge to laugh, addressing Lu Xiaoro, "Lieutenant, as you heard, he is unwilling." "Oh," Lu Xiaoro replied softly. Her head bowed. Then, with a timid glance at Zhao Handong, her cheeks flushed, she said, It's you who doesn't he want to surrender? If I hurt you later, you must not scold me." Zhao Handong. Referee. Audience. Moments later, "Ha ha ha, this female soldier is simply delightful. Ha ha ha, you must not scold me. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Let me laugh for a bit. I tell you, brother, she is so charming. If you get hurt later, you really mustn't scold her, or we will not condone it. Ha." The audience could not contain their laughter, clutching their bellies in mirth. Lu Xiaoro, feeling even more bashful, murmured, "That's right, when others in the team get hurt by me, they all say I hit too hard. But I cannot control my strength." In the monitoring room, the commanding officer was laughing heartily. Turning to Wang He, "Commander Wang, this female soldier is quite entertaining." "Indeed, haha." The other military leaders joined in the laughter, while Wang He could only awkwardly smile in response. Hearing Lu Xiaoro's words, Zhao Handong was unable to find humor in the situation, his facial muscles twitching in discomfort. The referee, chuckling, encouraged Lieutenant, "Go ahead. I assure you, if you defeat him, he won't dare to scold you. Otherwise, we referees will not approve, and neither will the audience." At this, Lu Xiaoro nodded slightly, replying, "Oh." After a brief moment of adjustment, she took a deep breath, suddenly raising her head with a glimmer of determination in her eyes. In an instant, she sprang into action, her speed astonishing, akin to a bolt of black lightning, as she kicked toward Zhao Handong. Initially indifferent, Zhao Handong nonchalantly extended his arms to shield his chest. Thinking to himself, how much strength can a delicate girl possess? He taunted, "Come, let me see your strength. Dare you make me concede? Just don't disappoint me." However, the very next moment, when Lu Xiaoro's petite foot struck his outstretched arms, he felt an overwhelming force surging through his limbs. It was as if he had been struck by a charging elephant. He was propelled through the air like a kite severed from its string, soaring in an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The venue fell into an eerie silence, everyone's eyes wide, mouths agape, their faces etched with shock, as if time had momentarily frozen. Here it comes. Chapter 40, The Twist, the astonishing strength of the delicate female soldier. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as everyone was utterly stunned by Lu Xiaoro's powerful kick that sent Zhao Handong flying. It was as though an enchantment had frozen the atmosphere, rendering even the air hesitant to stir. In the monitoring room, the high-ranking officials and generals, who had previously been amused by Lu Xiaoro's soft and adorable demeanor, now found their smiles frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers. The chief of headquarters gaped, stammering, "Is this really the same timid girl who hesitated to strike just moments ago?" That kick was akin to a tank charging forth. General Li Changhai of the 7th Army stood up in shock, shouting, "Old Wang, how well you've concealed her talents. You claim she was here to showcase her martial prowess, yet this single kick has upended our understanding." Wang Yi grinned, his eyes narrowing with delight. "I told you all this girl was extraordinary. Now you believe me, don't you?" On the sidelines of the combat assessment arena, those who had previously mocked Lu Xiaoro now stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. A burly special forces soldier gaped in astonishment, muttering, "What just happened? Is there a T-Rex hidden in that petite frame?" She kicked him clear across the field, Another soldier beside him clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Remember our bet that she wouldn't last a minute? Well, look at us now. Our faces are thoroughly bruised from the shock." A third soldier, his face flushed with embarrassment, wished he could vanish into the floor. Not far away, two female communications soldiers responsible for reception huddled together, one of them excitedly grasping her companion's hand. "Did you see that? Her kick was swift and fierce, so impressive. I want to be just as formidable." Her companion nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. Who would have thought our female soldiers could possess such strength? She has truly brought us honor." Zhao Handong lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, utterly dazed. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his heart brimming with frustration. He could hardly fathom that he had been so thoroughly defeated by a seemingly fragile female soldier. "This cannot be real. I must be dreaming," he muttered weakly. The referee rushed to Zhao Handong's side, crouching down to assess the situation. A gentle touch on his right arm elicited a pained hiss from Zhao, his features contorting in agony. The referee's expression darkened as he stood and shouted, "Dislocated right arm. Where's the medic? Quickly, take him to the infirmary." This shout ignited a frenzy among the spectators. "What? A dislocated arm? That kick must have been immensely powerful," exclaimed one onlooker. Lu Xiaoro, who usually appears so delicate, possesses such extraordinary strength. Truly, she embodies the saying that appearances can be deceiving. She must train rigorously, remarked an older soldier thoughtfully. This young woman's prowess is simply astonishing. Zhao Handong, lying on the ground, felt the searing pain in his arm and the crushing weight of humiliation. He gritted his teeth, consumed by regret. Had he known, he would never have underestimated her. Regaining her composure, Lu Xiaoro glanced at the pain Zhao Handong and panicked. She rushed over, carefully helping him up, her voice filled with remorse. "I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to strike so hard. I told you to concede, but you wouldn't listen." Zhao Handong replied, "If I had known your strength, I would have surrendered sooner. Why'd I have to lose an arm over this? Besides, who would have believed that a seemingly frail girl could possess such power?" Supported by her, Zhao Handong's complexion fluctuated between green and white, torn between pain and embarrassment, rendering him speechless. His right arm hung limply, each movement sending waves of agony coursing through him. The audience, witnessing Lu Xiaoro's transformation, could hardly believe their eyes. One moment she was a formidable fighter, and the next a pitiable lamb. What was the truth behind her strength and demeanor? It was utterly perplexing. I can't wait to see her next opponent. Let us see if they dare to underestimate her now," someone in the crowd chuckled. "I bet once word spreads about this, all the combatants will be on high alert." After Zhao Handong was taken away, the referee finally announced, in this round of combat, Lu Xiaoro from the 31st Army, Tianlang Special Forces, emerges victorious. With a smile, the referee turned to Lu Xiaoro. "Lieutenant, you have a 30-minute break. After that, you have another match against a contender from the 3rd Army. Please ensure you arrive 5 minutes early." Lu Xiaoro nodded politely. "Understood, sir." Blushing, she lowered her head as she descended from the arena, too shy to meet the audience's gaze. Yet at that moment, the spectators spontaneously erupted into enthusiastic applause. In that instant, nearly all the male spectators acknowledged the truth of the adage. Women are no less than men. Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin eagerly awaited her return. With Zhu Hanlin rushing over like an excited fan, "Xiaoro, you were amazing. That kick conquered the entire audience." Lu Xiaoro, her head hanging, resembled a remorseful child. "Did I go too far? Did I really dislocate his arm? Is he going to be okay? I truly didn't mean it." Lin Chuan reassured her with a smile. "Don't worry, it's a competition, and he'll be fine. You performed exceptionally well. Keep it up, and securing first place in combat will be a breeze. I'll treat you to durian for a whole week." Upon hearing the promise of durian, Lu Xiaoro's face lit up with childlike excitement. "Really? Thank you, Captain. I will certainly give it my all." The surrounding audience exchanged glances. A few durians made her this happy? And what does she mean by give it her all? Could it be that she hasn't even used her full strength yet? If she unleashes her true power, what might we witness? The thought sent shivers down their spines. Nevertheless, it was Lu Xiaoro's declaration that kept the audience from leaving, all eager to witness her next match. hoping for another display of overwhelming prowess. The combat assessments stretched from dawn till dusk with numerous one-on-one matches. Over 3 days, they barely managed to complete the rounds. Yet, fairness prevailed. Should one encounter an equally matched opponent, expending more energy or sustaining injuries could only be attributed to bad luck. News of Lu Xiaoro's kick that sent Zhao Handong flying spread like wildfire across the assessment grounds. Soldiers from other areas, intrigued by the tale of such a formidable female warrior, flocked to witness the spectacle. The combat assessment arena quickly became a bustling hive, packed tightly with spectators. Among the crowd, discussions erupted. A burly soldier crossed his arms, scoffing, "Humph, Zhao Handong was merely careless. This little soldier is just stronger than average. In terms of combat skills, how formidable can she really be? Every one of us advancing to the next round possesses genuine talent." Beside her, a tall and slender individual nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. If she encounters someone skilled in the next match, her luck may not hold." However, scarcely had the words escaped his lips when a rebuttal arose. An experienced soldier furrowed his brow and stated sternly, "Such words should not be uttered. Did you not observe the speed and power of that kick? Such prowess is not achieved without diligent effort. Mere strength alone is insufficient." Indeed, another soldier chimed in, "The fact that she stands here in this assessment arena signifies her genuine capabilities. Do not underestimate her." Meanwhile, in the monitoring room on the island, the commanding officers and high-ranking officials remained fixated on the footage of Lu Xiaoro. General Li Changhai of the 7th Army Group stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, "The upcoming match for this young female soldier promises to be captivating. We shall see if she can sustain this astonishing performance." The Chief of Staff of the 15th Army Group smiled and added, "Regardless of the outcome, she has already broadened our horizons. I am curious to see how long her next opponent can endure." The headquarters chief nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Indeed. Let us observe what further surprises this female soldier from the Wolfhound unit has in store for us." As the half-hour intermission swiftly passed, the audience swelled, rendering the original assessment venue inadequate to accommodate the crowd. The judges, left with no alternative, relocated the assessment to a more spacious area with better visibility. Lu Xiaoro gazed at the throng surrounding her, her face flushed with anxiety. Lin Chuan, perceiving her tension, gently reassured her, "Xiaoro, do not be nervous. Treat this as a regular training session, relax, and maintain your own pace. Remember, you're durian." Upon hearing the word durian, Lu Xiaoro lifted her head and nodded emphatically. "For the durian, I shall give my all." Lin Chuan, Zhu Hamlin, surrounding spectators. While others stepped onto the stage to compete for rankings and military honors, she was motivated by the prospect of a durian. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoro's opponent, Zhang Yu from the 3rd Army, stood at the edge of the arena, his expression grave. Having witnessed Lu Xiaoro's remarkable performance in the previous match, he understood that this seemingly delicate soldier was no easy adversary and dared not let his guard down. Taking a deep breath, he stretched his muscles and silently encouraged himself. "I must not become complacent. I must give my utmost effort." As the time arrived, the judge approached and announced loudly, "In this combat contest, the red team contender hails from the 31st Army's Wolfhound Tri-Service Special Forces, Lu Xiaoro. The blue team contender is Zhang Yu from the 3rd Army's Cheetah Special Forces." Chapter 41. The morning assessment results are announced. 8 subjects, 7 firsts, shocking the entire army. As the judges concluded their remarks, the 2 individuals approached. The judge instinctively glanced at Lu Xiaoro, hesitating to speak. Lu Xiaoro looked back at the judge, her face a mask of confusion, and whispered, "Commander, do you have anything further to convey?" The judge stammered, Do you have anything to say?" Lu Xiaoro replied, "Huh? Should I have something to say?" The judge hesitated again, then pointed at Zhang Yu, uncertainly saying that phrase. Upon hearing this, the audience, who had previously witnessed the sparring match between Lu Xiaoro and Zhao Handong, instantly understood and erupted into laughter. Lu Xiaoro, blushing, instinctively turned her gaze toward Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, suddenly alarmed, waved his hands and shouted, "I do not surrender." Lu Xiaoro let out a soft sigh. The audience roared with laughter at Zhang Yu's resolute declaration. This lad has spirit, knowing the risks yet still charging ahead. A burly special forces soldier bellowed. Indeed, but facing Lu Xiaoro, such bravery may not suffice. After all, Zhao Handong serves as a cautionary tale, another remarked, grinning as they awaited the unfolding spectacle. Perhaps he possesses some secret technique. Otherwise, how could he be so audacious? Someone in the crowd mused. Why not just concede to avoid losing a limb? Zhang Yu, clearly embarrassed, remained silent. Quiet, quiet. The judge, suppressing his amusement, called out loudly. Once the audience settled, the judge addressed the two competitors, stating, since there is no surrender, we may begin. With the judge's whistle, the match commenced. Unlike Zhao Handong, Zhang Yu was far from complacent. The notion of chivalry had long since vanished from his mind. With a swift movement akin to a nimble leopard, he surged forward, delivering a punch that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lu Xiaoro's face. The speed of this punch was astonishing, executed with flair and leaving traces in its wake. Yet, Lu Xiaoro's eyes gleamed with calm determination. Instead of retreating, she advanced. Her form flickered like a specter, evading Zhang Yu's fierce blow. In an instant, she propelled herself like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards Zhang Yu. Her strikes were devoid of embellishment, each one a lethal technique honed by special forces training. With a deft sidestep, her elbow struck toward Zhang Yu's chest with the force of a cannon, a hit which surely fracture ribs. Zhang Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly sidestepped, raising his arm in defense. However, Lu Xiaoro's onslaught was relentless, each attack coming like a torrential storm, offering no respite. Following another fierce kick aimed at Zhang Yu's lower body, he leapt backward to evade it. Yet, Lu Xiaoro wasted no time, adjusting her stance and once more lunging at him. In mere seconds, the two had exchanged several blows. Zhang Yu's martial prowess was indeed remarkable, his techniques elegant and powerful with each block and counterattack. Yet, the ferocity of Lu Xiaoro's strikes filled him with trepidation. Each move seemed forged in the crucible of life and death battles, exuding an aura that instilled fear. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Xiaoro seized upon a gap in Zhang Yu's defense. With a swift step forward, her left hand shot out like lightning, gripping his Adam's apple. From the sidelines, Lin Chuan's face paled at the sight, and he shouted, "Xiaoro, stop." Adding urgently, he continued, "This is a friendly match, not a battlefield." The judge's expression darkened as he rebuked Lin Chuan. "Audience, do not interfere with the competition." Lin Chuan retorted, "If I hadn't spoken, Zhang Yu's throat would have been crushed by now." This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Only then did Lu Xiaoro realize. Quickly releasing her grip and retreating a few steps, her face etched with panic and remorse. "I'm so sorry. I got carried away in the heat of the moment. I forgot about controlling my strikes and that you're my comrade. I didn't mean to." The audience collectively sighed. "Sister, this is a competition. You can be fierce, but why think about durians in the midst of a duel? Are you willing to harm a comrade for the sake of durians?" Zhang Yu sat on the ground, still shaken, gasping for breath. His eyes were wide with shock and fear. In that moment, he had truly felt the specter of death looming. In the monitoring room, senior officials from headquarters and various army groups sat in stunned silence, unable to articulate their astonishment. "Lu Xiaoro's strength is utterly terrifying," exclaimed General Li Changhai of the 7th Army Group. Indeed, had this been on the battlefield, Zhang Yu would not have survived. The Chief of Staff of the 15th Army Group added in awe. "This girl possesses extraordinary strength, yet her intellect seems somewhat lacking," the headquarters commander remarked with a smile, though admiration shone in his eyes. The audience buzzed with conversation. "Lu Xiaoro is incredible. Zhang Yu is no match for her. Indeed, the disparity is staggering." Thankfully, Lin Chuan intervened in time. Otherwise, it could have been catastrophic. "This woman's strength is formidable. Who would dare underestimate her in the future?" Zhang Yu took a moment to recover before rising. Looking at Lu Xiaoro, his voice trembled slightly. I concede." His words, though soft, resonated clearly in the hushed assessment arena. Upon hearing Zhang Yu concede, the audience paused before erupting into fervent discussion. What can we say? The gap in strength is too evident. Indeed, Lu Xiaoro is nothing short of a female warrior goddess. It seems that in future combat matches, anyone facing the Tianlang Brigade must weigh their own capabilities carefully. In a monitoring room, the dignitaries nodded in agreement, fully aware that Lu Xiaoro's prowess far surpassed that of Zhang Yu. Furthermore, once she engaged in combat, she truly disregarded all caution. Had Lin Chuan not intervened, the consequences could have been dire. General Wang, the headquarters commander, called out. Yes. Wang Yi responded promptly. Make sure to remind your Tianlang soldiers that this is a competition, not a battlefield. We must not allow any casualties. Wang Yi nodded vigorously. Absolutely. The headquarters commander glanced at the clock, noting it was already noon, and inquired of the personnel responsible for statistics. What are the final results for this morning's subjects? The statistician stood and reported, Sir, 8 subjects have yielded final results. How did Tianlang perform? The commander asked. The results indicate that Tianlang secured first place in 7 of the 8 subjects, with 5 subjects having all top 3 positions filled, and 1 subject claiming both second and third places. A profound silence enveloped the room as the commander and senior officials absorbed the statistician's report. All eyes widened in disbelief. Mouths agape. How is this possible? This level of strength surpasses all expectations. The chief of staff of the 15th Army Group stood, astonished, shaking his head. I had heard tales of the Tianlang Brigade's formidable prowess, but I never imagined it had reached such heights. This is truly a miraculous feat of the Special Forces. The other commanding officers of the Army Groups are whispering among themselves, and a murmur of discussion rises and falls like waves. This achievement seems destined to overshadow all other units. The Tianlang team is poised to dominate the entire special forces of the army. It appears we must now regard the Tianlang team as a benchmark, thoroughly studying their training methods. Old Wang, you have brought us, the veterans, to utter disgrace. It seems we cannot even enjoy a simple bowl of soup. I hope the upcoming events do not prove to be as formidable as this. Yet, perhaps it is best not to hold out hope. After such a multitude of events this morning, successfully claimed by them, the chances of significant variation in the following events seem slim. We must brace ourselves mentally. Wang He, overhearing the chatter, outwardly consoled everyone, but inwardly, he was already overjoyed. The commanding officer from headquarters directly took Wang He's hand, repeatedly offering praises. Lin Chuan patted Zhu Hanlin on the shoulder, saying, Come, let us observe the situation at the 400-meter obstacle course. The two arrived at the venue for the 400-meter obstacle run, which was similarly packed with spectators. The entire area was laden with various obstacles, high and low bars, a balance beam, deep pits, and barbed wire, each designed to test the competitor's strength, speed, and endurance. Upon seeing the Tianlang team's 2 female soldiers, Chen Jiao and Su Mei, poised at the starting line, the other Special Forces competitors wore expressions of disdain. What has gotten into the Tianlang team today? Sending 2 female fighters for this 400-meter obstacle run? Are they merely offering themselves as targets? One scoffed. Indeed, this event requires not just agility, but also substantial strength and stamina. With their slight frames, just completing half would be remarkable. Another added, it seems the Tianlang team merely wishes to make an appearance in every event, regardless of capability. These 2 are simply here to provide us with a spectacle of folly. Unperturbed by the surrounding murmurs, Chen Jiao and Su Mei stood resolutely at the starting line. The obstacle course was set with 5 competitors starting simultaneously. At the referee's signal, the race commenced. Like arrows released from a bow, Chen Jiao and Su Mei surged ahead, quickly reaching the high and low bars. Chen Jiao leapt gracefully, her hands firmly grasping the high bar, her body swinging elegantly in mid-air as she executed a flawless somersault over the bar, then swiftly transitioned to the low bar, moving through the obstacles with fluid precision. Su Mei, equally resolute, followed suit with remarkable agility. The spectators, initially anticipating a farcical display, widened their eyes in astonishment at their fluid movements. The 2 continued forward, arriving at the balance beam. Narrow and long, the beam demanded utmost precision. A single misstep could lead to a fall. Chen Jiao took a deep breath and stepped onto the beam, her movements light and steady, reminiscent of a deer leaping through the mountains. Su Mei followed closely behind, their pace undeterred by the challenge of the beam. Next was the deep pit. Chun Jiao reached the edge, leaping with a powerful thrust, carving an elegant arc through the air before landing securely on the far side. Su Mei mirrored her movements, their coordination impeccable. As they approached the barbed wire, both dropped to the ground, using hands and feet to crawl swiftly forward. Their agility propelled them through the lengthy wire in no time. By now, they had forged a substantial lead over the other competitors. Gritting their teeth, they quickened their pace, racing towards the finish line. As they crossed the finish line, a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. The previously disdainful Special Forces competitors were now left speechless, their faces etched with astonishment. Is this truly a female soldier? Such speed, such stamina, it's astounding, one exclaimed. Indeed, I previously underestimated them. Their prowess surpasses that of many male soldiers. Another admitted. The female soldiers of the Tianlang team have certainly commanded respect, proving that gender should not dictate capability. Lin Chuan stood nearby, observing Chun Jiao and Su Mei with a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Their speed surpasses even my own, Zhu Hamlin remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. In a monitoring room on the island, the large screen displayed the footage of Chun Jiao and Su Mei during the competition. The commanding officer and various army group leaders watched their remarkable performance, nodding in approval. The female soldiers of the Tianlang team are formidable. First, we had Lu Xiaoro, and now 2 more, exclaimed the commander of the 7th Army Group, Li Changhai. Indeed, their performance in the 400-meter obstacle run reflects considerable training effort. The chief of staff of the 15th Army Group concurred. It seems the Tianlang team has a total of 7 female soldiers. Surely not all of them are this exceptional? The group of army leaders instinctively turned their gazes toward Wang He. He chuckled, just keep watching. The unfolding story will reveal all. Revealing plot points in advance is rather dull. Wouldn't you agree? The others rolled their eyes in response. Half an hour later, outside the camp, a large wall was densely packed with people during the midday break. The final results of the completed events were displayed, and as the various Special Forces units beheld the Tianlang team's dazzling scores, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Is this even humanly possible? Has the Tianlang team found a cheat code? A soldier from a 12th Army Group gaped in disbelief. Those who had previously mocked their smaller numbers now felt the sting of their words. Their strength proved that numbers were not a limitation. Another soldier, filled with shame, lowered his head in regret. At this rate, even if we practiced for another decade, we wouldn't match their performance. A soldier from the 5th Army Group lamented, his voice tinged with resignation and envy. Indeed, I had hoped to shine in this assessment. But now it seems merely keeping pace with the Tianlang team would be a significant achievement. Within the Tianlang camp, Wang He wore a grin that stretched from ear to ear, exuding immense pride. Addressing Lin Chuan and the Tianlang team, he proclaimed, "You were magnificent, a true source of pride for our 31st Army. In this assessment, you have showcased the prowess of the Tianlang team to the entire army." The members of Tianlang beamed with joy at his words. Suddenly, recalling the commanding officer's instructions, he adopted a serious demeanor and said solemnly, "However, the commanding officer has specifically reminded us that this is a competition, not a battle. We must ensure no lives are lost. Everyone must keep this in mind." The crowd then turned to Lu Xiaoro, erupting into laughter. Lu Xiaoro's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, murmuring, I didn't mean to." Her bashful demeanor elicited further amusement. As laughter gradually subsided, it was Lin Chuan's turn to speak. The crowd was filled with anticipation, expecting praise for their exceptional performance. However, Lin Chuan's expression was grave, his gaze piercing as he scanned the crowd and commanded loudly. Those 17 members who did not secure first place in any of the 8 events stepped forward. The crowd fell silent, their smiles vanishing, replaced by expressions of shock. The 17 members, puzzled and anxious, slowly stepped out of formation. Lin Chuan regarded them coldly, stating, "You will go outside the camp and crawl low across the beach for 1 hour, reflecting on why others achieved first place while you cannot." Wang Yi was taken aback and quickly interjected on their behalf. "Shaolin, everyone has put forth great effort, and the results were commendable." Lin Chuan remained unfazed and solemnly stated, "Commander, if this were a battlefield, securing second or third place signifies that one has already been eliminated by the enemy. To survive in combat, one must consistently maintain the mindset of annihilating the adversary at every turn. Otherwise, one risks being vanquished." While he opened his mouth, intending to voice another thought, yet upon meeting Lin Chuan's gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words. Outside the camp, numerous members from other units observing the Tianlang camp were filled with bewilderment as they saw the Tianlang soldiers low-crawling on the beach. What on earth were they doing? Training in broad daylight? How relentless! This must be the source of the Tianlang unit's prowess. Their unwavering commitment to training explains their formidable strength. However, when they learned that this group was subjected to punishment drills for failing to secure first place, they were utterly astonished, being penalized for merely placing second or third. What about those of them who never even had the opportunity to compete, or those who couldn't possibly secure a top 3 finish? Were they to be executed? What? Punished for not securing first place? The standards of the Tianlang unit are excessively stringent. One murmured, if our unit were to adopt such measures, I doubt many would withstand the pressure. The standards of the Tianlang unit were astonishingly high, yet it was no wonder they were so powerful. The leaders of various special forces units, upon hearing of the activities within Tianlang, were deeply moved. The achievements of the Tianlang unit were no mere coincidence. Their rigorous standards and training were worthy of emulation. Clearly, the gap between us and the Tianlang unit extends beyond mere strength. It encompasses philosophy and expectations as well. This chapter spans 4,000 words. The climax continues. I humbly request a wave of gifts and 5-star reviews. Tomorrow's update may not arrive until the afternoon or evening. Chapter 42, Strategic Sniping, a Stunning Opening. Lin Chuan takes the stage again. In the afternoon, Lin Chuan found himself drawn into another event, not by his own choosing, but by the selection of the judging panel. With numerous events on the agenda, more than 2/3 of the members in the Tianlang unit were summoned to participate in 2 disciplines. The second event Lin Chuan was selected for was strategic sniping. In conventional military forces, strategic snipers are virtually non-existent. Instead, ordinary snipers are prevalent. However, in special operations units, particularly in assault teams, the focus is primarily on cultivating strategic snipers. Nonetheless, ordinary snipers remain essential within logistics or support units. The principal distinction between strategic and ordinary snipers lies in the nature and scope of their missions. Ordinary snipers primarily undertake tactical tasks such as infantry support, eliminating critical targets, and reconnaissance, typically operating within limited mission areas at the company or battalion level. Their training emphasizes shooting accuracy, concealment, and tactical coordination, utilizing standard sniper rifles and conventional equipment like 7.62 mm or 12.7 mm caliber rifles. In contrast, strategic snipers execute missions of greater consequence, such as assassinating high-ranking adversaries, sabotaging key facilities, and gathering intelligence, often impacting broader strategic objectives. Their training encompasses not only basic sniping skills, but also advanced reconnaissance, intelligence analysis, and infiltration techniques, requiring a more rigorous and comprehensive regimen. They are equipped with state-of-the-art weapons and gear, such as precision sniper rifles, night vision goggles, and laser rangefinders, and may also carry communication and intelligence apparatus. Given that this is a special forces competition, the emphasis will naturally be on strategic sniping. It is often said that marksmanship is honed through relentless practice, though this primarily refers to the average shooter, often regarded as a top-tier soldier. To achieve elite-level shooting proficiency, innate talent is paramount, followed by years of dedicated training. Thus, even though Lin Chuan has selected a group of highly gifted individuals using his enhanced vision, only 3 have ultimately emerged as possessing the potential to become strategic snipers. This is not to imply that the others are incapable. Rather, their innate abilities are simply not as formidable, and they have yet to break through their limitations to fulfill demanding strategic assassination objectives on future battlefields. They still have some distance to cover. In the Tianlang unit, Besides Lin Chuan, he has also enlisted Tang Lin and Chun Jiao to participate. In the monitoring room, the commanding officer held a list of participants from the Tianlang unit. "Oh, your chief instructor Lin Chuan has another event this afternoon," he remarked, glancing at Wang He. From his performance in the morning's comprehensive shooting, his capabilities far exceed those of other units. Before Wang He could respond, other military leaders could not restrain their comments. "Old Wang, your Tianlang unit seems to be doing quite well. It's one thing if the soldiers below are competent, but allowing your chief instructor, who is on a completely different level, to compete. Are you really intending to leave us old-timers with no chance at all? Indeed, a little courtesy would be nice. At least leave us something to save face." Wang He replied with an innocent expression, "We have no choice. Our Tianlang unit is short on personnel. If the chief instructor doesn't participate, we won't have enough members. Besides, Lin Chuan was selected by the judging panel. He didn't volunteer for this." The commanding officer's face hardened as he surveyed the group of army leaders, his voice low yet resonant. "You all should refrain from lamenting over Tianlang unit's achievements like wilted plants. The ultimate purpose of this assessment is for everyone to recognize the disparities, learn from one another, and elevate the special operations capabilities of the entire military. The progress of Tianlang is a result of their earnest training, and you must reflect on your unit's training methods and philosophies instead of complaining. How can we evaluate the differences or set standards for special forces if we do not reveal the true capabilities of each unit? Are you all pleased to think that Tianlang is merely hiding their strength?" Hearing this, the leaders lowered their heads, filled with shame. Indeed, the goal of the assessment was for all to come together, witness the results, and learn from the disparities. However, even as they acknowledged this, the leaders felt a sense of emptiness upon realizing the gap between their units and Tianlang. They had all been navigating the waters cautiously, and before the selection, the average comprehensive strength of soldiers across the military branches was not significantly different. How could such a wide gap emerge post-selection? The soldiers of Tianlang seemed to possess an almost supernatural prowess. In the afternoon, the wall outside the camp, where the competition subjects and participant lists were posted, was crowded with onlookers. Soldiers from various units scrutinized the lists, eager to select events of interest to observe. Upon seeing Lin Chuan's name prominently listed for the strategic sniping event, the crowd erupted in excitement. Isn't that Lin Chuan, the chief instructor of the Tianlang unit? His performance in the morning's comprehensive shooting was simply phenomenal. He is bound to excel in this strategic sniping competition too. Yes, with his morning prowess. I must attend the strategic sniping assessment. I might learn a great deal. Among the throng, a petite soldier jumped up anxiously, attempting to peer over the heads of others to get a closer look at the list, muttering, "It's really Lin Chuan. Finally, I can witness his skills firsthand." A few veterans nearby exchanged whispers, one stroking his chin as he spoke slowly. That Lin Chuan's shooting this morning left everyone in awe. I wonder what surprises he will bring to this strategic sniping event. Another veteran nodded slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. The Tianlang unit he leads is so formidable. His own strength must be unfathomable. This assessment promises to be intriguing. In an instant, numerous soldiers surged towards the strategic sniping venue, eager to witness Lin Chuan's captivating performance in the competition. Lin Chuan, Tang Lin, and Chun Jiao arrived at the sniping assessment site, which was expansive, with one side adjacent to the sea, where waves crashed against the shore with a thunderous roar. The opposite side featured a vast, flat expanse leading into dense forests, creating an ideal environment for various long-range shooting scenarios. At that moment, hundreds of competitors were already prepared in the field. When they saw Lin Chuan entering, the previously relaxed atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension. Many competitors' expressions turned serious, their eyes reflecting immense pressure. Why is Lin Chuan also participating in this event? This could spell trouble for us. His performance this morning was astounding, and I fear we have little hope now, murmured a dejected competitor from the 12th Group Army. His shoulders slumped in despair. Yet, some competitors held a different view. Sniping is unlike other forms of shooting. It relies on precise judgment and unique talent. Even if Lin Chuan is impressive, I might still hold my own in the sniping arena. The audience erupted in lively discussion upon Lin Chuan's arrival, their excitement palpable. Wow, that's Lin Chuan. He is even more handsome in person than rumored. I can't wait to see how he performs in this assessment, exclaimed a young female soldier responsible for communications and statistics. Her cheeks flushed with admiration as she unconsciously covered her face with her hands. He is the soul of the Tianlang unit, and his morning performance was simply beyond reach. This strategic sniping event is sure to be another spectacular display. An old soldier marveled, his face a canvas of admiration. I would wager that in this subject, the team would undoubtedly secure a top 3 position. However, that may not necessarily be the case. Sniper shooting, unlike other subjects, is fundamentally reliant on innate talent. Other military factions also possess exceptionally gifted snipers, who may not necessarily be inferior to our own. To alleviate any impatience, I shall update with over 2,000 words. There will be another chapter before 11 o'clock tonight. An additional update for today. I kindly request a wave of 5-star reviews and support. Thank you all. Chapter 43. Lin Chuan takes the stage, one shot every half second, astonishing the audience. Now let's discuss the assessment rules. The chief judge scanned the Special Forces candidates before him. This afternoon and evening, we will conduct 3 rounds of eliminations. The final 25 contestants will compete in tomorrow's finals. The first round consists of shooting at stationary and moving head targets from a distance of 800 meters. Each target requires 5 shots, with a maximum score of 100 rings. The requirement is to complete the shooting within 1 minute. The top 100 will advance to the next round. If scores are tied, the shooting time will determine the winner, with the shorter time prevailing. Is that clear? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Great. Now we will begin the grouping, with 30 individuals in each group. Lin Chuan found himself in the penultimate group. Tang Lin and Chun Jiao were assigned to the 8th group. At the assessment site, staff distributed the Type 79 semi-automatic sniper rifles to the first 2 groups of contestants. The Type 79, conceived in the late 1970s, was modeled after the semi-automatic sniper rifles of the Soviet Union. It employs a gas-operated mechanism, semi-automatic firing, and utilizes 7.62-50 mmR ammunition, boasting an effective range of up to 800 meters. Due to its simple structure, reliable operation, and commendable accuracy, it has become a favored companion for many snipers. As the assessment commenced, the first group of contestants quickly entered the zone. They positioned themselves at the shooting stations. Their gazes focused through the sights as they locked onto their targets. Most contestants demonstrated exceptional prowess, with many achieving scores exceeding 80 rings. A few standout individuals even achieved perfect scores, eliciting gasps of admiration from the surrounding audience. At a distance of 800 meters, hitting a head target demands extraordinary precision and meticulous calculations considering wind speed and distance. The added challenge of targets swaying left and right escalates the difficulty significantly. This not only requires snipers to maintain stable psychological composure, but also necessitates precise timing in their shots. Any slight deviation could result in a missed opportunity for a high score. After the 7th group finished, the scores were promptly tallied. The current score for the 100th place was 89 rings, indicating that to break into the top 100, one must surpass this score, an evident testament to the fierce competition. Finally, it was Tang Lin and Chun Jiao's turn to take the stage. As members of the Wolf Pack, their appearance instantly drew the attention of the audience. Aren't those the members of the Wolf Pack? Their performance this morning was nothing short of spectacular. I wonder how these two will fare, remarked a burly soldier with anticipation. Indeed, the prowess of the Wolf Pack is well documented. These individuals must be formidable, perhaps even achieving perfect scores, chimed in a tall, slender individual. In the monitoring room on the island, the top brass and commanders from various army groups also focused their attention on Tang Lin and Chun Jiao. These two Wolf Pack soldiers appear calm. I wonder how their sniping skills measure up. The Wolf Pack always surprises us. I believe these two will not disappoint, one remarked. Wang He, nearby, simply chuckled, adopting a modest demeanor just average. Truly just average. Tang Lin and Chun Jiao took a deep breath, positioning themselves at the shooting stations, adjusting their breathing and sights. With the judge's command, they swiftly commenced shooting. Bullets whistled through the air, striking the targets with precision. Ultimately, both achieved perfect scores. However, their shooting duration was slightly longer than that of the current first and second place contestants. Upon hearing this outcome, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. The two stood up, their expressions tinged with a hint of tension and disappointment, avoiding Lin Chuan's gaze. The spectators, witnessing their perfect scores yet perceiving their dissatisfaction, began to murmur. They scored perfectly and are still unhappy? Their standards must be exceedingly high, an old soldier analyzed. If I could achieve such a score, I'd be thrilled for days. That's why you'll never become a strategic marksman, another quipped, laughter lacing their tone. When it was Lin Chuan's turn, the entire arena fell silent, all eyes fixated upon him. Lin Chuan strode calmly to the shooting station, grasping the Type 79 rifle. His familiar movements suggested the weapon was an extension of his body. While others were still nervously aligning their sights, Lin Chuan had already begun shooting. His speed was astonishing, firing a shot nearly every half-second, fluidly and without pause. Is that speed even possible? Gasped a spectator, disbelief etched across their face. At such a rapid pace, merely hitting the target would be impressive. Let alone scoring well, another audience member scoffed, skepticism evident. This isn't about shooting a moving target. Precision is paramount. Someone nearby nodded in agreement. I believe he's merely showing off. Wait until the scores come out, muttered a contestant, jealousy tinging their voice. Don't underestimate him. His 3-shot aggregate this morning was equally rapid and impressive. How could someone capable of such performance falter? Another countered, optimism gleaming in their eyes. In a monitoring room, the high-ranking officials and commanders were left speechless by Lin Chuan's display. Lin Chuan continues to redefine our expectations. This shooting speed is terrifying, exclaimed Li Changhai, the commander of the 7th Army Group, rising in astonishment. Indeed, can such rapid shooting guarantee accuracy? I find it hard to believe, remarked the Chief of Staff of the 15th Army Group, brows furrowed in doubt. Even Wang He expressed concern. Can't this kid take a bit easier? Tang Lin and Chun Jiao are not in first place after all. Though this is merely the first round of eliminations, one cannot afford to be careless. As Lin Chuan completed his 10 shots, the fastest among his group had only managed 3. He stood and calmly surveyed his surroundings, as if the breathtaking spectacle mere moments ago had not been his doing. Tang Lin and Chun Jiao exchanged glances, involuntarily smiling. They had absolute faith in Lin Chuan's abilities. This shooting speed was merely a routine pace for him. If he wished, he could easily accelerate further. No one understood Lin Chuan's extraordinary shooting prowess better than they did. Here it comes. Today's update exceeds 8,000 words. I kindly request a wave of gifts and rewards, esteemed readers. Chapter 44. What on earth? Here we go again. Could it be another perfect score? The chief referee, holding the score sheet, wore a grave expression, his voice trembling slightly as he announced to the crowd. For Group 9, Target Position 1 from the 28th Army. Target Position 2. Target Position 27, Lin Chuan from the 31st Army. A perfect score in just 5 seconds. This result detonated like a bombshell, instantly igniting a flurry of commotion throughout the venue. Everyone stood frozen, as if under a spell, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. 5 seconds? How is that even possible? Is this something a mere human can achieve? Shouted a burly Special Forces soldier. Just moments ago, he had scoffed at the notion that Lin Chuan could perform well. Now, his face flushed crimson, as if he had been dealt a series of hard slaps. The previous best score had taken 37 seconds, and yet Lin Chuan managed it in a mere 5 seconds. This was nothing short of miraculous. Another Special Forces soldier, equally astonished, found his voice wavering. Earlier, he had joined the chorus of skepticism, but now he could only shake his head in disbelief, murmuring, I have been short-sighted. This is true mastery. I previously thought he was merely showing off, that he would be the one left embarrassed, but now I feel the sting of defeat. The audience buzzed with whispers, their discussions creating a cacophony of excitement. Inside the monitoring room, the high-ranking officials and commanders were equally astounded by this remarkable achievement. Lin Chuan seems destined to create miracles. exclaimed a senior official, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Indeed, such a feat seemed unattainable. No wonder the soldiers below were trained to such excellence. It appears that our gap with the Sirius Brigade is even greater than we imagined. The chief of the 15th Army sighed, shaking his head in resignation. 10 minutes later, the first round of competition concluded. The chief referee ascended the platform once more, holding the list of those who advanced and loudly proclaimed. The list of those advancing from the first round of the strategic sniper shooting competition. First place, Lin Chuan. Second place, Tang Lin and Chen Jiao, who placed 4th and 6th respectively. Of course, these were not the final standings, and this score held no points, merely serving as a qualifying round. The ultimate victor would be determined in tomorrow's finals. The faces of those who did not advance were filled with disappointment and dejection, while those who did advance felt a tremendous pressure upon witnessing Lin Chuan's performance. They understood that standing out in the subsequent rounds would be a Herculean task. The next round would see 100 competitors reduced to 50. The assessment method would be through dynamic sniping. The chief referee's voice rang out once more. Within 1 minute, run 400 meters, swiftly assume a sniper position, and shoot at a target 800 meters away, required to complete the shot within 10 seconds. If scores are tied, the time taken for shooting will determine the outcome. Upon this announcement, the audience erupted into astonishment. Isn't this too difficult? Running 400 meters in 1 minute, and then quickly transitioning to shooting in under 10 seconds. Who can possibly achieve that? Gasped one bewildered spectator. Indeed, not only must they be swift, but they must also recalibrate their focus after intense exertion to ensure shooting accuracy. This posed a significant test of both physical stamina and mental fortitude. If this is what strategic sniping entails, I doubt anyone could manage it even after a decade of training. At this moment, a seasoned reconnaissance veteran stepped forward to elucidate. In truth, this assessment model is primarily designed to simulate real combat scenarios. On an actual battlefield, snipers seldom have the luxury of shooting from a fixed position without disturbance. They often need to rapidly relocate and find an appropriate vantage point while completing shooting tasks in a short period. Whether providing urgent support to teammates or swiftly changing positions to evade enemy detection, snipers must possess such capabilities. Hence, while challenging, this assessment is indeed essential. The crowd nodded in agreement. The chief referee continued to announce the group assignments, 5 members per group, promptly listing the names of each group. Lin Chuan was placed in Group 18, while Tang Lin and Chen Jiao were in Group 17. As the assessment commenced, the first group of competitors took to the track. Gritting their teeth, they sprinted, collapsing breathlessly at the sniper position after completing the 400 meters, struggling to regain their breath and aim at the target. Some competitors trembled due to excessive fatigue, severely impacting their shooting accuracy. Others managed to shoot, but their results fell short of expectations. The requirement to complete 400 meters in 1 minute, averaging 15 seconds per 100 meters, was only achievable by those with superior physical conditioning. Very few could sustain the sprinting pace necessary to complete the distance. Often, after just 200 meters, exhaustion set in. As previously mentioned by the reconnaissance veteran, strategic snipers must frequently engage in rapid movement during their missions, possibly even undertaking long-distance infiltrations behind enemy lines before swiftly neutralizing targets. Consequently, a strategic sniper's proficiency with a firearm is crucial, yet so too is their physical fitness. When it was Tang Lin and Chen Jiao's turn, their gazes were resolute as they shot forward like arrows released from their bows. This time, their speed was markedly improved compared to the previous round, resembling a whirlwind on the 400-meter track. Upon reaching the sniper position, they quickly recalibrated and raised their weapons to shoot. Their movements were fluid and natural, ultimately achieving 2nd and 3rd places, respectively. The audience erupted in applause, marveling at the prowess of the Sirius Brigade. Finally, it was Lin Chuan's turn to perform. All eyes in the arena instantly converged upon him. The atmosphere so hushed one could hear a pin drop. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan launched himself forward like a cheetah. His speed was astonishing, consistently clocking in under 11 seconds per lap, eliciting gasps from the audience. Is he out his mind? The referee requires completion within 1 minute, yet he is pushing himself to sprint, finishing the 400 meters in under 50 seconds. This is utterly unnecessary. Wondered a perplexed spectator. To them, Lin Chuan's rapid dash could only lead to repercussions, labored breathing, a racing heart, and a body trembling from exertion, all detrimental to shooting accuracy. Yet, he adjusted his state with remarkable quickness, as if the earlier exertion had left no impact on him. During the shooting phase, Lin Chuan maintained his rapid pace, firing almost once every half a second. What on earth? Here we go again. Could it be another perfect score? That is uncertain. Just look at the first round. His marksmanship is beyond comparison to the other competitors. With his shooting speed, others cannot hope to match him. Indeed, if he truly achieves another perfect score, it would be a dimensional strike against the rest. Chapter 45. The results of the first day are out. The Wolf Brigade is truly extraordinary. A grand chapter of 5,000 words. The chief referee's hands trembled slightly as he took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice. He then announced loudly to the assembly. The list of personnel advancing to the second round of the strategic sniper shooting competition is as follows. First place, Lin Chuan of the 31st Army's Wolf Special Forces. Perfect score, shooting time, 3 seconds. Second place. Third place, Tang Lin, score 48 rings, shooting time, 8 seconds. Fourth place, Chun Jiao, score 47 rings, shooting time 9 seconds. Upon the announcement of these results, the venue erupted into a frenzy. The audience's gasps and discussions intertwined, creating a deafening roar. Lin Chuan was nothing short of phenomenal, clinching first place with an overwhelming advantage. This performance is beyond our reach, exclaimed a soldier, shock evident on his face. Indeed, his shooting speed and accuracy exceed our comprehension. The gap is like a chasm, his comrade concurred, eyes filled with helplessness and envy. The contestants wore expressions of despair, many bowing their heads, their faces etched with defeat. They had believed their efforts sufficient and their abilities commendable, yet before Lin Chuan, they felt insignificantly small. In the monitoring room on the island, the headquarters leaders and various army chiefs were once again left speechless by Lin Chuan's results. Each assessment seems to challenge the limits of human capability. How many more surprises can he bring us? The headquarters leader lamented. Major General Li Changhai of the 7th Army opened his eyes wide in astonishment, stating, I must admit defeat. Under Lin Chuan's leadership, the Wolf Brigade's strength is simply transcendent. We must thoroughly study their training methods. The Chief of Staff of the 15th Army nodded in agreement. Indeed, we previously held on to false hopes of competing with the Wolf Brigade in certain subjects. But now it is clear the disparity is too vast. As the venue settled slightly, the chief referee announced once more, the third round of elimination assessments will take place tonight, with the content focusing on nighttime sniping. Utilizing night vision scopes to shoot at bobbing head targets 500 meters away. This declaration reignited the excitement among the audience. Engaging in a sniper competition at 500 meters during the day is challenging enough. Doing so at night, while targeting moving heads, is an even greater test. This demands not only exceptional shooting skills and mastery of night vision technology, but also formidable psychological resilience and adaptability to one's environment. A moment's inattention could lead to missing the target. 3 hours later, darkness enveloped the assessment venue, with only the distant bobbing head targets faintly illuminated. Lin Chuan, Tang Lin, and Chun Jiao stood confidently at their shooting positions. At the referee's command, the contestants swiftly dropped to the ground, utilizing their night vision scopes to locate their targets. Lin Chuan's movements remained fluid and natural as he expertly adjusted his night vision scope, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the target. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, bullets whistled forth like meteors, each one striking true. Half a second per shot. This familiar pace once again left the audience in awe. I knew he would maintain such a rapid speed. His marksmanship is astonishing. An excited spectator shouted. Indeed, to perform like this at night, Lin Chuan is truly a born sniper. Another audience member echoed. The other contestants, however, appeared strained. Many hesitated to shoot due to the dim lighting and the swaying targets. And even those who did fire often missed their mark. In the monitoring room, The army chiefs watched intently, shaking their heads in disbelief at Lin Chuan's remarkable performance. Tomorrow's finals for this event will undoubtedly see Lin Chuan take first place without question, declared the commander of the Third Army. Indeed, his superiority is glaring, though the second and third places remain open for contention among the other contestants, replied the Chief of Staff of the 11th Army. Soon, Lin Chuan completed his shooting first, rising with an expression still devoid of any turbulence. The chief referee quickly tabulated the results and announced, "The results for the third round of nighttime sniping are as follows. First place, Lin Chuan, perfect score, time 2.3 seconds. This result once again sparked a sensation throughout the venue, with everyone filled with profound admiration for Lin Chuan's prowess. Tang Lin and Chun Jiao also performed commendably, securing third and fourth places respectively. It was evident to all that Lin Chuan was the frontrunner for the championship in the upcoming finals, as his performance had convinced everyone that he was indeed the sovereign of this strategic sniper assessment. The other contestants could only engage in fierce competition for the second and third places. As the first day of assessments concluded, the judging panel compiled the results from all the completed subjects, which plunged the entire army into silence once more. Over the course of the day, more than a dozen subjects had been evaluated. The Wolf Brigade, aside from 3 subjects where they did not secure first place, claimed victory in all others. Even in the subjects where they did not place first, members of the Wolf Brigade still made it into the top 3. Furthermore, every subject that was randomly selected by the judges for mandatory participation saw the Wolf Brigade achieve top 3 placements. Meanwhile, the best performing unit from the other armies managed to claim only 2 top 3 spots. How is this possible? The Wolf Brigade is simply monstrous, stammered a soldier from the 12th Army, his face reflecting shock and disbelief. Having completed more than a dozen subjects on the first day, the Wolf Brigade has taken first place in everything except 3. The disparity is akin to a gulf. A comrade beside him shook his head in dismay. The contestants stood frozen, their expressions blank. They had begun with aspirations for victory, filled with confidence in their abilities, yet upon witnessing the Wolf Brigade's results, the fire within them was extinguished in an instant. We are still striving hard. While the Wolf Brigade seems to be on a cheat code, how can we possibly compete? One contestant said with a bitter laugh, his tone rife with resignation. In the monitoring room, the leaders at headquarters and various army chiefs were equally stunned by these results. The headquarters leader furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering with a complex light. The performance of the Wolf Brigade has truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Their exhibited strength far surpasses our initial projections. Major General Li Changhai of the 7th Army slammed his hand on the table and stood up. This is an outright display of dominance. It seems we have significant issues in our training and development of special forces. Indeed, in individual subject assessments, no other unit comes close to the Wolf Brigade, added the Chief of Staff of the 15th Army. Now, we can only place our hopes on the upcoming phases of team tactical operations and the subsequent group competitions. It is only then that the special forces of various armies might showcase their unique strengths. It appears this entire army assessment is becoming a showcase for the Wolf Brigade. Another army chief couldn't help but remark. Wang He, seated nearby, wore a proud smile. Meanwhile, the audience engaged in fervent discussions. The Wolf Brigade is extraordinary. At this rate, what suspense remains for the upcoming assessments? Who can argue with that? Nonetheless, in the following team tactical operations and group competitions, other units might still have chance. After all, this is not merely a contest of individual strength. It also tests teamwork and coordination. Indeed, we hope that other units can bring us some surprises in the upcoming competitions. Otherwise, this assessment could prove rather dull. Although everyone was astonished and admired the prowess of the Tianlang team, they were equally filled with anticipation for the upcoming matches. They yearned to witness other teams shatter the Tianlang team's dominance in the assessment through coordinated squad operations and team competitions. The following days, finals unfolded as expected, with Lin Chuan unsurprisingly securing first place. However, Tang Lin and Chun Jiao indeed lacked some experience in this subject, especially Chun Jiao. Tang Lin fared slightly better due to his commendable shooting skills and experience as a squad leader in the Marine Corps, earning him a third-place finish, while Chun Jiao settled for fifth. It must be noted that even with Lin Chuan's excellent instruction, inherent talent cannot be overlooked. The final results would not significantly change merely because the chief instructor taught well. In the military, there will always be exceptional marksmen. This differs from other subjects where Lin Chuan could coax out potentials through various extreme methods. In the subsequent individual assessments, the Tianlang team continued to excel. Although they did not secure first place in every category, their names undoubtedly appeared among the top three. With the first stage of the assessment concluded, Tianlang emerged victorious, earning resounding applause and becoming idols within the military. Lin Chuan, glancing at the rankings, couldn't help but smile wryly upon noticing the subjects where Tianlang did not claim the top spot. Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajia, you truly know how to avoid competing against me, snatching the accolades in other subjects instead. Indeed, the categories where they did not secure first place were primarily pilfered by these three former comrades, with a few others claimed by exceptional athletes from other divisions. Yet, Lin Chuan did not find this disheartening. His goal was not to achieve all first places, but to demonstrate the strength of Tianlang to the entire military, illustrating what standards a special forces unit should embody. Now that the objective was achieved, the number of first places had become inconsequential. After the individual assessments concluded, everyone was granted a 2-day respite. The judging panel had also drawn up the list for the second stage of squad operations, allowing the teams a 2-day period for acclimatization. After making the necessary arrangements, Zhou Xian could not help but inquire, "Chief, will you not participate in this second stage?" Lin Chuan shook his head slightly, stating, "The disparity in strength is too vast. My participation would only hinder their performance. They would subconsciously follow my commands and miss out on valuable training. Let them attempt it on their own." Zhou Xian nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Lin Chuan's reasoning. If you were to join, even without the other squad members, you could accomplish the task solo. There would be no need for that. Report. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside their camp. "Is Major Lin Chuan present?" "I am the communications officer from headquarters." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's expression shifted, and he quickly stepped outside. A captain stood waiting outside the camp. Upon seeing Lin Chuan, he immediately saluted, stating, "Comrade Lin Chuan, the commander and the leaders of various military branches wish to meet you. Please proceed to the control room." Lin Chuan was taken aback. They wanted me to share my insights before the assessments were even completed? This was rather swift. Following the communications officer, Lin Chuan swiftly entered the control room. As soon as he stepped inside, the previously murmuring leaders of the headquarters and military branches turned their attention towards him. The head of the headquarters was the first to rise, his face beaming with approval as he strode towards Lin Chuan, exclaiming, "Comrade Lin Chuan, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Your performance with the Tianlang team over the past 2 days has truly opened the eyes of the entire military." Lin Chuan was taken aback by the praise from this high-ranking official, and, not daring to show any sign of disrespect, hurriedly approached, standing at attention to salute. "Greetings, Commander. I am Lin Chuan, the commander of the Tianlang Tri-Service Special Forces." The head of the headquarters chuckled. "Wonderful, wonderful. We have only seen you through the surveillance footage, and now we finally see you in person, haha. Young Lin, whether it's your personal prowess or that of your soldiers, you have left us old-timers in disbelief." The commander of the 7th Group Army, Li Changhai, quickly approached and patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder, saying, "Indeed, young Lin, the strength of your Tianlang team is simply awe-inspiring. In my years of leadership, I have never encountered such an outstanding unit." Lin Chuan humbly replied, "You flatter me, commanders." The head of the headquarters waved his hand, his expression turning serious as he asked, "Lin Chuan, please share with us how you have managed to train the Tianlang team to such an extraordinary level. Your training methods must possess unique qualities, correct?" Lin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a hint of difficulty. "Commander, it is not easy to articulate the training methods in a brief manner, as they involve numerous aspects. However, I have prepared a detailed written proposal, and if the commanders do not mind, I can present it for your review now." "That would be splendid. Quickly, young Lin, We are all eager to learn. The head of the headquarters urged, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Chuan approached the computer and began to operate it skillfully. Soon, various training proposals appeared on the large screen. The proposals range from ultra-high-intensity, weighted long-distance runs in basic physical training to the brutal confrontations in combat skills training that closely mimic real-life scenarios, as well as the extreme precision and speed requirements in shooting training. Each aspect left the present dignitaries wide-eyed and speechless. This training intensity is utterly extreme. The Chief of Staff of the 15th Group Army broke the silence, his face filled with astonishment. The weight and distance of this weighted long-distance run alone do not even meet half of our standards. Lin Chuan, the commander of the 7th Group Army, also appeared equally astonished. And these combat and shooting training modules simulate life and death battles directly. This is beyond what an ordinary individual can withstand. This standard is easily 2 to 3 times that of our respective units. No wonder Tianlang possesses such incredible strength. Indeed, we previously thought our training was rigorous enough. But in comparison to Tianlang, it feels like child's play. Another military leader could not help but exclaim. Standing aside, Lin Chuan earnestly stated, "Commanders, Special Forces will face extremely complex and perilous battlefield environments in the future. Only by elevating training standards to the highest level and fully unleashing the potential of our warriors can we equip them to tackle every challenge on the battlefield." The head of the headquarters nodded gravely. "Comrade Lin Chuan, your perspective is spot on. This proposal holds immense reference value for the training of our entire military's special forces. Indeed, it seems we must thoroughly study this upon returning and integrate these training methods into our own units." Various military leaders concurred. The head of the headquarters waved his hand. "Let's hold off on that until after the assessments are complete." Or, he turned to Lin Chuan and continued, "I invited you here not only to gain a simple understanding of your training methods, but also to discuss another idea. Consider whether you would like to try this." Lin Chuan's expression grew serious. "Commander, please elaborate." The head of the headquarters explained, "The assessment competition is merely a superficial measure. The training ground and the battlefield are 2 distinct concepts. The true test of whether one can play a significant role on the battlefield lies in war drills and confrontations. Once the assessments are complete, we wish to conduct a direct confrontation exercise. Conventional troops will select elite members from various military branches special forces to face off against all members of your Tianlang unit in traditional exercise confrontations. Let's test our skills through a practical exercise, shall we?" Lin Chuan nodded in agreement, stating, "I concur. The purpose of training is to prepare for battle. Assessment merely offers an insight into individual capabilities. However, the unpredictable nature of the battlefield, encompassing factors such as troop numbers, equipment, mission parameters, and environmental conditions, cannot be effectively represented in an evaluation. The true combat readiness of this unit, as well as its ability to secure victory, can only be ascertained through real-world testing." The commanding officer, upon hearing this, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Well said. Since you're in agreement, it shall be decided thus. Once the assessment concludes, we shall mobilize 2 armies for a simulated confrontation. Let us witness whether your sky wolves can dazzle on the battlefield as they did in the evaluation." Lin Chuan replied, "Indeed. A 5,000-word chapter. I seek your generous support. I welcome your esteemed reviews. There will be further updates before dawn." Chapter 46. The finals are here. The Tianlang against all special forces? 2 days later, the second phase of the assessment is set to commence. Everyone is well aware of what this phase entails. It is merely a showcase for Tianlang. In any single discipline, they can effortlessly crush their opponents. If they form a small team, their combat effectiveness would multiply exponentially, as anticipated in the second phase. Apart from a few who failed to secure first place, all remaining accolades were claimed by Tianlang. Now, the only thing left to anticipate is the final confrontation. The competition will separate the special forces of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Each branch will send 10 participants to engage in the contest. The referees will randomly draw 5 individuals, while the remaining 5 will be organized by each unit. Thus, for Tianlang, the referees will randomly select 15 individuals. and Lin Chuan will arrange an additional 15 to participate in the confrontation. On the eve of the contest, the referees provided the selected names to each branch. The rules were also thoroughly disseminated. Lin Chuan glanced at the list in his hand, a faint smile of resignation crossing his face. He, along with Zhou Xian and Sun Ying, had all been drawn, each representing different military branches. He was from the army, Zhou Xian from the Air Force, and Sun Ying from the Navy. Once the 15 selected individuals were confirmed, Lin Chuan arranged for another 15. All right, take your teams and explain the rules to them thoroughly. Lin Chuan instructed Zhou Xian and Sun Ying. Yes, the two departed with their teams, while Lin Chuan gathered the 9 soldiers from the army. Now, let me explain the rules of the Army Special Forces competition. Lin Chuan addressed the 9 individuals. Among them was Zhu Hanlin, along with female soldiers Lu Xiaoro, Chun Jiao, and Su Mei. Chun Jiao was among the selected, while Lu Xiaoro and Su Mei were included by Lin Chuan himself. The intensity of the Army's confrontation is significantly higher than that of the Navy and Air Force, providing the female soldiers with additional training. After all, the battlefields of potential future conflicts will predominantly belong to the Army. The Air Force and Navy primarily rely on armed helicopters, fighter jets, and warships, while the Army undertakes vital tasks such as urban counterterrorism, safeguarding extensive borders, combating drug trafficking, and even conducting overseas rescues. It can be asserted that while the Navy and Air Force Special Forces may be dispensable, the Army Special Forces are absolutely essential. Lin Chuan continued. The rules for the confrontation are quite straightforward. The designated area spans a diameter of 20 kilometers in forested terrain. Each unit of 10 individuals will draw lots to determine their specific zone before entering the competition. Once designated, all participants will be sedated. The sedative lasts for 1 hour, and the officials will transport everyone to their designated locations via helicopter, which will take half an hour at most. At that point, it will depend on who possesses the strongest willpower and resistance, capable of enduring the effects of a sedative and waking up early. The advantages of waking up first are evident, as you all know. The first to awaken can seize advantageous terrain for ambushes or swiftly locate opponents to eliminate them while they are still incapacitated. It is akin to a duel. If I initiate the attack while you're still asleep, who do you think will perish first? A 20 kilometer diameter schaunch fust. However, with each unit comprising 10 individuals and over 30 special forces from each military branch, that totals over 300 participants, when distributed randomly across various zones. The distances between them will likely be mere hundreds of meters, at most a kilometer apart. If one can awaken half an hour early, it is sufficient to eliminate at least 5 opponents. Lin Chuan elaborated. The confrontation is divided into 2 phases. The first phase is an elimination round. From over 300 participants, only 100 will advance. During this phase, contestants are unarmed. They must defeat at least one opponent and seize their shoulder insignia to qualify for advancement. The time limit is 24 hours. After this period, the top 100 with the most shoulder insignia will progress. In the event of a tie, the one who collected the insignia first will be deemed the victor. This rule prevents any participant from slacking off during the first phase. At this moment, Zhu Hanlin inquired, "Boss, once we acquire the shoulder insignia, how do we notify the referees? Are they dispersed throughout the competition area?" Lin Chuan replied, "Of course not. The referees have installed numerous visible cameras throughout the various zones. No more than 100 meters apart, the wires are exposed among the trees and can be easily located. After seizing an opponent's insignia, if you find yourself in a blind spot of the cameras, simply move to a monitored area to display it to the monitoring team." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in understanding. Now, moving on to the second phase, Lin Chuan continued. This leads to the finals. The officials will airdrop weaponry and equipment into the participants' respective zones. Among the gear will be a map indicating the boundaries of the final circle, which spans a diameter of 5 kilometers. All contestants must enter the final circle within 2 hours. Failure to do so will result in disqualification. Once within the final circle, it becomes a free-for-all. The last one standing will be crowned the champion. To expedite the combat, the officials have established 2 ranking systems, the kill count ranking and the final placement ranking. From start to finish, Those who eliminate the most opponents will rank first and additionally receive a second-class merit. The top 5 will be awarded third-class merits. The final placement ranking will determine who survives until the end, whether you choose to hide or engage head-on, as long as you remain unscathed. Making it to the last position is a testament to your exceptional skills in stealth and evasion. However, it is crucial to note that the entire confrontation spans half a month. During this time, all participants are prohibited from consuming any food. They may only rely on water sources they can find. Even animals or tree bark in the forest are off-limits. This is to assess the Special Forces combat abilities under conditions of starvation. If anyone is discovered violating this rule, they will be immediately disqualified and face disciplinary actions, and their unit will receive formal reprimands. Although the time limit is half a month, in reality, it will not exceed 1 week. No one can survive without food for an entire week. If someone manages to endure even an extra day, congratulations. You might have secured first place due to your exceptional stealth skills and hunger resistance. If not, you may have to take the risk and confront your opponents, thereby increasing your chances of securing first place. As for the final placement rewards, first place earns a second-class merit, while the top 5 receive third-class merits. The kill count ranking, final placement ranking, and previous individual and team collaborative achievements can all be accumulated simultaneously. Upon hearing the last statement, the eyes of the 9 individuals gleamed with excitement. The entire T-Online unit had already secured first place in individual disciplines and team collaborations. Each member had earned a second-class merit. If they could also achieve a second or third-class merit in the confrontation, the exhilaration would be unparalleled. Boss, I have a question. Chun Jiao raised her hand and asked, in the final circle, if we encounter members of our own unit, can we form an alliance? Lin Chuan smiled slightly and replied, the rules do not prohibit it, thus it is permitted. However, with a diameter of 5 kilometers and 100 participants, if we are fortunate enough to meet comrades from our unit. The crowd's eyes brightened at his words. Yet before their excitement could fully blossom, Lin Chuan added, though the rules do not forbid it, I do. The 9 individuals exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Lin Chuan continued, your abilities surpass those of most others. This is an opportunity to engage in a strategic fight against greater numbers and hone your skills. Chun Jiao hesitantly inquired, but boss, if we fail to place in the top 10, will we still face punishment? Lin Chuan let out a cold laugh. What do you think? Chun Jiao fell silent, and the group shared a collective pause. Lin Chuan then addressed the 9. I must remind you of one critical point. During the first and second phases of the assessment, we, the serious unit, have become a thorn in the side of every other team. In the upcoming match, they will undoubtedly conspire to unite against us. It is possible that they have already formed alliances before the contest even begins. Upon hearing this, the 9 felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. Was Sirius truly poised to confront all the special forces of the army? Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, 3 figures lurked in the shadows of a corner. If Lin Chuan were present, he would instantly recognize his old comrades, Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zheng Jiajia. Li Hao revealed a sly grin, stating, let us agree that our 3 units will join forces to take down Lin Chuan's Sirius. Otherwise, if we fight as individuals, anyone who encounters that monster will be doomed. After we eliminate Lin Chuan, we can compete among ourselves. Yuan Shan and Zheng Jiajia nodded in agreement. Yuan Shan chuckled. What do you think happens if Lin Chuan discovers our secret alliance? Will he give us a beating afterward? Ha ha! Zheng Jiajia replied, what can we do? His strength is formidable, and the soldiers he trains are hardly inferior to ours. If we don't unite, we won't even be able to sip a bowl of soup. Ha ha! Here it comes. An update of 3,000 words. I will strive to release the next chapter by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Your generous support would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 47. Lin Chuan. Everyone here is trash. If you have the guts, come at me together. On the early morning 2 days later, before dawn broke, the thick, ink-like darkness enveloped the entire camp. The distant mountains loomed with vague outlines, resembling slumbering beasts. The tranquility of the camp was shattered by a flurry of bustling noise. The contestants for the competition gathered early in the mess hall, where the light was dim. the clattering of plates and utensils intertwined incessantly. Brothers, eat more. We want to have anything to eat for the next half-month. This meal has to last us a week. A burly Special Forces soldier mumbled through mouthfuls of food. A week? ISNT at half a month? Chimed in a tall, lanky fellow, his cheeks stuffed and bulging like a small balloon. Are you stupid? Who the hell can last half a month without food? The officials designed this schedule for a select few with extraordinary willpower. Moreover, even if such contestants can endure a week, they certainly cannot withstand 8 days. Hence, to prevent such a situation, the officials devised this hunger battle to ensure contestants do not rely solely on camouflage and avoidance, thereby losing the essence of the competition. At that moment, a dark-skinned contestant furrowed his brow, placing his chopsticks down heavily, exclaiming, "Half a month without food? Who can endure that? I reckon if anyone can last 3 or 4 days, that would be impressive." I agree. This rule is absurd. A man is iron, and food is steel. One meal without eating makes one feel famished, let alone half a month. Another contestant quickly nodded in agreement. After breakfast, everyone swiftly assembled under the instructor's command, boarding the transport aircraft in an orderly fashion. Outside the camp, the wind howled, sending sand and gravel swirling around the aircraft. The 2 massive transport planes ascended slowly, heading toward an uncharted territory. Through the window, the gradually receding island appeared particularly desolate under the overcast sky, evoking complex emotions among the crew. They wondered what this new region would be like, hoping it wouldn't be too outrageous. Whatever, let the soldiers face the soldiers and the water face the earth. At this moment, were you still pondering the environment? Or were you more concerned about what to do if you inadvertently encountered those freaks from the wolf pack? Heaven help me. Let me live a day or 2 longer, and please, don't let us run into them. Even if we do, at least let us enter the final circle first, with weapons at hand. That way, we might have a chance. Don't worry if we encounter the wolf pack. We'll unite and take them down first. Yes, that is the way to go. Hey, we're still here. Zhu Hamlin could no longer endure their chatter and shouted at them, his face devoid of expression. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Then, one person chuckled at Zhu Hamlin. "It's nothing. I just wanted to say that to you." The members of the wolf pack exchanged glances. At this point, Lin Chuan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Rest assured, our wolf pack warriors never stoop to engage with trash." The expressions of the wolf pack members shifted dramatically. "Boss, what kind of fierce words are these?" The person who had spoken earlier, upon hearing Lin Chuan's remark, was instantly enraged, pointing at Lin Chuan and shouting, "What do you mean by that? Are you calling me trash?" No. Lin Chuan quickly waved his hand, smiling slightly. "That's not what I meant." As he spoke, Lin Chuan cast his gaze across the cabin, surveying everyone present except for the members of the wolf pack. "What I mean is, all of you here are trash." This statement ignited the fury of all the contestants. The already tense atmosphere, strained by the impending brutal competition, erupted into open hostility. "What the hell did you say?" The Special Forces soldier, incensed by Lin Chuan's words, turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling an enraged bull, and suddenly charged toward Lin Chuan. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening with the strain, eager to land a punch on Lin Chuan. However, recalling Lin Chuan's overwhelming strength, he hesitated to act recklessly. His companions quickly pulled him back. Meanwhile, the other contestants displayed their anger, clamoring in unison. "How arrogant! Just because you have a bit of strength, you think you're something special? The wolf pack is impressive, huh? Just wait until we enter the arena. You'll see." Exactly. When the time comes, he'll know what it means to be outclassed. The atmosphere inside the transport aircraft reached a boiling point, as if any spark could ignite a melee. Yet, the members of the wolf pack appeared resigned to the situation. What is the boss doing? ISNT, he just deliberately inciting hatred against us? Now everyone sees us as enemies. Can't you tell? The boss is intentionally fanning the flames, making us the target of everyone's ire, increasing our competition's difficulty. With our 10 against over 300 of them, I can already envision how arduous it will be once we enter the arena. Lin Chuan, noticing the expressions of his comrades, remained unfazed. What qualifications do you have to shout at me here? Think back to the previous 2 phases of assessment. How do my soldiers handle you? If you truly had the capability, you wouldn't be talking about uniting against us wolf pack. Of course, even if you unite, we are not afraid. If you have the guts, come at us together. However, in my eyes, one piece of trash is no different from a pile of trash. Hearing this, the fury of the crowd intensified. Yet, they had to admit he spoke the truth. After all, who could blame them for being outmatched? All right, let us see who is trash and who is a hero when we reach the arena. The crowd gritted their teeth, glaring at Lin Chuan and the other members of the wolf pack, determined to drag them down with them even in death. At that moment, Li Hao Yuan Shan and Zheng Jiajie squeezed through the crowd. Li Hao wore a half-smile, sitting next to Lin Chuan and giving him a thumbs up, teasing Lin Chuan. You're still the best. You've offended everyone right off the bat. Truly, you're the Lin Chuan we know. Yuan Shan chimed in. Exactly. Are you planning for your wolf pack of 10 to take on the entire field? Lin Chuan looked at the 3 of them, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, and replied coolly, You 3, stop pretending. Even if I didn't say anything, weren't you planning to unite against me? Upon hearing this, the smiles on their faces froze, staring blankly at Lin Chuan. How do you know this? Nonetheless, they maintained their facade of jest. Li Hao quickly waved his hand. Feigning innocence, Lin Chuan, don't say such nonsense. How could we unite against you? We are good brothers. Yuan Shan nodded vigorously. Exactly. Don't wrongfully accuse us. We're counting on you to go easy on us in the competition. Zheng Jiajie chuckled. Oh, we're all here to compete. Who has the time for such petty tricks? Lin Chuan observed their antics without exposing them, simply smiling. All right. I hope you can speak as fluently in the arena as you do now. At this moment, the transport aircraft jolted slightly, signaling their imminent arrival at the destination. The group temporarily ceased their quarrels, returning to their seats, preparing to face the forthcoming brutal competition. In the tense atmosphere, the transport aircraft gradually descended into the realm of the unknown. The cabin door opened slowly, and a damp breeze infused with the scent of grass and wood rushed in. This is the first update. 2 more chapters to come tonight. Chapter 48, Entering the Arena. Lin Chuan awakens, astonishing everyone. As the participants disembarked from the aircraft, they were greeted by a vast expanse of open ground where the relentless winds continued to howl, making it difficult for anyone to maintain their footing. The staff had already set up the drawing apparatus for the lottery. The announcement rang out, echoing across the desolate venue, though swiftly drowned out by the gusts. One by one, the contestants approached to draw lots, after which they were instructed to remain silent and refrain from any communication. Should anyone disclose their designated area, they would be immediately escorted away by the staff to be sedated and placed in their respective zones. Lin Chuan stepped forward and drew a slip of paper from the box, unfolding it to reveal Zone C3. Before he could ponder further, a staff member hurried over to escort him to a designated preparation area. There, he was outfitted in a suit equipped with special devices, which would emit smoke upon being struck by a bullet, signifying elimination. He was also handed a distress signal gun. Comrade Lin Chuan, this is a distress signal gun. If you find yourself in danger or feel overwhelmed, you may fire it, and we will come to your aid immediately. However, this also signifies your withdrawal from the competition. Do you understand? The referee stated solemnly. Lin Chuan accepted the signal gun, nodded, and secured it at his waist. He meticulously inspected the devices on his suit to ensure everything was functioning correctly. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the harsh white lights illuminated the faces of high-ranking officials and military leaders, all fixated on the screens, observing the contestants' every move. This confrontation would serve as a true test for these special forces. The head of headquarters remarked gravely, the preceding assessments were merely to ascertain their foundational capabilities. The pivotal question is whether these skills can be maintained in the heat of competition. Training is for battle. Training alone, without the capability to function in real combat, is of little use, he continued. Indeed, particularly with the Sirius Brigade, their performance in recent days has been nothing short of remarkable. I eagerly anticipate their performance in this contest, remarked General Li Changhai of the 7th Army Group, his eyes glimmering with expectation. However, the other units will not concede easily, and they will surely devise strategies to counter them, added the Chief of Staff from the 15th Army Group. I am curious how the various units will respond to the serious brigade, he mused. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances and then erupted into laughter, clearly sharing the sentiment of their subordinates. When faced with the soldiers of the serious brigade, there was no alternative but to form an alliance. While it may seem unjust to the soldiers of Sirius, such is the nature of warfare, acknowledging the futility of direct confrontation, one must enlist the help of an enemy to combat a stronger foe. Observing the amused expressions of the others, Wang He remained stoic, suppressing any remarks. After all, the disparity in strength was too great. Denying them the opportunity to ally would render the competition meaningless. It would be more pragmatic to simply award the Sirius soldiers outright. Yet, he too was keen to see if the soldiers of Sirius could translate their individual prowess into effective performance in the contest. As the discussion ensued, their gaze remained glued to the screens. In the preparation area, Lin Chuan noticed medical personnel approaching with a syringe, ready to administer anesthesia. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, broken only by the howling wind. Taking a deep breath, he rolled up his sleeve and calmly awaited the injection. The moment the needle pierced his skin, a slight sting coursed through him, swiftly followed by a chilling sensation spreading throughout his body. He felt his consciousness beginning to wane, and his body grew increasingly heavy. Simultaneously, all contestants were receiving their injections before being rapidly transported into the competition zone. Lin Chuan found himself enveloped in a haze. His mind clouded as if shrouded in thick fog. Vaguely, he sensed being lifted onto a helicopter, the roar of its engines intermittently resonating. Then, he succumbed to oblivion. In just 15 minutes, all participants had been delivered to the competition area. Yet, while others lay ensconced in the slumber induced by the anesthesia, Lin Chuan's brow furrowed slightly, and his fingers instinctively twitched after scarcely 20 minutes. His awareness began to resurface, bolstered by an indomitable will, as he fought to break free from the darkness. At last, Lin Chuan gradually opened his eyes, the blinding sunlight filtering through the dense foliage and casting a warm glow upon his face. He squinted, adjusting to the shifting light. The surroundings were eerily quiet. No one was in sight. Almost simultaneously with Lin Chuan's awakening, the monitoring room erupted in astonished silence as the images on the screen left everyone speechless. One of the military leaders sprang to his feet, hands braced on the table, eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? In under 20 minutes, Lin Chuan has awakened? General Li Changhai of the 7th Army Group nearly dropped his jaw in shock, his voice involuntarily rising an octave, reverberating through the monitoring room. This willpower is terrifying. How is he accomplishing this? The Chief of Staff of the 15th Army Group shook his head repeatedly, murmuring to himself. Lin Chuan of the Sirius Brigade is consistently redefining our understanding. If this were the battlefield, waking early would confer an immense advantage. The head referee, initially poised with a teacup, froze as he brought it to his lips, nearly spilling the contents. He stood in stunned silence for several seconds before muttering, "Goodness! The commander of Sirius is defying the odds. He has awakened a full 40 minutes early." In the observation areas, massive projection screens displayed real-time footage of the unfolding scene. Outside, the wind continued to howl, as if echoing the astonishment of this extraordinary event. Members of other units, previously engaged in casual conversation, fell silent as Lin Chuan's awakening appeared on the screens, the atmosphere thick with tension as if time itself had come to a standstill. 1 second, 2 seconds. Then, an eruption of gasps filled the air. "I can't believe it. He woke up so quickly? Is he even human?" A young soldier exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. They knew the Sirius Brigade was formidable, but they hadn't anticipated Lin Chuan's prowess to such an extent. How can this competition even proceed? Another soldier lamented, shaking his head in a blend of admiration and resignation. No wonder he leads the Sirius Brigade to such remarkable achievements. This willpower is undeniable, an old veteran remarked, his eyes brimming with respect. In the monitoring room, a military leader quickly called out to the technical staff, "Hurry, adjust the feed. Let us see which units contestants are surrounding Lin Chuan." Chapter 49. Lin Chuan strikes, a stunning first kill on the arena. The surveillance technicians, upon receiving their orders, moved their fingers rapidly across the keyboard. The images on the screen flickered swiftly, presenting various angles in a rapid succession. Within mere seconds, they accurately pinpointed the situation within a 500-meter radius of Lin Chuan. The footage revealed 3 other military competitors lying motionless on the ground, ensnared in the depths of drug-induced slumber. "We found them," the technician exclaimed. Within Lin Chuan's vicinity, there was a competitor from the 3rd Army Group's Cheetah Special Forces, another from the 9th Army Group's Eagle Special Forces, and yet another from the 11th Army Group's Wolf Special Forces. Inside the monitoring room, the commander of the 3rd Army Group, who had been sitting calmly, suddenly shifted to a grave demeanor, leaning forward with his hands gripping the armrests tightly. The chief of staff of the 9th Army Group sprang to his feet, his brow furrowed and his eyes filled with concern. Meanwhile, the deputy commander of the 11th Army Group paced nervously, muttering, "Please don't head in our direction." Please, the leaders of these 3 army groups were so tense that they dared not breathe, their eyes fixated on the screen, as if their gaze could alter Lin Chuan's trajectory of action. They all understood that, given Lin Chuan's prowess, even if those 3 sleeping competitors were to awaken, they would stand no chance against him. Lin Chuan rose, stretching his somewhat stiff body. At this moment, sunlight struggled to filter through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The surrounding trees loomed tall and lush, acting as natural barriers that shielded the cacophony of the outside world. Only the gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, producing a soft whisper. Occasionally, the calls of unknown birds punctuated the silence, adding an air of tranquility and mystery. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan inhaled the earthy scent of damp soil and the fresh aroma of greenery. His gaze lingered briefly in several directions before ultimately locking onto one, as he strode purposefully towards the position of the competitor from the 3rd Army Group's Cheetah Special Forces. Seeing this unfold, the commander of the 3rd Army Group was instantly filled with urgency, leaping to his feet and shouting, "Wake up! Hurry and run!" However, his cries were fated to go unheard by the sleeping competitor, as the surveillance cameras of this era lacked communication capabilities. The other military leaders, witnessing this scene, were initially taken aback before bursting into laughter. Commander Li Changhai of the 7th Army Group chuckled reassuringly, "Old Zhang, don't be anxious. It's unavoidable." Who knew Lin Chuan would wake up so early? The chief of staff of the 15th Army Group chimed in. Indeed, Lin Chuan is a wild card. Encountering him is a headache for anyone. Lin Chuan navigated swiftly through the dense jungle, the thick layer of fallen leaves crackling beneath his feet. His steps were light and steady, producing scarcely a sound. The surrounding shrubs occasionally brushed against his arms, leaving faint scratches, yet he paid them no heed. A squirrel, startled by his footsteps, quickly scampered up a nearby tree, watching him warily. At that moment, the observation area outside was crowded with spectators from various units, all gazing upwards at the enormous projection screen, enveloped in silence. In just about 10 minutes, Lin Chuan located the slumbering competitor from the 3rd Army Group's Cheetah Special Forces. That was astonishing. Lin Chuan is truly remarkable. To find someone in just 10 minutes, his reconnaissance and tracking skills are terrifying. It seems he is set to create another miracle in this competition. The murmurs of the audience crescendoed, while those within the monitoring room were equally astonished, shaking their heads in disbelief. Lin Chuan's every move was unexpected, and this was merely the beginning. He had already made an indelible impression. Indeed, as the competition progressed, there would be much to behold, though it remained uncertain how the other competitors would contend with someone of Lin Chuan's caliber. In the monitoring room, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen. The commander of the 3rd Army Group, expressing a sense of resignation, murmured, "It's over." "This is the end." Lin Chuan approached the competitor, crouching down without the slightest hesitation as he effortlessly removed the shoulder insignia from the training uniform. "Brother, please don't hold it against me. You can only blame your bad luck." With that, Lin Chuan held the insignia aloft before one of the cameras, shaking it slightly. After securing the insignia, Lin Chuan did not linger, but continued forward with purpose. At this moment, the sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting fragmented patterns on the ground, resembling shimmering golden scales. The atmosphere within the monitoring room grew tense once more. The technician's fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard, akin to a graceful dancer, as they rapidly retrieved information about Lin Chuan's ahead path. The images transitioned swiftly, locking onto another competitor lying on the ground, still in slumber. Report. A competitor from the 5th Army Group's Special Forces has been spotted 200 meters ahead of Lin Chuan. The technician's voice shattered the brief tranquility. The commander of the 5th Army Group, who had been silently relieved that his competitor had yet to attract Lin Chuan's attention, instantly lost his smile, replaced by an expression of anxiety and dread. He leaned forward, his gaze fixated on the screen, as if willing the sleeping competitor to awaken. The monitoring room was bathed in a harsh white light, and the clock on the wall ticked ominously, each tick resonating like a hammer on the heart of the commander of the 5th Army Group. Just as everyone assumed that the competitor would continue to sleep for a while longer, the screen displayed a shift. The competitor from the 5th Army Group's Black Panther Special Forces stirred slightly, as if subconsciously grasping at something. Then his brow furrowed, a pained expression crossing his face as he seemed to battle against the remnants of the anesthetic. His eyelids fluttered, and his eyes rolled beneath them restlessly. With a faint groan, he slowly opened his eyes. Initially dazed, his gaze was clouded, enveloped in a fog of confusion, rendering the surrounding environment foreign to him. His vision was unfocused as he stared blankly at the fragmented sky above, obscured by leaves, and only after several seconds did his focus sharpen, finally comprehending his surroundings. Witnessing this, the commander of the 5th Army Group let out a sigh of relief, repeatedly murmuring, "As long as he is awake, as long as he is awake. Hurry and run." Yet, what transpired next nearly made him faint with rage. Upon awakening, the competitor showed no inclination to flee. Instead, he strode boldly towards Lin Chuan. Furious, the commander of the 5th Army Group leapt to his feet, shouting at the screen, "You fool, where are you going? Hurry and run. Are you out of your mind?" The other military leaders erupted into laughter at this spectacle. Commander Li Changhai of the 7th Army Group jested, "Old Zhang, your subordinate is quite the character. While others are fleeing for their lives, he is heading straight towards danger." The Chief of Staff of the 15th Army Group concurred. "Indeed, this lad is courageous. But I wonder if he will maintain his composure upon encountering Lin Chuan." Outside the observation area, the spectators from various units also witnessed this scene, and the atmosphere erupted with excitement. What was this fellow thinking? Did he not realize Lin Chuan's prowess? Why was he approaching him? Is he foolish? Of course, he was aware of Lin Chuan's might, but he was oblivious to the fact that Lin Chuan was ahead of him. Perhaps he knew and sought to challenge Lin Chuan. It seemed a thrilling spectacle was imminent, and all awaited to see how he would react upon confronting Lin Chuan. A few minutes later, Lin Chuan encountered the contestant in an open area, surrounded by towering pine trees with straight trunks. The contestant instantly recognized Lin Chuan, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. His eyes widened in terror, and his face was etched with fear and astonishment. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled. Observing this scene, a subtle smile graced Lin Chuan's lips as he laughed lightly and leisurely pursued him. Though his speed appeared unhurried, he effortlessly navigated the optimal path, gradually closing the distance between them. As the contestant noticed Lin Chuan drawing nearer, he shouted while running, "Big brother, give me a chance. Please don't chase me. I just want to live another day." His voice quavered with a hint of desperation, rendering it quite comical. The audience, upon hearing this, could not help but burst into laughter. Yet, there was no malice in their mirth. After all, anyone faced with a competitor like Lin Chuan would instinctively wish to flee. This fellow was truly amusing, and it was no wonder that anyone would fear Lin Chuan. Indeed, Lin Chuan's prowess was evident to all, making the competition exceedingly daunting for others. In the monitoring room, the commander of the 5th Army sat slumped in his chair, utterly exasperated. "This kid is truly infuriating suddenly." The technician called out, "There are two more ahead. They have encountered each other. one from the 6th Army and one from the 5th. What? The moment those words were spoken, the high-ranking officials perked up. The chief of the 6th Army's expression shifted. Is our 6th Army member involved? Meanwhile, the commander of the 5th Army's eyes lit up. Quick, show me who it is. If there are still members from their army, perhaps they could join forces for a chance. The technician swiftly retrieved the footage. Upon recognizing the figures on the screen, the commander of the 5th Army rejoiced. It's Tan Yen, our unit's champion in combat. Tan Yen? The other officials were taken aback. I recall that during the combat assessment, he ranked second, only behind that female soldier from the Heavenly Wolf unit. That soldier had to exert considerable effort to narrowly defeat Tan Yen. The chief of the 6th Army, upon spotting his own soldier, exclaimed that S.R. Lei Hu, his combat skills are commendable. He secured 5th place in the assessment. At this, the two commanders exchanged glances, nearly in unison proclaiming, "There's a chance." The other military leaders grasped their implication. Indeed, there was a potential opportunity. If the three of them combined their strengths, they could possibly defeat Lin Chuan. Meanwhile, it was Wang He who began to feel anxious. A 1-against-3 scenario, especially with two being combat experts. Lin Chuan, please don't falter now. Before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there would be more updates. A wave of gifts and 5-star reviews would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 50. The three heroes battle Lin Chuan. Easily overpowered, the entire scene fell silent. In the dense jungle, dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, and the surroundings were tranquil, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects. Tan Yen from the 5th Army and Lei Hu from the 6th Army faced each other in a clearing, their gazes locked tightly, the atmosphere taut like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Tan Yen flexed his wrist, producing a crisp sound, and with a slight smirk, he provocatively said, "Lei Hu, it was one thing to lose to that female soldier from the Tianlang during the combat assessment, but today you 1T slipped through my fingers so easily." Tan Yen had always been confident in his abilities, and the defeat to the Tianlang female soldier remained a thorn in his side. Now, faced with Lei Hu, whose strength was slightly inferior to his, he was determined to claim victory. Lei Hu clenched his fist and scoffed. "Tan Yen, stop boasting. An assessment is one thing, but this is real combat. The outcome is far from certain." Although Lei Hu knew he ranked 5th in the combat assessment, behind Tan Yen, he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily on this unpredictable battlefield. The two exchanged tentative attacks, their footsteps stirring the fallen leaves with a soft, rustling sound. Suddenly, a commotion of hurried footsteps broke the tense standoff. Lin Chuan leisurely pursued a contestant from the 5th Army. The contestant, panicked and without a plan, dashed into the relatively open space of the forest. Coincidentally, Tan Yen and Lei Hu were confronting each other in this very spot. The sudden intrusion disrupted their tense focus, leaving both momentarily stunned, gazing at the newcomer in confusion. Tan Yen squinted and exclaimed with delight, "It's you? Huh. Lei Hu, you're finished now?" Upon hearing this, Lei Hu's expression changed. He recognized that his combat skills were already slightly below Tan Yan's. While defeating Tan Yen was not impossible with a bit of luck and desperation, the emergence of a new opponent complicated matters significantly. Inwardly, he thought, "This is bad. I'm in deep trouble." He understood that even if he faced Tan Yen alone, his chances of winning were slim, and if the two joined forces, he would have no chance of survival. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he subtly shifted his feet, preparing to escape. Just then, Lin Chuan appeared at the edge of the clearing. The moment the three of them spotted him, their faces turned pale, their eyes wide with fear. "Oh no!" The commander of Tianlang. Tan Yen couldn't help but shout at his fellow soldier. "What were you thinking? Bringing him here?" The 5th Army contestant gasped for breath. "Do you think I wanted this? I barely woke up and ran into this disaster. I turned to flee, and who knew you'd be here, too?" Lin Chuan paused upon seeing the three, then couldn't help but laugh. "Excellent. With 3 of you, I want to have to search everywhere for opponents. Having already obtained 1 insignia, capturing these 3 would secure him 4, enough to enter the top 100. The trio exchanged wary glances while whispering among themselves. Tan Yen was the first to speak. "Lin Chuan is too formidable. We'll never win if we fight him one-on-one. How about we form an alliance and take him down first? Lei Hu hesitated, but before he could respond, the contestant he was pursuing chimed in. Yes, that is our only chance. I refuse to be eliminated just like this. With a furrowed brow, Lei Hu felt torn. Even if we manage to defeat Lin Chuan together, what if they turn on me afterward? I don't want to escape one danger only to fall into another. Tan glanced at Lei Hu, understanding his concerns, and quickly assured him, as long as we take down Lin Chuan first, we promise not to harm you. Otherwise, we'll all be finished. This is a matter of life and death. We must unite against him. Lin Chuan watched them with a hint of mockery in his smile. He.S. right. If you don't join forces, none of you will escape. But even if you do unite, do you truly believe you can defeat me? After a moment of internal struggle, Lei Hu gritted his teeth and finally nodded in agreement. All right, let us join forces. But you better keep your word. The three slowly advanced towards Lin Chuan, attempting to encircle him. Noticing a sturdy branch nearby, Lei Hu seized it, gripping it tightly. Now I have a weapon. Let us see how arrogant you can still be. In the monitoring room, the atmosphere ignited with excitement. The commander of the 5th Army stood up, fists clenched, exclaiming, "This is going to be thrilling. Tan, give it your all. Crush Lin Chuan's arrogance." The chief of staff from the 6th Army also became tense, his eyes glued to the screen. Lei Hu, don't mess this up. This is your only chance to survive. You must seize it. Wang He, watching the screen, fumed. What kind of nonsense is this? 3 against 1. How shameless. The commanders of the 5th and 6th Armies chuckled at this remark. The 5th Army commander retorted, "Who told your people to be so formidable? We have no choice. This is strategy, you understand?" The 6th Army chief added, "Exactly, on the battlefield, results matter, not the method." However, General Li Changhai of the 7th Group Army shook his head. How would he be so sure? Judging by Lin Chuan's demeanor, he doesn't seem to regard these 3 as significant threats. Even if they team up, they might still not be his match. Lin Chuan is not someone to be trifled with. The audience was abuzz with speculation. Could Lin Chuan withstand the combined assault of 3? It seemed uncertain. It's hard to say. Lin Chuan is indeed powerful, but these 3 are no slouches either. After all, during the previous assessments, we only witnessed the prowess of that female soldier from Tianlang. This Lin Chuan might excel in other areas, but in combat, it's not guaranteed he can hold his own. As the 3 finally surrounded Lin Chuan, they launched their attack simultaneously. Tan was the first to strike, dashing forward with a fierce straight punch aimed squarely at Lin Chuan's face, the air whistling with the force of his blow. Lei Hu followed suit, swinging the branch from the side to block Lin Chuan's escape. The contestant, cautiously maneuvering behind Lin Chuan, sought the perfect moment to kick him in the back while muttering, "I refuse to believe 3 of us can't take you down." In the face of their combined assault, Lin Chuan remained unfazed. He slightly tilted his body, effortlessly dodging Tan's punch, while his arm shot out to precisely block Lei Hu's swinging branch. The impact resonated loudly, but it failed to harm him in the slightest. In one swift motion, Lin Chuan spun around, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick that connected with the contestant's chest. The contestant screamed, "Ah!" as he was sent flying, crashing to the ground and struggling to rise, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How can he be this strong?" Tan, witnessing this, felt a jolt of fear but did not relent. He leaped into the air, executing a flying kick and shouting, "I refuse to believe you can dodge again." Lin Chuan smirked slightly, standing his ground as he reached out to catch Tan's kick effortlessly. With a powerful toss, Tan was flung away, landing and rolling several times before groaning, "What the hell? Is this even human strength?" Seizing the opportunity while Lin Chuan dealt with Tan, Lei Hu tightened his grip on the branch and, summoning all his strength, swung it towards Lin Chuan's head, shouting, "Die!" Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed as he sidestepped the blow and swiftly closed the distance, delivering a heavy punch to Lei Hu's abdomen. Lei Hu felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, as if his very organs had been displaced. Foam escaped his lips as he relinquished his grip on the wooden stick, collapsing onto the ground, weakly uttering, "I concede, the disparity is simply too vast." In just a few minutes, Lin Chuan had effortlessly brought all three opponents to their knees. Standing before them, Lin Chuan maintained an expression of serene composure. He first approached the fifth military contestant he had sent flying. The man lay groaning in agony on the ground. Lin Chuan leaned down and deftly removed his shoulder insignia with a swift motion. Next, he turned to Tan Yin, whose face was filled with resentment. Yet he found himself powerless to resist, watching helplessly as Lin Chuan stripped him of his insignia. Finally, Lin Chuan stood before Lei, who had shut his eyes in despair. With a simple motion, Lin Chuan removed his insignia as well, rising to his feet and holding the three insignias in his hand. In a monitoring room, everyone was rendered speechless, stunned into silence. After several seconds, the commander of the 5th military stammered, How is this possible? 3 against 1, and they were so easily defeated. What on earth happened with Tan Yin and the others? The chief of staff from the 6th military was equally astonished. Murmuring to himself, Lin Chuan's strength is simply otherworldly. Lei Hu is utterly useless, unable to withstand even a single attack. Ha! What does it matter if 3 of them joined forces? They were still vanquished in an instant. Ha! Wang Yi laughed triumphantly. The head of headquarters wore a resigned smile, acknowledging, when faced with a freak like Lin Chuan, you might as well accept your fate. The leaders from other military factions shook their heads in disbelief, inwardly praying that their own soldiers would never encounter Lin Chuan. If they could just get through the first round and advance to the second, perhaps there's still hope. The audience in the observation area erupted in excitement. I told you Lin Chuan could do it. He is the chief instructor of the Heavenly Wolf. Products of Heavenly Wolf are bound to be exceptional, absolutely incredible. His strength is simply phenomenal. 3 opponents are not enough to challenge him. Lin Chuan is truly a war god descended to earth. Chapter 51, The Final Showdown. Lin Chuan climbs the cliff, ambushed by a surprise attack. Over 6,000 words. With 4 shoulder insignias in hand, Lin Chuan sat contentedly beneath a large tree. Finding a comfortable position, leaning against the trunk, he stretched lazily and wore a faintly satisfied smile. 4 shoulder insignias were sufficient to secure a place among the top 100. With the remaining time, he could indulge in a well-deserved rest. He lightly closed his eyes, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Several hours slipped by quietly as Lin Chuan immersed himself in this brief respite. Surrounding him, the jungle was serene and harmonious, with only the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. However, this peace was abruptly shattered by an unexpected intruder. A competitor approached cautiously, noticing Lin Chuan with his eyes shut, mistakenly believing he had found an opportunity. A flicker of delight surged within him. Lin Chuan, so you were careless too. Let's see if I can snatch your insignia this time. He treaded lightly, inching closer to Lin Chuan. Meanwhile, the spectators in the observation area watched the scene unfold on the big screen. Someone is about to ambush Lin Chuan, an astute audience member exclaimed. Instantly, the observation area erupted in a frenzy. Is this fellow out his mind? He dares to ambush Lin Chuan. Another remarked. Indeed, Lin Chuan is not someone to be trifled with. He is merely asking for trouble. Not necessarily. Haven't you seen Lin Chuan resting with his eyes closed? What if he's let his guard down? One observer scoffed. Come on, would you relax your vigilance in such an environment? Especially against a master like Lin Chuan? Just watch. That guy will surely regret poking the tiger. The audience buzzed with astonishment and curiosity, eager to witness the unfolding drama. In the monitoring room, the atmosphere grew tense. The commanding officer of the competitor's unit saw this scene and was instantly infuriated. He sprang from his seat, slamming his palm against the table, exclaiming, Has this fool lost his mind? Why provoke Lin Chuan? Does he not know of Lin Chuan's prowess? This is utter nonsense. The top brass from other military divisions exchanged incredulous glances. Your soldier is quite audacious. Most would wish for a third leg to flee upon seeing Lin Chuan. Yet he willingly walks into danger, believing the slumbering tiger lacks combat capability. The senior officers shook their heads in dismay, some revealing expressions of anticipation for the spectacle to come. While Wang Yi harbored confidence in Lin Chuan, he felt an inkling of worry. What if Lin Chuan was indeed careless? On sight, Lin Chuan had long sensed the approaching figure, but maintained his guise of repose, exuding an air of calm confidence. Let him enjoy his moment of arrogance. I shall see what tricks he has up his sleeve. As the competitor drew nearer, his breaths quickened, his eyes gleaming with greed. When he was but a few steps away from Lin Chuan, he lunged forward, dagger aimed at Lin Chuan's neck. Just as the blade neared its target, Lin Chuan sprang into action. His movements were as swift as lightning. He pivoted effortlessly, evading the lethal strike. Simultaneously, his arm clamped down like a vice on the assailant's wrist. Did you think I would be so easily ambushed? Lin Chuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. The competitor's face drained of color as he struggled in vain, realizing his wrist was firmly grasped by Lin Chuan, rendering him powerless. No, this cannot be, he cried in terror, despair lacing his voice. Without granting him a moment's respite, Lin Chuan twisted forcefully, a sharp crack echoing as the competitor's wrist erupted in agony, the dagger clattering to the ground. Following this, Lin Chuan delivered a swift kick to the competitor's knee, sending him crashing to the ground. Looking down on him, Lin Chuan coldly remarked, "If your strength is lacking, do not entertain thoughts of trickery." With that, he plucked the competitor's insignia and pushed him down. Ugh, damn it, I miscalculated. The competitor slumped to the ground, a mask of regret on his face. Lin Chuan observed the retreating figure with a smile, repositioning himself beneath the tree to continue his respite. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the confrontation area, the jungle was lush and verdant, sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting fragmented shadows on the ground like glimmering golden scales. Chun Jiao cautiously navigated through this interplay of light and shadow, her gaze sharp, leaving no corner unchecked. Suddenly, a faint rustle ahead caused Chun Jiao to halt, pressing her body against a sturdy tree. The rough bark against her back heightened her alertness. Two male competitors emerged from the thicket, and upon spotting Chun Jiao, their faces broke into condescending smirks. Well, if it isn't a female soldier from the wolf pack. One tall competitor mocked. What is a girl like you doing here? Hand over your insignia, and we might let you off easy. Though their words were dismissive, both men remained cautious. After all, they had heard tales of the wolf pack's female soldiers being fiercer than their male counterparts. While the one who secured the combat championship was not Chun Jiao, it did not imply that she was any less formidable. Chun Jiao scoffed, her eyes sharpening with determination. You two are not worthy. With that, she flexed her wrist, adopting a combat stance. In the monitoring room, discussions erupted. The commander of the 3rd Army frowned, stating, though Chun Jiao hails from the wolf pack, she is still a female soldier. Can she hold her own against two male competitors? Li Changhai, commander of the 7th Army, chuckled and shook his head. Do not underestimate the wolf pack soldiers. You have witnessed their strength in previous assessments. Indeed, another high-ranking officer chimed in. Previously, that seemingly frail girl, Lu Xiaoro, exhibited combat prowess superior to that of her male counterparts. This Chun Jiao may very well match her. At that moment, the headquarters chief turned to the commander of the competitor's unit and inquired, what is the combat capability of these two soldiers? The commander replied, one participated in the combat assessment and secured 8th place. The other, I'm less familiar with. 8th place? Wang Yi narrowed his eyes. If Chun Jiao possesses combat skills akin to Lu Xiaoro's, she should be fine. But what if she does not? Huh, old Wang, it seems your unit is finally in for a challenge, Li Changhai chuckled. Wang Yi feigned calmness, retorting, humph. Our wolf pack excels at overcoming the odds. Just two male soldiers? Our female soldiers shall not falter. Ha ha, let us see then. The audience in the observation area was abuzz with excitement. Chun Jiao looks so slender and small. Can she really take on those two big men? A young soldier voiced his concern. I have my doubts. Those two male competitors look formidable, another chimed in. Meanwhile, the tall competitor took the initiative, roaring as he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Chun Jiao's face. The wind from his punch whistled ominously, seemingly intent on knocking Chun Jiao down with a single strike. Chun Jiao's gaze sharpened. She slightly angled her body, effortlessly evading the fierce blow. Seizing the moment as her opponent's force waned, she swiftly raised her knee, driving it forcefully into the tall competitor's abdomen. He let out a grunt, instinctively bending forward. How is it possible that this woman reacts so swiftly? The tall contestant, with a look of sheer astonishment, gazes incredulously at Chen Jiao. The disdainful expression that once adorned his face now bears a hint of panic. Observing this, another shorter contestant rushes in from the side, swinging his robust arms, attempting to tackle Chen Jiao and bring her crashing to the ground. Chen Jiao, however, responds with remarkable agility. She forcefully pushes the taller contestant away, using the resulting momentum to swiftly rotate her body. Executing a stunning spinning kick aimed at the shorter contestant's head, he hastily raises his arms to block, but with a resounding thud. Chen Jiao's foot strikes his arm with immense force, sending him staggering backward, his arm throbbing with pain. Such strength! Could she truly be a female soldier? The shorter contestant rubs his aching arm, his face a canvas of shock and fear. A fleeting glance exchanged with the taller contestant reveals a shared desire to flee. Regaining his composure, the taller contestant charges at Chen Jiao once more, this time altering his strategy to a barrage of relentless punches raining down upon her. Yet Chen Jiao, nimble as ever, dodges and weaves through his attacks, seeking the perfect moment to counter. Suddenly, seizing an opening as the taller contestant throws a punch, she lunges forward, driving her elbow forcefully into his throat. Instantly, his face flushes crimson, gasping for air as he stumbles back, hands clutching his throat. This woman is far too formidable. We are no match for her. Retreat. He gasps, calling out to his shorter counterpart. Seeing his ally in distress ignites a furious determination in the shorter contestant, who recklessly charges in once more. A confident smile graces Chen Jiao's lips as she waits for him to close in, then suddenly crouches down, driving her shoulder hard into his abdomen while simultaneously pulling on his arms with all her might. The shorter contestant is yanked off his feet, soaring through the air and landing heavily on the ground, rolling in agony. "Brother, I can't move. Is this woman a monster?" he cries, his voice steeped in despair. In less than a minute, both male contestants lie prostrate on the ground, incapacitated. The audience watching from the sidelines gasps in awe. Chen Jiao is incredible. Her strength surpasses that of many male soldiers. Indeed, we underestimated her before. What a grave error. This is simply astonishing. In the monitoring room, the commander of the 3rd Army Group can hardly contain his astonishment. What did I tell you? Not a single soldier of Tianlang is weak. Ha ha ha. See how proud you are now. Witness the prowess of our female soldiers. Wang Yi cannot help but beam with pride. The commanders of the 2 contestants' respective armies were expressions of wry amusement, astonished at how woefully inadequate their soldiers appear in the face of Tianlong's might. The headquarters chief inquires of the monitoring personnel, what is the status of the other Tianlang members? After conferring with the technical staff and judges, the monitoring personnel promptly reporting to the chief, our surveillance indicates that none of the other Tianlang members have been eliminated, and each has at least taken down one opponent, securing at least one shoulder insignia. The headquarters chief nods, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. The Tianlang unit truly lives up to its esteemed reputation. The commanders of the other armies can only shake their heads in resigned amusement. In the first phase, eliminating even one member of Tianlang is akin to scaling a mountain. Now, their hopes rest solely on the second phase. As night falls, the previously tranquil sky suddenly transforms. A fierce wind, like an enraged beast, rampages through the forest, emitting a chilling howl that sends trees swaying perilously. Torrential rain pours down in relentless sheets, splashing against the ground and quickly forming puddles that blanket the terrain, enveloping the entire forest in a curtain of rain. What on earth is this weather? One contestant shivers, cursing under his breath. The officials must be doing this on purpose, knowing full well there would be such weather, yet still holding this competition at this time. They are deliberately increasing our difficulties. Exactly. We haven't eaten all day, and now with this dreadful weather, who can endure? Another contestant laments. Within the monitoring room, discussions about the inclement weather abound. The chief of the 15th Army Group frowns, stating, "This weather has shifted far too rapidly. The impact on the contestants is significant." Indeed, says Li Changhai, commander of the 7th Army Group. This not only tests their physical endurance, but also their sheer willpower. The spectators also murmur amongst themselves. The rain is simply too heavy. The contestants must be suffering immensely. One observes, concern etched across their face. The wind howls fiercely. It feels as though the trees might be uprooted. How can those contestants compete? Another concurs. This weather is the final nail in the coffin. They are cold and hungry. I truly wonder if they can hold out, mutters a veteran, shaking his head. The first phase quietly passes amidst the storm, with no signs of improvement in the weather. The wind continues to howl, and the rain pours down. At that moment, the wired loudspeakers positioned throughout the area crackle to life with the voice of the judges. The first phase assessment has concluded. We will now announce the names of the top 100 contestants from each unit. After reading the names, the judges continue. Within 10 minutes, there will be airdropped weaponry. Due to the weather conditions, the airdrop may deviate by 100 to 200 meters. Please track and retrieve your equipment accordingly. This announcement sends shockwaves through both the monitoring room and the observation area. This dreadful weather will greatly affect the airdrop. The commander of the 5th Army Group expresses concern. Moreover, it is impossible to have so many transport planes flying simultaneously. Some contestants will undoubtedly receive their airdrop late. Receiving weapons late in this fiercely competitive match is a severe disadvantage, concurs the Chief of Staff of the 6th Army. Those who obtain weapons first may very well take advantage of the time to eliminate more opponents. Even as it nears 7 o'clock in the morning. The northern winter typically only sees daylight by 7:30, and with the inclement weather, the sky remains shrouded in darkness. 10 minutes later, the airdrop commences. Massive transport planes struggle to navigate the storm, their bodies swaying perilously as they emit creaking sounds, as though they might disintegrate at any moment. The cargo doors slowly open, and box after box of weaponry is pushed out into the tempest. Some airdrop boxes deviate by around 100 meters due to the wind, landing beside a muddy swamp, with one corner of the box sinking into the mire. Others veer by as much as 200 meters, plummeting straight into a rushing creek, instantly swept away by the current. Even those that land on relatively flat ground find the surrounding area treacherously muddy and slippery due to the rain, forcing contestants to tread carefully with every step, lest they slip. Contestants positioned far from the airdrop can only watch in anxious desperation, silently praying they can soon locate suitable weaponry to maintain their edge in the forthcoming competition. As the airdrop boxes descend, plumes of red smoke erupt across the ground. The vibrant red stands out starkly against the oppressive gray of the rain, akin to warning lights igniting in the dark. The wind continues to rage, and the heavy raindrops, propelled by the gale, strike the ground like bullets, sending sprays of water soaring into the air. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a thick curtain of mist, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. The crowd observing the scene erupted into chaos. What is this red smoke? Isn't it exposing everyone's position? A young soldier exclaimed. Indeed, what were the officials thinking? Now everyone must exercise caution. Surely, many will pursue trouble drawn by the red smoke. The focus shifted to Lin Chuan. A fierce wind howled, echoing through the valley like the growls of ferocious beasts. Due to the treacherous terrain and the harsh effects of the storm, an airdrop box landed precariously on a branch of an extremely steep mountainside cliff. The cliff was nearly vertical, with an alarming incline of 70 to 80 degrees. The craggy surface glimmered coldly, as sharp rocks reflected the rain's relentless assault, resembling countless blades. The surrounding stones, eroded by the rain over time, became exceedingly slippery, clothed in moss that rendered them as treacherous as ice. The trees at the cliff's edge swayed violently in the gale, their trunks contorting into grotesque shapes, as if they could be uprooted at any moment and plunge into the abyss below. A dense fog enveloped the valley, obscuring its depths. Occasionally, eerie calls of unknown birds pierced through the storm, adding an air of foreboding and terror. Oh my heavens, how can we retrieve that? The audience gasped at the sight. Wang He's face turned as pale as a ghost. His hands gripped the armrests of his seat tightly, knuckles whitening from exertion. Lin Chuan, please don't take any risks, he murmured repeatedly, his eyes brimming with anxiety and concern. This is far too dangerous. In such weather, climbing a cliff could lead to disaster. A terrified spectator shouted. Indeed, the difficulty is insurmountable. If it were me, I wouldn't dare attempt it, another person concurred. Lin Chuan glanced at the mountainside cliff, then surveyed the harsh environment around him. Rain streamed down his cheeks, seeping into his collar, sending shivers through him. The fierce wind tugged at his frame, as though trying to pull him into the depths of despair. He shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile creeping across his lips. It appeared he had no choice but to ascend. As the audience observed Lin Chuan preparing to scale the cliff, an eerie silence fell over the viewing area, soon followed by a fervent discussion. Is he really going to climb? That is utterly insane. This is a matter of life and death. Climbing in such weather is perilous. Worry etched across everyone's faces, their eyes glued to the screen, fearful of missing any moment. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, a competitor swiftly gathered his gear. As he readied himself to pursue his next target, he suddenly noticed the red smoke rising in Lin Chuan's direction. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes, a smirk forming on his lips. A target had presented itself. He dashed toward the red smoke, each step splashing through the muddy ground, stirring up clouds of muck. In the monitoring room, technicians quickly identified the rapidly moving competitor and promptly switched to that feed. The onlookers gasped at the sight. The commander of the Fifth Army, recognizing a participant from his own unit, burst into boisterous laughter. Ha! Now we have an entertaining spectacle. Lin Chuan, let us see how arrogant you remain. This is a splendid opportunity for revenge. Wang He, witnessing this, was immediately incensed. He furiously pointed at the screen, shouting, "You're taking advantage of someone in peril. How shameless!" "Oh, come now, old Wang, what do you mean by that? A sneak attack is a fundamental skill for special forces. Otherwise, what are we trained for in behind enemy lines combat?" The commander of the Fifth Army retorted with a chuckle. Wang He scoffed, "Don't celebrate too soon. In this weather, your soldier's aim may be compromised." Other army leaders expressed a mix of disappointment and disapproval. The audience outside also witnessed this unfolding drama, igniting further debate. This is utterly unfair. One is climbing a cliff while the other resorts to ambush. Yes, how can this be considered contest? It lacks integrity. What if he hits Lin Chuan? One misstep could send him tumbling from the mountainside. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan began his ascent. His hands gripped the protrusions of the rocks tightly. The icy surfaces cut into his palms, while rainwater cascaded down his arms, rendering his grip increasingly slippery. His feet sought support on the slick stones. For other competitors, this cliff would pose a formidable challenge. However, for Lin Chuan, it was akin to climbing an ordinary cliff. Thus, his rapid ascent astonished the audience and the officials in the monitoring room alike. Witnessing Lin Chuan's adept and steady climbing technique, they finally understood why he dared to take such risks. The wind howled, battering his body, striving to dislodge him from the cliff. The audience held their breath, hearts racing, eyes fixated on the screen, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Upon arrival, the Fifth Army competitor instantly recognized Lin Chuan, the member of Team Tianlang. Scaling the cliff, a glint of madness ignited in his eyes, excitement coursing through him as he trembled with anticipation. He quickly found a concealed position, readied his weapon, and began to aim at Lin Chuan. His fingers slowly tightened on the trigger. Chapter 52, Dancing on the Edge. Lin Chuan stuns the audience. Lin Chuan's hands gripped the cold, jagged rocks of the cliff with an intensity that rendered his palms nearly numb. The frigid stone felt like ice, and rainwater cascaded down his arms, chilling him to the bone. The fierce wind roared like a wild stallion, howling mercilessly as it whipped around him, driving torrential raindrops that struck him like bullets, each drop seemingly imbued with immense weight. The sky was shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, pressing down as if to engulf the entire world in darkness and despair. The surrounding forest swayed violently in the tempest, trees creaking ominously, threatening to uproot at any moment. As he focused intently on his ascent, a sharp alert from the system echoed in his mind, signaling imminent danger. The piercing sound caused his complexion to shift dramatically. In that instant, he felt a lethal threat bearing down upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chuan twisted his body sharply, leaping sideways with the agility of a nimble monkey. He exerted force from his waist, tracing an arc through the air. Simultaneously, his arm shot out, grasping a protruding rock nearby, stabilizing his form. Just as he vacated his previous position, a bullet whizzed past, grazing the fabric of his clothing before embedding itself into the rock beside him. "Oh my God!" The commander of the 3rd Army Group jolted to his feet in the monitoring room, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This is too perilous," exclaimed Li Chuan, the commander of the 7th Army Group, his forehead beaded with perspiration. "Damn it! How dare your soldiers fire while Lin Chuan is still halfway up the mountain? What if he falls?" Wang He, the commander of the 5th Army, scolded. This is an assessment, and besides, Lin Chuan hasn't fallen." The 5th Army commander stammered. The audience in the observation area erupted into a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. "He dared to evade like that? Isn't he afraid of falling? It's terrifying." A young soldier quivered, covering his mouth. "Lin Chuan's reflexes are astonishing. Anyone else would have been hit and eliminated by now," an old soldier remarked, still shaken. "I wonder how many more bullets he can dodge." The 5th Army contestant, witnessing the first bullet miss its mark, felt a flicker of frustration cross his gaze. He quickly adjusted his aim, resolutely squeezing the trigger once more. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed through the stormy valley, intertwining with the sounds of wind and rain, heightening the tension. In the face of the relentless barrage, Lin Chuan displayed remarkable reflexes and physical prowess. At the sound of the second shot, he bent his knees and forcefully propelled himself against the cliff wall, launching into the air like a cannonball. Mid-flight, he twisted his body, allowing the bullet to zip past him. His feet landed precisely on a narrow, rocky ledge, and with a deft push, he leaped again, curling his body to evade the 3rd bullet. Upon landing, he knelt on one knee, swiftly pushing off with his other foot like a cheetah, darting behind a nearby rock as the bullet struck the spot he had just vacated, sending fragments flying. On the cliff, Lin Chuan weaved left and right, his movements ghostly and fluid, narrowly avoiding each bullet. Each evasion sent the hearts of the commanding officers in the monitoring room and the audience in the observation area racing. This level of dodging is beyond human capability. The chief of the 9th Army Group marveled. The 5th Army contestant, witnessing his shots consistently miss, turned pale with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. "How is this possible?" he bellowed, filled with shock and frustration. Lin Chuan's acute sense of danger was astonishing. He dodged one bullet after another. The audience began fervently discussing his uncanny ability. "It's as if he can foresee the trajectory of the bullets. In real combat, that would be terrifying," they marveled, each voice adding to the admiration for Lin Chuan's perceptive capabilities. Recognizing that continuing his climb to retrieve the airdrop was no longer feasible amidst the enemy's frenzied shooting, Lin Chuan made a swift decision to abandon the airdrop and began to descend the cliff rapidly. Rain battered his face, blurring his vision, while the rocks beneath his feet were slick and treacherous, each step fraught with peril. Yet, with unwavering resolve and exceptional skill, he maneuvered downward, soon disappearing into the dense forest below. In the woods, the wind tossed branches about chaotically. Intertwined vines danced wildly in the storm, while the ground was a quagmire of mud, ready to swallow a careless step. Lin Chuan navigated through this hostile environment, which simultaneously served as his natural shield. The 5th Army contestant pursued closely, firing continuously at Lin Chuan's fleeting shadow. Yet it seemed Lin Chuan was always a step ahead, deftly predicting the bullets' paths and evading them at critical moments, leaving his opponent's shots futile. Damn, is he equipped with radar? How does he evade so precisely? The 5th Army contestant seethed, cursing as he continued to shoot in vain. Ultimately, he was forced to abandon the gunfire, quickening his pace to close in for a closer confrontation with Lin Chuan. Spotting a dense thicket, Lin Chuan swiftly dove into its embrace. The underbrush was a chaotic tangle of branches and leaves, forming a natural barrier. Rainwater dripped continuously from the foliage onto him, yet he remained motionless, holding his breath and awaiting the enemy's approach. The howling wind battered the thicket, causing it to sway violently, effectively masking Lin Chuan's faint breaths and heartbeat. The thick carpet of fallen leaves and decaying vegetation, mixed with rainwater, emitted a pungent odor, obstructing any potential scent tracking by the Fifth Army contestant. Furthermore, the dim light rendered even night vision equipment ineffective, significantly narrowing the field of vision and complicating the search efforts of the Fifth Army contestant. As the Fifth Army contestant closed in, he paused, scanning the area. The wind howled, threatening to knock him off balance, while the rain blurred his sight, making his search increasingly arduous. Squinting in the dim light, he strained to discern his surroundings, his gun slowly tracking his gaze. Each step through the mud was laborious, producing squelching sounds that hindered his ability to detect subtle movements. In the monitoring room, technicians captured Lin Chuan's hidden position through the surveillance cameras. Upon seeing this, the Fifth Army commander shouted in urgency, "There! Over there! Are you blind?" His voice rose sharply with agitation. The other commanding officers chuckled at his distress. "No need to be so worked up. They can't hear your orders from here," one teased. "Indeed, your anxiety won't help. Just watch how your men perform," another chimed in. Their banter only heightened the Fifth Army commander's anxiety, his face turning crimson. While he also appeared tense, his fists clenching involuntarily. Currently, Lin Chuan was unarmed. The enemy possessed night vision equipment, and if Lin Chuan failed to conceal himself adequately, he could easily be discovered. At such a close range, even Lin Chuan's considerable skills would struggle to evade the enemy's fire. The headquarters commander held his breath, intently watching. If Lin Chuan could evade capture this time, he would truly be remarkable. He was both an offensive and defensive force. I could hardly conceive of any strategy that could defeat him. Beside him, a senior general nodded in agreement. Indeed, such skill renders one invincible, no matter the context. Meanwhile, in the observation area, Lin Chuan's ability to conceal himself was indeed impressive, managing to hide so effectively. However, the observational skills of the candidate from the Fifth Army were alarmingly deficient, failing to detect him despite their proximity. A discussion ensued regarding Lin Chuan's camouflage prowess and the candidate's lack of discernment. Do you think it's easy to locate him? The environment within is vastly different from what we perceive here. The harsh weather, compounded by psychological pressures, significantly impairs observational judgment. The Fifth Army's candidate searched frantically around the thicket where Lin Chuan lay concealed, passing within a mere 5 meters of him without the slightest awareness of his presence. The fierce winds continued to howl, and the rain persisted, seemingly aiding Lin Chuan's concealment. The Fifth Army commander, witnessing this scene from the monitoring room, erupted in fury. Incompetence. How can you not see him from such a short distance? What are you doing? His furious shouts reverberated through the control room. To be continued in the next chapter. Updated by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Chapter 53. The forces begin to unite against the Celestial Wolf. A grand chapter of 4,000 words. The soldiers of the Fifth Army circled the thicket several times, yet they could not uncover Lin Chuan's whereabouts. Cursing under their breath, raindrops cascaded down their cheeks, mingling with sweat and frustration. Their steps grew heavy and sluggish, and the gun in their hands hung limply, vigilance at an all-time low. At that moment, Lin Chuan sprang into action. Like a long-hidden cheetah, he burst forth from the underbrush with a speed that left no time for reaction. His figure flickered through the storm, instantly appearing behind the Fifth Army soldier. Lin Chuan's arm, akin to a rigid iron clamp, constricted around the adversary's neck, pulling him backward. Simultaneously, a sharp wooden branch pressed against the soldier's throat, the icy touch rendering him instantly immobile. "You are finished." Lin Chuan's voice echoed through the tempest. The soldier's eyes widened in horror, his face etched with fear and despair. His body stiffened, and the gun slipped from his grasp, splashing into the mud below. "No, this is impossible," he cried out in anguish, his tone rife with disbelief. "Haven't you caught me? I refuse to accept this." He struggled desperately, thrashing his legs and clawing at Lin Chuan's arm, his nails turning white from exertion, yet it was all in vain. "Why did I come to provoke you? I am such a fool," he lamented, his expression contorted with regret, rain striking his face like tears of remorse. Inside the monitoring room, The commander of the 5th Army witnessed this scene as if struck by lightning. He leapt from his chair, slamming his palms onto the table, sending documents swirling into the air. This is impossible. How could this boy be so incompetent? His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes nearly ablaze with fury. He faltered at the crucial moment. It infuriates me. The other commanders of the group armies were equally astounded, some unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. Lin Chuan's reaction speed and timing are extraordinary, exclaimed Li Chuan, the commander of the 7th Army, his eyes wide with admiration. Indeed, the 5th Army soldier was subdued before he even realized it. Lin Chuan is remarkable, nodded the chief of staff of the 15th Army. The audience in the observation area erupted in excitement, their gasps and cheers resonating throughout the venue. Lin Chuan is incredible. That move was so stylish, a young soldier exclaimed, jumping up and waving his arms. Just moments ago, that 5th Army soldier had been so arrogant. Now, he was effortlessly subdued by Lin Chuan. It was a source of great satisfaction. Nearby, an old veteran wore a look of exhilaration. After restraining the 5th Army soldier, Lin Chuan swiftly collected his gear, slinging it over his back. He checked the equipment, ensuring everything was in order before preparing to vacate this perilous location. However, at that very instant, a competitor on a high point several hundred meters away cautiously approached. This competitor had heard the rapid gunfire and, curious, had made his way over. As he peered through his binoculars from 300 meters away, his complexion drained of color upon spotting Lin Chuan. "It's Lin Chuan," he exclaimed, excitement lacing his voice. Before the competition began, their commander had repeatedly emphasized that unless with a teammate, upon encountering the celestial wolf, one must prioritize escape. Instinctively, the competitor sought to turn and flee but hesitated, unwilling to concede. After all, he was hidden while Lin Chuan was exposed. Therefore, if he could take a shot at him, even if he missed, he could withdraw without peril, couldn't he? With that thought, he steeled himself, seeking the optimal position. He dared not approach too closely, content to test Lin Chuan's defenses from a distance. A glimmer of hope danced across his face. After all, at such a distance, Lin Chuan might not spot him. It was worth a try. He swiftly set up his rifle, adjusted the scope, and placed his finger gently on the trigger. In the monitoring room, the technicians quickly brought this scene to light. "Report to the commander. Another soldier has locked onto Lin Chuan, distance 300 meters. The technician's voice shattered the brief tranquility of the monitoring room. Upon hearing this, the 5th Army commander, previously enraged, displayed a flicker of anticipation. His gaze fixated on the screen, muttering, "He must hit, he must hit." 3 of their soldiers had already fallen to Lin Chuan. Now, he could only hope for a special forces soldier from another unit to avenge them. The other commanders watched the screen with tense expressions, concern etched on their faces. Lin Chuan had just dealt with one adversary, and now another was on the way. This could spell trouble. The commander of the 3rd Army frowned, worry evident in his demeanor. The audience in the observation area also took note of this unfolding drama, the atmosphere growing tense as silence fell. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the large screen. "It's over. Lin Chuan is about to be in danger," a spectator murmured, anxiety written all over his face. "Don't get your hopes up. Lin Chuan was hit while on the hillside. Do you think he could be now on the flat ground?" Someone countered, "That's not certain. A person's instinct for danger isn't always accurate," another retorted. In the meantime, the competitor wore a smug smile. "Lin Chuan, let us see how you evade this." He smirked, confident in his ability to outmaneuver the famed soldier from such a distance. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. Lin Chuan, having just finished organizing his equipment and preparing to leave, was suddenly alerted by the danger warning from the system. Without a moment's pause, his body reacted like lightning. He twisted his body in a manner that defied human biomechanics, contorting his upper body at an unusual angle while his legs pushed off the ground, launching him diagonally backward like a coiled spring. In midair, he adjusted his posture as gracefully as a swallow's, his right hand flinging the recently acquired backpack to the side. Utilizing the weight and momentum of the bag, he altered his trajectory, allowing the whizzing bullet to graze mere centimeters from him. Upon landing, he did not pause for an instant. With a light touch of his toes on the ground, he propelled himself upwards again, executing a 360-degree spin, resembling a rapidly rotating top, making it difficult for the enemy to pinpoint his location. As he spun, his keen eyes rapidly scanned the environment, listening intently to discern the enemy's position. In the monitoring room, the observers were left speechless by Lin Chuan's extraordinary evasive maneuvers. The Fifth Army commander's anticipation morphed into sheer astonishment. His mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg, his face a canvas of disbelief. Is this even possible for a human to do? Li Chuan, the commander of the Seventh Army, murmured in shock, his eyes wide as saucers, glued to the screen. This evasion technique transcends the limits of human capability. The Chief of Staff of the 15th Army exclaimed, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, leaning forward as if to see Lin Chuan's actions more clearly. The audience in the observation area erupted in excitement, their exclamations rising and falling, clearly audible even amidst the wind and rain. "My goodness, Lin Chuan must be cheating," exclaimed a young soldier, his face flushed with enthusiasm, hands flailing as his voice sharpened with astonishment. His reaction speed and body coordination are terrifying. How on earth is he doing this? Beside him, an experienced veteran shook his head in disbelief, his eyes filled with reverence. Is this guy a reincarnated monkey? The competitor, startled by a missed shot, quickly regained composure, re-aiming and continuing to fire. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan executed his astonishingly agile movements, leaping, rolling, and dodging, all while pinpointing the enemy's location. His figure appeared ghostly in the tempest, each movement dazzling the onlookers. He glided sideways, jumped high, and rolled on the ground. Each action radiated an aesthetic of strength and speed, deftly evading enemy bullets. Upon discerning the enemy's exact position, Lin Chuan prepared a counterattack. In a seamless transition from a roll to rising, he knelt slightly, leaning back to establish a stable shooting posture. His left hand swiftly supported the gun's body, while his right firmly grasped the handle. His index finger poised delicately on the trigger, his gaze locked onto the enemy's direction. The howling wind and relentless rain splattered against his face, blurring his vision. Yet, he seemed unfazed. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his breathing and heartbeat, reducing the world to merely the enemy and his weapon. At the instant the enemy pulled the trigger again, Lin Chuan decisively squeezed his own. His finger moved gently yet resolutely, as if he and the gun were one. A burst of flame erupted from the muzzle, starkly illuminating the dim surroundings. The bullet, propelled by the explosive force within the chamber, soared toward the adversary at an incredible speed. Almost simultaneously, the competitor emitted a muffled grunt. His body jolted, and the firearm clattered to the ground. Staring in shock at his chest, he noticed a white spot that the rain could not wash away. Moments later, the elimination device on his tactical uniform activated, emitting thick white smoke, signifying his defeat. "How is this possible?" he murmured, disbelief etched across his face. "How could he hit me under such circumstances?" In the monitoring room, as they witnessed Lin Chuan's successful counterattack, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. The commander of the Fifth Army collapsed into his chair, arms limp at his sides, a wry smile on his face. Well, revenge is hopeless now. Lin Chuan is simply a warrior descended from the heavens. Lieutenant General Li Chuan of the 7th Army sprang to his feet, vigorously waving his hands, his face alight with excitement. What a soldier! How fortunate it would be to have him in my ranks. In such adverse conditions, to shoot with such accuracy amid intense movement. His prowess is truly unparalleled. The Chief of Staff of the 15th Army also rose, his eyes sparkling with admiration, applauding continuously. If there are no more contenders against Lin Chuan in the subsequent rounds, first place is undoubtedly his. Indeed, in terms of one-on-one combat, who in the arena could rival him? Now we must see if the remaining competitors can unite to eliminate this fellow. The audience's emotions reached a fever pitch. Incredible. This is the might of Lin Chuan. Unmatched by any. This is the true essence of a powerhouse. Let's hope our troops do not encounter him. If it were me, I would rather lay low that way. I could avoid an early confrontation with the celestial wolves and extend my survival. Ha ha ha, I share your thoughts. Who would dare confront the celestial wolves with such strength? Aiming and missing, attempting ambushes that fail, only to be taken down in a single shot. Against such prowess, is there any choice but to concede? At the scene, Lin Chuan swiftly approached the eliminated competitor, uninterested in further dialogue, and confiscated his ammunition. He then proceeded to the designated final circle area as indicated on the map. The final circle had already been determined upon the drop, marked clearly on the map, 8 kilometers away from his current position. This distance would take them, at most, an hour to cover. With an hour and a half remaining, unbeknownst to him, just 300 meters away, 2 individuals lay concealed in the grass atop a high point. This is troublesome, Li Hao sighed. Lin Chuan seems even more formidable now. Yuan Shan nodded. It appears that our trio alone cannot manage this. We must call on our troops. Li Hao paused. You mean we should all confront him together? Yuan Shan chuckled coldly. Do you think the soldiers he trained are mere decorations? If they converge, not only are 3 units combined, but even the remaining units might find it impossible to prevail. Li Hao spoke gravely. So, you suggest we first take out the other members of the Celestial Wolves? Precisely, Yuan Shan affirmed. We must sever his support before returning to confront him. Li Hao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I concur. Since Lin Chuan intends for his Celestial Wolf soldiers to hone their skills in this competition, let us assist him in that endeavor, shall we? We should let our men engage while we hold back. After all, we must leave Lin Chuan with some dignity, right? Ha ha. Very well. It is settled then. Let us seek out Old Zeng and begin our preparations. Chapter 54. The final showdown approaches. The tempest raged on, as if intent on devouring the entire world. Amidst this tumultuous environment, the members of the serious team, having secured their equipment, surged toward the final circle with unwavering determination. Zhu Hanlin, drenched to the bone, felt the rain cascading down his face. Clutching his newly acquired weapon, he navigated cautiously through the muddy forest. Suddenly, a faint rustling ahead caught his attention, prompting him to halt, pressing his body against the sturdy trunk of a tree. 2 competitors from another team emerged from the thicket, their eyes sharp and weapons poised for action. A hint of a confident smile graced Zhu Hanlin's lips as he took a moment to steady his breath, formulating a strategy in his mind. As the adversaries continued to scan their surroundings, Zhu Hanlin sprang forth like a bolt of black lightning from behind a tree. His movements were agile and decisive, his weapon aimed with precision at one of the opponents. Bang! The gunfire pierced through the storm, a jarring sound amidst the chaos. The opponent, caught unawares, was struck by Zhu Hanlin's shot, and white smoke erupted from his tactical uniform, signaling his elimination. The other competitor, witnessing this, widened his eyes in terror and frantically raised his weapon, firing wildly at Zhu Hanlin. Zhu Hanlin evaded with remarkable agility, using the surrounding trees as cover, swiftly closing the distance to his foe. His silhouette flickered like a phantom in the storm, rendering him elusive to the opponent's aim. In mere steps, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the adversary's head with the butt of his gun. With a dull thud, the opponent collapsed, incapacitated. Zhu Hanlin swiftly approached, removing the insignia from the fallen competitor's shoulder before advancing toward the final circle. In the monitoring room, military leaders observed the spectacle with astonishment. Zhu Hanlin's reflexes and combat prowess were nothing short of remarkable. General Li Changhai of the 7th Army remarked in admiration, "The soldiers of the serious team are indeed formidable. Were this a battlefield, it would be a terrifying sight." The audience in the observation area erupted in excitement, exclaiming in awe at Zhu Hanlin's prowess. Incredible! His strength is unmatched. Indeed, facing 2 opponents with such ease exemplified the exceptional skill of the serious soldiers. Meanwhile, after securing her equipment, Chun Jiao sprinted with unwavering focus toward the final circle. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual tension in the air, prompting her to halt and assess her surroundings vigilantly. At that moment, a competitor charged down the hillside, shouting as they launched an assault on her. Chun Jiao scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. She quickly dropped to the ground, using the mud and rain as cover to retaliate with gunfire. Her aim was impeccable, each bullet carrying a lethal threat. Caught off guard by her counterattack, The competitor sought shelter in haste. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Jiao surged forward like a cheetah, closing the distance with blinding speed. Engaging in close combat, she wielded her weapon with precision, each strike aimed at her opponent's vulnerabilities. In less than 20 seconds, the competitor crumpled to the ground, devoid of fighting capability. Chun Jiao regarded them coldly, stating, "You think you can stop me?" before resuming her dash toward the final circle. After acquiring her equipment, Lu Xiaoro approached the final circle cautiously. Her eyes sparkled with alertness, akin to a vigilant fawn. As she neared the boundary of the final circle, an instinctive warning halted her steps. Crouching low, she concealed herself within a dense patch of grass, meticulously observing her surroundings, leaving no detail unnoticed. At the edge of the final circle, two competitors from the 6th Army lay in ambush. Their expressions were fierce, weapons loaded, waiting for unsuspecting opponents from other teams to approach, eager to demonstrate their prowess. "I hope we encounter someone worthwhile, preferably from Sirius, so they can witness the strength of the 6th Army," one tall competitor muttered, a hint of arrogance in his voice. "Thinking of what our instructor said on the transport aircraft makes my teeth grind. Indeed, if we can take out a Sirius soldier, that would be a significant victory." The shorter, shrewder opponent chimed in, rubbing his hands together. As they whispered, they suddenly caught sight of a faint figure. Instantly alert, they recognized a female soldier, the seemingly delicate soldier who had famously kicked a male competitor and claimed the combat championship. "Look who it is. Let us see how we deal with her," the tall competitor scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Don't underestimate her. Remember her prowess in close combat. That was a fair fight. Now, she is visible while we remain hidden. Armed as we are, if we fail to defeat her, we might as well return home to raise pigs." Though he spoke boldly, caution was necessary to avoid a blunder. "Wait until she gets a little closer. Then we strike and catch her off guard," the shorter competitor advised. Lu Xiaoro sensed danger encroaching, her heartbeat quickening. Quietly, she retrieved a smoke grenade and a flashbang from her backpack, deftly manipulating the safety mechanisms. As the two competitors prepared to fire at her, Lu Xiaoro's instincts kicked in. With a swift motion, she hurled the smoke grenade and flashbang simultaneously, executing the actions seamlessly. Boom! The smoke enveloped the area, and the blinding flash left the competitors momentarily disoriented. Seizing the chaos, Lu Xiaoro darted into the smoke like a shadow, moving with grace and agility, each step causing a ripple in the muddy ground. Her eyes sparkled like distant stars, swiftly locating her adversaries within the haze. Gripping her assault rifle, she moved with purpose, her aim unwaveringly directed at potential threats. Her finger rested on the trigger, poised to strike. The two competitors, bewildered by her sudden onslaught, flailed about in the smoke, their weapons firing blindly. "What is happening? How is she so fast?" the tall competitor shouted, his earlier confidence evaporating. "I don't know. Stay calm and steady," the shorter one replied, though his voice trembled with uncertainty. Lu Xiaoro heard their exchange, a subtle smirk playing at her lips as she maneuvered through the smoke, employing an S-shaped path to remain elusive. With each movement, she fired in their direction, her bullets whistling through the air, grazing perilously close to them, instilling a cold sweat upon their brows. "Where is she? Her aim is unnervingly precise," the tall competitor exclaimed, panic creeping into his voice. "How should I know?" the shorter one echoed, his composure crumbling. Lu Xiaoro gradually approached the two contestants, her figure flickering in the mist like a specter. When the distance was just right, she suddenly sprang forth from the smoke, executing a graceful roll that brought her behind the tall contestant. Her movements were as swift as lightning. Before the tall contestant could react, Lu Xiaoro's gun was already pressed against the back of his head. "Don't move." Lu Xiaoro's voice rang out, crisp and cold, akin to the biting winter wind. "You are eliminated." After speaking, she did not forget to lightly graze his neck with her dagger, a thin line of blood emerging. The tall contestant's body instantly froze, and his weapon fell to the ground. How did you do that?" he asked, terror and disbelief lacing his voice. Lu Xiaoro did not respond. Instead, she quickly turned to seek out the other contestant. The shorter contestant, witnessing this scene, attempted to escape. Lu Xiaoro's gaze hardened. her gun swiftly turning, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck the back of the shorter contestant, who immediately erupted in a cloud of white smoke. Lu Xiaoro advanced rapidly, looking down at him. You have lost as well. In the monitoring room, the various military leaders were astonished by the unfolding events. The commander of the 6th Army's face turned ashen as he abruptly stood, slamming his hands on the table. How is this possible? 2 contestants from the 6th Army have been taken down by a female soldier. The commander of the 7th Group Army, Lin Chuan, was equally astounded. Lu Xiaoro is truly formidable. Her strength is utterly at odds with her appearance. The disparity is staggering. We knew she was skilled in combat, but to witness such extraordinary prowess in an all-arms competition is astonishing. The audience in the observation area erupted in a cacophony of exclamations and admiration. Lu Xiaoro is incredible. Her abilities are nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, she appears delicate, yet she is so fierce in battle. It is truly impressive. After Lu Xiaoro deftly eliminated the 2 contestants from the 6th Army, she swiftly bent down to gather useful equipment from their bodies, then resolutely charged toward the final circle. However, the intense gunfire from earlier echoed like a warning bell in the silent wilderness, immediately drawing the attention of other forces. At that moment, contestants from the 18th and 22nd Armies were hastening toward the source of the gunfire. The 18th Army still had 6 contestants remaining, including Li Hao, while the 22nd Army had 5, and they had formed an alliance. The advance party of 8 had arrived first. Meanwhile, Li Hao and Yuan Shan were strategically setting traps elsewhere, awaiting the climactic moment of battle. These 8 contestants quickly analyzed the traces left by the battle, determining Lu Xiaoro's approximate location. Just as Lu Xiaoro was preparing to face the impending crisis, Chun Jiao and Zhu Hanlin from the Wolfpack unit arrived like a timely rain, successfully joining her. "Xiaoro, are you all right?" Zhu Hanlin panted, concern etched on his face. Lu Xiaoro shook her head, murmuring, "I'm fine, but judging by the situation, the gunfire has attracted quite a few people. I suspect I'm being targeted." Chun Jiao furrowed her brow, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. "Indeed, and it is likely that other units have already united against us." Zhu Hanlin's gaze turned steely, gripping his weapon tightly. "No matter how many come, we will prevail." In the monitoring room, the military leaders focused intently on the screen, observing the imminent clash of 3 factions, the atmosphere thick with tension. The commander of the 18th Group Army frowned slightly, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. With the 18th and 22nd Armies joining forces, they have the advantage in numbers. It remains to be seen how the Wolfpack trio will respond. The commander of the 22nd Group Army appeared confident. "With our 2 armies combined, can we not handle just 3 from the Wolfpack?" The outcome of this confrontation seems predictable. The audience in the observation area engaged in fervent discussions. The Wolfpack is in a precarious position. Not only are they outnumbered, but they are also facing a united front. True, but the Wolfpack members are no pushovers. They may yet create a miracle. Zhu Hanlin and his companions swiftly adjusted their states, ready to embrace the forthcoming battle. Soon, the 8 contestants from the 18th and 22nd Armies appeared within their line of sight. "The enemy has arrived. Prepare for battle," Zhu Hanlin whispered. One contestant from the 18th Army licked his parched lips and, lowering his voice, spoke to a nearby contestant from the 22nd Army. "Hey, I've heard that the Wolfpack members are tough to deal with. Are you scared?" The 22nd Army contestant scoffed, a sneer on his lips. 8 against 3. We have the advantage. Let us charge in and take them down." Their eyes glinted with a hint of disdain. To them, the overwhelming numerical superiority seemed sufficient to crush the 3 from the Wolfpack. In an instant, both sides entered combat mode. The contestants from the 18th and 22nd Armies spread out in a fan shape, utilizing the surrounding terrain in an attempt to encircle Zhu Hanlin and his companions. "Cross cover and advance steadily," shouted a leading contestant from the 18th Army. They paired off, coordinating with one another. One would suppress fire while the other swiftly repositioned for a better attack angle. Observing this, Zhu Hanlin calmly instructed his companions, "We cannot allow them to encircle us. Chun Jiao, flank left to draw their fire. Xiaoro and I will break through from the front." Chun Jiao nodded, darting toward the left like a bolt of black lightning. As she ran, she fired at the enemy, successfully drawing the majority of their firepower. Zhu Hanlin and Lu Xiaoro seized the opportunity to launch an assault from the front. They utilized trees as cover, constantly shifting positions while their weapons unleashed flames. Pay attention to their shooting rhythm. Look for gaps in their fire. Zhu Hanlin advised as he fired. Lu Xiaoro maintained a focused gaze, closely following Zhu Hanlin's rhythm. She skillfully employed smoke grenades and flashbangs to create chaos, shielding their movements. Throw the flashbang, Zhu Hanlin shouted. Lu Xiaoro swiftly hurled a flashbang into the midst of the enemy, the blinding light rendering them momentarily sightless. Seizing the moment, they charged forward, closing the distance to the enemy with breathtaking speed. Their marksmanship was precise, each bullet carrying deadly intent. "Oh no, they threw a flashbang," cried a contestant from the 22nd Army, panic evident in his voice. The blinding light forced them to instinctively seek cover. As their vision gradually returned, they discovered that the two from the wolf pack had already closed in, bullets whizzing past their ears, narrowly missing several of them. How can the wolf pack shoot so accurately? A contestant from the 18th Army felt a surge of anxiety, hastily seeking shelter behind a large tree, gripping his gun tightly. However, the overwhelming enemy numbers and ferocious firepower gradually ensnared Zhu Hanlin and Lu Xiaoro in a dire situation. Just then, Chun Jiao launched an attack from behind the enemy, successfully disrupting their formation. "Pinch them from both sides. Charge!" Zhu Hanlin yelled, leading Lu Xiaoro and Chun Jiao into a final assault against the encircling enemies. In the midst of fierce gunfire, Zhu Hanlin and Chun Jiao eliminated 6 of the enemy in order to protect Lu Xiaoro, but tragically, they were also struck down, their training uniforms emitting white smoke, signaling their elimination. "Don't worry about us, Xiaoro, break through," Zhu Hanlin shouted with his last ounce of strength. Lu Xiaoro's anger finally surfaced. Utilizing her exceptional marksmanship and agile evasion skills, she maneuvered through the hail of bullets, facing the remaining 2 enemies. She continuously hurled smoke grenades and hand grenades, skillfully utilizing the cover of smoke and flames from the explosions to successfully break through the enemy's encirclement. Yet, this was not the end. After dashing out, she swiftly located the optimal sniping position. As the adversaries pursued, she fired rapidly, eliminating the remaining 2 opponents with precision. At that moment, all 8 contestants from the 18th and 22nd Armies were also eliminated. Inside the monitoring room, an eerie silence enveloped the space. The commanders were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. The commander of the 18th Group Army abruptly rose, his face etched with disbelief. "How? Is this even possible?" The Celestial Wolf faced 3 against 8 and still managed to break free. Although they lost 2 members, they eliminated all opponents. Their combat prowess is astonishing. The commander of the 22nd Group Army sat frozen in his chair, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The audience observing the event erupted into a wave of applause and cheers. Meanwhile, not far away, hidden within a thicket, Lin Chuan silently observed the entire battle. He refrained from intervening, wanting the Celestial Wolf's members to continuously hone their skills through this brutal confrontation. Elimination was inevitable. However, as things stood, the performance of the Celestial Wolf soldiers in the competition was commendable. Lin Chuan was present. At this moment, the technical staff in the monitoring room spotted Lin Chuan and brought his image up on the screen. The commanders were momentarily taken aback, their faces filled with confusion. "But if he is here, why doesn't he intervene?" one high-ranking army official inquired, perplexed. Li Changhai sighed softly. His ultimate objective is not to win this confrontation, but to cultivate the soldiers of the Celestial Wolf. His personal strength is formidable. In that scenario, had he appeared and led the team, the 8 from the 18th and 22nd Armies would have been incapable of mounting an effective encirclement. The outcome would likely have resulted in the complete elimination of those 8, while the 4 of the Celestial Wolf remained unscathed. Yet for him, such an outcome holds little significance. He is focused on the wars of the future. He cannot always be by his soldier's side. Upon hearing this, the others finally grasped the situation. "Ah, now I understand where our troops truly falter," one army chief lamented with a wry smile. We were merely focused on achieving good results in this military assessment, while Lin Chuan has already considered all possibilities for future warfare. He employs every available method to continuously refine his soldiers and allow them to accumulate combat experience. The other commanders nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, this intense military competition had entered its fourth day. Since the commencement of the contest, every inch of the battlefield was imbued with an atmosphere of tension and hostility. The remaining members of the Celestial Wolf unit consistently recalled Lin Chuan's orders from before the competition began. His directive was unequivocal. Each member must eliminate at least 3 opponents and refrain from prolonged hiding, compelling them to remain vigilant and proactive. Whether it was Lu Xiaoro or the others from the Celestial Wolf, their bodies were thoroughly exhausted, yet they persevered, diligently seeking out enemies to eliminate as per Lin Chuan's instructions. The contestants from the other armies were equally beleaguered. Over the span of 4 days, they had consumed only water, enduring hunger and fatigue that clung to them like shadows, each step seemingly depleting their strength. Nevertheless, they persisted with indomitable willpower. As time progressed, the number of contestants from each army dwindled daily. The fierce confrontations rendered the battlefield increasingly brutal, with each skirmish potentially determining an individual's fate. Meanwhile, the judges were busily compiling the competition statistics. Subsequently, the chief judge personally reported the status to the headquarters. "Report, sir. There are currently 24 participants remaining in the final circle. Among them, the Celestial Wolf unit, including Lin Chuan, has 4 members left, while the other armies have 20 contestants remaining. Of these 20, 4 are in solitary hiding, while the remaining 16 have formed an alliance led by Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajia." Upon receiving this report, the headquarters commanders fell into deep contemplation. The commander of the 7th Group Army, Li Changhai, furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems this competition has entered its decisive phase. Although the Celestial Wolf is outnumbered, their strength cannot be underestimated. The alliance formed by the other armies will undoubtedly exert considerable pressure." The commander of the 5th Group Army nodded in agreement, adding, "The remaining 24 contestants are all elite among elites. The forthcoming matches will likely pit the Celestial Wolf against the alliance from the other armies." Now, it remained to be seen whether Lin Chuan would emerge to lead the remaining 3 members of the Celestial Wolf against the alliance. Over the past 3 days, since entering the final circle, Lin Chuan had refrained from engaging, evidently providing his troops with an opportunity for growth. However, if he continued to remain passive during the final confrontation, the 3 members of the Celestial Wolf would stand little chance against the 16 from the alliance, especially with 4 opponents lurking in the shadows. The headquarters commanders glanced at the time, and one of them intoned gravely, "The moment has nearly arrived. Each contestant's physical state has reached its limit. Now, it is a matter of who can mount a final resurgence under extreme conditions." The audience observing the event was fervently discussing the state of the competition. Could the 4 remaining members of the Celestial Wolf withstand the pressure from the other armies? It was difficult to ascertain. The alliance from the other armies was simply too numerous, and they would undoubtedly target the Celestial Wolf. Yet, the members of the Celestial Wolf were not to be underestimated. Their performances over the past few days had caught everyone's attention, and perhaps they could create a miracle. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan remained hidden, keenly observing his surroundings without revealing himself. As dusk descended, the night enveloped the battlefield, shrouding it in a vast black curtain, filled with the remnants of smoke and fire. Tang Lin, Lu Xiaoro, and Su Mei painfully regrouped in a concealed hollow. Exhaustion marred their faces, their clothes torn by branches and caked with dirt, each dragging their weary feet as if every step drained their remaining strength. Tang Lin collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his cracked lips trembling. "These past few days have truly worn me down. Our water supply is nearly depleted. I genuinely don't know how much longer we can endure." Leaning against a tree, Lu Xiaoro slowly crouched down, massaging her aching calves. "Indeed, I feel as though my legs are no longer my own. However, we must quickly discuss our next course of action." Su Mei retrieved a crumpled map from her backpack, spreading it on the ground, her fingers trembling as she pointed at the markings. "Over these past few days, we have explored numerous locations. Based on the traces of other army contestants we encountered in our observations, I believe the area for the final confrontation is most likely here. Her voice was hoarse, laced with fatigue. Tang Lin leaned closer to examine the map, his brow furrowed. I also suspect it's in this vicinity. Moreover, from our encounters with other teams, I can sense that they have likely formed an alliance. The groups we faced previously coordinated seamlessly, indicating they are not a makeshift coalition. Lu Xiaoro nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting concern. Their alliance gives them a significant numerical advantage, making them formidable opponents. I wonder if the captain will appear to lead us in a battle. Tang Lin sighed, gazing into the distance. The captain has refrained from acting these past few days, likely intending for us to hone our skills. Yet, the adversaries are quite formidable. If he does not show up soon, it will indeed be challenging for us to contend. Meanwhile, at the Alliance's camp, Yuan Shan, Li Hao, and Zheng Jiajia were gathered together, deliberating strategies. Yuan Shan's face was darkened with fatigue and weariness as he weakly remarked, "Brothers, these past 4 days have utterly exhausted me. If this continues, I fear I may not hold on much longer." Li Hao rubbed his reddened eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Indeed, we are all pushed to our limits. However, our alliance still provides us with a significant numerical advantage. The wolf pack is down to just a few members now. We have a great opportunity." Zheng Jiajia brushed off the dust from his clothes and coughed a few times. "A great opportunity, perhaps, but not a certainty. That Lin Chuan fellow has seemingly vanished since entering the final circle. His subordinates have worn us out considerably." Yuan Shan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Lin Chuan has indeed been silent these past few days. He likely intends for his men to fend for themselves. As long as he does not intervene, the remaining members of the wolf pack are no match for us. It is impossible for him to remain absent. We must be prepared. At the very least, before Lin Chuan makes his appearance, the three of us must conserve our strength. Only by uniting can we hope to make any significant impact against them. Enough talk. We must seize this moment to rest. I suspect they will arrive by tonight at the latest. Right now, our bodies are at their limits, and neither can endure much longer. In a hollow nearby, Tang Lin and his companions were still engaged in a tense discussion. Sumei kulenchet hertit, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Regardless of whether the captain appears or not, we cannot afford to give up. We have eliminated quite a few opponents in these past few days. We possess the strength to contend with them. Tang Lin stood up, gripping his weapon tightly. Despite his exhaustion, yes, we must not betray the captain's expectations. Even if we must fall, let it be while charging forward. Lu Xiaoro also rose, adjusting her gear. "All right, let us proceed according to plan towards the battleground, adapting as the situation demands." The three exchanged determined glances, nodded, and then, with weary bodies, slowly made their way towards the unknown battlefield. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, Lin Chuan appeared in the very spot they had just vacated. Observing their direction, a faint smile of satisfaction graced his lips. He then stretched his limbs vigorously. After 3 days of rest, it was time to invigorate his body. Chapter 55. The final battle begins. Lin Chuan takes action. In the depths of the forest, beams of moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patches of light upon the ground. Lin Chuan moved like a serpent concealed in the shadows, gliding through the woods. His figure flickered amidst the mottled light and shadow, each step taken with such grace that it barely made a sound. Within the monitoring room, the military leaders watched Lin Chuan's movements, once again engulfed in confusion. What was Lin Chuan up to? The battlefield had been set, yet he was heading in the opposite direction. The chief of staff from the 11th Army wore a furious expression, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead as he could not help but exclaim, "Is he out of his mind?" It was no surprise he was so irate, as the direction Lin Chuan chose to pursue was perilously close to the remnants of their troops, their only remaining warrior. The commander of the 17th Army frowned, pondering, indeed, at such a critical moment, why is he not heading toward the battlefield? What could he possibly be planning? At this juncture, Li Changhai chuckled softly, leaning back in his chair, an air of ease about him as he slowly began to explain. "Isn't it obvious? Lin Chuan is not acting recklessly. He intends to eliminate those 4 hidden foes before the battle concludes. thus allowing him to engage in the final showdown without any lingering concerns. I refuse to believe that you cannot comprehend this. The chief of staff from the 11th Army remained unconvinced, pursing his lips and still wearing a scowl. Even so, he cannot afford to falter at this juncture. What if this delays the decisive confrontation? Is he unconcerned that his 3 soldiers from Tianlang might be utterly decimated by the Allied forces? If he neglects his own men, why is he targeting that insignificant individual from our army? Does he truly need that kill? The other high-ranking officers of the various armies chuckled, recognizing that Lin Chuan was fully aware of his capabilities. They had witnessed his prowess. Dispatching those 4 adversaries would not consume much of his time. He could swiftly eliminate them and still make it to the battlefield in time. At this moment, Lin Chuan had locked onto the position of the first hidden opponent. The individual was concealed behind a stout tree, nestled in a patch of grass, camouflaged with dry grass and leaves, perfectly blending into the darkened forest. He was intently surveying his surroundings, oblivious to the danger that was stealthily approaching. Exhaustion was evident in his demeanor. He had remained motionless in this spot for 3 days, and his water supply had run dry. Fortunately, his endurance for hunger remained commendable. Even after 4 days, his condition was relatively superior to those who had been actively engaged in combat, as they had been expending energy while he conserved his strength. Unbeknownst to him, a figure was gradually drawing near. Lin Chuan, crouched low, advanced silently towards his target, his footsteps as muted as if he were wearing sound-dampening soles, barely disturbing the carpet of fallen leaves beneath him. His gaze remained fixed on the back of the opponent. When he was merely a few steps away, Lin Chuan froze, becoming as still as a statue, waiting for the opportune moment. Suddenly, Lin Chuan sprang into action, his movements as swift as lightning yet utterly silent. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance and arrived behind the unsuspecting foe before he could react. The opponent sensed something amiss and began to turn, but Lin Chuan swiftly covered his mouth with one hand while the other pressed the barrel of his gun against the back of his head. "You're finished." Lin Chuan's voice was low and chilling, reminiscent of a whisper from the depths of hell. The opponent's eyes widened in terror, muffled sounds escaping his lips as he struggled to comprehend the situation. How did you find me?" He managed to stammer, confusion evident in his voice. Lin Chuan smirked slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You hid well, but still too conspicuously in my eyes. It's you, the chief instructor of Tianlang." Upon recognizing Lin Chuan's face, the opponent was overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat, yet he defiantly retorted, "I haven't provoked any of your Tianlang people. I've merely stayed within my own domain. Can't you allow me to live a little longer?" Lin Chuan rolled his eyes. "On this battlefield, we are enemies. If the roles were reversed, would you grant your enemy the gift of life?" After neutralizing this opponent, Lin Chuan did not linger. He blended back into the darkness, swiftly moving towards his next target. In the decisive battleground, thick fog enveloped the area like a delicate veil, shrouding this critical arena in an ominous atmosphere. The trees loomed vaguely in the mist, exuding a chilling aura. The members of the Allied forces wore grave expressions as Yuan Shan, Li Hao, and Zheng Jia huddled together, a map fluttering beneath their feet in the breeze. Yuan Shan squatted down, tracing slow lines in the dirt with a twig, his brow furrowed, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. "Listen, I will repeat this once more. We will designate this area as the core ambush zone." He raised his head, surveying the surroundings, pointing towards the low-lying terrain flanked by steep hills that stood like silent sentinels. "This location is advantageous, easily defensible, but challenging to attack. We will position 2 squads on the slopes to create a crossfire. Once Tianlang enters, we will ensnare them." With that, he gripped the twig tightly, a fierce glint in his eyes. Despite his weary stature, the impending battle rekindled a fierce resolve within him. Li Hao rubbed his bloodshot eyes, fatigue and determination evident within his gaze. He added, "Along the inevitable path into the ambush zone, we will lay traps and deception mines." He punctuated his words by tapping the map with his finger. Any misstep would lead to an explosive elimination. Additionally, we will position 4 individuals to circle around from behind, preventing any escape. Zheng Jia nodded. dust rising slightly from his movements. He addressed the surrounding troops, raising his voice, "Is everyone clear? This is our final opportunity. We must utterly defeat Tianlang." The soldiers nodded in agreement, their faces etched with fatigue, cracked lips, and disheveled hair, all bearing testament to the rigors of this contest. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the bright lights illuminated the vast screen as military leaders and observing special forces personnel intently focused on the display, the atmosphere thick with tension. Upon witnessing the tactical layout of the Allied forces, the room erupted in excitement. The commander of the 3rd Group Army exclaimed in admiration, "This tactical arrangement is brilliant. Utilizing the terrain to establish crossfire while employing landmines as obstacles. A pincer movement. Once Tianlang steps in, escape will be nearly impossible." The chief of staff from the 9th Group Army adjusted his glasses, his eyes narrowing as he calmly analyzed. Indeed, the distribution of personnel is quite rational. It allows for full offensive capability while preventing Tianlang's breakout. They have evidently put considerable effort into countering Tianlang. The headquarters commander lightly tapped his fingers on the table, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "Now, we shall see if those 3 from Tianlang can hold out until Lin Chuan returns." The observing Special Forces personnel engaged in lively discussions, acknowledging the flawless combination of traps and ambushes, foreseeing dire straits for Tianlang this time around. Another member of the 12th Army's Special Forces furrowed his brow, shaking his head slightly, a trace of concern etched on his face. While that may be true, the members of the Sirius are no ordinary foes. Their recent performance has been evident to all, and they may devise countermeasures. The fierce winds ravaged the desolate battlefield, swirling up layers of dust and transforming the entire expanse into a yellowish haze. The moment Tang Lin, Lu Xiaoro, and Su Mei stepped into this area, the gritty wind rushed into their collars, bringing with it a biting chill. Even more chilling was the potent scent of gunpowder that permeated the air, coupled with a palpable tension, resembling an invisible net that ensnared them tightly. "Something is amiss. It's too quiet here. Everyone be cautious," Tang Lin warned in a low voice, gripping his weapon tightly while scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Before he could finish, a barrage of gunfire surged from all directions. Bullets whizzing past, their sharp whistling merging with the wind, sending shivers down their spines. "Take cover," Tang Lin shouted above the roar of the wind. He swiftly pulled Lu Xiaoro and Su Mei to a massive shelter, which, although weathered and marred by the sandstorm, became their only refuge in that moment. Su Mei's brows knitted in concentration as she began to discern the enemy's tactical formations amidst the chaos. The wind whipped her hair wildly, and her voice was laced with urgency. The enemy's firepower is overwhelmingly intense, and their tactical coordination is alarmingly tight. It will be challenging to break through. Tang Lin maintained a calm demeanor, observing the surroundings as sand and grit struck her face, analyzing. They have utilized the terrain to set various traps and ambushes, and their troop distribution is astutely arranged. A direct assault is not the solution. We must first create an opening, disrupt their tactical layout. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Allied forces, Li Hao wore a smug smile. "Humph, Sirius has indeed fallen into the trap we meticulously laid. Let us see how they escape. This wretched weather has tilted the odds in our favor." Yuan Shan chimed in, "Indeed. This is a strategy that our alliance has painstakingly crafted. Today marks Sirius's demise. With such fierce winds, their visibility is compromised, amplifying our advantage." Zhang Jie crossed his arms confidently. "As long as we advance according to plan, their defeat will be but a matter of time. In this harsh environment, they cannot endure for long. However, we must expedite the battle's progress. Perhaps Lin Chuan is close behind." Tang Lin took a deep breath, the wind choking him into a fit of coughing, and solemnly stated, "We cannot afford to sit idly by. Let us first observe their firepower distribution and seize an opportunity to breach their defenses. This wind is unfavorable for us but equally impacts them. It's a matter of who seizes the chance first." The trio cautiously maneuvered through the hail of bullets, the swirling sands obscuring their vision, relying solely on instinct and experience to evade enemy fire. With their exceptional marksmanship and seamless cooperation, they finally managed to create a breach in the enemy's tight defense. "Charge! Expand the breach!" Tang Lin shouted, his voice hoarse as sand filled his throat. He was the first to dash forward, his figure flickering in and out of sight amidst the storm. Yet, just as they advanced a short distance, the Alliance's defense swiftly adjusted, ensnaring them once again in a new web of firepower. The silhouettes of the enemy sharpened through the smoke and dust, rapidly closing in on them in a fan-like formation. "This is bad. They are encircling us." Lu Xiaorou's complexion paled, and her gun fired more rapidly, each trigger pull accompanied by the flash of flames at the muzzle, glaringly bright against the yellow haze. The three unleashed a torrent of suppressive fire, bullets pouring forth like a torrential downpour. In the monitoring room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip with anxiety. The commanders fixated on the screens, with a static of wind and sand obscured their view, their expressions shifting with the battlefield's dynamics. Wang He gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his eyes glued to the positions of Tang Lin and his companions, muttering incessantly, "They must hold on. Nothing must go wrong. This wretched weather. I hope it doesn't hinder them too much. And where is Lin Chuan? Come out." In the observation area, soldiers from various divisions cheered with excitement, their eyes sparkling with fervor. Despite the wind and sand obstructing their vision, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. Sirius has nowhere to escape this time. Let us see how they maintain their arrogance. A soldier waved his fist, shouting, though his voice was quickly swallowed by the wind. The surrounding soldiers echoed his sentiment. "Yes, we can finally take down Sirius." Tang Lin and his companions gazed at the advancing enemy, fully aware of their precarious situation. Yet they showed no signs of retreat, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Even in death, they would take a few down with them. "Charge forth. Take out as many as we can." Tang Lin roared, leading the charge from behind the cover, the dust swirling in his wake. Lu Xiaorou and Su Mei followed closely, the three of them cutting through the enemy lines like three sharp blades. Just when they found themselves in dire straits, with life and death hanging in the balance, a crisp sound of a sniper rifle echoed from hundreds of meters away. This sound seemed particularly jarring amidst the fierce battle and howling winds, and in an instant, a teammate of Zhang Jiajia's was struck down, a plume of white smoke rising from his body, signaling his elimination. The entire battlefield fell silent, all present stunned by this sudden turn of events. Tang Lin, his companions, the commanders in the monitoring room, and the thousands of spectators in the observation area gasped in unison. Li Hao's expression changed dramatically, panic rising in his voice. "What is happening? Who is causing trouble?" There is still a twist in the plot at this point. Yuan Shan also grew flustered. "What do you mean? It's obvious. It must be that Lin Chuan fellow." Meanwhile, Tang Lin, his comrades, the commanders in the monitoring room, and the audience in the observation area simultaneously thought of one name: Lin Chuan. They all knew it was Lin Chuan who had struck. There is still one chapter left before midnight. Chapter 56, The Pinnacle Showdown. Lin Chuan demonstrates his might. The crack of Lin Chuan's sniper rifle echoed across the battlefield, resembling a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent, all present stunned by this unforeseen turn of events. The soldiers from various factions swiftly sought cover, acutely aware of the gunfire's origin from an astonishing distance. Given the current conditions, to achieve a single shot with such precision was nothing short of terrifying. At that moment, anyone daring to show their face would undoubtedly meet a bullet. Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajia wore expressions of bitter amusement. This fellow chose the perfect moment to appear, completely throwing their plans into disarray. In the monitoring room, the high-ranking officials of the various armies felt their previously taut nerves snap once more the sound of the gunshot. Wang He, who had been gripping the armrests tightly, gradually relaxed his hold, a trace of satisfaction appearing on his face. This young man has finally made his move. Lieutenant General Li Changhai of the 7th Army nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with admiration. With Lin Chuan's intervention, the dynamics of this situation would inevitably shift. The audience in the observation area, initially engulfed in astonished silence, soon erupted into a cacophony of discussions. It was indeed Lin Chuan. He had finally made his entrance. Now there was a spectacle to behold. With Lin Chuan on the field, the scenario would undoubtedly transform. Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zheng Jiajia quickly huddled together. Their faces darkened as if they could weep. Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, "I never expected Lin Chuan to show up at this moment. We all know his capabilities, and we cannot allow him to succeed." Yuan Shan, deep in thought, furrowed his brow and remarked, "His sniping skills are exceptional. In a direct confrontation, we are bound to suffer losses. I propose we each take a companion and encircle him from 3 directions, surrounding Lin Chuan. The remaining members will continue to engage the 3 from Tianlang, ensuring they do not catch a breather." Zheng Jiajia nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed with this plan. Although Lin Chuan is formidable, our 6-person alliance may yet have a chance. If we can entangle him, we can concentrate our efforts on the others from Tianlang." The operation commenced swiftly. The 6 divided into 3 groups, akin to 6 serpents concealed in darkness, rapidly advancing towards Lin Chuan's position. Their footsteps were light and hurried, rustling through the dense foliage. "Stay hidden. We must not be detected by Lin Chuan," Li Hao whispered through the communicator. "Understood. Maintain distance and approach slowly," Yuan Shan replied. In the monitoring room, the high-ranking officials observed the tactical maneuvers of Li Hao and his team, nodding in approval. It appeared they intended to allocate a portion of their forces to ensnare Lin Chuan. The commander of the 3rd Army praised, "This tactic is commendable. Encircling from 3 directions will divert Lin Chuan's attention and restrict his movements." The chief of staff of the 9th Army adjusted his glasses and analyzed. They aim to leverage their numerical advantage to disrupt Lin Chuan's rhythm. This has a degree of feasibility. Now, we await Lin Chuan's response. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers of the alliance, sensing Lin Chuan was momentarily preoccupied, rallied their morale and launched a renewed assault on Tang Lin, Su Mei, and Lu Xiaorou. Bullets rained down upon them like a tempest, forcing them to continuously seek cover. "Hold the line. Our leader is assisting us," Tang Lin shouted, raising his weapon to retaliate. At this juncture, Lin Chuan had become aware of Li Hao and the others' encirclement. A slight smirk curled on his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. However, he had no intention of engaging the 6 head-on. Instead, he began to deftly evade, moving with the agility of a nimble monkey. "To encircle me? You are woefully inadequate," Lin Chuan murmured to himself, swiftly ascending to higher ground. Li Hao and his companions quickened their pace upon witnessing this. "Do not let him escape. Increase your speed," Zheng Jiajia urged. The 6 gradually closed in on Lin Chuan from 3 directions, launching their assault. "Fire!" commanded Li Hao, and in unison, 6 rifles erupted, sending bullets whistling towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's body moved rapidly, dodging left and right amidst the hail of gunfire with astonishing precision, as though he could foresee the trajectory of each bullet. How can his reaction speed be so exceptional? Yuan Shan exclaimed. "Stay calm. Continue the assault. He cannot evade indefinitely," Zheng Jiajia shouted. Lin Chuan danced through the bullets like dandelion fluff in the wind, rolling sideways and leaping high, executing each maneuver to perfection. While evading attacks, he continuously searched for the optimal moment to counterattack. "This approach is unsustainable. We must devise a strategy to restrain him," Li Hao exclaimed anxiously. "I'll draw his attention from the front while you flank him from the sides," Yuan Shan declared decisively. Yuan Shan lifted his rifle, unleashing a barrage towards Lin Chuan in an attempt to divert his focus. Lin Chuan frowned slightly. He understood Yuan Shan's intent, but remained unfazed. Utilizing the surrounding terrain, he shifted positions, rendering Yuan Shan's shots futile. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hao and Zheng Jiajia advanced rapidly from the sides. "Lin Chuan, this time there's no escape for you," Li Hao called out. "You Tianlang, this time victory is out of reach." Lin Chuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Suddenly, he pivoted and charged toward Li Hao. Startled, Li Hao quickly raised his weapon to shoot. Lin Chuan's body darted, effortlessly evading Li Hao's bullets. In an instant, he sidestepped and struck Li Hao's gun from his grasp. What? Li Hao cried out in terror. Just then, Yuan Shan and Zhang Jiaji arrived, raising their weapons to target Lin Chuan. Unperturbed, Lin Chuan spun rapidly, delivering a kick towards Yuan Shan's gun. Yuan Shan narrowly dodged, and Lin Chuan seized the moment, lunging toward Zhang Jiaji. Zhang Jiaji fired, but Lin Chuan's body shifted, the bullet grazing his clothing. Lin Chuan reached Zhang Jiaji, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Zhang Jiaji groaned, staggering backward. Having neutralized the immediate threat from the three, Lin Chuan intended to dispatch them in one fell swoop. However, a volley of bullets once again rained down upon him. With no alternative, Lin Chuan opted to retreat to higher ground, seeking the optimal vantage point, and without hesitation, raised his rifle to shoot. Bang! The gunfire resonated, followed by the elimination of the most significant threat to Tang Lin's trio in a single shot. Goodness! Lin Chuan is incredible. The audience of thousands in the observation area was left astounded by Lin Chuan's extraordinary prowess, managing to provide fire support for his comrades while being pursued by so many. This is bad. He is covering for the people from Tianlang. Li Hao shouted, "Pursue! We must ensnare him and prevent him from firing again." Yuan Shan roared, as Lin Chuan sprinted through the woods. He deftly evaded the gunfire from Li Hao and his companions. His figure flitted through the trees with the swiftness of a specter. At last, he discovered an optimal vantage point for sniping. He swiftly dropped to the ground, raised his sniper rifle, and took aim at the enemies besieging Tang Lin and his two companions. Bang! A crisp gunshot echoed, and one of the alliance players collapsed, white smoke billowing from his body, signaling his elimination. Damn it! The three members of Li Hao's team were on the verge of despair, unleashing their bullets with reckless abandon. Yet Lin Chuan's sniping was as elusive as a wraith, leaving the alliance players utterly defenseless. He constantly shifted his position, each shot striking with unwavering precision. And one after another, alliance players fell to his marksmanship. In a monitoring room, military leaders were left speechless by Lin Chuan's extraordinary prowess. General Li Changhai of the 7th Army Group exclaimed, "This Lin Chuan is beyond human. To maintain such accuracy while under siege is truly terrifying." The Chief of Staff of the 15th Army Group could only marvel. Indeed, his reaction time and shooting skills have reached an unattainable level for ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, Tang Lin, Su Mei, and Lu Xiaoro, upon hearing the barrage of gunfire and witnessing their opponents being eliminated one by one, quickly grasped the situation. However, rather than feeling elated, they wore expressions of guilt. Their leader was currently under attack and still protecting them. They needed to rally and eliminate the remaining foes to assist him. "We must hurry and take down the rest of them to help our leader," Tang Lin shouted. Su Mei echoed with fervor, "I'll make sure to take you down." Lu Xiaoro's temper flared as she chimed in, "Let us defeat these villains." Chapter 57. The final overture in the midst of a hail of gunfire. Lin Chuan deftly maneuvered through the chaos, his elusive figure provoking both astonishment and ire among Li Hao and the other 6. Each time they believed they had him in their sights, he eluded capture with astonishing agility. Meanwhile, under Lin Chuan's precise sniping cover, Tang Lin, Su Mei, and Lu Xiaoro felt a surge of morale, their pressure alleviated. The players from the Alliance were engulfed in panic. One contestant from the 11th Army frantically sought refuge from Lin Chuan's relentless shots, his voice shaking with fear. How can Lin Chuan's marksmanship be so uncanny? There's nowhere left to hide. His face bore the marks of shock and exhaustion, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. Beside him, a teammate, pale and trembling, exclaimed, "If this continues, we'll all be eliminated." In the monitoring room, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, the gaze of the commanders fixated on the screen. General Li Changhai of the 7th Group Army murmured incredulously, "Lin Chuan's prowess exceeds our imagination. Even amidst such fierce assault, he can still assist his comrades. Truly terrifying." Wang He, wearing a smug expression, chuckled, "I knew it. Once this kid makes his move, the tide will surely turn." The commander of the 3rd Group Army furrowed his brow, shaking his head slightly. The synergy among Tianlang's members, combined with Lin Chuan's valor, makes it exceedingly difficult for the other alliance contestants to resist. The audience in the observation area was utterly captivated, their cheers and gasps echoing in waves. Lin Chuan is magnificent. This is the mark of a true master. Tianlang is set to create a miracle, overcoming the odds with such a disadvantage in numbers. Remarkable. Their faces radiated excitement and fervor, their eyes glued to the large screen. At that moment, they seemed to forget their own affiliations, betraying signs of allegiance to Tianlang. How could they remain indignant when confronted with the sheer force displayed by Tianlang? To be defeated by them only underscored their own inadequacies. Lin Chuan's sniper rifle unleashed a continuous stream of fire, each shot heralding the elimination of an alliance player. Li Hao and his companions unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Yet Lin Chuan remained elusive, like a fleeting gust of wind. Is Lin Chuan a human or a specter? Why can't we hit him? Zheng Jiajia roared in frustration, his voice tinged with bitterness and helplessness. Under Lin Chuan's cover, Tang Lin and his companions gradually seized the initiative. Charge forward and take them down. We cannot squander our leader's efforts. Dan Lin shouted. Like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, they launched a final assault into the enemy ranks. Utilizing the chaos created by Lin Chuan, they coordinated seamlessly, providing alternating cover as their weapons spat fire. Lu Xiaorou, once gentle and delicate, now exhibited a fierce determination. Her marksmanship impeccable as she felled several foes. Su Mei darted across the battlefield, offering support to Tang Lin and Lu Xiaorou. The alliance contestants grew increasingly frantic, their coordination unraveling under the dual assault of Lin Chuan and Tang Lin. As time passed, the alliance forces began to falter under the relentless pressure. At last, the final alliance player was struck down by Tang Lin, a plume of white smoke signaling their elimination. The monitoring room erupted in disbelief. The commanders rendered speechless by the spectacle. This is simply unbelievable. Tianlang has triumphed over numerous alliance players with just 4 individuals. Such terrifying combat prowess. They lamented their humiliation, shaking their heads in exasperation. Wang He, however, beamed with delight. Well, what does it matter if they unite? They were still vanquished by us Tianlang. The audience was in an uproar, their astonishment and applause resounding throughout the venue. Nevertheless, the intense battle had rapidly drained both sides of ammunition. Li Hao and his team realized their weapons were growing heavy, their bullets expended. Meanwhile, Tang Lin and his companions faced a similar plight. Their own ammunition was also depleted. Li Hao, face etched with despair, forced a smile. I never imagined we would lose to Tianlang despite our numbers. Now that we are out of ammunition, it's truly over. Yuan Shan sighed heavily. Lin Chuan is simply too abnormal. We are no match for him. Zheng Jiajia shook his head in resignation. It seems we have lost utterly in this contest. At that moment, Tang Lin and his companions reached Lin Chuan's side. A profound silence enveloped the area as the 9 of them exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. With ammunition exhausted, how could they continue the fight? Suddenly, Lin Chuan stepped forward, a faint smile gracing his lips. Boss! Tang Lin and his companions ran towards Lin Chuan, excitement evident in their voices. Li Hao and the others, seeing Lin Chuan, could only manage a resigned smile. Lin Chuan, we concede. You have won, Li Hao stated. Yuan Shan echoed, indeed. We are outmatched and accept our defeat. Lin Chuan smiled, but said nothing. He walked to the side and raised his rifle. Just as everyone anticipated that Lin Chuan would eliminate Li Hao and the others, he instead detached the magazine. Pulling the bolt, the chambered round ejected, and he cast the weapon aside. This unexpected action left everyone in shock. Li Hao and his companions stared wide-eyed, incredulous. What is he doing? He has clearly won. Why is he discarding his bullets and weapon? Tang Lin and his companions looked on in confusion at Lin Chuan. In the monitoring room, the commanders were equally perplexed by Lin Chuan's behavior. General Chang Hai exclaimed, "What could Lin Chuan be planning? Does he intend to conclude this battle unarmed?" Wang Yi frowned. What is this kid up to now? The audience erupted in discussion. Why would Lin Chuan discard his weapon? What could this mean? Had he deemed it unnecessary? Expressions of curiosity and bewilderment filled their faces as they awaited Lin Chuan's next move. Calmly, Lin Chuan stood before Li Hao and the others, saying truthfully, if you had not all united or merely banded together in small groups, I would have refrained from intervening. However, your coalition has surpassed the capacity I am willing to contend with. This is not the experience I sought. Thus, I had no choice but to act and steer this situation back to my intended course. Li Hao chuckled wryly. We are not mind readers. How can we know your thoughts at every moment? Yuan Shan added, at this point, whether you are armed or not, we are not your match. This battle is over. No, Lin Chuan replied with a smile. You still have a chance. The rewards of this contest are of little consequence to me. After all, we have already gained quite enough from the first and second phases. Li Hao jested, brother, that's quite an insult. Lin Chuan retorted, then prove that I am unworthy of insulting you. You are all well aware that, even if the 3 of them do not intervene, the 6 of you are no match for me. However, after enduring hunger for so many days, I find myself utterly fatigued and disinclined to engage in further turmoil. Thus, I present you with an opportunity. Defeat the 3 of them, and I shall consider it a victory for you. What say you? Li Ou, Yuan Shan, Zhang Jiajia, and the others. Dang Lin, Lu Xiaorou, Sumei, commanders of all the armies. All the spectators. Before midnight, there remains another chapter of several thousand words. Chapter 58, Lu Xiaorou, I will defeat you. A grand chapter of 4,000 words. Within the monitoring room, the military leaders exchanged glances at a loss for how to react. General Li Changhai of the 7th Army Group furrowed his brow, filled with uncertainty, murmuring to himself, what on earth is Lin Chuan thinking? Victory is within reach, yet he proposes such an unusual idea. While he could no longer contain himself, he abruptly stood, slamming his hands on the table, exclaiming in frustration, what is this kid trying to do? We are already winning, yet he insists on complicating things. Why can't he just finish this match straightforwardly? The general of the 3rd Army Group shook his head slowly, resignedly stating, Lin Chuan's methods are truly inscrutable. However, since he has made this suggestion, he must have his reasons. At that moment, the previously silent general of the 8th Army Group interjected, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. I surmise that Lin Chuan's intentions lie beyond the surface. He likely aims to use this opportunity to rigorously train Tang Lin and the others. After all, such confrontational matches are rare. Everyone is under immense pressure, and real combat is the best training ground. The general of the 10th Army Group nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. Throughout this match, Tang Lin and the others have faced significant pressure, and Lin Chuan certainly wishes to unlock their full potential in this dire situation. Yet, upon hearing this, Wang He immediately countered, training? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Why must it be now? This is a competitive match, not a routine drill. If anything goes awry, the victory will slip through our fingers. The general of the 8th Army Group shook his head, unhurriedly responding, Old Wang, your perspective is flawed. Consider the rarity of this situation. The opponents are elite among elites. Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajia, I have heard, are akin to Lin Chuan, having participated in international training. Their strength, while not as formidable as Lin Chuan's, is still impressive. Such opportunities for real combat do not arise every day. Moreover, we have witnessed the capabilities of Tang Lin, Lu Xiaorou, and Su Mei. Even against 6 opponents, they should have a significant chance of victory. Let's not forget, Lu Xiaorou is a martial arts champion. Wang He remained silent, clearly still unconvinced. From his standpoint, skepticism was natural. What general would not wish for their troops to seize victory swiftly, fearing any unforeseen variables? Meanwhile, the audience in the observation area erupted in excitement, their initial enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch. What was Lin Chuan up to? Winning against Tang Lin and his team was a victory in itself, yet this seemed utterly absurd. A young soldier exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, an experienced soldier furrowed his brow, analyzing, Lin Chuan must have complete faith in his teammates, but this is exceedingly risky. If they lose, their efforts will be in vain. Others scoffed, murmuring, how arrogant. Who does he think he is? This reckless approach will inevitably backfire. It's as if he's handing victory to the opponent. Amidst the chatter, eyes remained glued to the screen, anxious not to miss a single detail. Lin Chuan, are you truly so confident in your 3 soldiers? Liu Yingqidat, you know the strength of Yuan Shan and Zheng Jiajia. Although inferior to you, they can handle your troops. Yuan Shan interjected, Lin Chuan, I concede that your soldiers are elite. We genuinely respect them in this assessment. For instance, the seemingly delicate girl beside you. He pointed at Lu Xiaoro. Feeling the weight of the gaze upon her, Lu Xiaoro's pale face, worn from fatigue, flushed crimson with embarrassment as she instinctively retreated behind Su Mei, whispering, "Why are they all looking at me?" Su Mei rolled her eyes, exasperated. They look at you because they like you. Huh? Lu Xiaoro's face reddened further, mortified beyond measure. Yuan Shan continued, we have witnessed her combat prowess. To be frank, in a one-on-one match, I am not confident I could defeat her. However, there are only 3, and even if the other 2 are on par with her in combat skills, both Lao Li and Zheng Jiajia can easily overpower them. Do not forget, we have 6 members. Zheng Jiajia added, Lin Chuan, we understand your intentions. There will be ample opportunities for training. This one is not essential. However, if you insist on proceeding this way, we will comply. Just remember, we will not hold back. Lin Chuan sighed softly. Do you truly believe I wish only to train them? Li Hao and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Was that not the case? Lin Chuan clarified. If it were merely for training, after the assessment, I could take them to the border for several months of practical combat experience. Why here? What I desire is. He gestured in circles above his head. Li Hao and the others looked up, momentarily stunned, before finally grasping his meaning. Moments later, Li Hao chuckled wryly. Lin Chuan, is this truly necessary? Lin Chuan smiled lightly and stepped back a few meters. The opportunity is yours. Whether you seize it depends on you. In the observation area, the military leaders were left in a state of confusion. Wait, what does Lin Chuan mean by that? One general imitated Lin Chuan's gesture above. Perplexed. I do not comprehend. Does he not wish to train his soldiers? Is there another motive? Even Wang He, the top commander of the Tianlang, was bewildered. At that moment, the headquarters leader suddenly smiled. Clap, clap, clap. Unable to contain his applause, the headquarters leader was met with bewildered gazes from the army leaders. Chief, do you understand? Pointing at Lin Chuan on the screen, the headquarters leader explained, this young man seeks to demonstrate to us what it means to be in a desperate situation. What constitutes special operations? From the outset, beyond training his soldiers, he aims to simulate the adversities encountered by special forces in enemy territory. Extreme survival, unyielding willpower, overcoming the odds, special tactics, and resilience in the face of adversity. He is providing us with the answers through this assessment. Upon hearing this, the army leaders finally understood. We are all initiating special forces for the first time, navigating uncharted waters with only simulated concepts, lacking practical experience. This child is teaching us. Their eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. The headquarters leader waved his hand. Now, let us focus on the final performance of Tianlang. On the battlefield, Lin Chuan could not always appear like a savior, rescuing each of his team members. Everything must depend on their own abilities. All right, let us proceed. After a moment of silence, Li Hao and the others nodded, beginning to stretch. Tang Lin, Lu Xiaoro, and Su Mei glanced at Lin Chuan, appearing somewhat anxious. Lin Chuan merely cast a fleeting glance at them and stated, You understand my intention. I have no desire to elaborate further. In but a single sentence. If you cannot win, then depart from the Tianlang. Tang Lin and Su Mei nodded emphatically, assuring him of their commitment to the task at hand. However, the timid Lu Xiaoro interjected, Do we really have to fight? Su Mei replied, What is there to fear? You have already engaged in numerous bouts during the first phase of the combat assessment. Lu Xiaoro murmured, But I'm afraid I might lose control and... No need for restraint, Lin Chuan asserted. Fight as you must without holding back. Huh? Lu Xiaoro exclaimed in surprise. What if someone gets killed? Lin Chuan's gaze hardened. This is a battlefield. Death is a commonplace occurrence. Lu Xiaoro paused momentarily, then grinned widely. Then that is acceptable. Tang Lin and Su Mei exchanged bewildered glances at her. Lin Chuan settled beneath a large tree, patting his shoulder insignia, and addressed Li Hao and the others. If you manage to seize my insignia, it will be considered your victory. Li Hao chuckled. Lin Chuan, you had better pray that your soldiers can protect you. Ha ha ha. The two groups took their positions. Li Hao smiled at Lu Xiaoro. Sister, I've seen your combat skills. Do not hold back. Show me the true prowess your chief instructor has taught you. Lu Xiaoro nodded earnestly. Yes. I will not hold back. I will fight to the death against you. Li Hao and his companions were taken aback. Wait, do we really have to go that far? Must we fight to the death? Sumei tugged at Lu Xiaoro's sleeve. Don't say such things. It's not necessary to kill. Injuring them is sufficient. Lu Xiaoro nodded and then declared to Li Hao, Then I shall only incapacitate you. Li Hao and his 6 companions exchanged glances filled with dismay. With Lin Chuan's commanding voice, this peculiar final confrontation officially commenced. The atmosphere on the battlefield instantaneously thickened, charged with tension. Li Hao, Zheng Jiajia, Yuan Shan, and the other 6 made the first move, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves as they lunged toward Tang Lin. Lu Xiaoro and Su Mei. After days of intense confrontation, each participant was utterly exhausted, their stomachs growling with hunger, and their stamina nearly depleted. Yet at this moment, a flicker of indomitable spirit blazed in their eyes. Yuan Shan bellowed, his voice hoarse from hunger and fatigue, as he charged at Tang Lin, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Tang Lin's face. Tang Lin swiftly dodged to the side, Yuan Shan's fist grazing his cheek. Fully aware of Yuan Shan's formidable prowess, honed through overseas training alongside his superior, Tang Lin dared not underestimate him. He utilized his nimble footwork to evade Yuan Shan's relentless advances. Though his steps felt unsteady, as if treading on clouds, he persevered. Hungry for so long, let us see if you can endure as I do. Yuan Shan sneered, launching another assault. This time, he altered his strategy, teaming up with another contender to unleash a barrage of attacks, providing Tang Lin no respite. Tang Lin fought valiantly to defend himself, each block reverberating through his arms. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiajia faced off against Su Mei. Despite her petite stature, a tenacity shone in her eyes. Zheng Jiajia lunged forward, delivering a kick aimed at Su Mei's abdomen. Su Mei reacted swiftly, sidestepping while extending her arm to seize Zheng Jiajia's ankle. Sensing the imminent threat, Zheng Jiajia retracted his leg and retreated a few steps. On the other side, Lu Xiaoro confronted Li Hao and another combatant's assault. Li Hao initiated the attack, throwing a punch toward Lu Xiaoro's shoulder. With a slight shift of her body, Lu Xiaoro effortlessly evaded the blow. At that moment, another opponent charged in from the right, attempting to corner Lu Xiaoro. Her expression sharpened with focus. She remained unfazed, moving with the grace of a swift swallow amidst their attacks. She blocked one punch with her arm and countered with a swift kick to the other assailant's knee. The strike was both rapid and fierce, eliciting a cry of pain as the man crumpled backward. This is no female soldier. She is a fierce tigress. The downed combatant groaned, clutching his knee in agony, cursing under his breath. Lu Xiaoro ignored him and continued to engage with Li Hao. The battle intensified, with both sides exchanging blows, neither yielding. As time wore on, fatigue took its toll, and their techniques became increasingly erratic. They no longer adhered to strategy, relying solely on instinct and unwavering willpower to swing their fists and feet. In the monitoring room, military leaders intently observed the screen, their expressions shifting with the ebb and flow of the battlefield. The commander of the 7th Group Army, Li Changhai, furrowed his brow, a hint of concern in his gaze. This battle is too fierce. Both sides have reached their limits. It will come down to who can endure until the end. Wang Yi gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning white with the effort. You rascal, I know your intentions, but you cannot afford to lose this match. The audience in the observation area held their breath, their eyes glued to the large screen. Silence enveloped the venue, punctuated only by the sounds of combat reverberating from the display. How intense! This is true combat, one spectator exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, they are utterly exhausted yet still capable of such a fierce struggle. Their determination is truly admirable, another audience member concurred. Chapter 59, A Frenzied Melee. The situation spirals out of control. Another round could cost lives. On the battlefield, the howling wind continued to rage, rustling the surrounding trees. As if lamenting the brutality of this conflict, Lin Chuan sat beneath a tree, quietly observing the unfolding chaos. His legs were crossed, one hand casually resting on his knee, while the other gently tapped the ground beside him. His demeanor was remarkably serene, as though the bloody skirmish before him bore no relation to his existence. Liu, unable to subdue Tang Lin, Lu Xiaoro, and Su Mei, felt an increasing sense of urgency. In a moment of determination, he exchanged a knowing glance with a companion nearby. The comrade understood immediately and, seizing the opportunity amidst the fray, darted toward Lin Chuan like a predator on the hunt. His objective was clear: to seize Lin Chuan's insignia. Tang Lin had been vigilant, aware of the surrounding movements, and upon witnessing this, his expression shifted dramatically. He struggled fiercely to break free from Yuan Shan's grasp. However, Yuan Shan's grip was as unyielding as iron, firmly restraining Tang Lin's arm. In a moment of desperation, Tang Lin lowered his head and forcefully rammed his forehead into Yuan Shan's nose. With a resounding thud, blood gushed from Yuan Shan's nostrils, causing him to instinctively loosen his hold in pain. "Damn it, you lunatic!" Yuan Shan cried, clutching his nose, tears welling in his eyes from the agony. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Lin surged forward like an arrow, colliding with the approaching assailant just as he neared Lin Chuan, sending him sprawling to the ground. The two wrestled on the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yuan Shan, fueled by rage and frustration, dashed forward, disregarding his own pain. Lin Chuan observed the oncoming figure, a faint smile of assurance gracing his lips, as if he had anticipated that Tang Lin or one of the female soldiers would come to intercept. "Damn it, stop him! Don't let him near Lin Chuan," Tang Lin shouted, grappling with the assailant. The three engaged in a fierce melee around Lin Chuan. Yuan Shan struck first, swinging his fist toward Tang Lin's head. Tang Lin deftly dodged, the punch grazing his cheek. Before Tang Lin could regain his footing, the assailant rose and delivered a kick to Tang Lin's abdomen. Caught off guard, Tang Lin staggered back, stifling a groan of pain. "How dare you touch my boss?" he retorted, gritting his teeth against the agony. "As long as I'm here, no one is getting past." He understood the gravity of the situation. They could not allow anyone to approach Lin Chuan. When Lin Chuan had declared himself a hostage, Tang Lin and the others grasped the weight of his words. Special Forces soldiers would rather perish than fail to protect a hostage. This indeed was their mission. Dodging and weaving, Tang Lin attempted to fend off their attacks while searching for an opportunity to counter. However, the two opponents coordinated seamlessly, gradually overwhelming him. He sustained multiple blows, his clothing torn, revealing streaks of blood across his skin. Lin Chuan, observing Tang Lin's valiant struggle, felt an imperceptible flicker of appreciation in his eyes, though his expression remained as tranquil as ever. Meanwhile, Li Hao, Zhang Jiajia, and others began to take note of the unfolding situation, consciously drawing closer to Lin Chuan, seeking an opportunity to snatch his insignia. Lu Xiaoro, witnessing this, felt a pang of anxiety. Her once bright and lively eyes widened in alarm. Her cheeks, usually flushed with shyness, now burned crimson with fury, beads of sweat forming on her brow, strands of damp hair clinging to her quivering face. Her chest heaved violently, breaths coming in rapid succession, resembling a small beast poised to strike. "Xiaoro, don't let him through. Hit him hard," Su Mei shouted, fending off Zhang Jiajia's advances. Li Hao, in a moment of reckless abandon, ignored Lu Xiaoro's attempts to thwart him, charging relentlessly toward Lin Chuan. "Get out of my way," he cursed as he pushed forward. Lu Xiaoro gritted her teeth, her jaw clenched in determination, her expression fierce and almost savage. She exerted every ounce of strength, repeatedly pushing Li Hao back. "I'll kill you. Don't even think about getting near my boss." Lu Xiaoro fought like a furious beast, each of her strikes accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, each one aimed to incapacitate. Su Mei, too, faced immense pressure, as Zhang Jiajia and another combatant relentlessly attacked her. Bruises marred her body, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yet she remained undeterred, her resolve unwavering, driven solely by the mission to protect Lin Chuan. Sunontai me, hold on. Tang Lin shouted amidst the chaos. Don't worry, I'm not going down that easily. Su Mei spat out a mouthful of blood, defiantly responding. As the battle raged on, both sides reached the limits of their endurance. Among Li Hao's group, aside from himself, Yuan Shan, and Zheng Jiajia, the remaining three could no longer withstand strain. One collapsed from exhaustion, barely conscious. Another, with a broken arm, groaned in agony. A third lay on the ground, blood streaming from his shattered nose, his face contorted in pain. These two female soldiers are ferocious, more formidable than the men. The one with the broken nose grimaced, clutching his face as he lay helpless on the ground, pained and defeated. As he attempted to rise, he discovered 2 broken ribs, the agony forcing him back down once more. The remaining 6 combatants had devolved into a primal frenzy, abandoning all technique in favor of raw instinct and sheer willpower, attacking one another without regard for gender or vital targets. Their only focus was the enemy before them. In the monitoring room, military leaders were taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. General Li Changhai of the 7th Group Army stared wide-eyed, his face a canvas of shock and urgency as he shouted, "What is happening? How did it escalate to this? At this rate, someone will surely be killed." Wang He's countenance was equally grim, his hands clenched tightly, knuckles white from the strain. His lips quivered as he muttered, "This kid is creating a monumental mess. These are all excellent soldiers. If something goes wrong, it will be catastrophic." He couldn't help but glance at the composed Lin Chuan, frustration and anxiety bubbling within him. What on earth is he thinking? The headquarters commander's brow furrowed deeply, a look of worry and helplessness etched across his face. He understood that these soldiers were the elite of the military, valiant warriors on the battlefield. Yet the current situation was heart-wrenching. Should an unfortunate event occur, it would be a significant loss for the unit. The audience in the observation area was rendered speechless by the bloody scene before them. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, all eyes glued to the screen, breaths held in anticipation. A young soldier, pale and trembling, stammered, This is terrifying. How did it come to this?" Beside him, a fellow soldier bore a solemn expression, shaking his head in dismay. "They're all fighting so fiercely. They're battling for honor, but if this continues, something terrible will happen." Another spectator could not help but cover his eyes, unable to bear the gruesome scenes unfolding on the screen. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "This is too brutal. This hardly resembles a competition. It is a battle for survival." Another observer marveled at the ferocity of the 2 female soldiers, Su Mei and Lu Xiaorou, exclaiming, "They are relentless, more formidable than men. Their combat prowess is extraordinary." The audience frequently cast bewildered glances at Lin Chuan, puzzled by his calm demeanor amidst the chaos. The fight escalated further into a frenzy of violence and bloodshed. Li Hao lunged at Lu Xiaorou with wild abandon, his eyes filled with madness and determination. Although Lu Xiaorou was agile, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. She could not evade his strike and was struck in the shoulder by Li Hao's punch. She gasped in pain, tears welling in her eyes, shimmering with an unusual light fueled by her rage. Yet her fierce gaze remained undiminished, akin to 2 flames ablaze. "You villains! Watch as I do not take you down today," Lu Xiaorou cried, kicking fiercely at Li Hao's knee, causing him to stagger in pain. Yuan Shan and Tang Lin were locked in a desperate struggle, having lost all semblance of reason, their fists raining down upon one another like a torrential downpour. Yuan Shan struck Tang Lin's forehead, blood streaming down his cheek, his eyes turning a furious shade of red, resembling a raging beast. "Come on, I will fight you to the end today," Tang Lin roared, delivering a powerful punch to Yuan Shan's chest. Su Mei and Zheng Jiajia were equally entangled in their fierce confrontation. Zheng Jiajia landed a kick squarely on Su Mei's chest, sending her reeling backward, a mouthful of blood spilling from her lips. Yet she did not falter. Wiping the blood from her mouth, she charged forward once more. Lin Chuan observed his team's resilience, his fingers rhythmically tapping the ground, as if everything remained under his control. However, in the monitoring room, the leaders of various military factions could no longer remain seated. The commander of the 3rd Army swiftly stood, addressing the headquarters chief with urgency. "Chief, this cannot continue. We must call for an immediate halt, or a catastrophe will surely ensue." The other military leaders echoed his sentiments, their faces etched with concern and anxiety. The headquarters chief, gazing at the harrowing scenes on the screen, felt a tumult of conflicting emotions. He realized that halting the match now would bring about an imperfect conclusion. Yet failing to intervene could lead to grave injuries. Ultimately, he could not suppress a sigh, directing the referee team, "Intervene immediately and bring this battle to a stop." Upon receiving the order, the referees sprang into action, loudly proclaiming through the loudspeakers, "Cease combat! Cease combat!" The match is paused. However, on the battlefield, both sides had succumbed to a frenzied state, oblivious to the referees' calls, continuing their desperate struggle. Observing that the fighting persisted, the referees grew frantic, repeating their urgent cries, "Cease combat! Cease combat! The match is paused! Cease combat! Cease combat! The match is paused! Cease combat! Cease combat! The match is paused." Yet, despite their numerous appeals, there was no response. The six combatants had completely lost their reason, instinctively perceiving one another solely as adversaries. Only by vanquishing the enemy could they hope to survive. Their ears could no longer register the sounds from the outside world. Chapter 60. The battle concludes. Shocking the entire arena. On the battlefield, the tempest raged like a frenzied beast, howling with abandon, causing the surrounding trees to sway perilously. The dry branches collided, producing a creaking sound. Dust was violently swept up by the wind, intertwining with the acrid scent of blood that hung in the air, creating a dense and oppressive haze that enveloped the entire battlefield, making it difficult to breathe. The six warriors had succumbed completely to madness, their figures flickering in and out of visibility amidst the dust and blood mist. Tang Lin's left arm dangled uselessly, evidently fractured. Yet, he appeared oblivious to his injury, his right fist still howling through the air as it repeatedly struck Yuan Shan. His forehead was smeared with blood, which streamed down his cheeks, obscuring his vision, yet could not deter the fierce, battle-hungry glint in his eyes. Blood also stained the corner of his mouth, and each breath was accompanied by violent coughing, splattering blood into the air. Lu Xiaoro's condition was scarcely better. Her sleeves were torn to shreds, revealing horrifying wounds. The flesh at the edges rolled outward, blood flowing profusely. Her hair was disheveled, a few strands glued to her face by blood. Her gaze wild as she repeatedly shouted, "I'll kill you." Sume appeared to have several broken ribs, each breath eliciting agonizing pain. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth, enduring the torment. Her eyes were bruised, her nose askew from a blow, blood pouring from her nostrils, yet she remained oblivious, mechanically swinging her fists at the enemies before her. Li Hao's face was a tapestry of bruises, his nose broken and crooked, blood oozing from his nostrils and the corner of his mouth. One eye was so swollen he could barely open it, yet he fixated intently on Lu Xiaoro. His body bore multiple wounds, blood staining his clothing, his breathing rapid and labored, each gasp akin to pulling a bellows. Zhang Jiajie had a long gash on his arm, deep enough to expose bone, blood gushing forth. He paid no heed to his injury, attacking Su Mei with reckless abandon. Yuan Shan was in the most dire condition. Tang Lin had smashed a gaping wound into his forehead, blood spilling incessantly. One of his ears was half torn, dangling by his cheek. His body swayed unsteadily, as if it might collapse at any moment, yet he persisted, entangled with Tang Lin. In the monitoring room, the tension was palpable. The commanding officer's face turned beet red, veins bulging on his forehead as he kicked over a nearby chair, bellowing at the judging panel. "What are you waiting for? Stop them immediately." His voice echoed throughout the room, filled with fury and urgency. General Li Changhai of the 7th Army held the edge of the table tightly, his face etched with terror and concern. "This is madness. If this continues, they will all perish." Wang He's lips quivered as he shook his head, muttering, "How could this happen? How could it have come to this? Lin Chuan, you've gone too far." The judges flailed in a frenzy, repeatedly shouting through the loudspeakers, "Cease combat! Immediately cease combat! Simultaneously, several judges rushed toward the battlefield, their faces a mask of anxiety and distress. In that critical moment, Lin Chuan finally stood up. His expression remained inscrutable, unchanged by the grievous injuries of the 6 warriors. He picked up a nearby firearm, leisurely reloading the magazine, and then unleashed a barrage of gunfire around the 6. The bullets kicked up clouds of dust, and a thunderous gunfire jolted the frenzied warriors back to their senses. The battle is over. Tianlang regroup. Lin Chuan's voice, though not loud, resonated like a bell across the battlefield. Upon hearing those words, Tang Lin, Lu Xiaoro, and Su Mei trembled. Tang Lin swayed dangerously, nearly toppling over, yet he gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to remain upright. Lu Xiaoro's legs buckled, and she sank to her knees. However, she quickly propped herself up and slowly stood again. Her face was smeared with blood and dirt, her hair in disarray. Yet she still made an effort to straighten her clothing, trying to present a semblance of order. Su Mei was on the brink of collapse, the pain from her broken ribs rendering her nearly breathless. Nevertheless, upon hearing Lin Chuan's command, she bore the agony and rose to her feet. Her gaze was filled with trust and reliance on Lin Chuan as she summoned her final ounce of strength to approach him. The trio, propelled by sheer willpower, struggled to stand in formation before Lin Chuan. In stark contrast, Li Hao, Zheng Jiajia, and Yuan Shan could no longer hold on, collapsing backward, their gazes vacant and bewildered as they stared at the sky, their chests heaving as they gasped for air. In the observation area, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, all stunned by the scene before them. A young soldier gaped, his eyes wide as saucers, trembling slightly as he stammered, Is this still human? How could they fight like this? Beside him, an old soldier tasked with maintaining order was equally shocked, his lips quivering as he sighed. These kids are giving it their all. This is no longer competition. It's a battle for survival. A female soldier could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth in horror, her voice trembling. How cruel! How can they continue fighting while so severely injured? Others in the audience marveled. Look at those 3 from Tianlang. Even in such dire conditions, they respond to their captain's orders and can still stand. What extraordinary willpower! Indeed, and look at the 3 from the Alliance. They can't even rise. The disparity is glaring. Through this final scene, the outcome became painfully clear. Those still standing were the victors, were they not? The Tianlang team had truly imparted a lesson upon us. In the monitoring room, the commanding officer shouted urgently, Quick, dispatch medics at once. We must not let them come to harm. And prepare a helicopter. I need to be on site. His tone was fraught with anxiety and concern, and after issuing his orders, he turned sharply and strode out. I'm going too. I want to go. Wang He and other high-ranking officers from the units of Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zheng Jiajia followed suit. On site, Lin Chuan approached Li Hao and the others, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he casually inquired, So, what do you say? Li Hao spat out a mouthful of crimson froth, weakly retorting, What can I say? At that moment, his face was smeared with blood and dirt. The break in his nose already swelling, one eye completely obscured by bruising, rendering it nearly useless. A bitter smile graced his lips, a complex expression of both resignation and admiration. Zheng Jiajia lay on the ground, his gaze filled with reluctance and despair. His lips were chapped and stained with blood, his face a portrait of exhaustion and pain, trembling faintly as if he lacked the strength to speak. Yuan Shan's face was ashen. The blood from his forehead wound dried into a dark red scab. His eyes were hollow and devoid of life, his body limp on the ground, with only the faintest breath indicating he was still alive. Lin Chuan broke into a grin and said nothing further. Instead, he strode over to a nearby thicket, reached inside, and astonishingly pulled out 3 serpents, their tongues flickering as they writhed around his arm. He then tossed them directly before Tang Lin and his companions, declaring, Here, feast upon this reward. After days of relentless combat and a prolonged absence of adequate sustenance, Tang Lin and his companions were famished, their stomachs gnawing at them as if gripped by invisible hands. Each pang of hunger pierced through them like a dagger. On the precipice of life and death. Their instinct for survival surged to an overwhelming degree. Tang Lin's eyes widened in a sudden frenzy, revealing a wild, beast-like hunger. With the swiftness of lightning, he seized one of the snakes, disregarding its thrashing, and thrust its head into his mouth, biting down fiercely. With a crunch, the serpent's head was severed, warm blood splattering across his face. Yet he remained oblivious, ravenously tearing into the flesh, emitting guttural sounds as if fearing someone might steal away his meal. Lu Xiaoro was equally impatient, her hands gripping the snake like a vice, her knuckles turning white from the strain. She opened her cracked and bleeding lips, sinking her teeth into the serpent's body, tearing off a substantial chunk and swallowing it whole without chewing, causing her neck veins to bulge. Yet, she continued to cram more snake meat into her mouth, incoherently exclaiming, "Once we finish, we'll go back to fighting them." Her fierce demeanor suggested that her adversaries, Li Hao and his cohorts, remained sworn enemies. Even though the battle had ceased, her warrior spirit undiminished. Sume, too, was heedless of everything. She clutched the snake, wrapping it around her arm, and savagely bit into it. The skin was torn away, and she pulled at the flesh, swallowing it in large gulps while emitting muffled sounds of satisfaction. In her eyes, this was not a grotesque serpent, but rather a delicacy unmatched in the world. The commanders observing from the monitoring station were left in stunned silence, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Are they eating snakes? This is utterly insane. The audience was in an uproar. Good heavens, they are consuming live serpents. How barbaric. Is this the same military personnel I once knew? How could they have transformed like this? Look at those two female soldiers. My word, are they truly women? They're nothing like the soldiers I remember. The scene descended into chaos, as all present were utterly flabbergasted by the wild and astonishing spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Chapter 61. The Commendation Ceremony. Lin Chuan is awarded the first-class merit. The fierce winds continued to howl over the battlefield, swirling with the scent of dust and gunpowder, as if lamenting the brutality of the conflict. At this moment, the abrupt sound of hurried footsteps disrupted the eerie silence of the battlefield as the headquarters leaders, including Wang He and several other generals, rushed to the scene almost simultaneously. Upon disembarking, Wang He appeared pale, veins bulging on his forehead, striding purposefully toward Lin Chuan. His eyes seemed to blaze with fury as he pointed an accusing finger at Lin Chuan, his voice trembling with anger. Lin Chuan, look at the chaos you have caused. What have you done to this competition? This is a contest, not a life-and-death struggle. How could you allow them to fight to such an extent? The headquarters leader followed closely behind, his brow furrowed in concern. His gaze revealed both worry and discontent. Lin Chuan, your actions this time have indeed gone too far. The safety of our soldiers is paramount. How can we allow them to be put in such peril? The other generals nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. Lin Chuan maintained a calm demeanor, unhurriedly surveying the faces of Wang He, the headquarters leader, and the other generals before replying coolly. Gentlemen, is this not exactly the outcome you wish to see? The group fell silent, taken aback. The outcome we desire? When did we ever express a wish to witness such a grim result? Wang He, incensed, retorted, "What do you mean by that? We wanted a safe and orderly competition, not this near madness. Look at them. They are grievously injured." Lin Chuan slightly raised his head, his gaze unwavering as it met Wang He's eyes, continuing, "General, I fail to comprehend your notion of safety and order. This is the battlefield of special forces. Special troops are not conventional soldiers. The future battlefield they will face is inherently fraught with danger and chaos. What is the purpose of forming special forces, if not to prepare for the harsher realities of warfare? This is the adversity that special soldiers must confront at any moment. If they cannot endure on the field, how will they fare in the more brutal realities of actual combat? The enemy will show no mercy because of our injuries." Wang Yi opened his mouth to respond, but was halted by the headquarters leader's raised hand. Observing Lin Chuan, the leader pondered momentarily before nodding slowly, though his brow remained furrowed. While that may be true, the situation here is utterly out of control. These are good soldiers, and cultivating them is no easy feat. If something were to go wrong, it would be a significant loss for the nation and the military. Lin Chuan replied, Chief, I understand your concerns. But how can we ascertain the limits of our soldiers without subjecting them to such trials? How can we help them grow into capable special forces operators? Yes, everyone fears accidents, but if we refrain from training and fighting out of fear of mishaps, should we also consider preventing them from going into battle in the future out of fear of casualties? The group fell into silence, and Wang He's expression gradually softened. He sighed, You are always so obstinate. However, I must concede that your perspective has merit. The headquarters leader sighed lightly, suggesting that the accountability and explanations could wait, and they should first assess the condition of the soldiers, ensuring their safety. As he spoke, the leaders turned their attention to the 9 combatants. Witnessing the grievous injuries visible on their bodies, they could hardly bear to look. It was unimaginable how they had endured such severe wounds. The headquarters leader hastily approached the injured soldiers, first examining Li Hao's condition. He observed Li Hao's broken nasal bone, multiple facial fractures, and swollen bruises around his eyes that rendered him nearly blind. The leader's brow furrowed deeper. His eyes filled with compassion and concern as he softly inquired, How are you holding up? Can you manage? Li Hao weakly nodded, enduring the pain as he replied, I'm fine, Chief. I can do this. Next, the leader approached Tang Lin, gently patting his shoulder, his voice hoarse. Child, you've suffered. Tang Lin forced a smile. It's not suffering, Chief. Then, the leader turned to Lu Xiaoro and Su Mei. You 2 girls are truly heart-wrenching to witness. He looked at the 3 and curiously asked, Children, why you push yourselves so hard? Do you not fear death or pain? The spectators, along with those monitoring from outside, wore expressions of curiosity. They believed that having achieved the accolades they sought, there was no need to risk their lives for further glory. Just as everyone anticipated that they would speak of fighting for the honor of the wolf pack, Tang Lin calmly replied, Because the captain hasn't let us lose. This simple yet unexpected statement rendered the scene silent, as if a pin could be heard falling. Everyone was taken aback. A flicker of shock crossed the leader's eyes. They had not anticipated such a response from Tang Lin. In their understanding, soldiers fought for honor or for the collective. But Tang Lin's earnest words revealed a deep-seated conviction, an unyielding stubbornness that had become part of his very being. For Tang Lin, from the moment he stepped into the wolf pack, the word loss had been erased from his vocabulary. No matter the adversity,